Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 1050 Ren Tianj, Great Sage Silver Pupil, Qing Mo, and Haub, the 4 leaders of the Angel Alliance, as well as the 6 leaders of the Dark Faction, including the Phantom King, Skeleton King Golden Remains, and Skinning King Sanguinar, came out of the 3rd teleportation portal in a sorry state. At the cost of losing one of the leaders of the Dark Faction, they had finally managed to escape from the Sky Civ space. They did not want to leave just like that. That was because nearly 10,000 of their companions were still inside. 99% of their companions were still alive. They were trapped in the Sky Civ space, waiting for rescue. Unfortunately, Ren Tianj and the others had tried everything they could think of. In the end, they discovered that even if all the members of the Angel Alliance and the Dark Faction worked together, they would not be able to defeat the Golden Sword Giant, let alone explore the secret of the Sky Civ space under the Golden Sword Giant's attack. They were very reluctant, but they had to accept this fact. Something is wrong. Qing Mo was the first to notice the abnormality outside. What's going on? Ren Tianj habitually looked at the Great Sage Silver Pupil. He knew that the Great Sage Silver Pupil was the one who really knew about the secret treasure. There's a huge battle in the nearby space. The Phantom King looked at the 2nd teleportation portal and snorted. Everyone, be careful. Even if we fought a god like the Golden Sword Giant, the 3rd teleportation portal would not be distorted like this. How can there be someone stronger than us in the Devil's Valley? The Skeleton King Golden Remains could not believe it. Could it be that Ji Wei has returned? The Skinning King Sanguinar was still a little shocked. When they returned to the 1st teleportation portal, when they saw the ruins of the Dark Lair's underground city, they were all shocked. What appeared in front of them was not the ruins of the Dark Lair's underground city. Instead, it was an open pit that was full of holes and was on the verge of collapse. Everything in the ancient ruins had been annihilated. In other words, most of the things here, such as rocks, soil, mountains, etc., had been annihilated by the unimaginable energy impact, revealing countless holes in the space. The shattered void was even denser than the fish net. It was similar to the Heaven Civ space, but it was more chaotic and unpredictable. It could collapse at any time. At the moment when some space was shattered, everything around it would be turned into fine powder. Just how many people had to fight here to create such an effect? Ren Tianj felt that if there were 100 of him, another 3 months, it should be able to damage the Dark Space Lair to this extent. However, he clearly remembered that it had only been a day since he had entered the Heavenly Civ space and fought the Golden Sword Giant. The flow of time in the Heaven Civ space was the same as that of the Dark Void Lair outside. Space-time hadn't changed. In other words, the destruction outside was also caused in one day. Now, if he were to spend a day, how many of him would it take to destroy this place to this extent? Ren Tianj felt that even if there were 10,000 of him, he might not be able to destroy this place to this extent even if he did nothing for a moment and destroyed it with all his might. It was too terrifying. Just who was it that caused the outside world to be in such a mess? Could it be that there were existences in this world that were comparable to 10,000 of him? When Ren Tianj thought of this, he felt that he was going crazy. Rumble. A terrifying shockwave came from the distant horizon. Ren Tianj and the other great leaders estimated that the battlefield was at least 100 kilometers away. Otherwise, the destructive shockwave wouldn't have weakened to this extent. No one hesitated for a second. Curiosity overwhelmed the fear in the bottom of their hearts. Ren Tianj and the others rushed toward the rumbling battlefield almost at the same time. Before they arrived, the earth-shattering tremors were like countless demonic hands that further expanded the collapsed mountain peaks and the cracked ground along the way like spiderwebs. In the distance, there were flashes of light, waves of shockwaves, and waves of roars that were like thunderstorms roaring incessantly. Countless forests were on fire, and the land was burning and spreading crazily. Countless rocks that were the size of small hills and mountain peaks that were snapped in half were thrown into the sky. 50 kilometers. Ren Tianj and the others had no choice but to slow down their approaching speed. As far as they could see, they discovered that there were 2 terrifying spots of light chasing each other in the sky like gods. One moment, it was the spot on the left that was as bright as the sun, chasing the spot on the right that was slightly purple gold. The next moment, it was the spot on the right that was slightly purple gold chasing the spot that was as bright as the sun. It didn't matter who was chasing the other or who was attacking the other. As long as any one of them made a move, the world would collapse. The mountains would collapse, the rivers would evaporate, the earth would crack, and the forests would be set ablaze. Now that they were 30 kilometers away, Ren Tianj, the Spirit King, and a few other experts with the strength of a level 8 supreme martial artist were still fine and could still breathe freely. However, Haug, who was the weakest among them, as well as a few leaders of the Dark Camp, already felt that their breathing was severely restricted. Under the pressure of the power that the other party emitted unintentionally, they found it difficult to circulate the energy in their bodies. One had to know that this was a distance of 30 kilometers. With great difficulty, they managed to get within 10 kilometers. Haug felt that he was very small, and that he could be blown away by the storm of attacks from the two people at any time. As for Ren Tianj, who was more powerful, they were stunned when they saw the two people fighting in front of them. No one dared to believe that this was a reality. Even the heroic Ren Tianj, who was as profound as the Phantom King, as gloomy as the Skeleton King, and as arrogant as the Skinner King, Shui Xiao, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Qing Mo, who had been guarding against everyone, shook his head in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Oh my god, they are fighting against that pretty boy Xianxia. Haug felt that he was going crazy. The most terrifying one is not him, but that newbie who only has the strength of Heaven Stage. Ren Tianj also swallowed hard. This newbie clearly only has the strength of Heaven Stage. How could he conceal himself to this extent? Moreover, even if he was a level 5 innate supreme martial artist, how could he fight against Xianxia, who was at least a level 9 innate supreme martial artist? That beautiful swordsman Xianxia, whose strength was neither too high nor too low in the team, how could she have the strength of a level 9 innate supreme martial artist? What the hell was going on? If this is not a dream, then I think it's time for me to leave the Devil's Valley. The Spirit King felt that his idea of ruling the Devil's Valley was too risky. Whether it was Ji Wei or the two people fighting now, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to kill him. This idea is not bad. Ren Tianj also agreed. He had always regarded saving the Angel Alliance as his responsibility. He felt that he could definitely lead the Angel Alliance to restore the glory of the ancient times. However, now he felt that it was best for him to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would either be killed by that pretty boy Xianxia or be completely crushed by this newbie. I will leave, but I want to see who wins first. The great sage Silver Pupil also had a serious expression. The beautiful swordsman Xianxia had reached level 9 innate supreme martial artist. And that newbie was at level 5 innate supreme martial artist. Even a fool would be 100% sure that the level 9 innate supreme martial artist would win, and it would be an overwhelming victory. However, the strangest thing was that what was unfolding in front of everyone's eyes was not such a law, but an inconceivable existence. The newbie, who was at level 5 innate supreme martial artist, was actually on par with the beautiful swordsman Xianxia, who was at least level 9 innate supreme martial artist. The two sides had been in a stalemate. One moment, it was the beautiful swordsman Xianxia who showed her invincible power and beat the newbie with wounds all over his body. The next moment, it was the newbie, who was covered in wounds, who unbelievably used the power of minor laws to forcibly defeat the beautiful swordsman Xianxia, who was at a higher level and more powerful, and beat her into a sorry state. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. This situation was like a weak woman tripping a strong pervert who was trying to molest her. How was this possible? Who won and who lost? Ren Tianj once again looked at the great sage Silver Pupil. Not only him, but the others also looked over. They urgently needed the great sage Silver Pupil's accurate judgment. It's hard to say. The great sage Silver Pupil smiled bitterly and shook his head. In terms of strength, Xianxia, or the super expert who impersonated Xianxia, has an overwhelming advantage. At level 9 innate supreme martial artist, he can now fight against all of us without losing. However, even though he has hidden his strength so deeply, he is still lacking compared to the newbie. You may have seen that the newbie has a holy grimoire and at least 2 divine weapons. I'm guessing that he might have 3, or even 4. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand Xianxia's storm-like attacks. The newbie has a holy grimoire and a divine weapon. Xianxia only has a divine weapon sword, but no grimoire. This is the biggest difference between him and the newbie. There's one more thing, Qing Mo added, the newbie also has an energy giant that is close to godlike. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a little slow and couldn't hit Xianxia's body, the newbie would have probably won. When Ren Tianj and the others heard this, they suddenly felt that Xianxia was a little strange. What was strange? They couldn't figure it out for a while. The great sage silver pupil smiled slightly and explained in front of everyone, in my opinion, Xianxia should be an ancient rancor sealed in the heaven-sieve space. I don't know when he escaped, but he pretended to be the beautiful swordsman Xianxia to deceive our eyes. However, because the seal is not complete, his grimoire, guardian beast and divine sense still have to stay in the heaven-sieve space. This is also the main reason why he couldn't overwhelm the newbie with his strength. Our information was leaked by Xianxia intentionally or unintentionally. His purpose is to obtain more people's fresh blood to complete the blood sacrifice and free his grimoire and divine sense. Fortunately, his god-level divine sense prevented the golden sword giant from leaving the heaven-sieve space. Otherwise, we would definitely kill him. Everyone felt that it was reasonable after hearing this and deeply agreed. In the end, they understood. Another problem was placed in front of everyone. What should they do next? Should they escape back to their base camp like the little running turtle and teleport out of the Demon Valley? Or should they go forward and help the newbie to deal with the beautiful swordsman Xianxia who deceived everyone and murdered the lives of 10,000 challengers? If they killed Xianxia, they might be able to save those 10,000 challengers. However, the beautiful swordsman Xianxia had the strength of a level 9 supreme. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went forward? It was very safe to escape. Once they returned to their base camp, they would leave through the teleportation door. Everyone had enough points anyway. But what was the difference between that and the little running turtle? The people present were the leaders of the camp, the heroes who ruled over 10,000 people. If they were scared away by Xianxia like this, how could they still call themselves rankers in the future? What? The Phantom Spirit King didn't want to be the first to escape. He couldn't afford to lose face. He looked at Ren Tianj. Why don't we wait and see? Ren Tianj also didn't want to be such a bad example. Then let's wait and see. The battle situation is still unclear anyway. The people present nodded. They couldn't fight, and it wouldn't look good to escape. They might as well stay and watch the battle. They wouldn't fight or escape. They would just be responsible for watching. No one thought that this wait would last for 100 days. Chapter 1051. As onlookers, Ren Tianj and the others reacted with astonishment at first, followed by horror. And then there was fear. But as time passed, their minds gradually became numb. On the first day, everyone watched with rapt attention. Especially when they saw the outcome of the battle was about to be decided, they were even more shocked and lost themselves. But 1 day passed, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days, 10 days, a month passed. The battle between the beautiful swordsman Xianxia and the abnormal rookie was still persisting in their battle. They were already used to it. It would be strange if they woke up one day and didn't hear the rumbling sounds of battle around them. This battle lasted for more than 3 months. They fought for more than 3 months. To be precise, they fought for 100 days. During this time, Ren Tianj and the others made countless bets on how long the two could fight, but they all failed. Because no one could imagine that the beautiful swordsman Xianxia and the abnormal newcomer could fight for 100 days. The two didn't fight in the same area. They fought as they moved, using all the means they had to take advantage of the terrain and the environment. They fought from the Dark Sky Lair to the Demon Mountain Range, to the Radiance Canyon, to the Death Rift, and even to the Sky Pillar Peak of the Snow Dragon. Ren Tianj and the others watched along the way. Sometimes they fell asleep, but when they realized that the target had moved, they quickly followed. Their goal was no longer to watch, but to wait for the final result. They waited for 1 day, 10 days, half a month, and 2 months. They didn't care if they had to wait for a year. No matter what, they had to wait for the result. Are the two of them done fighting? This was the question that everyone asked each other the most. Not yet. This was also the answer that everyone answered the most, but it was also the most helpless. The battle between the two. If one ignored the danger of watching, it was actually very exciting. However, Haug, the leader with the strength of a level 5 supreme, after watching from 10 kilometers away for a day, he voluntarily retreated to 50 kilometers away to wait for news. Because he felt that if he was killed by the shockwave from the battle between Xianxia and the newcomer, he would die too unjustly. The battle between the two inevitably alarmed the Angel Alliance and the Dark Faction. At first, many challengers came to watch from afar, but after being warned by Ren Tianj and the Phantom King's shadow, they all stayed away. What a joke! As long as they were within 10 kilometers, they would be killed by the shockwave in less than a minute. Even Haug, a 5th-level supreme martial artist, didn't dare to stay for too long, let alone ordinary challengers. Because of the unparalleled battle between the two, the challengers from the Angel Alliance and the Dark Faction stopped fighting. Everyone was waiting. As for Ji, everyone thought that he was just a passing cloud. What was Ji? He could bully the small monsters and bully the normal challengers, but could he engage in such an unparalleled battle? Ren Tianj, the Ghost King, and the other great commanders could only be spectators. Did Ji have the ability to make the great commanders of both sides become spectators? Could he crush the God and Demon Mountain range in the middle, flatten the Radiance Canyon near the Angel Alliance's base camp, destroy the Death Valley near the Darkness Faction's base camp, and destroy the highest peak of the Demonic Valley, the Snow Dragon Sky Pillar Peak? Ji was strong, but he definitely didn't have the ability to engage in such an unparalleled battle. Not only the ordinary challengers, even Ren Tianj and the other great commanders thought so. Because of the unparalleled battle between the heaven-splitting demon Venerate and Yue Yang, the shadow of Ji had disappeared without a trace in the Demonic Valley. Even the weakest challenger would curl his lips and say, "Tisk, Ji left early. If he was here now, he would have been beaten to a pulp. I think they might fight for 10 years, or even 100 years. Someone had already pushed the time of the bet to 100 years later. With their strength, they might not be able to win even after 1,000 years. The question is how long this battle will last." Some people felt that it was impossible to fight for 100 years. Even if it was a 100-day battle, it was already an unparalleled battle that shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. No one had ever fought for such a long time, and no one had ever possessed such enduring endurance and firm willpower. Furthermore, there had never been two opponents who were so evenly matched in strength. Ren Tianj and the others sighed countless times. These two people were born in the wrong era. If they missed the era, either one of them would be a peerless overlord looking down on the common people. The problem was that both of them were born in the same era, and the tragedy was about to come. Although the world was big, it would probably be difficult for both of them to coexist. This battle was definitely an unparalleled battle. It was earth-shattering. If one didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't be able to experience it. One of them had unparalleled strength, had tens of thousands of years of experience and strength, and used an endless stream of wondrous moves. And countless beasts to perform endless battle tactics. These battle tactics were all from the ancient era. When the battle tactics reappeared in his hands, Ren Tianj and the others felt suffocated. It was too wonderful and too mysterious. If this beautiful swordswoman Xianxia did not use it, they wouldn't believe that battle tactics could achieve such an effect. The other young man was at a complete disadvantage in terms of strength and experience. He should have been defeated very quickly, but this young man was the most intelligent person in the world. Anything that he saw with his divine eye, he would immediately adapt to the new and endless changes. He used his spirit energy and comprehension to create his own counter moves. Even if the enemy changed thousands of moves like fireworks, or like a mirror reflecting the heaven and earth, he would not miss a single move. He would even change his own moves and counterattack, forcing the enemy to use new moves, divine equipment, holy grimoire, beasts, treasures, elixirs, or the right time and place. There was nothing that the two people couldn't use to their fullest. At first, Ren Tianj and the others would be surprised when new divine equipment or beasts appeared. They were all numb, especially towards that abnormal newbie. No matter what he took out, Ren Tianj and the others felt that it was normal. How many guardian beasts did he have? And all of them had the strength of god envoys and god generals. That wasn't strange. He still had a little Lamia Loli who destroyed the Snow Dragon Pillar Sky Peak without a sound. That move was very dangerous. If Ren Tianj and the others didn't dodge fast enough, not only Xianxia, even the great leaders would be in trouble. As for the two of them drinking God's water and God's dew to recover their strength, they only scolded them for being shameless at first. Later on, when they saw that they didn't drink anymore, they would be surprised. Hey, why aren't they drinking God's water to recover? Is the battle about to end? God's water, God's dew, taihu beans, enshrouded spirit leaves and other rare recovery treasures were sent into their stomachs. Ren Tianj and the others cried when they saw this. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. Later on, when they saw that Xianxia even used God's blood to recover, everyone couldn't calm down anymore. The most terrible thing was that abnormal newbie even used chaos energy and disaster god's power, and even the remnant god's power from a broken god's deity to recover himself and his beasts. Everyone was so jealous that they almost rushed up to rob him. Facing this kind of abnormal person, what could they say? They could only say that he had the capital and the strength to carry out an unprecedented battle. A poor guy wanting to carry out an unprecedented battle. Not to mention his strength, did he have God's water, God's dew, God's blood, and God's power? Moreover, with God's water, God's dew, God's blood, and God's power, what was the point of fighting? He should hide and secretly absorb it. After fighting for 100 days and drinking God's blood for half a month, heaven-splitting demon Venerable finally couldn't hold on anymore. He felt that he had used up all his wealth just to vent his anger, but the abnormal young man in front of him was getting more and more energetic. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable would never have thought that the God's water, God's dew, God's blood, and God's power in Yue Yang's Aquarius bottle didn't decrease at all. He only pretended to drink it. In reality, Yue Yang, who had obtained the core energy and inheritance of the ancient rune sky formation, had endless chaos energy that was stored in the creation god's pearl. He didn't dare to use it because he was worried that his body wouldn't be able to bear it if he released too much chaos energy at once. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to chase after Ji to stop him from obtaining the divine grimoire, Yue Yang wouldn't mind fighting with him for 100 years. This was because every day he fought, he would exhaust his body's energy, and he could use the chaos energy to cleanse his body once more. Every time he cleansed his body, the chaos energy would fuse with Yue Yang's body a little. In other words, as long as he wasn't killed by heaven-splitting demon Venerable, the process of the battle would be the process of Yue Yang continuously digesting and absorbing the chaos energy in the creation god's pearl. In this case, it wouldn't be a loss even if he fought for 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. If it was his previous body, he might not be able to withstand heaven-splitting demon Venerable's crazy attacks. However, Yue Yang, who had been remolded by the nirvana flame countless times and had even comprehended the true dragon's heart, couldn't be killed instantly, even if his opponent was a god. As long as he wasn't killed instantly, the chaos energy would overflow crazily and fill Yue Yang's body, helping him recover to his limit. If it wasn't for Yue Yang intentionally controlling his external injuries and giving heaven-splitting demon Venerable a chance to continue fighting, heaven-splitting demon Venerable would have given up on this battle long ago. This battle is temporarily suspended, but the battle between us will never end. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable had to admit that he couldn't kill Yue Yang. I can leave the demonic valley. Yue Yang stated a fact. HMPH. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable could also leave, but he couldn't bear to leave. This was because his grimoire and divine sense were still sealed in the demonic god palace. Once he left, the seal might change. At the very least, it would become tighter and harder to remove. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable wasn't willing to leave the demonic valley for thousands of years because he couldn't find an effective way to remove the final seal. Your strength is so-so. It's passable, but I want to say that you're already old. Yue Yang tried his best to attack heaven-splitting demon Venerable. Although he couldn't win the battle, it was good to mock him. What a joke. To me, time is just a useless number. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable was never one to be old. Moreover, he looked like a beautiful swordsman in his 20s. He was only slightly more mature than Yue Yang. Yue Yang looked at Ren Tianj and the others in the distance and suddenly laughed. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable, goodbye. I will leave the demonic valley and head for the 7th stage, human valley. When I obtain the grimoire and reach the god realm, I will come back to see you. Of course, I might not be interested in a small character like you at that time. Haha, alright, don't be too angry. I will occasionally reflect on the battle of 100 days. After all, many of the ancient battle techniques you displayed are still so-so. Heaven-splitting demon Venerable sneered. No matter where you go, I will go with you. Junior, don't even think of growing in front of me. Why can't I go to Human Valley? Ren Tianj and the others were dumbfounded. Not good. These two perverts actually want to go to Human Valley. Then wouldn't Human Valley become the second demonic valley? Chapter 1052. The person who was most wary of Yue Yang's idea of going to the 7th stage, Human Valley, was none other than Kai Tian Demon Marshal. Although he had not come out for tens of thousands of years, he had obtained some information about the Human Valley before. If he wanted to attack Yue Yang in the Human Valley, he couldn't start a war directly like he did in the Demon Valley. Moreover, a direct battle would not be able to take down this young man. He had to think of the best way, the best plan of action, in order to firmly suppress this fated greatest enemy. When a battle angel wearing an angel badge flew over from afar, Ren Tianj and the others, who had been watching the battle for 100 days, sighed from the bottom of their hearts. What a cunning newbie! Who would have thought that this newbie still had the strength to release a guardian beast like a battle angel to hunt for points in such an intense battle in the 100 days? Not to mention the fact that this brat had so many guardian beasts, not to mention the fact that he still had the courage to conserve in the 100 days of battle. Just his advanced thinking was enough to make others feel ashamed of themselves. This brat had actually started such a plan when he entered the underground ruins of the dark space lair. He had been fighting bitterly for 100 days, yet he didn't recall his main guardian beast. Instead, he took advantage of the chaos to crazily gather points. They had to admit, Jiwari's plan of killing 2 birds with 1 stone was not bad, but it paled in comparison to this advanced thinking. At least, Ren Tianj and the others estimated that no matter how cunning Jiwari was, he wouldn't be able to calculate such a large amount of time after 100 days. Not to mention that he would be able to maintain his fighting strength to win other battles under the torment of the 100 days of battle. How many points? Even Ren Tianj was curious. He knew that Yue Yang must have a reason for doing this. It wouldn't take 100 days to win 100 points. Moreover, that was not an ordinary battle angel. This battle angel's intelligence, fighting strength, and growth pattern were all beyond Ren Tianj and the others' knowledge. Most of the time, they felt that this battle angel was a human and not a beast. From this, it could be seen how successful this battle angel was in transforming into a human. 10,000. It wasn't Yue Yang who answered, but Qing Mo. When he saw the battle angel, he deliberately teleported away and checked the records in the nearest camp. He discovered that a new record had been created. Under the angel statue, the person in first place was still Jiwari. However, his lead was only 1 point, and Jiwari had already left the Devil's Valley. Needless to say, the new record would belong to this abnormal newcomer. What? When Ren Tianj and the others heard this, they couldn't help but shout. They all knew how difficult it was to obtain points. Even though Jiwari, Zhang Hua, and the others had used their schemes to crush the Angel Alliance's camp countless times, they had only obtained 10,001 points. They had even surpassed the original Queen Vivian Li. Of course, when Jiwari took a few months, it was through scheming. Back then, Queen Vivian only took half a month. There was no comparison between the two. With such difficult points, how did this battle angel obtain as many as 10,000 points in 100 days? Can you tell me? Even the great sage Silver Pupil was curious and wanted to know the answer. It's a secret. Yue Yang smiled and didn't answer. Some secrets were best not to be revealed. Otherwise, it would be easy to set a bad example for future generations. Moreover, people with secrets and trump cards were the real experts. When the battle angel Ika transformed into Yu Shuang's life form and threw herself into the arms of Yue Yang, her body suddenly emerged with a colorful brilliance. In the dome of the sky, a huge image of an angel appeared. It was 1,000 meters tall, with a crown of wisdom woven by green cassia leaves on its head. It held the demon-slaying holy sword in one hand, and the other hand stretched down from void to touch the head of the battle angel Ika. Similarly, in the distant sky, there was an equally huge image of the demon king. However, because no one inherited its power, it disappeared without a trace with a sad face. Previously, when Jiwari broke the record, there was also a flash of light on his body. But how could it be as exaggerated as today? Endless energy, like the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, constantly poured into the angel badge in Ika's hand. On top of her head, there was 1,000 times the power of inheritance, so that this battle angel with unlimited potential, surrounded by divine power, continued to grow and evolve. Originally, the battle angel Ika, who was born under special reasons such as God's blood and Yue Yang's blood, was an extraordinary battle angel. Now, after being stimulated by the divine power of this unknown god in the form of an angel, she was reborn and grew to a new form at an extremely fast speed, completely beyond the expectations of Yue Yang. Rumble. When Ika, who had inherited all the divine power of the unknown god in the form of an angel, broke free from Yue Yang's arms, flapped her wings and soared into the sky, the whole world was shocked. The image of the angel with the appearance of a woman, with a loving expression on her face, gently held Ika who soared into the sky with her giant hand, gently brought her to her lips, kissed her lightly, and then disappeared silently. Under her kiss, Ika suddenly released all her divine power. From the original god's envoy level, it has been growing crazily. This kind of speed of improvement made Ren Tianj and the others shocked, jealous, and regretful. Now they finally understood why there was a battle between the two factions in the Devil Valley. The reason was that there were two fallen ancient gods who intended to find a qualified successor here. Now the successor finally appeared, but it was not them who had stayed in the Devil Valley for thousands of years, but a newcomer who had just arrived, an unknown guardian beast. The shadow of the Ghost King, the Skeleton King Golden Remains, and the Skinner King Sanguinar of the Dark Camp were even more ashamed. Judging from the disappearance of the image of the god in the form of the Demon King, the Dark Camp had lost, and the god of the Angel Alliance had found a qualified successor. This ancient battle ended with the defeat of the Dark Camp. This was not as simple as a failure, but also lost the qualification of divine power inheritance. God's envoy, God's general, quasi-god, God. When all of Ika's divine power broke out, everyone below was suffocated, and their hearts were awed by the pressure of this divine power. If Ika could completely master this divine power, it was estimated that she could kill everyone below with one hand. In the face of this divine power, even the sky-splitting demon Venerable, who had always been proud and looked down on people, could not help but change his expression. Unfortunately, the time of all the divine power breaking out was only dozens of seconds, and it quickly disappeared. This vast divine power was still not something that Ika could master now. Of course, she was not in a hurry. When the divine power returned to her body, Ika whistled, flew down from the sky, and fell into the arms of Yue Yang again. If it were not for the divine emblem representing the gods between her eyebrows, and the words in the Holy Bible of Yue Yang, which proved that she had been promoted to the unprecedented God Angel, only in other aspects, it was impossible to see her change. I will wait for you in the human valley. Sky-splitting demon Venerable snorted. Yue Yang had such a guardian warbeast to obtain points. With such points, it was impossible for sky-splitting demon Venerable to stop Yue Yang from going to the human valley in the demon valley. He decided to take a step forward, use his own advantage, and first go to the human valley of the 7th stage to wait for Yue Yang. In any case, he could not watch a young man like Yue Yang grow up, and it was even more impossible to let Yue Yang pass all the trials and get the final reward of the Holy Bible. Ren Tianj and the others also stepped forward to greet Yue Yang and build a relationship. Now, they had already regarded Yue Yang as an equal or even a first-line companion. The divine power inheritance was gone, and there was no value in leaving the Demon Valley. They had to go to the 7th stage, the Human Valley, but no one was sure that they could compete with Yue Yang, a abnormal newcomer. It was necessary to build a good relationship in advance. Regarding the 7th stage, the Human Valley, each of them had collected a lot of information. They knew that in the Human Valley, relationships were the most important. Ren Tianj, the Great Sage Silver Pupil, the Phantom Spirit King, the Skeleton King Golden Remains, the Skinner King Sanguinar and other strong warriors left one after another. In the end, the one who stayed was unexpectedly Qing Mo. If you are not Qing Mo, what is your name? Yue Yang suddenly asked. HMPH. Qing Mo snorted coldly and inexplicably teleported away. Yue Yang was sure that this guy was from Tong Tian Tower, but he did not know who he was. Anyway, they would meet again in the 7th stage, the Human Valley. Yue Yang did not mind letting this senior put on airs for the time being. Kai Tian Demon Elder, Ren Tianj and other leaders left the Demon Valley, but Yue Yang did not leave immediately. Instead, he returned to the shattered dark sky lair, and then returned to the demonic palace in the heaven civ space. 3 days later, when he came out, there were 10,000 dejected challengers behind him. Their faces were filled with gratitude, but they were even more depressed, because in exchange, Yue Yang and Ika killed their main warbeast. They chose to live first. After all, Yue Yang had a saying before he came to this world, as long as there is life, there is hope. At this time, the angel statue's points had reached 30,000. It was ranked first, looking down on everything. This score was completely higher than the one that Ji Wei had spent a few months and relied on scheming to obtain 10,001 points. It was also the ultimate peak that could not be replicated and surpassed by future generations. It was believed that in the future, no one would have the opportunity to kill the enemy camp's 10,000 main warbeast, and it was even more impossible for them to save themselves. As for Ji Wei's deliberate action of suppressing Queen Vivian Li and ranking first, Yue Yang gave the biggest counterattack. Moreover, this was just the beginning. The real counterattack was still in the Human Valley. When Yue Yang left the Demon Valley from the first Angel's camp, not only the Angel Alliance, but many challengers from the Dark Camp also came to send off this special savior. The most moved were Vice Camp Leader Ma Ke, who initially protected Yue Yang, the newcomer, as well as the one-eyed man Ben, Ox-Head Bei, multi-armed monster Tiao, short fatty Fa Kai and other challengers who fought together with Yue Yang through thick and thin. Although Yue Yang did not speak much, every sentence he said became the most precious words in their lives. They knew their limits, although they could live peacefully. In this demon valley where the great leader and the qualified challengers had left, the 7th stage, Human Valley, was not something they could go to. Even if Yue Yang could bring them there, they did not want to become his burden. It's okay, we can live very well here. When you pass all the trials and obtain the divine grimoire, we will follow you again. The one-eyed man became the new leader. He represented many challengers and spoke out their thoughts. Yue Yang nodded, waved his hand, and bid farewell to the crowd. When he returned to the old man who had just entered, the old man's face was smiling like a chrysanthemum, making Yue Yang's teeth itch. He really wanted to punch him. However, he knew that the old man's strength was even more difficult to deal with than the heaven-opening demon venerable in a real fight. Otherwise, this old man would not have become the guide of the Angel Alliance in the Demon Valley. It's good to be young, hot-blooded, I'm so envious. The old man seemed to know everything that Yue Yang had done and gained in the Demon Valley. He smiled especially slyly. It's good to be old, thick-skinned, I'm really impressed. Yue Yang retorted without holding back. There's no benefit in offending an old man like me, especially when I know some information about the Human Valley. The old man was not angry at all. Do you want me to flatter you? Yue Yang was furious. As a senior, it was fine if he did not guide the newcomer properly, but did he want to extort him? Aiya, this old man has stood for a long time. My legs are tired and my shoulders are sore. If someone is willing to massage my old bones, then I might remember something useful. The old man looked at Yue Yang, as if he was an old thief who had seen a rare treasure. He smiled especially warmly. Yue Yang really wanted to tell him that he knew how to kill people and set fires. He was also good at breaking bones and skinning skin. Things like flattering a senior and massaging his shoulders and legs in exchange for information, not to mention that he didn't know how to do it. Even if he did, he would definitely not do it. To let this kind of senior who did not care for the newcomer at all die, Yue Yang almost took out a knife and chopped this old man to death. However, in the end, he still endured it and put on a smiling face. Old man, this brat's strength is a little strong, is this okay? Hearing this, the old man shivered and hurriedly shook his head. My shoulders are suddenly not sore, and my legs are also not tired. Little friend, it's good that you have such filial piety, it's good that you have the heart. Chapter 1053. When Yue Yang passed through the portal of the Devil's Valley and arrived at the 7th stage, Human Valley, he found that this place was completely different from the previous 6 stages. At the entrance was an ancient building that towered into the clouds. Ascending the jade stone steps, what greeted his eyes was a magnificent and luxurious hall. There was nothing in the hall. Yue Yang walked forward for 10,000 meters and searched repeatedly before he finally found a huge statue in the back hall. This statue was about 300 meters tall. Its body seemed to be made of pure gold, and the pedestal was decorated with all kinds of rare gems. This statue was different from the other statues of majestic or benevolent gods. It looked more like a merchant who was greedy for money. Its smiling eyes and half-open mouth seemed like it would say, "Congratulations on getting rich," at any time. If the guide of the Devil's Valley hadn't mentioned it, Yue Yang wouldn't have believed that the legendary god of wealth looked like this. How was this like a god? He was simply a miser who regarded gold as his life and was stingy to the bone. Yue Yang learned from the old man who guided the newcomers in the Devil's Valley that the 7th stage's test was mainly to test one's heart. The first test before entering the valley was to pass the divine sense test of the god of wealth. If one couldn't even endure the test of the god of wealth, then there was no need to talk about entering the 7th stage. HMPH, you're too slow. Cheng Mo suddenly came out from behind the statue of the god of wealth. He was very dissatisfied with Yue Yang's tardiness. So what if I'm here? I'm still a beggar. Haug stood behind the Molochian fiend. At this moment, Haug did not look like a madman with red hair like a devil at all. Instead, he looked like a loser in life. His face was full of dejection, as though he was in pain after his chrysanthemum had been pierced. Do you think he's an idiot like you? He doesn't even have the courage to enter Human Valley. There's no need for you to stay here at all. Get lost immediately. What surprised Yue Yang the most was that it wasn't his old enemy, the heaven-splitting demon Venerable, who was waiting for him. Instead, it was Ren Tianj, great sage silver pupil, and the Phantom King's projection. It was Ren Tianj, who scolded Haug with a face full of anger and disappointment. What's going on? Yue Yang was confused. Take a look at the reincarnation conditions for entering the valley, and you'll know what's going on. Haug looked like he had been constipated for 10 days, and he almost killed himself with a stick of noodles. Reincarnation conditions. Yue Yang was shocked. The old man didn't say anything about reincarnation. What was going on? Could it be that the old man had deliberately concealed important information in order to take revenge on him? Wait, Queen Vivian Li didn't mention this reincarnation condition before. Could it be that the challenger had to reincarnate after entering Human Valley? He looked at Ren Tianj. Ren Tianj looked up at the sky, pretending not to see Yue Yang's inquisitive gaze. The Phantom King, Skeleton King, Golden Remains, and the others had sinister smiles on their faces. They looked like they were going to suffer together if the sky collapsed. Yue Yang didn't need to look at these guys to know that they wouldn't have a good time. But the reason why they stayed was that they wanted to see if they would be the same as them, or if they would be even more unlucky than them. These guys with bad intentions. Yue Yang looked at Qing Mo again. This guy wasn't a good guy either. He was also from the Tong Tian Tower, but now he was like an enemy. In the end, it was still the great sage silver pupil. His personal cultivation was good. He completely disregarded the previous grievances in the Devil Valley. He waited for Yue Yang to come to the statue of the God of Wealth, then slowly stepped forward and carefully introduced the conditions for entering the Human Valley to Yue Yang, without holding anything back. After he said so, Yue Yang finally understood a little. It turned out that after entering the Human Valley, except for the specific martial arts arena, no one could use force anywhere else. No matter what realm the challenger's strength reached, they would become an ordinary person, under the ancient law, and there was no possibility of fighting anymore. Unless it was in a specific martial arts arena and had the permission of the ancient law, or in a special trial space, they had to use force to knock down certain mission targets before they were allowed to use part of their strength. In short, once the challenger entered the Human Valley, they couldn't use force to solve the problem. In the Human Valley, the challenger could only use wisdom to solve the problem. Moreover, wisdom here could be equated with money. Money could solve everything. This was the standard of survival in the Human Valley. In addition to completing the specified mission, the most important thing in the Human Valley was to earn 100,000 heaven crystals. This special heaven crystal that didn't exist in the outside world was the unique currency of the Human Valley. All the challengers inside would go crazy for it. Without heaven crystal, without money, they couldn't survive a day in the Human Valley. This was the reason why all the challengers were afraid of the 7th stage, Human Valley. But this has nothing to do with the valley, right? Yue Yang had actually heard of the conditions to clear the stage and knew a lot of information about the Human Valley. After all, Queen Vivian Li had vaguely reminded Yue Yang that she wouldn't tell him the method to clear the stage in order to keep it interesting, but she was still willing to share some fun information. How can it have nothing to do with it? When Haug heard Yue Yang's words, the big man actually burst into tears. It doesn't matter, there's no one behind me. Even if I have the strength of a level 5 supreme martial artist, I can only be a beggar. A beggar? Yue Yang was sweating profusely. Yes, I don't have any extravagant requests. I just want to be a civilian with a household register, but I have no one behind me, so I can only be a beggar like a stray dog. Do you think I can go in? If I go in, I'll be a fool who's asking for trouble. Haug beat his chest and stamped his feet. To think that I, Haug, am also an overlord in the heaven realm. Even in the heaven realm, I can be considered a person with status. If I go in the Human Valley, I can only be a beggar. How can I face others in the future? You don't even have the guts to enter the Human Valley, how can you talk about face? Qing Mo sneered. The famous Lord Haug in the heaven realm, I'm sorry, I've never heard of your name before. The Skinner King Sanguinar expressed that the heaven realm wasn't a place where just any Tom, Dick, or Harry could be called a famous person. He hoped that Haug wouldn't go around talking about it, so that others wouldn't feel ashamed for him. HMPH. Haug was furious, but the ones who mocked him were the Skinner King Sanguinar and Qing Mo, the two fellows whose strength far exceeded his. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. The great sage silver pupil gestured for Yue Yang to come forward. When Yue Yang reached out and touched the base of the god of wealth's statue, the divine sense that had been stationed here for who knows how many years immediately came into contact with Yue Yang's mind. This divine sense was very strange. It wasn't like an ordinary divine sense, but more like a fixed law standard. Or it could be said that it was a special law standard before entering the human valley. The divine sense first asked Yue Yang if he wanted to enter the human valley. After getting a positive answer, the first question was actually to ask if Yue Yang knew anyone in the human valley, if he had any friends, if he had any connections. Yue Yang first answered no. The god of wealth's second question was to ask if Yue Yang had any treasures, if there were any valuable things, and also gave examples of grimoires, divine weapons, holy items, God's blood, and so on. Everything could be used as collateral in exchange for the sky crystals needed for living. The god of wealth's divine sense indicated that he could use grimoires, divine weapons, and other things as collateral to provide interest-bearing loans or one-time pawns, but the former was only 1/3 of the price of the latter. When Yue Yang tried to ask how much the next divine weapon would be as collateral, the answer he received was 1,000 sky crystals. This answer made him sweat profusely. How many divine weapons could the challenger have? A divine weapon could only be exchanged for 1,000 sky crystals. According to this price, even if he had a mountain of treasures, he wouldn't be able to become a household of 10,000 yuan. If you don't have a divine weapon, can you not use it as collateral? No matter who it was, wanting to extort the divine weapons from Yue Yang was easier said than done. The god of wealth's divine sense had no effect on Yue Yang. The god of wealth's divine sense did not have any emotional fluctuations. He was just asking as usual, and would not force the challenger to choose. He then asked the third question, asking if Yue Yang had inherited any property in the human valley. If so, did he have a keepsake? Yue Yang was afraid that if he took out the keepsake, it would be swallowed by the god of wealth's divine sense, so he shook his head to indicate that he did not have it. After the 3 questions were over, the god of wealth's divine sense indicated that the inquiry was over. He invited Yue Yang to enter and choose the top choices for reincarnation in the human valley. After choosing, he could enter the human valley. The first choice was immediately placed in front of Yue Yang. Reincarnator's name. During the human valley reincarnation, name at will is free. Reincarnator's name is 100 sky crystals. The second choice of reincarnation. Reincarnator's gender. During the reincarnation, choose at will is free. If you want to choose the same gender as the reincarnator, you need 100 sky crystals. Reincarnator's race. Choose at will is free. Dwarf, goblin, dwarf, beast, etc., 10 sky crystals. Fairy, flower, angel, and demon, 50 sky crystals. Human, 100. Reincarnator's identity. Beggar is free, commoner is 10 sky crystals, warrior is 100, aristocrat is 500, prince and princess is 1000. Reincarnator's life hope. Life loser is free, mediocrity is 10 sky crystals, life supporting character is 100, life winner is 500, life main character is 1000. Reincarnator's charm reputation. Everyone will look at you as if you are an idiot for free. Short and poor will be your synonym. 10 sky crystals. No matter how hard you work, you will just be a pitiful spare tire. 100 people will occasionally ask you to dance during balls. 300 people will occasionally ask you to dance. You will be a famous person in your circle of friends. Reincarnator's life skill. If you can choke to death while eating biscuits, you will be free. When you make instant noodles, you will be able to put out the fire by yourself. 10 sky crystals. When you hit your thumb with a hammer, you will only occasionally get 50 sky crystals. When you water plants and weed, you will get 100 sky crystals. When you make instant noodles and fry eggs, you will get 500 sky crystals. Even though your skill level is not high, at the very least, there will be people who will flatter you and call you a master. Reincarnator's special skill. Natural castration is free. 3 seconds is your limit. 10 sky crystals. 1 minute, half an hour and you will still be as strong as a tiger. 500 sky crystals. 7 times in 1 night is your limit. Reincarnator. When Yue Yang finished reading it, he felt dizzy. He could not help but cry out, "Damn you! I'm going to die because of you." Chapter 1054. Yue Yang retracted his hand and stopped communicating with his divine sense. He turned around and looked at Ren Tianj and the others. When Ren Tianjie and the others saw Yue Yang's depressed look, they immediately roared with laughter. Seeing Yue Yang's defeat, although they weren't his enemies, they still felt an indescribable sense of comfort. Each of them was secretly pleased. Who asked you to be this abnormal? You've finally failed at the 7th stage, Human Valley. The Phantom of the Spirit King looked at the sky from a 45-degree angle and snorted proudly, "It's good to have someone above you. You're so efficient." His reincarnation card in Human Valley showed that he had a wealth of 800 heaven crystals. He probably had someone behind him and used treasures as a mortgage. Although he could not be the main character of his life, he was much better than a poor beggar like Haug. He could live a relatively well-off life in the future. No wonder he was so smug. Skeleton King Golden Remains also had a despicable smile on his face, indicating that he also had someone above him. Skinner King Sanguinar directly showed the card of fate. Other than the Phantom of the Spirit King, he had the most wealth in Human Valley with 750 heaven crystals. Ren Tianj was ranked 3rd with 680 heaven crystals, followed by Sanguinar and the Great Sage Silver Pupil with 600 heaven crystals. Behind them was Ching Mo's 500 heaven crystals, which was really unexpected. Everyone had someone behind them. At this moment, they all looked at Yue Yang with a superior gaze, venting the depression they felt when they were watching in the Devil's Valley. Of course, except for the poor Haug. Haug gambled everything he had, but in the end, he only managed to get 250. This pitiful number made Haug very anxious during the reincarnation selection. If he did not want to enjoy a free life like being castrated, he had to invest money in it. Not to mention the fact that he got a female gender when he tragically chose his gender randomly. He had to spend 100 heaven crystals to change his gender to male. What else could a 250 heaven crystal do besides being a beggar? There was a reason why Haug had been crying so bitterly all this time. Even the Great Sage Silver Pupil couldn't help but tease Yue Yang. "What do you think? Don't you have a friend in Human Valley? If you have good connections, you can get at least 300 heaven crystals in advance." Yue Yang shook his head. If his family and friends were in the Human Valley, would he still need to talk nonsense with them here? Just go in and hug his thigh. When Ren Tianj saw Yue Yang's expression, he quickly comforted him. "It's okay. You are strong and smart. It's okay even if you are born in a poor family." How was this comforting? This was like pouring salt on a person's wound. This wasn't the Red Era, where one could be proud of being born into a poor family. This was an era where people laughed at the poor but not at the prostitutes. If you didn't have money, you should just die. Yue Yang had yet to react, but Bianjian Haug, who also had no relatives or friends, nor did he have any artifact as collateral, instantly cried. He swore that he would fight with tall, rich, and handsome men for the rest of his life. He would not stop until he was dead. Wasn't it just entering Human Valley to reincarnate? Was there a need to bring out the bad habits of nepotism, money, and benefits? You can't afford to hurt a poor person who has no one to back him up. Fortunately, he found that Yue Yang was the same kind of person. He was even poorer than him, so he was somewhat comforted. Otherwise, he might as well commit suicide. If you can't bear to pawn your artifact, you can also pawn some sacred artifacts. One sacred artifact can be worth 100. Ren Tianj did not want to become enemies with Yue Yang, so he quickly suggested. In the land of trials, the first 3 stages are the standard of passing. The next 4 to 6 stages are the score of personal achievements. You can take out some physical items to prove your achievements after the 4th stage. You should be able to get a lot of heaven crystals in advance. The Great Sage Silver Pupil also suggested a feasible method. Thanks. When Yue Yang heard this, he thought that it would work too. His gains in the Valley of Desire and the Valley of Beasts were not bad. He cleared the stages quickly and even got first place in the Demon Valley. This kind of personal achievement score could probably be exchanged for a lot of heaven crystals in advance. Forget about the disaster god power and chaos energy. No matter how bad he was, he could not use them as pawns. However, the angel badge did not seem to have any use for the time being. Perhaps, he could exchange it for some money. Anyway, it was pawns, not dead pawns. When he earned money in the future, he could still redeem it. Haug felt that something was wrong. If Yue Yang jumped out of his poor life, wouldn't he be the only old man left? He hoped that Yue Yang would become poor like him. They would shed tears together in all kinds of tragedies in the future. They would struggle in the bitter camp of the losers in life. They would be jealous of those tall, rich, and handsome men who died of exhaustion. At least they would have a companion. If everyone entered the Human Valley together and he was the only one who suffered a tragedy, he might as well die. Boring, I'm going to leave first. Ching Mo suddenly showed his impatience. He gently stuck the reincarnation card on the god of wealth's pedestal and communicated with his divine sense. He instantly teleported into the human valley and began his new life in the human valley. Why don't you wait here for a few days and wait for Ching Mo to gain a foothold? You can earn an advance payment for your relationships. The great sage silver pupil did not look at Yue Yang. Instead, he looked at the loser in life, Haug. If not for the fact that Haug did not flee when he fought the golden sword deity in the heaven civ space and felt that this guy could be considered an ally, he would not have given him this idea. No, when Haug heard this, he shook his head and waved his hand. Not to mention a few days, even if I wait for a few years, that guy Ching Mo will not see me as a friend. Forget it, I have already given up on this reincarnation. If it really doesn't work, then so be it. I'm going all out. Anyway, I'm not the only one. What he meant was that there was still Yue Yang. As long as Yue Yang was poor too, then he would be psychologically balanced. He was a newbie with such great potential, but he was also poor. He was also a 3-second man. What else could he not balance? One had to know that not everyone could be tall, rich, and handsome, and not everyone could be poor. As long as the one with the most potential was as tragic as him, that was enough. Haug was the type of person who could not be the only one to die when the sky collapsed. He had to be the tallest and most handsome one to die first, and then he would be comfortable. It could not be helped. Jealousy was the nature of almost all races. Do you really think that others are as poor as you? What a joke. The Skinner King Sanguinar sneered. Disregarding everything else, Yue Yang also had a few divine weapons. He could mortgage one of them for 1,000 sky crystals. Since when was he classified as an idiot? Poor, he really wasn't. Only now did Haug suddenly remember that Yue Yang had used divine weapons and treasures in the 100-day battle. He immediately broke out in a sweat. He wanted to say that he should not use divine weapons to exchange for life. It was shameful to exchange for money. Just like those free players in online games who hated money warriors. Of course, he couldn't say the words to stop him. After all, that was his money. That was his business. If he wanted to exchange, it was none of your business. Yue Yang made a reassuring gesture to him, indicating that he would not easily take out divine weapons to exchange. After all, once this thing left his hand, if he could not get it back, it would be an irreparable loss. Yue Yang did not want to use his divine weapons as a joke. Divine weapons, he really would not exchange. However, there was no problem with the token of the Devil Valley, the Angel Badge. He took out the Angel Badge, wanting to see if this thing actually had any value as a mortgage. Once it was close to the base of the statue, immediately, a strange light flashed. The god of wealth's divine sense had a violent reaction. The message was, "This item is a special divine weapon blessed by the ancient divine power of the 6th stage of the Devil Valley. It also has the personal achievement of being ranked first. A total of 2,000 sky crystals can be mortgaged." Seeing this number, everyone was dumbfounded, and their jaws dropped to the ground. Wasn't this kid's luck a little too overpowered? Not only did the Angel Badge become a divine weapon, he also obtained the personal achievement of first place, which could be mortgaged by 1,000 sky crystals. No wonder Ji Wei had racked his brains to fight for first place. Ren Tianj and the Shadow wanted to hug each other and cry bitterly. Damn it, they had dominated the Devil Valley for thousands of years, and the token that they provided did not have more than 100 sky crystals. This kid had only been here for more than 100 days, and he even spent 100 days fighting, yet he actually obtained first place and had 1,000 sky crystals as a mortgage. How could they live like this? Why did things like obtaining divine weapons and sky crystals fall on this newbie? Could this kid be the legendary illegitimate child of the god of fate? Yue Yang did not exchange. When he saw that the Angel Badge was a special divine weapon, he immediately kept it. What a joke, how could this kind of good thing be exchanged for money? Although it could be exchanged for 1,000 sky crystals, Yue Yang was not sure if this special divine weapon would be damaged after exchanging it. If the will of the ancient god that gave Ika the divine weapon interfered, it would cause a situation like the one where the prison emperors will acknowledge the descendant Princess Sissy, or some other abnormalities, then the gains would not make up for the losses. Therefore, this Angel Badge could never be exchanged or mortgaged. Let those 2,000 sky crystals die, at most he would become a pauper. He had food in his hands. No, with a divine weapon in his hands, even if he was a pauper, he would not panic. Ha 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 ha. Haug was overjoyed when he saw this. He almost opened his arms and gave Yue Yang a super bear hug, as if Yue Yang did not mind, he was even willing to become good friends with Yue Yang. Haug waved his fist. Brother, welcome to the Self-Reliance Club. We can proudly say that we are all people with backbone, we will not bow down for money. We are poor people with backbone. Sanguinar laughed coldly as he added emphasis on the word, poor. Idiot. The shadow was speechless towards Haug. How could he only have one angel badge? Someone who had a few divine weapons, could he really be poor? I won't mortgage it. This divine weapon is my friend Zan Feng's keepsake. He appointed me as his successor. May I ask if I can receive his inheritance? Yue Yang smiled slightly. As the new prison emperor of Tong Tian Tower, it was not only a title, there were also benefits occasionally. For example, he could legitimately inherit all of prison emperor Zan Feng's inheritance. The pedestal shone brightly, approving Yue Yang's request. However, because of their friendship, prison emperor Zan Feng's inheritance in Human Valley was 1,800 sky crystals. Yue Yang could only inherit half of it. In the blink of an eye, Haug withered. Even if he could only inherit half of it, Yue Yang still had 900 sky crystals, which was 100 more than the shadow of the Spirit King. His wish to join the poor club was completely shattered. All right, he was not a poor person who could be tied down by his life. The shadow, golden remains and Sanguinar were also extremely envious. Could this brat be a little more lucky? A dead friend could still leave behind 1,800 sky crystals in Human Valley. And he even appointed him to inherit it. No one would believe that this brat was not the god of fate's illegitimate child. Ren Tianj and the great sage Silver Pupil looked at each other in shock. This brat actually had a friend who cleared Human Valley. To be able to leave behind more than 1,800 sky crystals after clearing Human Valley, this friend, Zan Feng, was really an incredible person. If it wasn't for the thousands of years of fighting in Demon Valley, Ren Tianj and the others might have known prison emperor Zan Feng. However, because of the time and space problem, they missed this amazing person who fought against the Central Shrine and the Heaven Realm Coalition army alone. The great sage Silver Pupil frowned slightly. His super memory made him remember that Zan Feng was ranked 8th in the Devil Valley. He was a super strong challenger who had fallen to the 9th place after Ji Wei came. This Zan Feng was actually this newbie's friend. No wonder this brat was so abnormal. This is the token of the Conquest Queen. She is my teacher. May I know if I can inherit the wealth she left in Human Valley? Yue Yang took out the 3-realm compass and asked again. Conquest Queen. It wouldn't be strange if Ren Tianj and the others didn't know prison emperor Zan Feng, but none of them didn't know Queen Vivian Li, the Conquest Queen. This was the queen who shook the entire Heaven Realm. Wherever she went, she was invincible, and all the Heaven Realm warriors were terrified of her. Such an amazing person was actually this brat's teacher. The god of wealth's divine sense only recognized relationships and not people. The answer given was that he could completely inherit it. But he could only inherit 2/3 of it, because the relationship between master and disciple was not the closest relationship. Empress Fei Wenli was the fastest person to clear the Human Valley, clearing it in half a year. In order to race against time to clear it, she did not have much wealth left, but when the amount was revealed, it also scared Haug, the poor bastard, to the point of pissing his pants. This was because Queen Vivian Li's remaining wealth after clearing Human Valley was 6,000 sky crystals. Even if it was 2/3, the amount that Yue Yang could inherit was as high as 4,000. It's so important to have a good teacher. Haug regretted that he didn't find a good teacher back then. If he had a good teacher, he could have saved half of his life. I really want to rob him. Sanguinar was extremely unhappy. If it wasn't Yue Yang, he would have robbed him long ago. No choice, he has a good teacher. Ren Tianj smiled bitterly. They really couldn't be compared. If the Conquest Queen is a teacher, the great sage Silver Pupil began to think again, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. This is my mother's keepsake. As her son, can I inherit the wealth she left in Human Valley? Although there were enough sky crystals, Yue Yang still wanted to try and see if fourth mother's sister had also come to Human Valley, and if she had cleared Human Valley. With a thought, he took out the black jade necklace and gently stuck it on the statue's pedestal. Thousands of rays of light shone brilliantly. It was 1,000 times more dazzling than any previous divine equipment or keepsake. Yue Yang wanted to take it back to verify, but it was too late. The divine sense immediately gave him a reply. The reincarnator's request is true. Due to you being a close relative, you will receive 19,876 heaven crystals in full. You will also receive a castle, 2 towns in the area under your jurisdiction, 1 forest, 1 mine, 500 commoners, and 3,000 slaves, not to mention Ren Tianj and the others who were watching. Even Yue Yang was dumbfounded. There really was. Moreover, there was more than 10,000, close to 20,000, and there was even a castle and slaves. God, who was Fourth Mother's sister. Queen Vivian Li's wealth of 6,000 sky crystals couldn't be compared at all. Before Yue Yang's mind could clear up, Haug suddenly pounced on him and tightly hugged Yue Yang's right leg. Tears streamed down his face. Your Highness, after I enter the valley, I'll also become your slave. Rolling with you is much better than being a beggar on the streets. I beg of you, please take me as your mistress on account that I've watched your 100 days battle. Chapter 1055 The Seventh Stage of the Trial Grounds, Human Valley. Yue Yang floated up from the reincarnation pool and saw Ren Tianj and the others waiting for him not far away. This Human Valley reincarnation did not turn into a baby or shrink into an underage Shota. Everything remained the same, and he still had his original body. It was just that after he floated out of the reincarnation pool, he was restricted by the ancient laws of the Human Valley. Martial arts were forbidden. All martial arts were useless here. Grimoires, divine weapons, beasts, etc. could not be used. At the same time, no matter who it was, their identity would be strictly enforced according to the standards shown by the cards of fate. For example, if a person reincarnated as a poor person and was a tragic loser in life, then no matter how rich he was outside, even if he was a billionaire, it would still be useless. If he did not have heaven crystal, he would definitely starve to death. Or if a person was naturally castrated or a 3-second man, no matter how strong his body was, he would not be able to use it in the Human Valley, because this was the standard of the Human Valley's ancient rules. Here, the restriction was not on beasts, nor was it a test of martial arts. Instead, it was how to live like a human, how to reach the standard of a successful person in the shortest time possible. No one understood why the ancient rules would make such a test. But everyone knew that it was definitely beneficial. And extremely important. For example, beasts successfully transforming into humans was the most important realm. Perhaps in the Human Valley, any race who challenged it would have to understand the essence and wisdom of a real human. We are going in a different direction from you, but in the life assessment ceremony 3 months later, I hope that we will still be allies. Ren Tianj knew that his starting point would not be the same as Yue Yang's. Before entering the Human Valley, he had already inherited a castle, 2 towns, and thousands of slaves. Whether it was friends, teachers, or mother, any one of them would be enough for Yue Yang to live a good life in the Human Valley. Especially his teacher and mother, they could make people feel so inferior that they would bang their heads against the wall. Fortunately, this guy, who was luckier than the illegitimate son of the goddess of luck, was his ally. Of course, we made an appointment before entering the Human Valley. Yue Yang had no reason to reject the goodwill of Ren Tianj, the Shadow, Golden Remains, and Sanguinar. It was better to have more friends than more enemies. Moreover, Ren Tianj and the others were also powerful people. They might not have any connections in the Human Valley and could barely be civilians. However, outside of the Heaven Realm, he was definitely a famous and powerful figure. Even in the Heaven Realm, he probably had a very good status. If they were arrogant and looked down on others, there was no need for Yue Yang to be polite to them. However, the other party had extended an olive branch and wanted to form an alliance with him. There was no reason for him to refuse. Didn't they learn from the Human Valley to build good relationships? The great sage Silver Pupil smiled and said, all of us have similar backgrounds, except for Haug, who is slightly worse. If we take care of each other and form a mercenary group, it won't be a problem to take on missions and earn a living while slowly stabilizing. On the other hand, if you were to take over the castle right from the start and become the master of the house, you would probably be a little flustered. Yue Yang didn't want to do that either, but he had no choice. The moment he asked, the inheritance automatically came down. He had to take it even if he didn't want it. Third young master, I still want to get lost with you. As the owner of a castle, you don't have a decent bodyguard by your side. How shabby would that be? Haug still wanted to hug his thigh and ask to be taken care of, but he was kicked flying by Sanguinar. Haug's shameless act of hugging his thigh made Yue Yang, who couldn't break free, have no choice but to lend him a few top-grade martial spirit pills as collateral. It wasn't easy to gather 500. He narrowly escaped from the desperate life situation of a transvestite, an idiot, a loser, and so on. Although he couldn't be a tall, rich, and handsome man, he could at least be a civilian. He wouldn't become a beggar as soon as he entered the human valley. Haug's gratitude to Yue Yang was absolutely from the bottom of his heart. If Yue Yang was a gay friend, even if Yue Yang wanted him to offer his chrysanthemum right now, Haug probably wouldn't hesitate too much. It was a pity that Yue Yang was not interested in this at all. Moreover, Hao Ji's actions of hugging Yue Yang's thighs and begging him to be his mistress made people break out in cold sweat. Not only Yue Yang, even Ren Tianj and the others could not stand it anymore. They decided to bring him away on behalf of the heavens, saving Yue Yang from his predicament. Let's go together. Since we're here, we should familiarize ourselves with the situation first. There's no need to worry too much about other things. Yue Yang didn't want to break Queen Vivian Li's record of half a year. It wasn't that it was impossible to do so, but it was unnecessary. Besides, in the human valley, if he didn't get any rewards, it would be a waste of this trial. Now Yue Yang understood that from the Desire Valley of the 4 stages, the Desire Valley, the Beast Valley, the Devil Valley, the Human Valley, and so on, all had imprints left by ancient gods. Often, in the process of the trial, if you reached the standard, you would get a certain reward. If you missed it, it would be a pity. The Desire Valley obtained Pandora, Disaster Divine Power, and Chaos Energy. The Beast Valley cultivated the Reaper Mantis, the Devil Valley created a new Ika, and in the Human Valley, Yue Yang estimated that the ancient law reward would be even greater. Although he didn't know what it was, he couldn't miss it. Maybe the final standard for obtaining the Divine Grimoire would also be the performance evaluation in each stage. Therefore, in the Human Valley, not only did he meet the standard, but he also had to surpass it and reach an unprecedented record. At the very least, he had to overwhelm Jiwari in all aspects. We've asked. Our range of activities can only be in the slums and the civilian area for the time being. The living area and the commercial area can only be entered after registering as a mercenary and obtaining a certain amount of credits. You are different. You are now a noble and have inherited the title of Baron, so you can enter any area. We will temporarily separate and meet again at the life assessment ceremony. The great sage Silver Pupil indicated that they couldn't act together for the time being because of the difference in their identities. Alright then. Yue Yang felt that if he went with Ren Tianj and the others, the target would be slightly bigger, and it would be disadvantageous for him to snipe Jiwari. Be careful of that guy. Ren Tianj was naturally talking about the sky-splitting demon Venerable. The sky-splitting demon Venerable came in early, so maybe he had already established a foothold. Fortunately, he didn't know that Yue Yang had inherited so much wealth and a castle. Ren Tianj, the Shadow, Sanguinar, and the others left together. Apart from them, there were 3 girls in white who greeted Yue Yang at the birth pool. These girls were all at the level of god messengers. They had gentle smiles on their faces as they stood on the surface of the pool and waited quietly. Only when Yue Yang bid farewell to Ren Tianj and the others did they slowly walk forward. Their voices were like the sounds of nature as they asked, "New martial artist, please present your reincarnation card." Yue Yang took out the reincarnation card given to him by the god of wealth and noticed that the contents on it had changed slightly. A noble young man from a glorious family. He is handsome and has charm that can enchant the opposite sex. He has a good upbringing and is knowledgeable. Compared to his peers, he is a child blessed by the heavens. In his family, be it his relatives, teachers, or friends, they had all obtained great success. The new noble young man stepped on the glory of his ancestors. Would he be able to shine even brighter than his predecessors and surpass them? Apart from this status assessment, there was another status marker. Baron has his own castle and territory. Finally, there was the number of wealth, 12,500 heaven crystals. Although Yue Yang had enough heaven crystals to exchange for a better identity, such as a prince or a superstar who could make countless diehard fans scream and faint, but he did not want that. He could exchange for it, but there was no need for him to exchange for it to the point where he would have goosebumps all over his body. Besides, he could also work hard to improve in Human Valley. As long as he could earn more heaven crystals and achieve greater glory, his status would naturally rise, and all his abilities would become brand new. As long as he was not a ladyboy, a natural eunuch, or a tragic 3-second man in the beginning, it would be fine. There was no need for him to waste too many heaven crystals on some unnecessary investments, such as the masquerade ball or the technique of cheating in the carnival salon. This technique made Hao drool, but unfortunately, he did not have the money for it. As for Yue Yang, he did not even spare a glance at it. There were plenty of girls in the grimoire world that he had not pushed, so he did not have the time to cheat in a ball. Besides, the quality of those girls was not good either. If he was in the mood, Yue Yang felt that he might as well be thick-skinned and tease His Majesty. That would be the real thrill. Please walk this way. The girl in white who was leading Yue Yang wore a noble's badge on his chest. Then, she solemnly recorded Yue Yang's name and title on a silver grimoire in their hands with a golden pen. You are already a noble. Please pay attention to your actions and etiquette. Please do not do the crude actions of a commoner or a mercenary. Otherwise, the noble's badge will deduct your glory points after a few warnings. As a noble with territory and real power, you have many rights, including conscription, participation in national politics, and so on. Please familiarize yourself with the details as soon as you return to the castle. This way, you will receive a higher rating during the official life assessment ceremony 3 months later. A girl in white gently reminded Yue Yang to be mindful of his current status. Hopefully, we will have the chance to meet often. Another girl in white smiled as she greeted Yue Yang as he prepared to enter the teleportation gate. What she meant was that when the reincarnated person obtained the top 10 honors in the Sea's life assessment, he would see them coming to receive their awards. In the human valley, this was the highest blessing. Almost no one could see them often, because there were too many people competing. Even if there were only 10 top rankers in every life assessment, it was not easy to get into the top 10 when there were tens of thousands of reincarnated people competing with each other. Yue Yang really wanted to reach out and pinch her cute little round face. However, he only wanted to fantasize about it. Taking liberties with the god's envoy, deducting glory points was a light punishment. Taking away his status as a noble or even instant killing was also a possibility. Yue Yang did not want to offend these god's envoys who had the opportunity to give him the lowest score. Not only him, he believed that none of the reincarnated people who entered the human valley would have the guts to do so. Those who had the guts to take liberties with him would probably have died long ago. Remember, even if you are a noble, the yearly academic performance assessment is also a must. The last girl in white reminded Yue Yang. This made him black out. Damn it, he still had to attend classes and take exams to give marks. What a bitter life. If you get first place in all the 18 exams, complete the 10 major missions, collect all the honor badges, and have more than 100,000 glory points and wealth, you will be qualified to enter the ancient shrine. It is said that the lowest reward for entering the ancient shrine is a divine equipment. Perhaps seeing that Yue Yang's morale was low, the round-faced girl in white whispered. What did you say? Yue Yang immediately felt his little universe explode, and his morale increased by 100 times. There was something like a divine equipment as a reward. Exams were nothing, at most he would just cheat. Chapter 1056. Yue Yang passed through the teleportation gate and found himself in a manor. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and a fragrance wafted through the air. A wide white stone path led to the castle on top of a small hill. In the middle was an elegant crystal fountain, and in the center of the fountain was a crystal beauty holding a precious vase. Water trickled down from the vase on her shoulder, as if the goddess of earth had bestowed the world with the water of life. Within the walls, the castle on top of the small hill wasn't very big, but its design was unique and ingenious, causing people to exclaim in admiration that it was the work of a master. The castle had several tall spires, 3 of which were in the middle of the main castle, arranged in a triangular formation. Of the 3, the spires in the middle were the tallest. It was also the most special. There seemed to be a huge diamond inlaid on it, and under the sunlight, it shone like a star. Perhaps because they noticed Yue Yang's appearance, 2 middle-aged women dressed in luxurious clothes led 2 teams of more than 20 maids and servants forward, bowing respectfully. The woman on the left had silver hair and an elegant figure. She was dressed in men's attire, with a bow on her collar. Her eyes were even specially decorated with a monocle, making her look like a housekeeper who took care of all the affairs of a noble manor owner. She courteously bowed to Yue Yang like a gentleman and said, "Young master, welcome to the Star Diamond Castle. I am Du Li, the housekeeper who was ordered by master to wait for young master's arrival." The well-dressed woman on the right had a plump figure, but her figure was not bloated at all. One could only feel that she was blessed. She smiled before speaking. Her face was filled with a sweet smile, revealing a kind of indescribable intimacy. The woman on the right was not as serious as the woman on the left. Instead, she directly went forward and hugged Yue Yang. She reached out her hand and caressed Yue Yang's head. She smiled and said, "I'm your cook, Susan. I'm in charge of everything in your life. In the future, I'll take care of you just like how I took care of your mother. I'll take good care of you." Yue Yang sweated profusely when he heard this. White and plump was used to describe a piglet. This Aunt Susan was too passionate, like a ball of fire, the opposite of Du Li's ice. Fortunately, this Auntie Susan only had the same name, and didn't look like the Auntie Susan from the talent show before he transmigrated. Otherwise, he would be sweating to death. Behind the two stewards, there were more than 20 maids. They were probably the servants who stayed in the castle to help. Due to their low status, they did not dare to speak. He followed the two stewards to greet the new young master, Yue Yang. There were no guards or men in the castle. All the work was done by the women, including the coachmen and the gardeners in the manor. Butler Du Li, who was dressed as a silver-haired man, gave Yue Yang a detailed account book, which listed the income and expenses of the various castles, manors, towns, forests, mines, and so on. Yue Yang realized that the last signature of the owner of this account book was 10 years ago. In other words, his mother in name, fourth mother's sister, had left the human valley for at least 10 years. What was even more interesting was that for the past 10 years, no matter what the income or expenditure was, it was always in a balanced state. Yue Yang didn't ask Du Li how she did it. In his heart, Du Li and Su Shan were like the NPCs in the game, equivalent to the village chief of the novice village. In normal online games, when the players entered the novice village, the village chief would always give the players quests, such as saving his grandsons who had been taken away by the wolves. All the players would rush out to kill the Wolf King and save the village chief's grandsons. Nobody had ever investigated how many grandsons the village chief had been taken away by the Wolf King. How was it that when thousands of players killed the wolves, they could save one of the village chief's grandsons? Nobody had ever investigated why the Wolf King would always wait for the players to come before it started its meal, no matter if it was the early or late players. A game, it was just a game. It couldn't be investigated, just like how Yue Yang couldn't investigate why the castle had been in a balanced state for the past 10 years until he came. He only knew that even if he didn't come for 100 years, Butler Du Li and Su Shan would still be waiting. The accounts would always be in a balanced state. The castle needs to be repaired, the forest needs to be recruited, the mines need to be built, the roads need to be opened between the two towns to increase the flow of people in the business, right? Yue Yang knew what his new quest was the moment he looked at the account book. He didn't ask Butler Du Li why she didn't do all these before this, just like how the players in the game didn't ask the village chief how many grandsons the village chief had been taken away by the wolves. "Young master, the horses in the stables and the clothes we wear when we go out should be changed. As nobles, we must maintain our dignity. We also need to invest a lot of money in the classes that nobles should learn," the silver-haired Butler Du Li added without hesitation. "We naturally won't be stingy with what we have to spend. How much should we invest now?" Yue Yang put away the account book and asked directly. "The expenses this year are rather high. We should invest at least 5,000 in the castle, and 3,000 every year in the future," the silver-haired Butler Du Li answered. "Very good." Yue Yang smiled and agreed with this proposal, but he was sweating in his heart. It had to be known that the annual income in the account book was only 1,000 heaven crystals. Sometimes, it was more than what he expected, and sometimes, it was less than what he expected. Why did he have to spend 3 or even 5 times more when it came to the balanced Star Diamond Castle? He had wanted to be a household with 10,000 heaven crystals for a few days, but it seemed impossible now. Yue Yang, who had 12,500 heaven crystals, took out his reincarnation card and transferred 5,000 heaven crystals to the silver-haired Butler Du Li. In less than half a day, he fell from a wealthy household with 10,000 heaven crystals. The smiling, amiable, and good-natured chef Su Shan didn't spend as much as Butler Du Li. She only wanted 500 heaven crystals. Yue Yang knew that he couldn't be stingy with this money. He sighed in his heart, but he still smiled and transferred another 500 heaven crystals. In the end, after disregarding the horses he had personally chosen for the journey, the fact that he had to equip himself with decent noble attire, and the fact that he had to pay for attending a noble school later, Yue Yang only had 7,000 heaven crystals left. If he used up all of his expenses, he would probably become a pauper immediately. The only consolation he had was that he finally had a place to settle down in the future. He wouldn't be like Ren Tianj, Haug, and the others, who didn't know where their path was. If he wanted to be a noble, he had to pay a price. Otherwise, it would be impossible for everyone to be a noble. He left the matters of the castle to butler Du Li and chef Su Shan. What Yue Yang needed to do now was to earn money. He needed to earn more money as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be forced to death by the countless ghosts who were asking for money. It was impossible for him to maintain his daily operations by relying on the taxes from 2 towns, a forest, and a mine. Unless Yue Yang didn't eat, drink, sleep, or use anything and stayed in the castle like a wooden statue. Yue Yang didn't look like he was living a tiring life. He was a noble, so he had to live comfortably. Otherwise, how could he be considered a noble? Yue Yang had just sat down and had his lunch. He didn't have the time to inspect his castle. Someone asked to see him outside the door. They were the 2 towns' mayors and the mine's forest's guard. Captain. These NPCs in Yue Yang's eyes reported that a terrifying sea monster had appeared along the coast of White Sand Town. It caused the fishermen to panic and didn't dare to go out to sea to fish. For White Sand Town, which mainly relied on fishing and transportation, it was a fatal blow. They hoped that young master would be able to think of a way to solve this problem for his subordinates. The other town called Black Rock Town didn't have a sea monster, but it was said that a group of bandits had appeared in the mountains. They gathered together and often robbed the merchants in the town, causing the merchants who went to Black Rock Town to frown. They threatened that if they couldn't solve the problem of the bandits within a month, they would all leave Black Rock Town and give up on their business there. The guard captain in charge of the forest said that a pack of wolves had come to the forest and injured many lumberjacks. They urgently needed to increase the number of guards. It would be best if they could get people to exterminate the wolves. The mine's guard captain's news wasn't too bad. He only said that because the mine was about to be depleted, if there wasn't a new geological exploration to find a new mine, the mine's dozens of workers would face unemployment. Yue Yang almost fainted. Looks like it wasn't easy to be a noble. If martial arts weren't allowed, what Yue Yang needed to do would be simple. He could directly go to White Sand Town to kill the sea monster, go to Black Rock Town to kill the bandits, and then go to the forest to kill the wolves. How high-spirited and heroic would he be? Who knows? He might even be able to shake his tiger body and make all the NPCs fall to their knees and bow down to him, calling him Lord. The problem was that this wasn't Tong Tian Tower, nor was it Heaven Realm, it was Human Valley. Here, even an abnormal genius like Yue Yang could only be a normal person. He had to use a normal person's method to solve problems. Alright, I got it. Yue Yang didn't warmly invite these NPCs to sit down for a meal. He didn't try to rope them in, and he didn't use any methods to increase their loyalty to him to 100. He only waved his hands like a young master, telling these guys to go back to where they came from. He couldn't be bothered to look at them anymore. Damn it, the quest wasn't given out like this. Why did all the problems come at the same time? Who was the master here? If there were sea monsters, bandits and wolves, why didn't you ask the mercenaries to solve it yourself? If that's the case, I'll go back and wait for the good news. The guard captains who came to greet Yue Yang were all very disappointed. This little master's behavior was too abnormal. He wasn't angry, nor did he say any kind words to persuade him. They really wanted to guess what he was thinking, but even if they wanted to flatter him, they couldn't find any way to do so. Yue Yang continued to eat, as if nothing had happened. Young master, your behavior is completely in line with the bearing of a noble. Please continue to maintain it in the future. The silver-haired butler Du Li rarely praised him. These lowly people always like to use their self-righteous little tricks. Su Shan, who was serving delicious snacks to Yue Yang, snorted disdainfully at the mayor and the guard captains. Although she didn't say much, Yue Yang could clearly tell that Du Li and Su Shan's status was much higher than the mayor and the guard captains. It seemed that the residents of the Human Valley also had a very serious social status and social circle. That's why, young master, there are still many things you need to do. Du Li added. Alright, Yue Yang could now confirm that he could at least trust the people in the Star Diamond Castle, especially Du Li and Su Shan. They were definitely trustworthy people, because they were the confidants that Sis Si Niang had left for him. As for the others, he really needed to observe them. It seemed like the matters in the Human Valley weren't as simple as completing quests in the novice village. A maid with arms that were even thicker than a man's drove the carriage. Yue Yang and Du Li first headed towards Silver Maple City. There, Yue Yang could come into contact with the real reincarnated person. He could also truly enter the circle of nobles. That would be the starting point of Yue Yang's success in the Human Valley. Chapter 1057. After butler Du Li left due to work, Yue Yang wandered around Silver Maple City alone. There were 4 major areas here. They were the commoner area, the residential area, and the business area. As for the slums, it was outside the city, and it was a huge mess of shacks. The poor did not have the right to enter the city. Regardless of whether they were reincarnated or natives, they had low statuses. Unless they had the money to buy a house in the city and escape from poverty, only then would they have the right to become a commoner. As for the nobles, they were born with it. There was no need to say much about the natives, and the challengers had decided at the moment they reincarnated. This meant that no matter how hard a commoner worked, no matter how many heaven crystals they earned, no matter how much wealth they had no right to become a noble. Even if the commoners had great wealth and could form huge merchant groups, or even become the leader of a certain industry and monopolize everything, they had no chance of becoming a true noble. They had to rely on the nobles. Just like how they served Yue Yang's Star Diamond Castle, the commoners had the chance to become the mayor of a town. Of course, that was the limit of what the commoners could achieve. Most of the commoners only had enough to eat and wear. In Human Valley, even if the commoners had the chance to enter the nobles' social circle, in the eyes of the nobles, they were just some nouveau riche. If Yue Yang had treated the mayor and the captain of the guards nicely, they would have looked down on Yue Yang from the bottom of their hearts and felt that he was not the descendant of a noble lord. What was the quality of a noble? It was arrogance. The more arrogant a noble was, the nobler it represented. The difference in status in life. The difference in growth. This was the cruel fate of reincarnating in Human Valley. The reincarnated not only had to be strong, but also had connections. They had to have people behind them and the support of their families. Only then could they have a high status and a bright future. Even though the commoners had their own way of living, and the nobles had their own advantages and disadvantages, no matter what, as a noble, their starting point was 100 times higher than that of a commoner. For example, as a commoner, no matter how hard Hao worked, he would not be able to catch up to Yue Yang in Human Valley. Because it was decided the moment he reincarnated. Young master, do you need a flying broom? When passing by a treasure shop, Yue Yang heard a rather vulgar voice ringing in his ears. Yue Yang glanced at the guy with 1/8 of his eyes. Think carefully. What does a flying broomstick mean? The best flying equipment in the world. That's right, you're absolutely right. This was definitely the witch's favorite flying equipment. Not only did it have strong friction, but it could also bring the thrill of flying at high altitudes. Riding on it and flying around the city was equivalent to having the fighting power of all the men in the city. It was durable and would never wither. No matter when it was needed, it would be 100% satisfied. What cucumbers and eggplants? How could those fruits and vegetables compare to this flying broom? Young master, I know that you don't use it, but it can be a tool in your life. Please think about it. Is there a better training tool than a flying broom in this world? Let's not talk about flying. That's its basic function. Let's just talk about its auxiliary function. You don't need to smell it to know what the smell is. This is the smell of a virgin witch. It's 100% the fragrance of a beautiful woman's body fluid. There's also the witch's blessing. Any female slave who rides it will feel endless pleasure. It's a treasure that makes women go crazy. Young master, you deserve it. This is a precious treasure. The most expensive one in our shop was once ridden by the most beautiful witch in Silver Maple City, Blair. It has the best body odor, and this treasure is only sold for 15 heaven crystals. If you immediately decide to buy it, we will also give you a bottle of Witch Blair's bodily fluids and a female slave chain she created. My dear young master, with so many benefits, it's impossible for you not to be tempted. That's right, to commemorate the 1076th anniversary of our flying trading company, we will also give every guest who spends more than 10 sky crystals a luxurious gift bag. As long as you nod, then everything will belong to you. Young master, how can you refuse this gift from the heavens? Please give me a slight nod of your noble chin. Even if it's just 1 centimeter, you will get the best reward today. Yue Yang didn't even have time to speak. This guy in front of him just talked non-stop. It was like the water of the Yangtze River, unending and unstoppable, like the Yellow River bursting its banks. If he could use force, Yue Yang would slap this fly to death, or grab its neck and crush its stomach, letting its intestines splatter out. Then, he would wrap it around its neck and tie it into a knot. Then, he would forcefully pull it until its entire tongue stuck out. Finally, he would raise his hand and chop it down. At last, he would return to a peaceful world. It was a pity that he couldn't fight in Human Valley. For the first time, Yue Yang felt that living in Human Valley wasn't very convenient. Especially for someone like him who liked to use violence to solve problems. That noisy guy didn't have any self-awareness at all. He was even spitting saliva there. Noble young master, I can tell with one look that you are the noblest kind of upper-class person. A true noble, a true knight. You are not someone that those fakes outside can compare to. You are actually a reincarnator. This noisy guy, Yue Yang finally saw clearly. It was a blue-clothed dwarf. He didn't know how strong it was originally, but he guessed that it wasn't an ordinary reincarnator. This guy had big ears and a curved nose. His mouth looked like he had eaten 2 sausages. His teeth were sharp, and his long tongue could easily lick his nose. His eyes were terrifyingly big, as if they could emit a golden light. In addition, his face was full of wrinkles. If he looked at it separately, it would be fine, but when combined, it was simply too horrible to look at. This time, Yue Yang used a quarter of his eyes to look at it. This lowly one really admires you. If you were a native young master, then it would be fine. But you are a reincarnator, and you actually have the qualifications of a noble. Heavens, I simply don't know how to evaluate you. There's no other way, other than worshipping you. I have no other way to express my excitement at this moment. A young master like you must be the descendant of one of those big families in the upper realm. Absolutely. Other than them, who else has the qualifications to become a reincarnator noble in the Human Valley? The blue-clothed dwarf rushed over and hugged Yue Yang's knees. He used his sleeves to desperately wipe Yue Yang's shoes, as if a speck of dust on Yue Yang's shoes was the biggest sin in his life. You want me to buy you a flying broom, right? Yue Yang sneered. He had seen too many of these stupid sales methods on TV. Did he really think that this young master was stupid? How could a noble young master like you buy a broken broom? A white-clothed dwarf rushed over. He sent the blue-clothed dwarf flying with a kick. He respectfully bowed, trying to pretend to be a civilized person. His tone was even more humble than a small civil servant meeting the mayor's secretary. As for his companion's introduction, he disdainfully said, "Don't mention brooms. That's something used by servants. Mentioning a broom in front of the young master is simply a kind of blasphemy, a crime, and an insult. If I could do it here, I would directly use a rope to hang that idiot, Blue Hat. What is a flying broom? What witches? What body odor? It's all rubbish. First of all, unstable flight is a fatal weakness. Carrying a heavy load is also a big problem. Can a single person flying broom carry the young master and the slave girl in the sky? No, not to mention flying in the sky while enjoying pleasure. That kind of overload danger, that kind of incompetent flying broom, will only endanger the young master's life and affect your personal reputation. To say the least, even if you can overload the load, not to mention the danger of difficult postures, that kind of behavior is immoral and will be a fatal loss to the young master's reputation. Not to mention choosing a time at night when there is no one around. That kind of biting cold wind will affect the young master's health. White Hat, do you want to die? Don't you want to recommend a rechargeable flying carpet to the young master? What's so good about a rechargeable flying carpet? It's extremely expensive. The cheapest one costs 20 heaven crystals. Who do you think the young master is? Is he a customer that can be easily deceived? He's my VIP. The blue-clothed dwarf, Blue Hat, rushed back angrily and wrestled with his companion, White Hat. My flying carpet can solve the problem of carrying a heavy load. With 2 people on it, there's no problem in any posture. Even if the young master is interested, he can bring 3 or 4 slave girls to play with him. It's not difficult at all. Can your flying broom do the same? Bah, cheap goods are cheap goods. Do you think the young master will be interested in trash? Not only can my flying carpet solve the problem of carrying a heavy load, it's also very stable. Any high altitude is like walking on flat ground, and when we rest, we can also keep warm. We won't feel the biting cold wind like riding a stupid broom and shiver from the cold. The white-clothed dwarf, White Hat, indicated that the rechargeable flying carpet had many functions. It could even carry an elephant, let alone a few slave girls. Is there no better one? Yue Yang listened without even lifting his eyelids. He was about to fall asleep. Of course, there's one, no matter how expensive it is, the two dwarves answered in unison. They realized that they spoke in unison. They immediately stopped talking and spat at the other person in unison. They then turned their heads, not looking in the same direction as the other person. They were determined to be enemies with the bastard in front of them. Perhaps he was afraid that Yue Yang would leave impatiently, but the blue-clothed dwarf reacted quickly and immediately introduced the flying carpet that White Hat mentioned as trash. If you really want to enjoy flying in the sky, I must recommend a flying carriage to you. It's pulled by two flying horses. The carriage is extremely spacious and has all kinds of luxurious furnishings. There are all kinds of delicacies and wine, and the temperature is like spring all year round. It's convenient to use at any time without losing your status as a noble. Why does the young master need a flying mount? I strongly recommend this flying carriage to you. This is the best equipment to play with cars. Yue Yang pretended to think about it. The white-clothed dwarf's white hat was afraid that Yue Yang would be moved in by it, so he quickly stopped him. Pitui, flying carriage is nothing, it's simply rubbish. No matter how much the carriage boasted about it, it's just a carriage. It's synonymous with narrow and cramped. Is there anything better than a flying carriage? Blue Hat sneered. Of course, in our main shop, there's a luxurious airship. That's practically half the size of a manor. Forget about bringing a few female slaves to play, it's even possible to hold a salon and dance party on it. Can you install a swimming pool in the carriage? Can you have a bath in the carriage? Can you lie on the deck and bask in the sun with beauties or count the stars? Of course not, but luxurious airships can do this. As long as the young master is willing, it can even be specially designed and customized. For a luxurious airship like this, the highest price is only 1,000 heaven crystals. For the young master, it's just a small matter. White Hat immediately raised his lips to retort and flattered Yue Yang again and again. Luckily, Yue Yang's mind was very clear. His flattery was completely ineffective. 1,000 heaven crystals. Damn it, the entire income of the Star Diamond Castle is only 1,000 heaven crystals. Do you think this young master is a pervert whose sperm has swam to his brain? After careful consideration, Yue Yang, who remained calm and collected, finally followed the two dwarves into the shop to look at the designs. Afterwards, he expressed that he didn't really like the 3 designs that were limited to only 3 designs. In front of everyone, he showed off his skills and spent 5 minutes to design a new luxurious airship design. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the two dwarves, Yue Yang slightly adjusted his collar and said calmly, "I'm very grateful for the recommendation from the two of you. Take this design to the main shop. If your main shop can make this kind of airship and can control the price to be below 1,500 heaven crystals, then this young master will order one." Yue Yang left confidently. After a long time, the dwarf in blue who had regained his senses muttered to himself, "Don't they say that the rich second generation are all fools who squander money like it's dirt? Why doesn't this person look like one? It's not that he doesn't look like one, he's not even one." The dwarf in white felt that his hard work just now had been wasted. Why did such an outstanding reincarnator come to Silver Maple City? Could he really be a child from one of the 4 great clans in Heaven Realm? The dwarf in blue was very suspicious. No matter where he came from, he gives me a very bad feeling. I have a feeling that I've been tricked by him. I hope this is just a misconception. Hey, White Hat, do you really think that this luxurious airship can be controlled to be below 1,500 heaven crystals? I've never seen such a special design before. Can it really fly? The more the dwarf in blue thought about it, the more suspicious he became. What are you guessing blindly for? We'll know once we show the design to the main shop's master. I can't say for sure if I've been tricked by him, but I have a feeling that we'll meet again in the future. Believe me, my intuition has always been very accurate. Alright, last time I had a wrong premonition and broke your nose was a small mistake. Damn it, don't ever mention your *T intuition in front of me. I don't want to argue with you. What did you mean when you kicked me just now? You don't want to argue, you're just feeling guilty. That was a performance. It was to compliment your performance. Didn't you also bite me, and the bite was very painful? Bastard, you actually dared to hit me. I'm not done with you. In the midst of the commotion in the shop, Yue Yang slowly walked further and further away. A mysterious smile appeared at the corner of his lips. In Human Valley, he had already discovered something interesting. If he could grasp it, his future development might be smooth. Gee worry, sky-splitting demon elder, and many other potential opponents. Maybe you guys haven't noticed. I'm already here. I'm really looking forward to the next confrontation. Chapter 1058. Yue Yang did not report to the City Lord's residence in Silver Maple City. In these 3 days, he stayed in Silver Maple City. No one knew what he did in these 3 days. Butler Du Li was also sent back to the Star Diamond Castle by Yue Yang. On the evening of the 3rd day, just as the sun was about to set, Yue Yang finally arrived at the City Lord's residence in Silver Maple City. He handed over the reincarnation card to prove his identity and requested to see the City Lord. As a noble, and a baron with a castle and territory, the guards obviously did not dare to slight him. Not only that, the City Lord of Silver Maple City also personally came out to welcome Yue Yang. To express his enthusiasm, the City Lord of Silver Maple City was an old man with a snow-white beard that reached his chest. He wore a long robe and held a dragon-headed walking stick. He looked like a great sage with profound wisdom, and not the lord of a city. Although there was an emperor in Human Valley with no real power, he was only a puppet emperor in charge of giving titles to the various lords. Yue Yang felt that he was a bit like the emperor of the Qin dynasty during the Warring States period, with an undeserved reputation. The ones with real power in Human Valley were the 3 kings of the vassal states and a few princes. The City Lord of Silver Maple City was one of the princes with real power. He had over 10,000 elites and tens of thousands of slave soldiers under his command. His power was at least in the top 5 of Human Valley. Such a powerful figure had actually come out to greet a young lord. He was courteous to the wise, which showed how much he wanted to win over the people around him. Not only to Yue Yang. It was also a great way to win over the people around him. Young man, I liked you from the bottom of my heart the moment I saw you. You were as outstanding as your mother. It's a pity that she pursued a higher realm and had no intention of staying in the valley to fight. Otherwise, a new queen would have risen like a beautiful star. I like you more than my son. Let's not talk about those good-for-nothings. On the other hand, you, the young and outstanding lord, are able to strike a chord with me. Come, young man, I have already ordered people to prepare a feast. Haha, I have to use the grandest welcoming ceremony to welcome the new lord of Silver Maple City, the new noble. Please sit, dear young man, please sit beside me. That's right, you have the right. I am always willing to spare no effort to help outstanding young people. I like young people more than anything else. The city master of Silver Maple City was like a benevolent elder. With white hair and a ruddy complexion, he gestured for Yue Yang to sit beside him to show his favor. Although this is your kind intention, the etiquette of nobles tells me that I should sit in a suitable seat. Yue Yang hurriedly expressed his thanks. Under the envious and murderous gazes, he couldn't possibly foolishly sit beside the City Lord of Silver Maple City. Firstly, it was just a test by the City Lord of Silver Maple City to see if the young man was arrogant and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Secondly, sitting next to the City Lord of Silver Maple would not only bring no benefits, but would also offend his favored subjects. Rather than being the target of public criticism, it was better to reject this superficial favor. Silver Maple City Master, did he really like Fourth Mother's sister that much? Yue Yang felt that this might not be the case. From the information he had gathered previously, it was highly possible that the City Lord of Silver Maple City hated the original owner of the Star Diamond Castle, who was also Yue Yang's mother in name, Fourth Mother's sister, the mysterious woman who couldn't be more mysterious. At the very least, he didn't like her that much. No one would be willing to let such an outstanding person build a Star Diamond Castle in his own territory with his own free will. No one would be willing to let the 2 nearby towns under their jurisdiction be given to someone else. A person without any desire for power would not be able to do it. Furthermore, a person like the City Lord of Silver Maple City, who loved power and held real power, would not be able to do it. On the surface, they might be friendly, but in private, they might not be like that. If the City Lord of Silver Maple City was really that good, why didn't he do anything when there were sea monsters in White Sand Town and bandits in Black Rock Town? Hence, no matter if he greeted them with a smiling face or how dark his heart was, Yue Yang would not easily trust a person, especially when this person was a prince who held the power of life and death. Yue Yang had heard of a saying before: no businessman is generous, no politician is clean, no person in power is benevolent. Trusting the good intentions of a person in power was undoubtedly asking a tiger for its skin. Of course, he couldn't just fall out with them. This was the human valley. He couldn't use force to solve problems. At any time, he had to use wisdom to solve problems. At the banquet, both the host and the guests drank and chatted merrily, drinking to their heart's content. On the surface, it looked like they were in harmony. Until the banquet was about to end, suddenly, a middle-aged man sitting on the third seat on the left of the city lord of Silver Maple City stood up. This person's skin was fair, his eyes were sharp and his lips were as thin as a blade. One look and one could tell that he was a shrewd and intelligent person. Previously, the city lord of Silver Maple City had briefly introduced him to Yue Yang, saying that he was one of the political officials of Silver Maple City, and his name was Fan. This counselor had just offered a toast to Yue Yang with a smile on his face. He seemed to be quite friendly, but who would have thought that at the end of the banquet, he would make such an unexpected surprise attack? He first bowed to the city lord of Silver Maple City, and then raised his cup towards Yue Yang, inviting him to drink. Just now, as one of the political officials, I expressed my greatest respect and welcome to the new owner of the Star Diamond Castle. We sincerely hope that there will be more new nobles joining our ranks. For example, an outstanding lord like the owner of the Star Diamond Castle is an ally that we have always dreamed of. Actually, when the previous owner of the Star Diamond Castle was still the previous owner, I had already expressed the same kind intentions. If not for the previous owner of the Star Diamond Castle being in a hurry to leave in search of a higher realm, I'm afraid that our relationship would be even closer. When Yue Yang heard this, he felt that something was wrong. Here, the person who dared to speak to him like this was definitely an enemy and not a friend. No matter how well he pretended to be, he couldn't hide the greed in his heart that wanted to swallow him whole. Could it be that this red political official, Fan, was Sister Xianxia's enemy? To be able to endure until the end of the banquet, and then counterattack, this fellow's ability to endure was not bad. I wonder how Lord Political Official can help a newcomer like me. Yue Yang had never been afraid of a challenge, no matter if it was a battle of strength or wits. As your close neighbor, in addition to the fact that both of us have been loyal friends for generations, I heard that Lord Baron of the Star Diamond Castle has been in a bit of trouble recently. He had just returned from his study trip to take over the Star Diamond Castle, but he had already met with sea monsters and bandits. It is indeed a bit annoying. Furthermore, Lord Baron still needs to study, and doesn't have the authority to officially take over the territory. During this period of at least 3 months of study, it is obviously not good to ignore the matters under your jurisdiction. If the owner of the Star Diamond Castle, Lord Baron, recognizes me as a close neighbor and friend, and is willing to accept the help of a friendly hand, I am willing to send out people for free to get rid of the sea monsters and bandits, and also to ensure the peace of our territory. This red political official, Fan, was like a living Lei Feng. Thank you, this is really good news. Yue Yang replied indifferently. He wasn't angry, and didn't even deny it. Although we are close neighbors, we still belong to the same territory. If Minister Fan were to send people into the territory under the jurisdiction of the Star Diamond Castle, it seems to be a bit against the rules. Someone immediately stood up to object, protesting against this kind of vile behavior of sending people into the territory of others. In short, it wasn't that this person couldn't bear to see Minister Fan bullying the weak and a newcomer like Yue Yang. Instead, he was worried that once the rules were broken, he, who was weaker, would also be implicated. Thus, he firmly objected. A few other political officials stood up one after another, speaking up for their own interests. Some agreed, while others strongly objected. Both sides stuck to their own opinions and bombarded each other, attempting to protect their own interests to the greatest extent. Yue Yang looked at these people coldly and didn't say a word, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. A strange look flashed in the eyes of the city lord of Silver Maple City. There were too many abnormal things about this newcomer, Yue Yang. For example, he was unfazed by favors and humiliation. As a proud and arrogant young man, this was extremely rare. Another example was that he wasn't afraid in the face of danger, and was calm and composed. Yue Yang's excellent composure was completely out of the city lord of Silver Maple City's expectations. He had originally thought that Yue Yang would fly into a rage after hearing Minister Fan's words, or at least become angry. After all, someone wanted to embezzle his wealth, and as a young man, there was no reason for him to tolerate it. However, what was surprising was that this young man acted as if nothing had happened. He turned a deaf ear to the provocation of others, and his attitude was also ambiguous. He didn't affirm or reject it outright. What was this kid trying to do? Could it be that he saw through the scheme within the scheme? Another person stood up and greeted the city lord of Silver Maple City. This person was the black-bearded old man who was seated on the first seat on the right side of the city lord's seat. He smiled and said, "Since the establishment of Silver Maple City as a free city, our brothers and friends have always been united and friendly. For the past 10,000 years, there has never been any internal strife. It is because we have never wasted our energy on internal conflicts that we are able to stand firm and continue to develop in front of so many powerful enemies. First, we thank Minister Fan for his enthusiasm. It is because of his righteous heart that we have been able to come this far. However, our predecessors from 10,000 years ago made a rule that we shouldn't change too much in order to avoid walking on the wrong path. As for Minister Fan's enthusiasm, we have to praise him. As for the Lord of Star City Castle, we also have to help Lord Baron in his temporary difficulties. I hope that everyone will take the initiative to extend a hand of friendship. When we help our friends, we are actually helping ourselves. The more friends we have, the more united we are, and the more powerful our city will be. Here, I have an immature suggestion. Perhaps, all of us can put in a bit of effort and temporarily gather under the command of the city lord to help the owner of the Star Diamond Castle solve this small problem for free. It can also be considered a small encouragement for the owner of the Star Diamond Castle before he takes over the power of a feudal lord after his studies. I agree. With the city lord taking the lead, it couldn't be better. Someone immediately agreed after hearing the suggestion. The city lord must take the lead. Everyone else agreed. I also agree. Only Minister Fan was left. His expression was gloomy, but he couldn't go against the crowd. He could only pretend to be happy and smile as he nodded in agreement. Then, who will be the leader? If it's still Minister Fan, then I will definitely not agree. Someone noticed this problem and quickly overruled Minister Fan to prevent this greedy fellow from using this as a pretext. HMPH. Minister Fan sneered. Since his plan couldn't succeed, he naturally wouldn't ask for an official position again. Why don't I suggest a candidate? The bald old man sitting on the left of Silver Maple City Lord suddenly waved his hands in a dignified manner. Everyone, why are you so vexed? Actually, I have the best candidate. Originally, I wanted to ask him to help me escort the treasures to Tiandu. However, if the Lord of Star Diamond Castle's matter is more urgent, why not let him lead the team first? Who is it? Who exactly are you talking about? Everyone was curious when they heard this. Who else could it be? Of course it's the city lord's 10th son, Xianxia, who has just returned from his studies. The bald old man laughed loudly. Yue Yang finally understood the ins and outs of the matter when he heard this. So that's how it is. Luckily, the person who appeared in Silver Maple City wasn't the sky-splitting demon deity or Jiwari. Otherwise, it would really be troublesome. What happened next was simple. Since all the nobles present had unanimously approved the suggestion, they immediately invited the future commander of the army, Xianxia. As for Yue Yang, the Lord of Star Diamond Castle's opinion, it was completely ignored by everyone. Alright, he was just a nobleman who had just joined the nobles. He hadn't finished his training and hadn't officially taken over the authority of the city lord. What use was his words? Moreover, Xianxia was the 10th son of the Silver Maple City Lord. He had just passed the trial with excellent results. It was said that among all the newcomers who had returned from their study tours, Xianxia was ranked second with excellent results. He was only below the peerless genius of the Tiandu prince, Jiwari, who was said to be only seen once in 1,000 years. With this kind of strength and reputation, it was naturally easy for him to take on the role of a small bandit suppression commander. Xianxia was invited out. He was handsome and had an imposing appearance. He was indeed a dragon among men. No wonder he was the most outstanding son of Silver Maple City Lord. The moment Xianxia appeared, his charisma overwhelmed all the men and women present. Especially the female slaves who accompanied the various city lords. Their eyes were glued to him, and they were extremely intoxicated. As for the position of bandit suppression commander, Xianxia modestly declined again and again. He expressed that he had just returned from his studies and wasn't qualified to take on such a heavy responsibility. However, under the pressure of the crowd, he reluctantly accepted it. He immediately expressed that he would work hard to suppress the bandits. He did not disappoint everyone. In the end, he also promised Yue Yang that the army would not disturb the citizens. The logistics and military supplies would be provided by Silver Maple City itself. There was no need for Yue Yang, the new owner of Star Diamond Castle, to spend a single cent. What is Lord Baron's opinion? Silver Maple City Lord smiled as he watched. When everyone was done, he turned to ask Yue Yang. I am very grateful to City Lord and Earl Zhonghua for your help. As a City Lord, even if I haven't completely taken over the management of the territory, I am duty-bound to handle the affairs of the district under my jurisdiction. This time, the Star Diamond Castle is willing to fork out 100 heaven crystals to support you in suppressing the bandits. Yue Yang naturally clapped his hands to express his welcome. His smile was very genuine and came from the bottom of his heart. This was because the person standing in front of him was Zhonghua, not Jiwari or Kai Tian demon deity. What made him even happier was that he didn't know if it was because of mutual suspicion or something else, but Jiwari hadn't exchanged messages with Zhonghua. Thus, Zhonghua didn't recognize him, nor did he know that the previous master of Star Diamond Castle was actually a martial artist of Skysplit Tower. No matter how much Zhonghua suspected Yue Yang's identity, he would never be able to guess it. Hence, Yue Yang smiled very happily. When Zhonghua came over to toast Yue Yang, he asked curiously, "We are both reincarnators, where did you come from? Why do you look so familiar?" It was fake that he looked familiar. Zhonghua did not know about Yue Yang and was just testing him. Yue Yang smiled and raised his cup in reply, "I dare not. Palace Lord Zhonghua is very famous and I have long heard of your name. However, because my family's identity is not worth mentioning in the outside world, I cannot bear to embarrass myself and make a fool of myself." As the Palace Lord of the Central Shrine, Zhonghua thought that he was chasing after Jiwari and was about to reach the godly realm. Hence, when he discovered something suspicious, he naturally would not give up easily. To be able to inherit the Star Diamond Castle as soon as he entered, how could he be an ordinary person? He was probably the descendant of some famous clan in the Heaven Realm. However, he did not dare to compete with him, so he kept a low profile and refused to reveal his clan or sect. Yue Yang pretended to be forced to smile bitterly and whispered something in Zhonghua's ear. Zhonghua was instantly enlightened and repeatedly agreed. He then put on a warm expression and nodded to Yue Yang intimately. "Brother, as long as Zhonghua exists in Silver Maple City, no one can touch your Star Diamond Castle. Fan Zhongjung is just a clown. The ones who can truly achieve glory are us reincarnators. Brother, as long as you and I join hands, with the strong joining forces, forget about Fan Zhong, even that arrogant rooster Ji Wuri might be defeated by us. With the power of your family behind you, and me as a spy, the Upper Heaven Realm has long been a place where we can dominate. Alright, I won't say much. Zhonghua definitely has the intention to befriend you. Brother, just look at Zhonghua's sincerity in the future." After bidding farewell to Yue Yang, Zhonghua was like Popeye who had eaten spinach, his face flushed red. Originally, he wanted to seize a newcomer's territory. However, the current him did not want to do that, because he realized that this newcomer was a treasure. Especially the family behind him, it was a colossus that was hard to shake in the Heaven Realm. If he could gain his friendship and help, he would be able to gain some confidence when competing with Jiwari in the future. Compared to the things in the Heaven Realm in the future, even a fool would know how to choose. Moreover, Zhonghua did not have the confidence to obtain the Divine Grimoire. He mainly came here to snipe some opponents who might obtain the Divine Grimoire, such as the so-called exceptional genius Jiwari. With the help of this family and this young man, many things in the Heaven Realm would change imperceptibly. Of course, the main goal was how to gain this young man's trust. After all, the other party was quite wary. Zhonghua personally sent Yue Yang out and hinted a few more times, indicating that his ambition was not in the Human Valley, and that he was only willing to develop in the Heaven Realm. If possible, he would do his best to help Yue Yang. For such a promise, Yue Yang naturally accepted it with a smile. Palace Master Zhonghua, everything in the Human Valley is just a trial. The elders often say that this is a place to comprehend the Tao, to comprehend the human heart, to carefully observe the human heart, to taste life, to understand what a real person is. Whether the conditions are superior or hard work, it doesn't matter to me. My goal is to quickly comprehend and leave this realm. Therefore, to me, it's not essential to obtain any great honor. In terms of cooperation, of course, it's good. After all, a strong alliance is much better than fighting alone. It's just that Palace Master Jiwari is extraordinary, so forgive me for not being able to agree for the time being. This matter must be discussed with the elders and confirmed before I can give Palace Master Zhang Hua a definite answer. If Yue Yang agreed immediately, Zhang Hua would be suspicious. Of course, he had to ask his family for such a big matter. Zhang Hua's main purpose was not to form an alliance immediately, but to build a good relationship between the two parties and wait for a good opportunity in the future. He had been preparing for the competition with Ji Wei for so many years, so he did not mind waiting for a few more days. As long as this heaven's favored one, this young man was willing to cooperate with him, then it would be equivalent to half a success. When this young man was on the same side as him, Ji Wei realized that even if this young man wanted to deny it, Ji Wei would not believe him. In short, it was like sitting on a boat now. When the other party boarded the boat, he would immediately set sail. Even if he found out that this was not the direction he wanted to go, it would not be up to him. As they bid farewell, both of their faces were smiling, showing that they were in an extremely good mood. Both of them had their own thoughts. Everyone had a little secret in their hearts that no one revealed. However, Yue Yang felt that his smile would last till the end. This was because the intelligent palace master Zhang Hua did not guess that he was the new prison emperor of Tong Tian Tower. Instead, he mistakenly thought that he was the descendant of the mysterious family in the Heaven Realm. Chapter 1059. One could not summon a grimoire in Human Valley. One could not use a beast either. However, it was still allowed for people like Yue Yang to be guided back to the grimoire world by a guardian beast. When he returned, Princess Sissy and Yu welcomed him. They were not like Yu Bing, that little girl, who was tired from training and went to bed early without any distracting thoughts. Today, Yue Yang had to visit the city master of Silver Maple City as the new leader. Yu and the others were worried about him. One must know that in Human Valley, one could not use force. Yue Yang, who was fighting alone, could easily fall into danger. Seeing Yue Yang return safely, even Princess Sissy, the cold-looking tigress, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. How is it? What kind of person is the city master of Silver Maple City? What is his attitude? Impatience had just come out of the bath. She was the first to rush up, hugging Yue Yang and kissing him. This Sky Law Empress was not as reserved as other girls. Even in front of everyone, she was very bold, not caring if she would teach bad things to other children. As for her habit of hugging and kissing Yue Yang as soon as he returned, everyone was already used to it. At first, Yu was a little embarrassed, but after seeing it many times, she no longer felt anything. The city master of Silver Maple City is a sly old fox, and his patience is very deep. He might be extremely afraid of Mother, and in the past 10 years, he did not make any movements. However, when I took over the Star Diamond Castle, he confirmed that Mother had left Human Valley and immediately took action. Of course, those actions were still considered covert. Moreover, there were also scapegoats who took the initiative to take the blame for him. In other words, he will be a difficult opponent to deal with. Yue Yang evaluated. Previous intelligence showed that this fellow is not simple. Among the great princes in Human Valley, he is the most powerful. Fallen Beauty nodded and asked, other than the city master of Silver Maple City, are there any other outstanding people? At least 3 more. Yue Yang smiled. So many. When Princess Xianxia heard that, she frowned slightly. Even in the Heaven Realm, how many people could make Yue Yang call them outstanding? In this Human Valley, just Silver Maple City alone had 4 of them. Other than that old fox, Silver Maple City Lord, there were actually 3 more. It seemed that Human Valley was truly a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Hearing this, Yu was even more worried. Not being able to use force in Human Valley had always been her sore point. Yue Yang gestured for her to be at ease. He could handle it himself. Then, he told everyone about what he had seen and heard in Silver Maple City. Other than the city lord of Silver Maple City, there was another person at the banquet. His name is Hong Yi, the lord of Fallen Leaves Island. He was hidden as deep as the sea, and his appearance was ordinary and unremarkable. His appearance belonged to the type that would be lost in a crowd. During the banquet, he was so low-key that no one paid attention to him. If not for the Heaven Eye's divine vision that could see through his disguise, I would have most likely been deceived by him. Although this person is not as good as the Sun King, his strength and intelligence are definitely not below the Silent King. He might even be comparable to the Empress. I don't know why he is hiding in Silver Maple City. I hope his target is the city lord of Silver Maple City. Otherwise, I would really have a headache. Princess Sissy nodded. This is one of them. What about the other two? Raising his finger again, Yue Yang said. The second person is the maid beside the city lord of Silver Maple City. Although her status is low and she seems to be a maid who serves wine to the city lord, I have observed carefully. Whenever something happens, the city lord of Silver Maple City would always make eye contact with her first. From this, it can be seen that this person is either the brain of Silver Maple City or the daughter of the city lord of Silver Maple City. I dare say that even if she is his beloved concubine, she would not be able to gain that kind of trust. Fallen Beauty only cared about one question. Is she a big beauty or a little beauty? Yue Yang laughed out loud. How can a maid chosen from 100 people at the banquet be ugly? Only an idiot would choose an ugly one to serve by his side to attract attention. Alright, Fallen Flowers girl, the vinegar you drank can be used to make a plate of sweet and sour pork ribs. She is a reincarnator. Princess Sissy wanted to know more information. On the surface, she doesn't have a badge, but it is very likely that she has kept it. The city lord of Silver Maple City also doesn't have a badge, but I can be sure that this old fox is a reincarnator and has a very close relationship with the central shrine. Yue Yang's 100% certainty made everyone curious. It was fine to suspect that she was a reincarnator, but how could he be so sure that she was related to the central shrine? Let me guess. Inan also joined the conversation. Her beautiful eyes flashed. I think you must have seen the reincarnator of the central shrine at the banquet and have a close relationship with the city lord of Silver Maple City. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look at Inan. They couldn't tell that this little girl was quite smart. Did I guess wrong? Inan shyly lowered her head. No, you guessed it right. This is a reward for you. Yue Yang happily hugged the little girl and planted a kiss on her bright and clean little face, causing Yi Nan to be extremely shy as her cheeks turned red. Everyone burst into laughter, causing her to hide in Yue Yang's embrace like a cute little quail. Yue Yang waited for everyone to stop laughing and said seriously, Inan guessed right. I did see the reincarnator of the central shrine at the banquet. Moreover, that person was Temple Lord Xianxia. What? When Yue Yang said this, everyone, including Princess Sissy and the Impatiens, changed their expressions. The Temple Lord of the central shrine, Xianxia, was definitely a troublesome person. His strength was only below Ji Wui's, but his intelligence was comparable. The sudden appearance of such a strong opponent was really surprising. When everyone came to their senses, they fell into deep thought. They were all thinking about how to deal with the situation. Yue Yang was afraid that everyone would be disturbed and quickly explained, Don't worry, Xianxia doesn't know my identity. He and Ji Wei are partners on the surface, but they are actually sworn enemies and the competition is very fierce. I pretended to be a hidden disciple of the Eastern Immortal tribe in the upper realm. He was overjoyed and tried his best to rope me in. There shouldn't be any problems for the time being. At least until Ji Wei finds me and reveals my identity, Xianxia won't make things difficult for me. Yu was still a little worried. Could it be that Xianxia pretended not to know? Did he do it on purpose? Fallen Beauty also thought the same. Once you entered the Human Valley, you inherited the Star Diamond Castle and became the new lord. There's no reason that Xianxia wouldn't know. Yue Yang waved his hand. The identity of the Star Diamond Castle's owner has always been unknown. Otherwise, why would the master of Silver Maple City wait for 10 years? Also, Xianghua's original intention was to make a move on White Sand Town and Black Rock Town. During the confrontation at the banquet, Xianghua's plan to seize the castle was almost a fact. However, after he suspected that I was a disciple of the Eastern Immortal tribe, he immediately gave up and became friends with me. I played along with him. If he knew that I was a martial artist of Tong Tian Tower, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to express his goodwill and wouldn't have tried to rope me into fight against Ji Wei. This is an unexpected good thing. Princess Sissy was happy. The enemy's suspicion is good for us. Pay attention to your words and actions. Don't let Xianxia see through you. Smart people are always especially suspicious. He definitely won't believe you easily. In the future, there will definitely be many tests. What kind of person was the Impatiens? She hit the nail on the head and pointed out the main point. I have already thought of a way to deal with it. This time, if I don't trick him to death, I won't be considered capable. With Yue Yang's current level, pretending to be a member of the Eastern Immortal tribe in the Heaven Realm was not a problem. Fortunately, I inherited Mother's castle and hid it from Xianxia. If I only inherited Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li's wealth, I would definitely be targeted. That would be dangerous. Jiweri and Zhang Hua both entered the human valley more than 3 months in advance. With their strength, they must have already obtained the qualifications. Since they are no longer newcomers, we will not meet them in the life assessment ceremony 3 months later. At least, we will be safe for 3 months. Princess Sissy combined all the information and analyzed them one by one. She found that Yue Yang still had a certain advantage, especially the misunderstanding of Zhang Hua. It would allow Yue Yang to be like a fish in the water in the early stages. That's good, we don't have to worry. Yu Yu's heart was finally a little more at ease. What is Zhang Hua's identity? Impatience still wanted to do something about Zhang Hua. Since the other party misunderstood, she might as well deepen the misunderstanding. The 10th son of the city master of Silver Maple City, Yue Yang added. Jiweri is even more amazing. He is actually the prince of Tiandu. I guess he wants to become the emperor and achieve great things in order to obtain the recognition of the divine grimoire. If he does that, he will definitely become the public enemy. Let's ignore him for now and watch the tigers fight. Princess Sissy felt that this was the best. With Jiweri being the target of public criticism, Yue Yang could keep a low profile and develop quickly. After a pause, she nodded and said, "It seems that the city master of Silver Maple City is really from the central shrine." Jiweri submitted to the puppet emperor and borrowed his name. It is barely acceptable, but for a powerful person like the city master of Silver Maple City, Zhang Hua can also become the 10th son. If the city master of Silver Maple City is not from the central shrine, only an idiot would accept a bastard like Zhang Hua. Are you saying that the city master of Silver Maple City is really Zhang Hua's father? Inin blinked her big eyes and asked. It's possible. They are at least relatives. Impatience also agreed with Princess Sissy's guess. If the city master of Silver Maple City did not accept him, Zhang Hua would not be able to become the 10th son of the city master of Silver Maple City. After all, this was not a game. The city master of Silver Maple City was a living person with a brain and thoughts. He was not an NPC who gave out quests. What should we do next? Inin felt that she had to think of a good plan in order to develop under the influence of the central shrine. Haha, it's time to rest. Yue Yang was overjoyed. He carried the little girl and ran to the swimming pool to take a bath together, not giving the shy girl a chance to refuse. Impatience naturally rubbed her palms together and decided to help. The sisters would be united and fight against the great demon king together. Fallen Flowers was also a little moved, but Princess Sissy and Yu Yu were all there, so she was a little embarrassed. This guy, Princess Sissy was very angry. She really wanted to drag that big pervert out and give him a good beating. Yu Yu hurried back to her room, because in a while, there would be a scene that was not suitable for children. It would be awkward if she heard the sound. On the second day, a refreshed Yue Yang came out, walking on the streets of Silver Maple City. After walking half around, he slowly went to the Wandering Child Guild to report. The so-called Wandering Child Guild referred to the reincarnators. All the reincarnators in the human valley were generally seen as wanderers who went out to train. The natives called the reincarnators as wanderers, and this behavior of coming in from the outside was called returning. Of course, some natives were the descendants of the reincarnators, so they understood what was going on. However, they had called it that way for thousands of years without changing it. The Wandering Child Guild was only set up in big cities. Generally, there were 2 modes. One was the Heaven's Proud Wandering Child Guild, for nobles to report, and the other was the Grassroots Wandering Child Guild, for commoners to report. The 2 modes of training were completely different. The Heaven's Chosen Wanderer model was to train the young masters of the nobility on how to be upper-class people, how to live a more carefree and interesting life. As for the Grassroots Wanderer model, sorry, it only taught people how to survive, how to learn more life skills in the human valley, accumulate wealth, and live a good life without worrying about food or clothing. Of course, for the reincarnators, what they really needed to do was to pass the test as soon as possible. The human valley was not a place for the reincarnators to stay forever. Earning 100,000 heaven crystals to leave the valley was the ultimate goal of the reincarnators. Because of his identity as the owner of the Star Diamond Castle, the receptionist was extremely respectful. After registering for Yue Yang and receiving the tip, the guy quietly suggested to Yue Yang, the 1,000-year great sage is currently giving a lecture to the newcomers. If the Titan Lord is free, you can go and listen. That is a very rare opportunity because the 1,000-year great sage only gives a lecture in one city once a year. If you miss this chance, you will have to wait until next year. When Yue Yang heard this, what was he waiting for? The lecture hall was filled with students listening to the lecture. Most of them were probably from other places. Silver Maple City definitely did not have that many reincarnators and new nobles. It was impossible for him to enter the lecture, but he could stand in the corridor and listen. Anyway, he was not here to sit. Yue Yang pricked up his ears and listened. He was shocked when he heard the 1,000-year great sage's lecture. What is life? Perhaps everyone knows what life is. Snakes, insects, rats, ants, birds, beasts, including our various species, dwarves, demons, angels, elves, humans, everything on the earth is life that we can see with our eyes. However, I dare to say that many people do not know what true life is, nor do they understand the true meaning of life. The secret of life is something that even the gods are unable to fully understand. The gods can create many things, such as a powerful divine weapon, a glorious temple, or even a mountain, a lake, an ocean. In our eyes, the gods are omnipotent. However, you might not know that even the gods cannot easily create life. The higher the level of life, the harder it is to create. Many of us feel that there are no secrets to life. Everyone here has the ability to dissect the body of life. Killing a frog and opening up its internal structure is very simple and clear. Killing a wolf and taking out all its body parts and recording them one by one is also very easy. However, that is not all of life. Life is not something that can be seen with the eyes alone. It is very mysterious. Let me give you an example. A human, a mortal, he is powerless and incomparably mediocre. He lives like an ant. The bitterness of life can easily bend his waist. Sickness and disability can easily destroy his life. To many life forms, humans are especially incompetent. Their lives are fragile and cannot withstand a single blow. Their lifespan is also extremely short. In 100 years, they will turn into dust. Their bodies have no resistance. Knives can cut their bodies and blood will splatter. Sickness can torture their bodies and make them wish they were dead. The most pitiful thing is that humans do not have strong spiritual power. They have to rest every day and sleep every night. Otherwise, their minds and bodies will collapse. Think about it, such a fragile human, such a life form, why are we talking about him? Why should we pay attention to such a life form? The reason is very simple. Some of you here might know that the pitifully weak humans that I have just mentioned, once they grow up, they will become the most powerful life forms. Among all the races, the number of humans who have reached the divine level is more than 10 times that of all the other races combined. I believe that after hearing such a contrast, everyone will start to think. Life, what is it exactly? What is its secret? Chapter 1060. With this question from the 1,000-year great sage, Yue Yang also fell into deep thought. What was the secret of life? Why could humans grow to be the strongest? Why did all war beasts eventually evolve into a human form? Yue Yang knew that the realm of human transformation was the most perfect life form of war beasts, and it was also the strongest form. He knew this process and result. But he didn't know the secret of evolution. Why did it evolve in that way instead of evolving in other directions? Or perhaps evolving in other directions, why was it not as good as transforming into a human? Perhaps it could be said that transforming into a human could learn, cultivate, think, and use wisdom like humans, but the question was, why were humans the most intelligent? Why were humans learning, cultivating, and growing the fastest? In this world, who created such a large number of lives? Why were these innumerable lives created in the first place? Was the meaning of their existence in this world to transform into a human? Then learn to cultivate and grow like humans, and finally step into the God realm and enter that legendary supreme and wonderful realm? Putting aside these questions, Yue Yang looked back at himself. He could be sure that he had not grasped the secret of life, so he could not create life like gods. But if he thought about it in reverse, if he grasped the secret of life, could he create life? Was it equivalent to entering the God realm? Thinking about it, Yue Yang's heart suddenly thumped. He was now eager to know the secret of life mentioned by the 1,000-year great sage. Knowing this secret, even if he could not comprehend it and enter the God realm, it would probably be of great help to his future growth. Queen Vivian Li was in the Holy Sovereign Realm. She was equivalent to the power of the legendary gods. She could create miracles like the world of ice and snow with the black hole space, but she could not create life. The only time was when she resurrected little Wen Li with him. Moreover, even without looking at her expression, he knew that the accident during the resurrection process was beyond her imagination. That was why little Wen Li became her daughter. If he knew the secret of life and was reincarnated into Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li, then wouldn't she be able to reach a higher level? Ji Zun, Night Empress, His Majesty, Impatience, wuxia, xianxia, everyone was in different states. If they could master the secret of life now and cultivate, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. As for himself, if he could grasp the secret of life, then maybe man, Red, Zhongying, future and the spirit of chaos would evolve even better. If there was one thing that he urgently needed, it would definitely be this. The secret of life. Yue Yang's heart was beating 100 times. Towards the 1,000-year-old great sage who had stopped talking, he really wanted to rush in immediately and make this old man reveal all the secrets of his life. As for this direction of thinking and exploration, he had done so in the future. But when Yue Yang was at a lower realm of cultivation, he didn't understand what he needed as well as he did now, so he didn't probe deeper. Moreover, there were many ancient texts in Skysplit Tower that didn't mention this direction of thinking. Perhaps Sister Si Niang's inheritance of knowledge, the World Tree's martial arts inheritance, and the ancient rune formation's core supreme energy inheritance. Those hidden parts that Yue Yang had yet to fully comprehend were talking about this logic. Even the sword goddess's teachings, the innate invisible sword Chi's way of the sword, was to solve his doubts. Unfortunately, he was ignorant and did not have a deeper understanding of the precious inheritance in the way of the sword. Now, no matter what, he had to seize this opportunity to solve his doubts. What was the secret of life, the truth of it? Not only Yue Yang who was outside the window, but the reincarnators who were sitting and listening to the lecture also had this desire to know. First of all, I want to say that the land of trials is a place to nurture warriors to advance to the God realm. That is to say, this is a place to nurture gods. Whether it is the first stage or the 10th stage, the purpose is the same. Some of you might know this, but I won't talk about it. What I want to talk about is another point. That is, what many people don't know is that the land of trials is a place where people can see through the secrets of life. Every stage has a different revelation of life. The further we go, the more it is like this. From the first to the 3rd stage, we understand more about the challenges of life when we encounter various difficulties. From the 4th stage, the Valley of Desire, we start to understand ourselves and how to face our most difficult and controlling desires. The 5th stage, the Valley of Beasts, other than ourselves, we also start to understand the beasts. Through a creature that is closest to our loyalty, we try to understand the growth process of life. Even though it is just the tip of the iceberg, it is still a good start. The 6th stage, the Valley of Beasts, looks like a war between races. The two factions fight and kill each other in order to win. Actually, other than exploring the secrets of life and understanding it better through the growth of the beasts and the improvement of oneself, there is another hidden meaning. That is to understand the similarities and differences of life when they make different choices. Life is not a straight line. After you make a choice, there will be different consequences. It can be good, it can also be bad. No matter if it is good or bad, as the people who choose, you have to bear the consequences of your choices. As an adult, it is best to think carefully before you make any choice. Because, no matter how small the choice is, it will more or less affect your entire life. If you are not prepared and unable to bear the worst consequences, in the future, when you encounter a big choice, I suggest that you stop and think carefully. There is no chance to start again in life. If you make the wrong choice, you will have to pay a huge price to make up for the loss caused by your wrong choice. Some choices are even irreversible. No matter if it is for yourself or your family and friends, you have to be clear about your own choices. You can never waver, and don't place your hopes on others. You have to control your own life and make your own decisions. Only those who can control their own fate and make their own choices with their own subjective consciousness are truly strong. You might have already understood that if you want to truly understand the secrets of life, you have to first control your own life. If you can't even control your own fate, how can you talk about understanding the true secrets of life? I don't know how you passed the previous 6 tests, but I can tell you now that every challenge is actually an opportunity for growth. Every difficult problem is actually an opportunity for improvement. Of course, it will be the same in the future. If you grasp it, then the benefits you will obtain will be something that you cannot exchange for any wealth in the world. On the contrary, if you miss it, it will be an irreparable loss. This is not the preaching of a senior, but the faithful advice of a failure. Listen up, children. If you can face every difficulty head-on, then you will discover that life is actually not that difficult. Life is far more exciting than you can imagine. Your gains, growth, achievements, and so on will also be far beyond your imagination. Of course, I also know that it is very difficult to do that, but it is precisely because it is difficult that it is so precious. Only then can it be counted as a true improvement in cultivation. After listening to the words of the 1,000-year great sage, Yue Yang felt as if he had been enlightened with wisdom, and his whole spirit felt at ease. Many things that were difficult to understand, the inheritance of mysteries, were instantly revealed. They merged into his mind. It made Yue Yang feel that he was enriched by countless knowledge, as if the true meaning of life was in his hands. Indeed, although he had not yet fully understood the secret of life, every word and every principle that the 1,000-year great sage said was heard by Yue Yang. If not for the fact that he was listening outside the window, Yue Yang would have simply wanted to let out a long roar, to vent the depression in his heart that he had been feeling for a long time and suddenly had a breakthrough. Yue Yang didn't know the true meaning of the trial ground, but after going through the trials, he naturally reached the realm that the 1,000-year great sage had mentioned. Only by reaching the trial ground's requirements would he be able to obtain many rewards from the ancient inheritance. Only then would he become the lucky person that everyone was jealous of. Actually, he wasn't lucky, but qualified. Under the trial ground's hidden requirements, Yue Yang was the true qualified challenger. Respected great sage, may I ask, what is the meaning of the 7th test, Human Valley? Someone impatiently raised his hand and asked. This was a question that everyone wanted to know. If they knew this, then living in Human Valley would definitely be of great help. Regarding this question, the 1,000-year great sage pondered for a long time, as if considering whether or not to tell everyone. Including Yue Yang, who was listening outside the window, everyone's ears perked up. Everyone hoped to get an answer, not a refusal. Everyone may want to know, and feel that if you find the answer, you will pass. Ha ha ha, I am sorry to tell everyone here that even if you know the answer, it will not be of any help. On the contrary, you may be even more confused, because you are all reincarnated in Human Valley. The 1,000-year great sage laughed. He did not hide anything, and then signaled for the restless crowd to quiet down. The 7th test, Human Valley test, is actually for everyone to observe themselves, in more detail, through your life, as well as the various tests you encounter in Human Valley. This is a place to interrogate your inner constitution. If you can understand what the human heart is, what a real human is, then you will pass. As I said before, humans are the most fragile, but also the one with the most potential. Everyone is here. Why is it the most difficult to reincarnate as a human? The reason is to use your identity as a human, to awaken your human heart. No matter what race you belong to, whether you are a demon or an angel, an elf or a dwarf, if you can comprehend it in a place like Human Valley where there is no force or external help, and live close to mortals, then that will be the greatest achievement, and also the ultimate goal of Human Valley test. Human Valley, why can't we use force? The reason is that once you have power, whether it is a human or another race, you will let power overwhelm everything in life. You will not be able to comprehend the true human heart, and you will not be able to understand the true meaning of being a human. Children, being a human is the most difficult thing. If you can understand this, then it is the beginning of progress. It is useless to say the answer, because everyone has a different life. How to be yourself, that is the most important. Grasp your fate, grasp the opportunity, and you will live a wonderful life. Experience your life well. This precious opportunity is actually an opportunity given to all races by the ancient gods. In the end, it is up to you. Yue Yang's blood was boiling as he listened outside the window. He could not help but shout, "Good." Strictly speaking, this was the most serious lesson he had listened to in his life. The content of this lesson would also enlighten his entire life. Chapter 1061. 3 days had passed since the 1,000-year great sage sat by the window and listened. Although Yue Yang did not hear what the true secret of life was, he knew what he had to do next. The trial grounds was a place where people could understand the secret of life. The final goal of passing the trial was not the grimoire, but to let people advance to the God realm, or even surpass the God realm. After all, not every god knew the secret of life. In these 3 days, Yue Yang had been obedient in class. If his teacher saw this, his eyeballs would probably fall to the ground. But it was undeniable that Yue Yang could learn a lot of things in class here. At the very least, he had no chance to come into contact with the knowledge that only the human valley had. The only regret was that the 1,000-year great sage only taught one class. After that, he did not give any more lectures to clear up his doubts. Instead, he talked to Yue Yang alone for a while, and praised the original owner of the Star Diamond Castle, who was Xianxia's sister. The 1,000-year great sage didn't tell Yue Yang how he got to know Sis Xianxia, nor did he tell Yue Yang much about this incomparably mysterious mother. He only said that he admired her understanding of life. Yue Yang suspected that these words meant that she had already grasped the secrets of life. Could it be that she had comprehended it in the god's ruins? Returning to the grimoire world, Princess Sissy and the others also agreed with Yue Yang's guess. However, they still had to find this mother, to know the truth. Students, you are all upper-class people with noble identities. In the following days, you may be able to take charge of your own affairs, or inherit an important position or noble title in your family. Your future is limitless, but I want to remind you here that before you can obtain those, you must have more knowledge and professional skills. Take note, we're not those stupid mercenaries, nor are we commoners who have to use their strength to survive. We're elegant nobles, the true upper-class people. This means that we must master more profound knowledge and skills. In the next 3 months, we will carry out a series of training. There are many students in our class who have rich experience. Newcomers can learn from them. In the first 2 months, other than learning, we will also start creating and preparing for the 3rd month's life assessment. Remember, honor will accompany you for life. In the previous assessment, if not for Baron Zhonghua, our Silver Maple City would have shamefully failed to obtain anything. This is something that I, as the principal, do not want to see. I hope that there will be even more surprises in this evaluation, that there will be even more people who can break through and obtain honor. As long as you can enter the top 10, you will be entitled to the title of Baron. If you enter the top 3, you will be given your own territory. Even if it is just a small town, it is still an advantage that you will not be able to achieve in the early stages. If you're willing to use numbers to compare, then fine. Let me tell you, in Silver Maple City, even the smallest town is worth 10,000 heaven crystals, and that doesn't even include the fact that you need to have enough honor to buy it. Do you want to be a real lord? Study hard. You must rely on your own hands to create everything. The Prodigy Wandering Child Guild had a school that specialized in training prodigies. There were 10 teachers in the school. The principal was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. He treated students well and lectured seriously. However, he was very strict and had high requirements. He viewed honor as his life. There were more than 100 professions to study in the school. It was dazzling to look at. The students in the Prodigy Wandering Child Guild had a lot of freedom. They could choose any 10 professions, and they only needed to be outstanding in one of them. Among the more than 100 majors, if there were students whose specialties exceeded the others, they could also stand on their own and achieve their own achievements. The School of Heavenly Prodigy Wanderer, in addition to tutoring them as much as possible, also provided them with the greatest support. Yue Yang chose 7 professions. They were diplomacy, tactics, resources, finance, life, art, and literature. Among them, the ancient literature was the focus of his research. As for art, it was because whether it was architecture, art, music, or other detailed aspects, Yue Yang was confident that he could come up with works in 3 months. The life of the nobles and the resources of the human valley were things that Yue Yang urgently needed to understand. As for tactics and diplomacy, Yue Yang really wanted to understand how these 2 things were carried out in the human valley. In addition to the 100 or so professions, Yue Yang also submitted 3 professions that were not available. They were runes, equipment spirits, and battle puppets. There was a profession for battle puppets. In the human valley, no one could fight directly. This included the soldiers on the battlefield. If you wanted to start a war, you had to make an application to the statue of the god of war. Then, all of them would enter a specific battlefield. The soldiers riding on the battle puppets would start fighting each other. The winner could take and enjoy the spoils of war of the loser, such as taking over the resources of the town or the mining area. It was the same in the arena. Without the battle puppets, it was impossible to start a war directly in the human valley. This was an iron rule. Puppet chariots had existed for tens of thousands of years, and puppet warriors had also appeared for at least 30,000 years. It was a type of puppet mech that was operated by soldiers. Although it was slightly clumsy, it quickly replaced the puppet chariots as the main force on the battlefield. Until 10,000 years ago, when Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li entered the human valley, she created a type of puppet beast that had never been seen before when choosing her profession. It was a type of puppet beast that was attached to soldiers. There were all kinds of animal forms, and there were also special forms. After entering the battlefield, it could cover the sky and drown the enemy. As long as the soldier commanding it did not die, it would continue to fight. It was because of this outstanding achievement that Queen Vivian Li was conferred the title of Viscount in a short period of 3 months. Then, after the puppet beast that she developed was officially put into use, she was promoted to Duchess one after another. If she had not left the human valley in a hurry within half a year, she would definitely have become the princess of the human valley and dominated a region. The prestige of the Conqueror Queen was not only known outside of the Heaven Realm, but also resounding in the human valley. Of course, Yue Yang would not follow the old path of Queen Vivian Li. What he wanted to develop was battle puppets. It would be a brand new, epic-making special battle puppets. Not to mention Yue Yang, who had today's level, even the puppet encyclopedia that Yue Yang had left behind would be a great reference for the human valley. Battle puppets were simply Yue Yang's strong suit. Student Titan, do you really have the confidence to make achievements in these 3 new fields? It was the first time in the principal's life that he had seen such an awesome student. It was already amazing enough for others to create a single field, but this brat wanted to create 3. Even the cabbages in the market weren't this cheap. Okay. This is the initial concept of my work, please advise me, Sir Principal. Naturally, Yue Yang would not say that he had a large group of girls at home to help him. Moreover, all of them were skilled in both literature and martial arts. Not to mention 3 fields, even 30 would not be a problem. This runic circle, when the strict principal heard this, what kind of genius was he to have a work after just 3 days of lessons? He could hardly believe his ears. Taking a look, he realized that the incomparably complicated runic circle was made up of 3 ancient runic circles, 6 heaven runic circles, and 9 unfamiliar runic circles that he did not recognize. It was rotating every second, and every time he reincarnated, it would give birth to new changes. He was immediately dazzled and dumbfounded, unable to move his eyes for a long time. This runic circle was too profound, he could not guide him. Most importantly, he, who was known as the Silver Maple Library, actually did not recognize this runic circle. He was going to lose face. Dense beads of sweat appeared on the principal's forehead. Of course, after the embarrassment, he was overjoyed. If he could not guide Yue Yang, then it meant that this young man had the ability. In the assessment 3 months later, he would at least be able to get into the top 3. No matter what, the glory would still belong to Silver Maple City. With such a disciple, he would also have a lot of face. When he thought about how he would be able to show his face in front of those old fellows 3 months later. He did not know how much those fellows would be jealous of him. Be jealous, be jealous. Who asked you to not have such a monstrous student? Respected Sir Principal, actually this runic circle is only in its embryonic form. To complete it, it will still take a month. Yue Yang explained, very modestly. 1 month, 1 month. No problem at all. The principal quickly wiped the sweat off his forehead and revealed a smile for the first time. I didn't expect student Titan to have such a deep understanding of ancient runes. As expected of the son of the Star Diamond Castle's owner, now, I will give you enough time. If you don't have time to study other professional knowledge in class, then you can first conduct your research in your own field. I will inform all the teachers about this news, so you can completely focus on your research. That's not good. As a student, I have to maintain my respect towards every teacher who taught me. Yue Yang's current performance was like a good second-year student, the only thing missing was the red scarf around his neck. Furthermore, it won't affect my lessons. After I finish my professional lessons in the day, I can just go back and research at night. This is also possible. The principal's face was filled with a shocked expression. Alright, he had never seen such an arrogant student in his entire life. As for the other 2 works, please advise me, Principal. Yue Yang presented the other 2 works to the principal. You actually gave a goose feather pen a weapon spirit. Heavens, this is too wasteful. A treasure with a weapon spirit could possibly become a holy ranked weapon. The principal almost fell to the ground in shock. This monstrous student Titan actually added a weapon spirit to the goose feather pen that was given to him by the school. Could it be that he did not know that wasting his talent like this would bring about the wrath of the heavens? Chapter 1060 to 100 of these ordinary quill pens were not even worth one sky crystal. But a weapon spirit was hard to exchange for even 1,000 sky crystals. It was an existence that could only be found by chance. He really didn't know how to criticize this student. If he said that he was bad, he could add a weapon spirit to a quill pen and put a weapon spirit that could evolve into a holy weapon on an ordinary pen. If he said that he was good, he really couldn't open his mouth to say it. If this kid was his son, the principal would probably directly slap him. What's wrong with putting a weapon spirit on a quill? If you put it on a quill pen, aren't you asking for a beating? Yue Yang replied respectfully, Principal, if we students all have a quill pen with spiritual consciousness, then during the course of the class, we don't need to copy so hard and can focus on the class. Don't you think so? The principal sighed bitterly. That's right, he really wanted to say that in the class, besides this kid, there were not many people who seriously attended the class. Otherwise, why would those lazy bums need to take makeup exams month after month, year after year? Although there were a few good freshmen recently, it was certain that even if everyone's intelligence was multiplied by 10, it would not be half of this kid's. But seeing Yue Yang's sincere face, although the principal felt bitter in his heart, he couldn't criticize or attack him, so he secretly swallowed it back. A weapon spirit, forget it, it was good that he had this research direction. At most, he could make another holy weapon. Wait a minute. This evildoer kid could make a holy weapon. The principal's heart raced, and his blood vessels almost burst. He was so excited that he almost fell to the ground from a heart attack. Fortunately, the principal was someone who had seen the world. Although his heart couldn't take it, he still forced himself to be calm on the surface. Student Titan, you did well, continue to work hard in the future. Thank you for your support, Principal. If I can make the quill pen into a holy weapon a month later, I will give it to the hardworking principal as a token of my appreciation for your teaching. Student Yue Yang was like a student of Wangpu Military School paying tribute to old Zhang. When these words came out, the strict principal's eyes were brimming with tears. Such a good student, he actually finished his work thinking of him, the principal. If he had an army in his hands, he would definitely hand it over to Yue Yang without hesitation. Where else could he find such a good student? It's good that you have this intention. You should keep the sacred artifact for yourself. This old man will accept your kind intentions. The principal was so touched that his lips were trembling slightly. Headmaster, please show me the third work. Yue Yang indicated for him to look at the third puppet battle doll. Wings. Are these really wings? Don't tell me you want to design a flying battle puppet. The principal had just suppressed his excitement a moment ago, but when he saw the results, he was dumbfounded once more. It was not that no one had ever thought of creating an aerial battle puppet before, but no one had ever succeeded in creating one. Could this evildoer really succeed in developing a flying war puppet? If the answer was yes, this would be an epic-making research. Because we haven't entered the battlefield, there's no way to get the final results from the specific tests. Besides, this is just a design model. My design is envisioned to be a large-scale aerial battle doll with a wingspan of 30 meters and a weight of more than 100 tons. It can't be used directly in battle, but if it carries other battle dolls into the battlefield to launch a surprise attack on the enemy, it might be of some use. If this model is tested in Silver Maple City, it can actually fly. No, that's not an official test flight. Moreover, flying is just gliding. A gliding distance of 1 to 2 kilometers can't even be considered as flying. Yue Yang pretended not to see the principal's shocked old face as he explained slowly and modestly. How did you do it? The principal anxiously grabbed Yue Yang's collar. This answer was something that the Human Valley's battle doll designers had struggled for 10,000 years, but had yet to obtain. Yue Yang maintained his silence just in time. Student Titan, please forgive me, because your research is really astonishing. Listen, you might have the hope to complete a great design that transcends time. You might change the relationships in the Human Valley, and affect countless people. So, please do your research seriously. You must do it, no matter how much time, manpower, and resources it takes. Our Silver Maple's Heaven's Chosen Wandering Child School will support you wholeheartedly. If you can obtain the finished product during the assessment ceremony 3 months later, no, even if it's only a semi-finished product, I dare say that you will be the champion. Student Titan, You don't have to worry about anything right now. Just focus on developing this aerial battle doll. If you have any needs, just let me know. The principal felt that the spring of his life had arrived. The heavens had actually blessed him with such an outstanding student. If he didn't support his student to create a great masterpiece that transcends time, it would be the greatest failure of his life. Silver Maple City's pride Yue had the proudest record. The previous principal. The reason why he was famous was because the previous owner of the Star Diamond Castle was his student. The previous owner of the Star Diamond Castle created a masterpiece that no one could match. His reputation had been passed down to this day. Now, his son was also a genius. This mother and son pair were both terrifyingly monstrous. The previous principal's luck, which made people envious, had once again descended on his head. The owner of the Star Diamond Castle, the new leader of this generation, and the son of the previous generation, was actually not that kind of good-for-nothing second generation, but a peerless genius. The opportunity had come again. If he didn't grab this opportunity, he would probably be cursed by others for thousands of years. Even he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. The principal couldn't wait to be Yue Yang's assistant. In consideration of the principal's reputation, under the circumstances where the student didn't invite him, and in addition to the fact that he was studying the confidentiality rules, the principal could only wait silently. If the name of the aerial battle doll's designer was attached to his name, even if he was just an assistant, it would be an honor that no one in the human valley could compare to. Student Titan, if you need any help, you must tell me. I will support you with all my strength. In his desperation, the principal didn't even hesitate to recommend himself. I do have a presumptuous request, but it's a little hard to say. When Yue Yang said this, the principal's breathing quickened. Say it, just say it. No matter how big the problem is, with the principal here, he will definitely help you solve it. Can you add 100 flower sweet dew pie for lunch? I know that this is not in line with the rules, but I really like it. This is because it's a delicacy designed by my mother. When I eat it, I can take a break from my busy schedule to think about my mother. Yue Yang said weakly. Hearing this, the principal's heart immediately broke. He, who was originally extremely strict, felt his eyes moisten. What a good child. Such an obedient child didn't have a mother's love, it was too pitiful. While others had parents to protect them, this pitiful little fellow had no choice but to live on his own. He was even busy with his studies and research, and didn't have time to think about his mother. He only took some time out when it was time to eat. The principal thought of his own son. That fellow had never stayed at home for a single day, and was always fooling around outside. Seeing the pitiful request of this student in front of him, he really wanted to cry out loud. As a principal, he tried very hard to maintain his composure. Even if he used a normal voice and comforted him gently, he was afraid that if he spoke a little harshly, he would break this pitiful little fellow's heart. Child, my pitiful child, how could this request be rude? Filial piety is the world's greatest emotion, nothing can replace it. As for the 100 flower sweet dew pie that you want, even if the cafeteria doesn't provide it, I can let Grandma Duo Luo make it for you. She's my wife, and also an old woman who loves her child, but makes her heart break. If she knew that you have this kind of filial piety, I believe she would cry out loud. Listen, child, you can come to my home as a guest at any time. No, you don't need to act like a guest, you can be like my family. Granny Duo Luo and I will welcome you to our home, as long as you're willing, she'll make all the delicacies you want. She'll make all the delicacies your mother invented. Really? Yue Yang asked in pleasant surprise. Of course, the principal's heart broke when he saw this kind of innocent gaze. This kind of gaze could practically make the stone lions on the stairs run down to lick this little fellow's hand. Pitiful little fellow, this won't do. There must be someone who dotes on him, otherwise it would be the greatest harm to this child. The principal raised his head. He quickly wiped away the trace of tears at the corner of his eyes. Coughing slightly, he cleared his throat, doing his best to maintain his demeanor as a principal so that he wouldn't make a fool of himself in front of everyone with tears streaming down his face. When Yue Yang bowed to express his thanks, the strict principal couldn't help but reach out his hand and lightly caress this pitiful child's head. Child, actually you don't have to work too hard. If there's not enough time, it's fine if you go a little slower. Compared to honor, I hope that you can maintain your happiness. Yue Yang looked at the principal's reddened eyes with the kind of innocent gaze that only good children had, and replied obediently. Principal, every month I research one thing, 3 months is just enough time. I just need a bit of free time in the afternoon. His words trailed off, but the principal still heard it. His eyes became hot, and he hurriedly turned around to prevent this student from seeing him cry. He must take good care of this child. If it was said that he was still thinking about honor before, now the principal had already secretly made up his mind. He felt that even if he had to risk his old life, he must make this child happy again. Such a well-behaved and hard-working child with such high talent, if he didn't push him to the position of the first person after returning from the human valley, could he still be considered as a qualified elder? Principal, then, can I ask Grandma Duo Luo to make 100-flower sweet dew pie tomorrow? Yue Yang's request was enough to make mischievous Stone nod his head. Let's go, we'll go home immediately to eat. The principal didn't turn around, only reaching back to grab Yue Yang's hand. His slightly choked voice emphasized the word, go home. Is principal crying? Nonsense, I have trachoma, I cry when I see the wind. Why would I cry? I'm the principal. Chapter 1063. After the 100-flower sweet dew pie incident, all the teachers in the school knew about this monstrous and filial student Tai Tan. Every day, except for the necessary group extracurricular activities, every teacher would take the initiative to come over to guide or assist Yue Yang in the research and development of the 3 new fields. They each had their own specialties. Once they fully participated in the research and development, the speed of the research and development would really increase by leaps and bounds. The principal was undoubtedly the happiest. First of all, he felt that he was a good scout. He was the one who discovered student Tai Tan, this horse with a limitless future. More importantly, after eating the 100-flower sweet dew pie specially ordered by Duo Luo Po, student Tai Tan's longing for his mother had clearly lessened, and a smile had also appeared on his face. The principal saw this and felt that his heart was also dozens of years younger. An indescribable sense of accomplishment. Spontaneously, child, what you need is rest. Even if I can't use that holy quill in this life, I can't watch you sit here motionlessly for 3 months to research. I know how much effort is needed for this kind of thing. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's blood, sweat, and tears. Listen, you have to rest for 3 days. I'll give you a holiday. You don't need to say anything, I know what you're worried about. Time is not a problem. As for this, the teachers in the school are gradually getting used to it. Don't worry, leave it to them. They can and must share more of your burdens. The principal criticized Yue Yang, feeling distressed. Then, he gave Yue Yang an unprecedented 3 days of vacation. He told Yue Yang not to do anything other than rest and rest. Leave it to us. Teacher Meng, who was in the mecha combat class today, had already let the sheep go. He abandoned those with a bright future and devoted himself to the flying war doll that Yue Yang was developing. Teacher Meng's father was said to be a famous war doll master. But until he died of old age, he still had one regret. That was that he didn't see the war doll fly. He died with his eyes wide open. Teacher Meng was also a filial son. There were as many as 9 brothers in the family. 20 years ago, the 9 brothers began to inherit the research of their father's works, but there was no progress. Just as he was in despair, Teacher Meng suddenly heard that a monstrous student had already successfully developed a gliding war puppet model. He was only waiting for the experimental data and the finished product to be produced on the battlefield. He felt as if he had been reborn. When the headmaster ordered him to participate and assist Yue Yang in researching the flying puppet, he was overjoyed. In front of Yue Yang, Teacher Meng didn't say anything. However, when he rushed into the washroom, he immediately burst into tears, crying like a child. Due to the lack of manpower, Meng's sensei summoned all 9 of his brothers from his family. He took out his own funds and built a giant flying puppet according to the flying model designed by Yue Yang. Of course, this was just a sample of wood, a 1-to-1 ratio of samples. It was impossible to procure all of the materials needed to make a true flying puppet in a short period of time. Even if flying was only a theoretical possibility, the 9 brothers worked day and night, forgetting to eat and sleep. In this way, in the special flying puppet laboratory, it was common to see 9 puppet masters listening to Yue Yang's orders like apprentices. As long as it was Yue Yang's orders, there was nothing they couldn't accomplish. In the school, the only teacher who had a grudge was Teacher Wu Pu, who was in charge of researching runes. Because the school focused on building flying puppets, the research on runes that he was in charge of was put aside. Even the other teachers in the school were more willing to help with the flying puppets, and no one was willing to help him here. If it wasn't for Yue Yang saying that the research on the runes would be used on the flying puppets, and that without it, the flying puppets would be greatly inferior, he would have protested to the headmaster. If the runes were to be used on the flying puppets, the focus would shift back to the flying puppets sooner or later. Teacher Wu Pu thought it over and came to a conclusion. Even a fool would know which was more dazzling, the collective contribution or the glory of a single person's achievement. Furthermore, he felt that if he researched runes with his students alone, he would be able to grasp more secrets and have a closer relationship with them. Other than the headmaster, it would probably be his turn. Goodbye, headmaster. Teacher Omeng, Teacher Wu Pu, like a good kid leaving school, Yue Yang walked out of the school under the gaze of the headmaster and the others. This child, the headmaster sighed, it was a pity that he wasn't his grandson. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any regrets even if he died. Back at the Star Diamond Castle, housekeeper Du Li gave Yue Yang a few letters. They were written by Zhang Hua, the mayor of Silver Maple City, and the two mayors. The two mayors expressed that they would do their best to eliminate the sea monsters and clean up the bandits. Yue Yang threw them away before he finished reading them. Only an idiot would believe the loyalty of a fence-sitter. If it wasn't for him showing off his skills in Silver Maple City, the two mayors would probably have gone to hug Zhang Hua's thighs already. In Silver Maple City's mayor's letter, it was obvious that he had already found out about Yue Yang's identity from Zhang Hua. He wanted to mend his relationship with Yue Yang, but he put it in a more tactful manner. He mainly invited Yue Yang to attend the banquet again, and said that he would definitely attend the life assessment ceremony. He also congratulated Yue Yang, the owner of the Star Diamond Castle, on achieving good results and returning as the champion. Because of the headmaster's order and the fact that the Heaven's Chosen Wanzi's school teachers realized that this was the best time to make a name for themselves in the Human Valley, none of Yue Yang's 3 research projects were leaked out. Otherwise, Silver Maple City's mayor wouldn't have been able to sit still. He would have gone to the school to patrol. Hall Master Guang Zhanghua's letter was even more sincere. He mentioned many times that he felt like old friends at first sight, respected him as a bosom friend, and was willing to be brothers with him. If it wasn't for the fact that Yue Yang already knew that this guy wasn't a good person, he would have been fooled by him. To Zhang Hua, the glory of the Human Valley wasn't his ultimate goal. No matter how hard he fought, he couldn't win against Jiweri. However, if he could ally with the most mysterious Eastern fairy tribe in the Heaven Realm, Jiweri and Jizun of the temple would probably have a headache. In order to be on good terms with Yue Yang, Zhang Hua couldn't wait to dig out his heart and show it to him. Sea monsters, thieves, wolves, and lack of funds, Zhang Hua helped Yue Yang settle everything without hesitation. If it wasn't for the fact that Yue Yang had to stay in the school to attend classes, Zhang Hua would probably visit him every day. In order to support Zhang Hua, Silver Maple City's mayor also spared no effort. Many rare items were sent to the Star Diamond Castle in Zhang Hua's name. Liar, you've really cheated me badly. Back in the grimoire world, Fallen Beauty, who was in Yue Yang's arms, pinched his nose coquettishly. When no one was paying attention, she quickly kissed him on the lips, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. I don't usually agree with cheating people, but when it comes to Zhang Hua, the worse he gets cheated, the better. Princess Sissy waved her fist. She didn't have any good feelings towards the people from the central shrine. Whether it was Jiweri, it was still Zhang Hua. Furthermore, the more these two guys fought, the more advantageous it would be for Tong Tian Tower. Seeing that Tigress was in a good mood today, Yue Yang couldn't help but tease her. Girl, what good thing happened today? Did you make great progress in fusing the divine sword? Princess Sissy lowered her head when she heard this. In terms of training, she was undoubtedly one of the most hardworking people. How could Princess Sissy, who was trying to fuse the divine spark with Shui Wuxia as her goal, admit defeat? Unfortunately, she couldn't complete the final fusion with the Prison Emperor divine sword. It was already like this when she reached Elder Innate level 1, it was still the same when she reached Elder Innate level 2. This was a huge blow to her. Yu secretly gave her precious brother a look, hinting him not to mention it. It was rare for Princess Sissy to be in a good mood. Now it was like this again. Tigress, let me help you. I guarantee that it will be done in 3 days. Yue Yang knew that it was time for him to help. Otherwise, it would affect her training. It wouldn't be good for her to be stuck at a bottleneck for too long. You are so long-winded. Princess Sissy punched Yue Yang's chest hatefully. How could a stubborn girl like her accept his good intentions in front of everyone? Most importantly, in order for him to help her fuse with the prison emperor divine sword, they must have intimate contact as if they were lovers. If he continued to take a step further after intimate contact, she didn't have the confidence to stop him. Before Shui Wuxia awakened from fusing with the divine spark, Princess Sissy felt that she had to work harder. She mustn't let Shui Niu laugh at her lack of self-control. She could lose to anyone but her. Hey, I really want to help you, Yue Yang sweated profusely. Did he really look like the kind of person who would take advantage of others? Xiao-san, shush, Yu signaled to Yue Yang to stop shouting. She raised a finger in a mysterious and shy manner. Actually, I have already told Xianxia, she also agreed. It's just that you can't let everyone know. You also know that Xianxia's face is tender, she might go back on her words if you mention it. Thank you, sister. Yue Yang excitedly put down Fallen Beauty and hugged Yu, spinning her around. Regarding the knot in Princess Sissy's heart that she couldn't successfully fuse with the prison emperor divine sword, he was also secretly anxious. He didn't expect that Yu would be able to solve the problem. In front of fallen flowers and Inan, Yu was embarrassed and anxious. She randomly hit Yue Yang's shoulder with her small fist. Xiao-san, quickly put me down, I'm dizzy. Yue Yang then realized and couldn't help but sweat profusely. Why did he hug Yu? And it was in front of everyone. You've always been like a child. Yu was very embarrassed. Luckily Yu Bing and Bauer weren't here, otherwise it would be even more awkward. She complained to Yue Yang in order to free herself, and hurriedly ran back to her room. Her heart was beating like a deer. I really didn't do it on purpose. Yue Yang saw Fallen Beauty's gaze and hurriedly explained. Did someone say that they didn't believe me? Could it be that someone was trying to cover up something that only made it more obvious? Haha. Fallen Beauty was overjoyed. She laughed so hard that her shoulders shook, like a flower swaying. It was extremely alluring. Yue Yang decided that tonight, he would carry out the family law and teach this Fallen Beauty a lesson. Of course, before that, Yue Yang decided to find a helper. He pulled Inan's lily-white hand. My little Inan is still the most obedient. Tonight, let's punish a certain princess's butt together, okay? When Inan heard the praise, her heart was filled with sweetness. Fortunately, she was still rational and didn't agree under Fallen Beauty's sharp gaze. She only giggled. Fallen Beauty showed her imposing manner. How dare you, a mere personal guard captain, dare to offend your superior? Yue Yang acted like a hoodlum. At most, I'll just deduct my salary. Anyway, I've never received that thing. The law can't stop me anymore. What could they do to such a rascal? Fallen Beauty, who was captured after escaping, took out her last trump card. If you really dare to hit me, I'll tire you out if you don't cooperate in the future. This threat was related to Yue Yang's lifelong happiness. It couldn't be helped. As strong as Yue Yang was, he had to admit defeat immediately. His wolf hand, which was raised high up in the air, gently lowered it and caressed a certain princess's butt. Little fool, I don't even have time to dote on you, how can I hit you? Luo Hua Beauty, who had finally won a round with great difficulty, knew when to stop. Her wolf hand gradually moved down, searching for secrets. Her body became weak and she couldn't resist anymore. She quickly hugged him and bit his ear. As a personal guard captain, you still want your salary. Chapter 1064. Princess Sissy woke up early in the morning to practice her swordsmanship. Yue Yang watched from the side for half an hour. Tigress did not stop at all, as if she was still angry about what she said last night. After Yu got up, she secretly gestured to Yue Yang, telling him not to be anxious. She wanted to let this competitive princess Her Royal Highness retain some face, so that she could have a way out of this embarrassing situation. After eating breakfast, Yue Yang left the grimoire world and returned to the Star Diamond Castle. You want to inspect the territory? Butler Du Li was a little surprised by Yue Yang's travel plan. The Star Diamond Castle has a new owner. I don't know what will happen next. As a leader, I feel that I need to understand my territory and its people. Yue Yang put on a, I'm ready to be a qualified leader, attitude. However, it might not be what you think it is. Butler Du Li reminded him vaguely. That's why I want to take a look. Yue Yang smiled. That's right, as expected of young master. Chef Su Shan let out a loud laugh. Those people have made a mess down there. It's good to take a look. Otherwise, young master will not know the truth. I agree with young master inspecting the territory. The only thing you need to pay attention to is safety. Don't let those people with evil intentions do anything. This shouldn't be. Yue Yang quickly denied it. Now that Silver Maple City Master and Zhang Hua were trying to rope him in, they wouldn't do anything to him for the time being. Then, do we need to report it? Butler Du Li meant to ask her subordinates to accompany him. If we do that, there will be the same result as when a high-ranking official from the Celestial Empire came down to inspect. All the streets will be swept clean and there won't be any beggars. All the places to be inspected were arranged in advance. Even the houses of the farmers who were to be inspected were already filled with all kinds of daily necessities and high-end furniture that they couldn't afford in their entire lives. Every conversation was rehearsed. There were several sets of routine questions and answers. No matter which question was asked, there would be a standard answer. Among them, there were memories of bitterness and sweetness, as well as great changes in comparison to the past and present. When it came to emotional moments, it was necessary to shed tears. At the end, the card was a thank you to the leader's kind care and concern. The attitude was absolutely sincere. In short, shaking hands, quietly wiping tears, and smiling like a flower, that was the whole process of the trilogy. Do you think I need these things? Yue Yang's words stunned Butler Du Li and Chef Su Shan. In the end, Butler Du Li reacted quickly. She nodded at first. Then he sighed softly, "Young master, you have a thorough understanding of Human Valley. If you were to report it, it might really be like that." Yue Yang waved his hand. "It's not the Human Valley. It's the same in almost every place. As long as there are people and the leaders are patrolling, it's easy to see such a phenomenon. Identity was sometimes like a talisman, and sometimes, it was like a shield that covered the eyes. If we don't want to be blocked by the barrier of identity, the best way is to bypass it." After Butler Du Li heard this, she exchanged glances with Chef Su Shan. He didn't say anything else, only nodding slightly. Now, they were finally at ease. This was because they had always been worried that the young master, who hadn't grown up yet, had eyes that were sharper and farsighted than them. He had long seen through the weaknesses of human nature and the comedies of society. With such a mature young master as the new owner of the Star Diamond Castle, the Star Diamond Castle would definitely regain its former owner's glory. After taking off the noble badge and helping Yue Yang change into a mercenary's uniform, Butler Du Li wanted to say something, but then hesitated. "Young master, do you want to bring a few people with you? If something happens, you'll have someone to order you around." Compared to Butler Du Li, Chef Su Shan was much more forthright. Butler Du Li didn't want young master Yue Yang to feel that she had too much authority, but Chef Su Shan didn't think so. She felt that anything that was good for the young master must be suggested and done. Chef Su Shan tied an ordinary mercenary sword to Yue Yang's waist. This sword didn't have any use, it was just a symbol of a mercenary's identity. Ordinary nobles wouldn't wear a crude iron sword on their waist. After hanging up the sword, Chef Su Shan looked left and right, clicking her tongue. In the end, she shook her head. "Although he looks handsome like this, young master looks better in the luxurious clothes of a noble. Speaking of bringing people, my image isn't good, and I'll be easily seen through. I won't go. Let Butler Du Li go. She can disguise herself as a mercenary. It's not the first time she's gone to investigate for master. If he didn't let anyone follow him, Butler Du Li would probably be worried." Yue Yang could only nod his head in agreement. Seeing that the young master had agreed, Butler Du Li entered and changed into a mercenary's uniform. She stuck a beautiful mustache on her lips and dyed her hair purple. Behind her was a battle puppet that looked more like a wolf than a fox. Looking at her overall appearance, if one wasn't familiar with her, they wouldn't be able to tell that she was Butler Du Li. They would only feel that she was a middle-aged mercenary with a decent standard of living. Coupled with the animal war puppet following behind him, the persuasiveness was doubled. The Human Valley wasn't like the outside of Heaven Realm. The people here couldn't fight directly. They had to be battle puppets in order to unleash their battle power. In this way, as a mercenary, Yue Yang, who was disguised as a mercenary with a sword, was actually trash. Only those rich and powerful families who lacked manpower with battle puppets would hire them. Small businesses would reject them. The reason was simple: no one wanted to hire a mercenary who could only eat and not work. With a beast, it was completely different. It could fight at any time. Not to mention its battle power, the most important thing was that it could be used at any time. According to the comparison of the Celestial Empire, a mercenary with a sword was like a security guard in the Garden District. Wearing a uniform and holding an electric baton, they looked impressive. Those who didn't know would think that they were very powerful, but their battle power was still trash. Of course, no one could expect them to really go into battle and kill the enemy. The biggest hope was that they could rely on their numbers to guard the door, so that everyone could have a good sleep. Were there any security guards who could tear their uniforms and reveal their red underwear to protect the world's peace? Probably there were, but this kind of security guard whose battle power was off the charts was as rare as the Iron Feet floating on water, who had trained hard for 20 years in prison. What about the mercenary with the battle puppet? It was completely different. They had already increased by one realm. They were equivalent to the city guards of the Celestial Empire who could easily take out 3,000 people to conquer the island. If the battle puppet was stronger, or if there was another set of mercenary giant battle puppets, their realm would increase by another realm. They would be equivalent to the invincible demolition officers of the Celestial Empire. Let's go. Yue Yang and Butler Du Li decided to go to the mine that was said to be almost finished. After all, money could be found here. Although Zhang Hua had sent a letter saying that he had sent an expert to explore the mine, everyone knew that the result of the exploration was uncertain. It would be a long time before the results were out. Yue Yang decided to go and take a look. With his pair of eyes, he didn't believe that he couldn't see the truth. It was a pity that he couldn't summon the quintet golden puppet mice. Otherwise, things would be much simpler. Contracted beasts couldn't be used in the human valley, but many of the puppet beasts that Yue Yang made in the past had no problem. For example, Optimus Prime and Megatron, the two laborer, humanoid mechanical puppets that were created when Yue Yang failed to make battle puppets. Yue Yang could take them out of his storage ring at any time. However, because of the ancient rules of the human valley, the puppet beasts that weren't recognized by the god of war statue couldn't be used in battle. They couldn't be attacked, just like how a mercenary's sword could only be used as a decoration. Furthermore, Yue Yang didn't expect these bronze-ranked level 6 laborer-type puppets to have any attack power. Reincarnated people who entered the human valley, even if they couldn't use martial arts, their bodies wouldn't change. It was just that they couldn't use martial arts. For example, Hao who entered the human valley with Yue Yang. Although his reincarnation wasn't good and he was just a lousy mercenary, even if he met Jiwari couldn't do anything to him. This was because if he couldn't fight, he could only rely on his puppets. Even if 1,000 war puppets surrounded Haug and attacked him for a year, they wouldn't be able to even scratch a single piece of Haug's skin. Furthermore, even if they were war puppets, they couldn't just casually attack people. There had to be a reason for it to attack. In the human valley, one had to use intelligence to solve problems. This was for sure. Let's go separately. Yue Yang knew that if the two of them walked together, they would become a bigger target and would be easily discovered. Okay. Butler Du Li naturally understood this logic. Unlike Butler Du Li, who went straight to the mine, Yue Yang took a stroll around the vicinity. He purposely took a detour and went to a few villages near the mine to gather some information. Only after that did he slowly arrive at the outskirts of the mine. A day had already passed. Yue Yang wasn't in a hurry to enter the mine. Instead, he found a small inn at the outskirts of the mine and used the fake mercenary identity card that Su Shan gave him to pay the bill. He then ordered a table of food and wine. He even flirted with the plump and sexy lady boss of the inn. The skinny and slightly bald boss watched from the side, occasionally letting out a chuckle, as if he didn't see his wife flirting with a stranger. There were a lot of coolies in the mining area, so it wasn't that there weren't people who came here to rest. However, there were very few people who were as generous as Yue Yang. He paid for 3 days' accommodation in one go, and even ordered the best food and wine. Anyway, looking at her chest wouldn't make him lose a piece of flesh. The boss was used to seeing perverts showing their ferocious eyes to their wives. He was already used to it. As he wiped the wine glasses, he echoed Yue Yang and his wife's words. "You're right, the mine is indeed hiring. The news is true, I can guarantee it. It's said that the Star Diamond Castle has a new owner. Moreover, his backer is very strong. He's a relative of the city lord of Silver Maple City. Some time ago, the 10th son of the city lord of Silver Maple City sent someone to inform us. If that's the case, the mine is looking for a new mine. Are you going to recruit a lot of people?" Yue Yang expressed his concern. "What new mine? That's all a lie. The lady boss snorted unhappily as she drank the wine that Yue Yang ordered. Quiet. The bald boss hurriedly stopped her and looked left and right to see if there was anyone around. Even flies wouldn't come at this time. The lady boss was already a little tipsy. Seeing the man so scared, she immediately felt unhappy. If it wasn't for them, would our business be so bad? What was it like before? What is it like now? I've suffered for 10 years. I've had enough. Could it be that there's some secret behind this? Yue Yang ordered another bottle of good wine. As he poured wine for himself and the lady boss, he also handed a glass to the boss. It's fine if you just want to listen. You must not leak it. The boss looked around. Apart from Yue Yang, there was no other customer. He gulped down the wine in front of him and gathered his courage. Then, he leaned his head towards Yue Yang and whispered, "The mine used to be very popular. The quality of the ores produced was good, and they were naturally rich. Have you heard of the owner of the Star Diamond Castle? I mean the previous owner of the Star Diamond Castle." That's right, she was extremely mysterious. Other than a few people, no one actually knew her name. However, the record she created was something no one could surpass. As for the rumors about her, it's impossible to explain them clearly even after 3 days and 3 nights. Our mine was personally explored by her, including the surrounding land. You don't know this, but the entire land, as well as the Star Diamond Castle, all belong to that beautiful owner. Is it because the new owner doesn't have enough prestige and wants to declare independence? Yue Yang pretended to be curious. What do you mean by now? As early as 10 years ago, the lady boss waved her hand discontentedly. Ever since the female owner of the Star Diamond Castle left, those fellows had evil intentions. If it weren't for the 2 trusted subordinates of the Star Diamond Castle guarding it, someone would have already attacked it. That's not necessarily the case. The Star Diamond Castle was bestowed by His Majesty the Emperor. Although His Majesty doesn't have any real power, he still has face. Who would dare to fight for something bestowed by him? No matter how fierce the struggle in Human Valley is, there are still some unspoken rules. The boss shook his head, denying his wife's words. Yue Yang poured him another cup. The boss took a sip and felt a little tipsy. He stared at Yue Yang and said in a low voice, "Let me tell you a big secret. Actually, the mine isn't empty at all. In fact, it's a rich mine. There won't be any problem mining for hundreds of years. There's never been a lack of resources." Really? Yue Yang revealed a look of surprise. The boss saw this and was very satisfied with the others' shocked reaction. In the past 10 years, the people in the mine have been silently infiltrated by the people of the 3 major powers. When you hear me say this, perhaps your first reaction will be the City Lord of Silver Maple City. That's right, he's also involved, but the one with the most power isn't him. It's the biggest slave trader in Human Valley and the owner of the Sky Thunder Castle, one of the 10 major castles, Prince Renaud. Right now, the captain of the garrison in the mine is just a puppet. The one who truly has the right to speak is General Lei Meng, who's behind the scenes. 10 years ago, General Lei Meng came here under the prince's orders to occupy the mine. It's also because he removed all the restrictions set by the previous owner of Star Diamond Castle that the workers in the mine leave every year, unable to bear the pressure. Now, aside from the slaves of the 3 major powers, there aren't many civilians or mercenaries who come here to make a living. Even if there are, it's only temporary. The boss's words made Yue Yang come to a realization. Could it be that he made the boss so happy just because he spent a little? So, business was so bad that they had to swat flies every day. Why didn't you leave? Yue Yang asked curiously. Leave? It's easy for you to say. If we leave, we have to pay General Lei Meng 300 heaven crystals as compensation. The boss swallowed his cup of bitter wine. Heavy taxes are indeed troublesome. Yue Yang paused for a moment before he asked, "Then why did they send out notices to recruit people?" "I came here because I saw the notice saying that they're recruiting a lot of people. Perhaps you don't know this, but I have the special ability of mine exploration. I thought that I could use it to my advantage." "You said the notice." The half-drunk boss snorted coldly. "It's a trick they use every year. They specialize in tricking wanderers like you who have just returned and know nothing about the truth." "What?" Yue Yang played along and revealed a shocked expression. "Every year, they scam many people. Almost everyone will fall for it and work hard for them for more than a month. Then, they will leave with hatred in their hearts under General Lei Meng's barbaric rule. In my opinion, people like you with special abilities might be better, but don't expect to get rich here. This is definitely not a good place. It's because you're the best customer, and I, your big brother, hit it off with you. That's why I'm reminding you. The boss patted Yue Yang's shoulder, indicating that he could not bear to see Yue Yang walk into a tiger's den. Thank you so much. Yue Yang hurriedly poured the rest of the wine into the boss's cup. I'll go take a look tomorrow and leave immediately. I'm afraid that some of my brothers who left a few days ago might be trapped inside. Be careful of General Lei Meng. That guy is a dog in front of his master, but he's a tyrant here. The half-drunk boss also reminded Yue Yang. There are people outside. They should be the guards who came here to eat and drink for free. You should quickly go upstairs and rest. When those fellows are drunk, it's a headache. The boss advised Yue Yang to leave, but the boss was not afraid and continued to drink. Yue Yang noticed that there was a storage ring on her finger that looked like a wedding ring. He guessed that there was a battle puppet inside. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to open a hotel in this kind of place for more than 10 years without any problems. Before resting, Yue Yang heard a commotion downstairs. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. The fight in the Human Valley was still quite interesting. He just didn't know what relationship Prince Renaud and General Lei Meng of the Sky Thunder Castle had with the most loyal follower of the Tianwu region's angry region emperor, Lei Bao. If there was, then the world was really too small. Chapter 1065. When it was almost noon, Yue Yang got up and entered the mining area with a dozen other mercenaries who had also seen the notice. None of these mercenaries were reincarnators. They were all descendants of reincarnators. In Human Valley, although reincarnators were forbidden from fighting, they still had strength. No matter how poor they were, it was impossible for them to starve or freeze to death. And as a reincarnator, they had some interpersonal relationships. Otherwise, who would dare to challenge a place like Human Valley alone? Back then, Grandmother Saluman, who had successfully passed the 6th stage, Demon Valley, had no choice but to retreat when faced with Human Valley. From this, one could imagine the difficulty of passing Human Valley. The greater the difficulty, the longer one would stay in Human Valley. Many of the reincarnators who challenged might not be able to leave Human Valley for the rest of their lives. Some reincarnators, although they could leave, because they had lived in Human Valley for a long time, they could not bear the loneliness and had marriages and descendants, because the requirements to bring people away were too high. Even the most important relatives, reincarnators had to think carefully before bringing them away. Moreover, as time passed, the reincarnators' descendants might have reproduced for several or even dozens of generations. Direct relatives and collateral relatives were a large group with tens of thousands of people. It was impossible to bring them all away. Then, these reincarnators who had no choice but to stay in Human Valley would be reunited generation after generation. Heirs would be passed down from generation to generation. If the reincarnators in the distant ancestors era had a high status, maybe the direct relatives could benefit a little. But if the reincarnators in the distant ancestors era were all commoners, then the descendants would have to run around and work hard for survival. If they did well, they could become merchants or mercenaries. Ordinary ones would be commoners. Worse, they would be poor people who worked hard for others to feed their mouths. Finally, they would be slaves who lost their freedom and sold to others in exchange for money to let their relatives live. The mercenaries who entered the valley with Yue Yang to make a living might be collateral relatives or descendants separated by many generations. In their bodies, the reincarnator's bloodline was already very thin. Their strength was also very weak. The strongest strength was only around Earth rank level 5. If he brought this strength to Tong Tian Tower, then it would not be bad, but this was Human Valley. The reincarnated people were all sovereign realm experts. Even the weakest dregs were above Heaven stage level 5. The strength of Earth stage was simply not enough. Fortunately, Human Valley forbade martial arts. Otherwise, they could be crushed to death with just a finger. Do you have any animal war puppets? The leader among them still looked up to Yue Yang a little. This was because in their eyes, individual strength was not important. What was important was what one had. Each of them had an animal puppet with different battle strength, but their battle strength was still not small. Naturally, they felt that they were not on the same level as Yue Yang, this Zhonghu little shrimp who had a sword as an accessory. Fortunately, as mercenaries, their status was very low, and they were not arrogant. At most, they had the confidence to show off their seniority in front of a small fry like Yue Yang. Yes, Yue Yang really wanted to say no, but he felt that if he said it, the other party would definitely take out the attitude of, "I'm a senior," to lecture him. For the sake of peace and quiet, Yue Yang decided to say the truth. What rank? The leader was shocked. Could it be that this brat was not one of those poor mercenary little shrimps? Are you asking about bronze, silver, or gold? Yue Yang asked back. You have all of them. A mercenary who accidentally heard this was scared silly. For ordinary mercenaries, it was already very arrogant to have one animal war puppet. 2 was already the limit, and this was the result of a lifetime of hard work. It was impossible for young people to have one. In Human Valley, other than those nobles who controlled the army, who else would carry a group of animal war puppets with them? I have an ancestor who specializes in war puppets. Yue Yang expressed that his ancestor was also generous, but he lived a miserable life. No wonder. The leader nodded his head in realization. At this moment, hearing that Yue Yang's ancestor was once a war puppet master, the attitude of the mercenaries towards Yue Yang immediately changed. Imperceptibly, a kind of respect rose within them. No matter how well the later generation did, his ancestor had a glorious past and had a certain amount of knowledge. This was an existence that no amount of money could buy. When it was time to officially enter the mining area and register their identities, everyone consciously lined up behind Yue Yang. Even the leader of the mercenaries had modestly declined. However, Yue Yang waved his hand and still asked the leader of the mercenaries to line up first. He showed a rare young man's humble attitude and good upbringing, which made the mercenaries even more impressed. Ask yourself, if you had a few animal war puppets, would you keep them all and not take them out to show off? Would you just pretend to be a mercenary with a sword? In this world, how many people could really hide their strength and bide their time? Especially the young people who were proud and arrogant. Entering the mining area doesn't mean that we will accept your arrangements. Furthermore, what's with this one crystal deposit? I have never heard of a mining area that requires one crystal to enter. Is this the attitude you have when you recruit people here? When the leader of the mercenaries saw the conditions to enter the valley, he was instantly enraged. They had to pay a one crystal deposit before they even started working. What kind of logic was this? If you don't want to do it, then get lost. The guard on duty had a bad attitude like a wolf dog, barking as soon as he opened his mouth. What? Although the mercenaries were often insulted, it was usually when they had lost a battle or made some kind of mistake. If they were in the wrong, they would accept it. But now, before they even entered the door, they were already being scolded. How could they not be angry? I have been in a bad mood these few days. Get lost immediately, or I will capture all of you and make you into slaves. The guard on duty said fiercely. Look at how things have turned out. The leader of the mercenaries knew that he was here to find a job and make a living, not to quarrel. As a leader, he had to have better endurance. He took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Then, he turned to Yue Yang and asked for Yue Yang's opinion. What should he do? Should he leave or stay? If you don't get lost, I will release my dogs to bite you. Don't think that you can be arrogant here just because you have a few lousy war puppets. Let me tell you, if you dare to resist, you will immediately be charged with attacking a noble's territory and thrown into the Black Dungeon. There were only 4 guards on duty, but they were very arrogant. They looked as if they had the mercenaries in front of them. Indeed, if they were charged with attacking a noble's territory, it would be a heavy crime that no one could bear. Although it was not considered rebellion, it was close to it. If they were caught, they would be thrown into the Black Dungeon and executed on a specific execution platform. When the leader of the mercenaries heard this, he frowned and quickly waved his hand to signal his companions to retreat. They could not get into a conflict with these 4 scoundrels, in case they used underhanded methods to charge them with attacking a noble's territory. Just as the leader of the mercenaries was about to leave with his team, a commotion suddenly came from the mining area. It was a clamor. The sound of hurried and messy footsteps could be heard from afar. In just a dozen seconds, 2 shadows could be seen fleeing in this direction, with several war puppets with red eyes chasing after them. Yue Yang first looked into the distance and found that there was another group of shadows moving at the back. Every one of them was in rags and extremely dirty. He reckoned that they were the slave miners of the mining area. The 2 shadows running at the front were the same. Although the shadow on the left was unkempt, it could be seen that it was a woman. The shadow on the right was a tall and skinny man. In his arms, there was a dirty little black ball. Yue Yang guessed that this little black ball, which he did not forget to protect as if it was his heart treasure, should be their child. After running for a long time, the strength of the 2 gradually weakened. They panted heavily and found it difficult to maintain their pace. Their footsteps gradually became messy. Their speed was getting slower and slower. The war puppets did not know fatigue. Their speed would not increase, but it would not decrease either. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up to the woman who was lagging behind. When it opened its mouth, it could almost bite her calf. The man panicked and used all his remaining strength to pull the woman, narrowly saving her from the mouth of the war puppet. But he did not realize that the sinister guard at the gate had already sent out the war puppets to intercept them. He was so focused on the back that he did not notice the ambush in front of him, that he was pounced on by a wolf-shaped war puppet. He fell to the ground in an instant. The man reacted quickly and covered the little black ball with his hands in time. But the wolf-shaped war puppet had already opened its big mouth. Its sharp teeth easily tore off a piece of flesh from the man's arm. Blood splattered everywhere. Impossible. A mercenary cried out in shock. If there is no reason to attack, the war puppet will not hurt people. This is because this couple has been convicted. The leader of the mercenaries shivered. How is this possible? They are unarmed and have no offensive ability. The mercenary from before still did not believe it. The laws are meant to protect us humans. How can they bypass the laws and harm us? This is impossible. Actually, there is a terrifying legend in the human valley. The leader of the mercenaries lowered his voice in fear. When they obtained the recognition of the god of war, they identified all of us civilians as enemies. The laws are indeed meant to protect the survival of humans. However, they deceived the laws and treated the majority of humans as sinners that could be attacked for the survival of certain people. When the mercenaries heard this secret, they all felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Not far from Yue Yang, a few war puppets pounced on the man, ready to tear him and the little black ball in his arms into pieces. The man struggled with all his might but could not break free from the wolf puppet's pounce. He growled. Using the last bit of strength in his body, he pushed the little black ball out of his arms with one hand and let it roll out of the attack range. One of the war puppets noticed the escaped target and immediately chased after it. It opened its big mouth and was ready to bite the little black ball's head into pieces. The woman, who was surrounded by a few war puppets, suddenly had the strength to rush over and pick up the little black ball. She raised the little black ball high up in the air. Other than this kind of protection, as a mother, there was nothing more she could do. Gnaw on her legs, haha, start from the top of her legs, slowly. When her legs are all gone, then you can eat the child. Don't bite her to death, make sure she watches as the child is eaten, haha, this is too exciting, what a touching scene. The 4 guards on duty laughed out loud. No, the man let out a sorrowful howl and climbed up with blood dripping from his body. He rushed over and carried the woman and the child. As a man, he was powerless to protect his wife and child. The only thing he could do was to let them die behind him. Even though life had long been hopeless, there was still a sliver of hope in his heart. He hoped that the laws set by the gods would produce a miracle so that the bad guys would not find loopholes and that the poor people would have a way out. At the very least, he could not die in the mouths of the war puppets who were accomplices to the evil. Thinking back to the time when the Queen of Conquest created the war puppets, it was to protect the civilians. God, please open your eyes. The man who was surrounded by the war puppets let out a sorrowful howl in despair, his voice echoing through the heavens. Chapter 1066, Lackey. The mercenary who had voiced out his doubts was a young man of 18 or 19 years old. He was the youngest in the team and was full of passion. As soon as he saw this tragic scene that angered both humans and gods, he immediately became furious. He immediately rushed towards the couple who were surrounded by the puppet beasts. He intended to save them. At this time, his blood was boiling and he could no longer maintain his rationality. He could not think about the consequences of doing so. A shadow was faster than him. It pounced on him and pushed him to the ground. The young mercenary fell to the ground in shock. He never thought that the resistance would come from behind. When he turned his head to look, he was even more surprised to find that the person who stopped him was the leader he had always respected. Why? The young mercenary was so emotional that he could barely ask. Why would a person like the leader stop him? He should support him. No, he should be one step faster than him and step forward to save the suffering couple who were surrounded by the puppet beasts. But not only did the leader not do that, he even stopped him from saving them. What kind of logic was this? Was this really the leader that he had always respected? Was this really the leader whose mother was willing to entrust her life to him? If he was afraid of death in a life and death situation, then what qualifications did he have to be a qualified mercenary? More importantly, in the face of such a tragic situation, who would not be moved? Who could bear to leave someone to die? The young mercenary crawled up and rushed to the leader with tears streaming down his face. His voice turned into a sharp scream, "Why? Why?" The leader did not answer and only pushed him back into the group. "Don't touch me," the young mercenary suddenly shouted agitatedly. "You are the leader, so you may have your concerns, but I am an ordinary mercenary. I do not have your concerns. I have decided to save them now. Don't stop me. Don't try to stop me, or else I'll fall out with you. I must save them. Even if I lose my life, I can't just watch as my lackeys harm that family of 3, seeing a human's life in danger. Not saving them is the first crime that a mercenary can commit. Have you all forgotten?" Slap. The mercenary leader slapped the young mercenary's face, causing him to stagger. The young mercenary covered his face and replied to the mercenary leader agitatedly, "This will be the last time you hit me. In the future, please don't bother about me anymore. We are people with different ideals. You be your captain, and I'll save my people. You don't need to worry about me anymore. Think about your blind mother, think about your young sister, and think about the baby your brother left behind. If you get yourself killed now, what will happen to them in the future? Who else could they rely on in the future? If you can't survive, your sister might have to sell herself as a slave, your mother will be blind, and she won't be able to raise her grandson alone. In other words, if you're finished, your whole family will be finished. Your heroic father and brother, the family that they have maintained for so many years, will be destroyed because of your momentary impulse." Slap, slap, slap. The mercenary leader raised his hand and slapped the young mercenary several times, causing his teeth to bleed and his cheeks to swell. "But if I don't save them, even if I live on, I will be a disgrace to my father's reputation." The young mercenary looked at the family of 3 who were surrounded by the animal puppets. He saw the couple covered in blood and injuries, using their last bit of strength to lift their child. Maybe in the next second, the couple would not be able to hold on, and the whole family would die. He couldn't save them, but he couldn't not save them either. Pain and despair tormented the young mercenary's hot-blooded and inexperienced heart, causing his spirit to collapse. The young mercenary lost his soul, his body trembling uncontrollably. A few of his companions took the opportunity to hug him tightly. Perhaps feeling that he had no more strength to save them, the young mercenary burst into tears, crying like a bullied child, "Why? My God, why, why?" Yue Yang was still standing in the same place, not making a sound. He quietly watched all of this. Just as the mercenaries were quarreling, the guards on duty actually controlled the animal war dolls and stopped their attacks. They moved towards the mercenaries, ridiculing in a strange tone, "Oh, I didn't expect that there would be such a righteous hero in this world. You scared me to death. Luckily you are not a noble lord of a territory, otherwise, even 100 of our heads would not be enough for you to chop off. Come on, don't you want to save them? Today I will give you a chance." Another guard turned back and shouted at the couple covered in blood, "Your savior is here, quickly shout for help." The couple saw the young mercenary being grabbed by the mercenaries, and closed their eyes in pain. Of course they wanted to be saved. No one wanted to die. However, let's not talk about whether or not the group of mercenaries could save him. Even if they could, how far could he escape? To the owner of the mine, the mercenaries were like ants. If they dared to attack, they would only implicate more people, more innocent people. How could they bear to do that? You would rather die than speak. But, you haven't forgotten your daughter, right? Think about how your daughter will look when she is eaten, okay? A guard on duty reminded them with a smile. When the couple heard this, their faces changed dramatically. The woman couldn't help but open her mouth. The man wanted to stop her, but the woman struggled to break free and shouted, "Brothers, I don't beg you to save us, but I beg you to take pity on my daughter and help me catch her. The child is innocent, I beg you, when I throw her out, who will stand up and catch her for me, please?" "Yes, yes, that's right." The 4 guards laughed. "You can cry more miserably. You are begging people to catch your daughter, how can you do it without a little sincerity? You can rest assured that we will give you this chance, but you must use your strength. Don't let your daughter fall to the ground, otherwise, her head will be trampled into pieces by my dogs. Don't blame me for not reminding you, ha 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 ha. Hey, you self-proclaimed righteous mercenaries, is there no one to respond? Are you all cowards without a belt in your crotch? If no one cooperates, then it won't be fun. If it's not fun, then we will immediately end the game. Dogs, get ready to move out." The young mercenary cried in a mess. He hated his identity. Why wasn't he the son of an aristocrat? Why didn't he have 100,000 troops? Why was he the son of a poor old mercenary? He was born lowly, and in the face of the powerful, he was as powerless as a pitiful little ant. Why did his life belong to someone else's? Why couldn't he change his fate no matter how hard he tried? All the mercenaries lowered their heads. Everyone has a family that they need to be the pillar of support. They didn't dare to imagine what would happen to their family if their support collapsed. Perhaps the wife would be kidnapped, and the lovely children would be sold as slaves one by one. Perhaps the wife would protect the family, but due to the lack of income, the whole family would cling to each other in poverty and starve to death, and then their corpses would be eaten by wild dogs. Save people, everyone wanted to save them. But everyone knew the serious consequences of saving people, and even if they wanted to save them, there was a 99% chance that they would not succeed. Because, compared to the enemy's powerful war dolls, the mercenaries' war dolls were not on the same level at all. Not to mention the crime of attacking a noble's territory. Even if they were saved, how could they escape the pursuit of countless pursuers? In the face of such a tragic situation that angered both men and gods. To save, or not to save? This answer could only be given by the heavens, but the heavens didn't open their eyes and didn't give any guidance. Without a miracle, everyone didn't know what to do. I'm so disappointed, a bunch of cowards. Compared to them, the eyes of those lowly slaves are a bit more rebellious, the guard on duty sneered. The lowly slaves behind have caught up, and they're going to use numbers to protect these lowly slaves. Dogs, come out and bite them to death. The black mass of people gradually approached. They were all slaves with heavy shackles on their hands and feet. Slave miners. Many of the slave miners had bite marks on their bodies, dripping with blood, and the wounds were hideous and terrifying. Seeing this group of people, the woman couldn't help but cry. But the man's eyes were filled with even more despair, because he saw the mine captain leisurely coming from behind the crowd with the mine guards, as well as the supreme power behind the scenes, General Lei Meng, who regarded human life as grass. Each of those people had a powerful war doll under them. Is there really no one who dares to stand up and be a hero? Even if it's a 1-minute hero. One of the guards spat on the ground contemptuously. A bunch of useless people. I'm not a hero, nor am I useless. A voice rang out. The mercenary leader standing in front of the mercenaries suddenly walked out. Under the young mercenary's incredulous gaze, he slowly walked towards the bloody couple, ignoring the animal war dolls that surrounded them, and slowly reached out his hand. If you believe me, I'm willing to take her. I have 5 children at home, and I don't mind raising one more. But I can't guarantee anything else. I can only say that she'll have enough to eat and wear. The bloody man could no longer speak. He knelt straight down. He kowtowed heavily. A man's knees were gold. The man was bitten by a group of beasts, and his flesh and blood were flying everywhere, but he would never kneel down and beg for mercy. He was definitely a tough man. But the mercenary leader's righteous act made him unable to bear it, because this grace was heavier than a mountain, deeper than the sea. Apart from kowtowing and thanking him, he couldn't think of a better way to thank the other party. The woman began to sob. She was both moved and reluctant to part with him. Her daughter would soon be safe. But her daughter was about to leave her, and this departure would be an eternal farewell. She hugged the little black ball in her arms tightly, kissing her little black face with all her might, kissing her little black and skinny little hands. No matter how much she kissed, it was not enough. Don't do this. Seeing this, the man panicked. If he didn't send her away now, when General Lei Meng arrived, would his daughter still be alive? He forcibly took his daughter out of his wife's arms, and took a deep look at his daughter's dark and thin little face. At the moment when the beasts pounced on them, he threw his daughter high in the direction of the mercenary leader. Brother, good luck, I'll repay you in the next life. Roar. The mercenary leader, who was also surrounded by several beasts, struggled to jump up, ignoring the puppet beasts that were biting him, and stretched out his arms, trying to catch the little girl who had been thrown out by her parents with high hopes of survival. Beside General Lei Meng, a 3-meter-tall humanoid puppet spun the javelin in its hand at lightning speed. Swoosh! The javelin was 10 times faster than an arrow released from a bow, and with a black light, it instantly pierced the chest of the mercenary leader. The javelin was extremely sharp, and with the great force thrown, the mercenary leader didn't even have time to react before the javelin pierced through his chest and nailed him to the ground. Even when he was nailed to the ground, he still looked at the javelin in his chest in disbelief. Looking at the little girl in the sky who was naturally falling upside down, General Lei Meng stroked his prickly beard, as if he was very satisfied. With this falling posture, he couldn't stop laughing. Not everyone can be a hero. Huh, the strange thing was that the little girl who fell from the sky. She didn't fall into the mouths of the puppet beasts. Instead, she inexplicably fell into the arms of a young man more than 10 meters away. The young man stroked the little girl's dirty little face with his hand and said something strange, in front of a lolicon, "Please be a little gentler to children, okay?" Chapter 1067. The person who picked up the little girl was, of course, Yue Yang. He had been watching quietly. Now, he felt that it was time to stand up. He didn't want to be a hero, but he really couldn't stand the bad behavior of these scumbags. Bullying and exploitation existed in every world. In any place, as long as there were classes, it was inevitable. If it was just bullying and exploitation, Yue Yang didn't want to interfere so quickly. Even though this territory was his, if he did that, it was very likely to disrupt the follow-up plans he had made for Zhang Hua, Ji Wei, and the others. However, when Yue Yang saw the guards and General Lei Meng's bloodthirsty behavior of killing without any regard for human life, he felt a little disgusted. This was not just bullying, this was a kind of perverted psychology. The original intention of the human valley was to let the life inside use wisdom to solve problems like humans. Now, they were taking advantage of loopholes, using violence to bully others. What Yue Yang looked down on the most in his life were these disgusting fellows who took advantage of loopholes like rats. In a place where everyone used wisdom to solve problems, they actually used violence. Would it kill them to use their brains? Forget about killing their brains. Why did they still stay in the human valley and pretend to be cool? So there are still people who want to be heroes. Haha, how interesting. Since when can self-proclaimed righteous heroes be mass-produced? General Lei Meng was stunned at first, then he laughed out loud. Behind him, there were close to 1,000 soldiers surrounding and protecting him. Every one of them had a puppet beast in their hands. Some of the more powerful and high-ranking officers were even riding on giant humanoid puppets. Of course, it was the same for General Lei Meng. Below him was a huge lion-shaped puppet, which was 20 meters long from head to tail. If the surrounding puppet beasts were compared to this lion-shaped puppet, it was undoubtedly a lion that stood tall among rats. Whether in terms of body, level, quality, or strength, they were all far apart. Although he didn't understand what secret method Yue Yang used to save the little girl, this question disappeared in Lei Meng's mind in an instant. He had never been a person who liked to use his brain. If he could only use his hands and not his brain, he would use the former. This was a habit he had when he lived in the heaven realm before he entered the human valley. Even in the human valley, he still preferred to solve problems with his fists rather than the so-called wisdom. Speaking of wisdom, it did not mean that Lei Meng was a fool. On the contrary, he had a certain level of intelligence, and could even be called shrewd. Using violence to solve problems was completely in line with Lei Meng's habits and stubborn temper. In the human valley, Lei Meng decided that he could achieve something with his fists without using his brain. He had always done so. A mercenary with a sword. Tisk, I was wondering who was so arrogant to meddle in my business. Turns out it's just a little bean sprout who hasn't even grown his hair yet. Lei Meng looked Yue Yang up and down and found that the young man looked ordinary. He spat on the ground, disdainfully, and did not look at Yue Yang again. The young mercenary, who was held back by several companions, was scared out of his wits when he saw his leader nailed to the ground by a spear. The young mercenary who was held back by a few of his companions was scared out of his wits when he saw their leader being nailed to the ground by the javelin. He cried his heart out. Although he had almost broken up with his leader just now, the young mercenary was scared out of his wits. Although he had almost broken up with him just now, but in the young mercenary's heart, he had always treated Kiran as his elder brother. How could the young mercenary not feel sad when he saw the bloody javelin piercing through his chest and abdomen, coming out from his back and nailing his body diagonally to the ground? If he hadn't been impulsive just now, how could he have ended up like this? He remembered that he had killed his leader. The young mercenary's body slumped weakly. He stretched out his hand in despair, as if hoping for a miracle to come and bring his leader back to life. His companions held the young mercenary down in grief and indignation. They felt the same grief and hatred in their hearts, but what could they do? Power and strength were all in the hands of the enemy. The enemy was like a bottomless pit. No matter how many lives were thrown into it, it would never be enough. Moreover, How could a dozen mercenaries be a match for General Lei Meng, who had hundreds of elite guards? The only thing they could do now was to leave as soon as possible. Every second they stayed here meant more danger for them. Leader, the young mercenary, who was being dragged away by his companions by the legs, screamed. His hands scratched the ground, desperately trying to stay. Even if there was nothing he could do, he did not want to leave his beloved leader to die alone and let the beasts eat his body. Good brotherly bond, but not enough. General Lei Meng waved his hand. Give me more. I think this show will be more exciting. Rumble. The puppet beasts that were originally prepared to attack Yue Yang, the puppet beasts that were surrounding the leader of the mercenaries, and even the puppet beasts that were biting the dying couple, turned around and rushed towards the retreating mercenaries. There were almost 100 puppet beasts. On the left and right of General Lei Meng, more puppet beasts and humanoid war dolls surrounded and detained the numerous but weak slave miners. Yue Yang, for a weak mercenary like him, not to mention General Lei Meng, even an ordinary guard wouldn't spare him a second glance. Mercenaries without war dolls, then could they be called battle strength? Just ignore them. This disregard was equivalent to the law enforcement officers of the Celestial Empire. When they saw a peddler without a knife in his hand, they could do whatever they wanted. Of course, if they accidentally encountered a peddler warrior who specialized in hammers and clubs, then it would be a bit of a headache, but the probability was very small, probably 1 in 10 million, if not 1 in 100 million. It was impossible to encounter such a thing in an ordinary sweep. Don't think that there were many laws in the world that could intimidate everyone and make clowns tremble in fear. There was only one, Prince of Egg Knives, in the entire Celestial Empire. The couple lying in a pool of blood did not even have the strength to reach out to their daughter. If any of the slave miners dared to move, the guards controlling the war dolls would immediately use the spears, bayonets, or whips on their mechanical arms to suppress the numerous ants. We can't resist, otherwise, we will be accused of attacking the territory of the nobles. An older mercenary with a lot of experience saw the puppet beast swarming over and quickly shouted to stop his companions from resisting. What he meant was that he hoped that his companions would do like the slave miners and form a group to resist the enemy's attack with numbers. In this way, even if the people on the periphery were injured or disabled, the people protected by everyone in the center might escape. The moment you took the first step into the mining area, you were already sinners. Amidst General Lei Meng's unbridled laughter, countless puppet beasts pounced on the small groups of mercenaries, broke them up one by one, and besieged them again. In a few seconds, the mercenaries were utterly defeated. When they wanted to resist again, it was already too late. Besides, the animal war dolls around them could not compare to Lei Meng's puppet beasts at all. The animal war dolls were instantly torn to pieces by the more powerful and larger puppet beasts, leaving nothing behind. The mercenaries howled in pain as their flesh and blood were torn off piece by the puppet beasts. If General Lei Meng had not wanted to torture them, these weak mercenaries would have been torn apart by the beasts. Stop! A loud shout came from behind Yue Yang. It turned out that the leader of the mercenaries, who had been pierced in the chest and back by the javelin, had moved. Suddenly, as if possessed by a god, his body emitted a burst of golden light. His face was twisted in pain. It was not the expression of someone on the verge of death, but an astonishing expression of fighting spirit. He waved his hand like a blade and neatly cut off the javelin on his back. Then, he stretched out his hand in front of him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he forcibly pulled the blood-stained javelin out of his chest. The blood on his chest and back sprayed out like water, but he did not notice it at all. "Ah, you're still holding back. There's no reason for you to die so quickly. There must be a good show to come. Look at how heroic he is." In order to save his brothers, he did not hesitate to use this burning and disintegrating secret technique to improve himself. As a captain, this responsibility is necessary. I wonder if the captains have inherited anything good from generation to generation, such as a large puppet beast or a good robot. General Lei Meng watched with great interest, his big hand stroking his chin, which was full of barbs. Roar! The mercenary leader stretched his blood-stained hands to his neck. With a golden face, he roared, "Ancestors above, our descendants have reached the moment of life and death. In order to survive, please forgive me for being unfilial, but I have to summon the golden ape armor." Rumble! When the mercenary leader crushed the heavenly crystal core that he had carefully hidden around his neck. A 10-meter tall humanoid puppet in the shape of a giant ape suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. It emitted a dazzling golden light, making it hard for people to look at it directly. The mercenary leader, who had been on the verge of death, seemed to be glowing with the greatest vitality. In an instant, he became 100 times more spirited. With a leap, he landed inside the giant ape puppet, whose chest had split open to reveal the control room. Man and machine as one. The giant ape battle puppet raised its arms high and let out a thunderous roar that shook the hearts of people. With a heavy blow, all the puppet beasts that were attacking the mercenaries were shaken into the air. The mercenary leader controlled the giant ape puppet to jump up. Its momentum was as light as a swallow. With a sweep of its arms, the giant ape puppet spun in the shape of a cross. All the puppet beasts it touched were smashed into pieces by the giant ape puppet. The few that escaped the net were controlled by their masters to escape, but the giant ape puppet caught up with them halfway and trampled them into mechanical debris. Good, good. Seeing this scene, the slave miners became excited and cheered crazily. The mercenaries lying in a pool of blood looked at the giant ape puppet in disbelief. If they had such a puppet, why didn't their leader take it out and use it? Was the leader really controlling it from inside? Where did this giant ape battle puppet come from? With this question in mind and the excitement of escaping death, the mercenaries got up one after another and gathered around the puppet, ignoring the pain of their injuries. Powerful. With this powerful giant ape puppet, would they still be able to fight against General Lei Meng? If they had taken it out earlier, those hateful guards would have long been beaten into meat paste. Unlike the excited mercenaries below, the mercenary leader controlling the giant ape puppet let out a loud roar. I'll cover the retreat. You guys run, I can't hold on for long. Of course you can't hold on for long. Haha, you don't have the strength to control it at all. You're seriously injured, yet you insist on controlling a high-level puppet that you can't even catch up to. You're simply courting death. What a show-off. I believe your eyes must be blacking out now. General Lei Meng waved his hand indifferently. Some of you go up and play with him. Remember, don't let him die too easily. You have to play with him like a cat and a mouse until he dies. Only then will it be interesting. Let's go. The mercenary leader roared. We can't leave. Before the mercenaries could react, several 7-meter-tall humanoid puppets were already flying toward them. They were the elite guards of General Lei Meng. Their puppets might not be as powerful as the giant ape puppet, but in terms of control skills and the cooperation between humans and puppets, the mercenary leader was really not as good as them. General Lei Meng had wanted to watch the show, but out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently noticed that the little mercenary with a sword hanging on his waist seemed to have moved. A wave of alarm rose in his heart. He immediately turned to look. He found that the kid had actually laid a blanket on the ground and placed some fruits and food on it. Then, he sat down comfortably and ate while watching the fight in the field. It was as if he was here for an outing and to watch a show. What was even more strange was that the little slave girl, who was originally a dirty little black ball, had now changed her appearance in such a short period of time. Her hair and small face had been washed clean, and even her body had been changed into a special kind of gorgeous clothes. She didn't look like a little black ball at all, but a sweet sleeping little princess. General Lei Meng couldn't help but blink his eyes. He suspected that what he saw was an illusion. There was no reason. It was certainly impossible. Even if she had washed her face and changed her clothes, how could the starving little slave girl have such a rosy and tender face? And at first glance, she didn't look like a little slave girl who had been hungry for a long time. Instead, she looked like a well-nourished member of the royal family. Because the little round face of the sleeping little slave girl looked a little baby fat. What was going on? The fierce puppet battle in the field could no longer attract General Lei Meng's desire to watch. Now, he was only confused by the incredible miracle in front of him. What kind of power had been used to turn a dirty little slave girl, who was starving and on the verge of death, who didn't even have the strength to cry, into such a cute little round-faced princess with a rosy face, tender skin, full of blood and chi, and even a little baby fat? When he blinked again, General Lei Meng found that his eyes had seen a ghost. The couple lying in a pool of blood had also come to the edge of the blanket. Moreover, the couple, who had almost been eaten by the puppet beasts, had countless terrible muscles-torn wounds on their bodies, but they were recovering rapidly. Was this a miracle? Chapter 1068. The mercenary leader controlled the giant ape puppet, struggling to resist the opponent's attack. If not for his puppet, which was much stronger, he would probably have been killed by the few agile personal battle dolls that cooperated with him. The giant ape puppet was, of course, unparalleled, but the mercenary leader controlling it was not the original owner, and his strength was not enough. He was even heavily injured, unable to use even 1/10 of his combat power. It was already very rare that the mercenary leader could control the giant ape puppet to last until now. Stop fighting. General Lei Meng let out an angry roar. The real opponent is this little mercenary. What? The personal guards were stunned. Still not understanding what was going on, the personal guards quickly retreated. Only the giant ape puppet was left. It was still standing alone on the battlefield. The mercenary leader seemed to want to chase, unwilling to let the personal guards go back at the last moment, but he could not, he was a little unwilling. The giant ape puppet arm stretched forward, but his spirit could no longer support it. With a rumble, he fell to the ground, shaking up a cloud of dust. When the enemy left, he was already exhausted. His body, which was already heavily injured, could no longer support it, and he directly fainted. The personal guards had already noticed the abnormality, and they all controlled the puppets to surround him. At the feet of their puppets, there were also puppet beasts that continuously surrounded Yue Yang, who was sitting on the blanket and watching the show, so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The couple was very surprised at their recovery. Looking at their daughter, who was quietly lying at Yue Yang's feet, with a ruddy complexion, they could not believe their eyes. But this was indeed reality, not a dream. What was going on? Could it be that God had shown himself? The couple saw the ferocious puppet beasts around them, and became very anxious. They wanted to persuade Yue Yang to leave with their daughter. But they were afraid that with his status, they would offend the noble. They really did not know how to face Yue Yang, their savior. They wanted to express their gratitude, but they also hoped that he would leave with their daughter as soon as possible, and they were even more afraid that if they spoke, they would anger him. Yue Yang did not speak, nor did he make any unusual movements. Other than kneeling in front of him and begging, this couple who had just recovered from their injuries inexplicably didn't know what else she could do. Back then, I asked you to change into bright clothes, wear a skirt, and dance for me. Then, you could enjoy a good life. Not only could your precious daughter get rid of slavery and become a commoner, your man could also get a formal employment contract. But you didn't listen to me. You insisted on being a coolie miner who couldn't even have a full meal even if he died of exhaustion. You insisted on having your whole family suffer together with you. Could integrity be used as food? Can chastity be eaten? Looking at the woman covered in blood, General Lei Meng heaved a long sigh and said, in fact, with your figure and all other aspects, if you put on a skirt and dress up your little face, it would be pretty good. Why are you so stubborn? It was fine to be with such a man, but why did she have to endure it with him? If you weren't so stubborn back then, your life could have been very comfortable. Actually, don't blame others or the world for being unfair. You asked for it, and it started from the day you rejected it. Bah, this was the woman's silent reply. Very good, you have a character. I never force people. Unlike those who use force, I like the process of a wild horse being tamed. General Lei Meng threw his head back and laughed, but his eyes were more focused on Yue Yang, who was sitting quietly, than on the woman. I will always give you a chance. There will be a time when you come back and beg me. Our family would rather die than submit. The man made the final declaration for his wife. I will deal with your family last. Now, I want to talk to this young friend. General Lei Meng had already sized up Yue Yang more than 10 times. Unfortunately, he found nothing. He did not find any flaw other than a novice mercenary, nor did he find any information other than a calm and collected man. As Yue Yang sat there, General Lei Meng felt that he was like a stone that blocked his heart, or a tree that propped up his stomach against his throat, making him feel very uncomfortable. Facing this young man, he had 1,000 words in his heart, but he couldn't say them. He wanted to make a move, but the other waited quietly like a fish. He wanted to get close, but the other's lips curled in mockery. He couldn't lose his temper, and he couldn't laugh or scold. He really didn't know how to deal with this strange young man. Well hidden, I didn't expect that I, Lei Meng, who has been a hunter all my life, would make such a mistake. In order to save his face, General Lei Meng sighed. He changed his original sitting posture, stood up from the huge lion-shaped puppet, and looked at Yue Yang up and down, as if he wanted to really know Yue Yang. Yue Yang still did not say a word. It was as if he was in the empty mountain spirit valley, surrounded by a cold, quiet, and empty world. General Lei Meng clapped his hands and laughed. There are not many young people who are so low-key, and even fewer who are so good at keeping their temper. For this, I, Lei Meng, admire you a little. Why don't we be friends? I am Lei Meng, and I make a living under Prince Renaud. Because of my fiery temper, I am also known as the Roaring Lion. I am an uncouth man, and I speak and act like that. But though I am uncouth, I like to make friends. Prince Renaud said that one more friend is better than one more enemy. I always keep that in mind. How about this? As long as you are willing to accept my friendship at first sight, then everything that happened today never happened. He was not a fool. To be able to get to such a high position, his brain must be good. At first glance, it was obvious that Yue Yang was different. He guessed that this young man had a big backer behind him. Otherwise, his words and actions could not be so calm. On the other hand, the miraculous ability to hear the slave girl and her parents also reflected his uniqueness. It was absolutely impossible for ordinary people to have such abilities. Even if they did, they could not use it in the human valley. Such a strange and mysterious young man, it was best not to make an enemy of him. It was the first time in nearly a decade that General Lei Meng was so tolerant. For the first time, he tried to suppress his anger. Make friends. Such words coming from the tyrant General Lei Meng was like a miracle. Not only the slave miners, but also the guards who had followed him for many years. It was also the first time they heard of it. You don't deserve it. However, Yue Yang's answer made General Lei Meng feel as if he had been slapped hard in the face, and the humiliation in his heart reached the extreme. He touched his face and felt that it was burning. He looked at the people around him and found that everyone was looking at him in astonishment. Only then did he know that he didn't hear wrongly. That kid really did reject him and even said such humiliating words like, "You're not worthy." General Lei Meng tried to control his hands. He was really afraid that he would roar and jump up like a madman, turning the whole mining area into ruins. No, General Lei Meng himself was a little surprised. How could he be so calm? If it were any other time, not to mention humiliation, he would have turned the world upside down with just a word of rebuttal. As the personal guards of General Lei Meng, their master was humiliated, and they felt even more uncomfortable than death. You don't deserve it. What kind of humiliation is this? General Lei Meng, who had a fiery temper, took the initiative to humble himself and extend a hand of friendship in an attempt to reach an understanding. However, it was only in exchange for the other side's ruthless, "You don't deserve it. Kill, 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 kill." General Lei Meng's personal guards were so angry that even their voices were distorted. They all charged at Yue Yang. Stop! A mighty voice exploded out like a clap of thunder, causing everyone's ears to buzz. A shadow, faster than lightning, arrived at the top of the crowd from 1,000 meters away in the blink of an eye. With a deafening rumble, it landed on the field. It was a humanoid war puppet that was 15 meters tall. At first glance, it was obvious that it was made by a master-level craftsman. It was incomparably exquisite, and there were eye-catching, silver maple, symbols on both sides of its shoulders. Those who knew about war puppets could tell at a glance that it was one of the 3 most famous war puppets in Silver Maple City, the Sword Dancer. It was a gold-level war puppet known for its agility, speed, and ambush ability. Compared to the giant ape war puppet, the Sword Dancer was a level higher. As for the bronze-level mass-produced war puppets of General Lei Meng's personal guards, it was even more incomparable. Before the Sword Dancer came to a stop, a shadow immediately jumped out. He raised his voice to stop it for the second time. Stop. The person who came was naturally the 10th son of Silver Maple City's lord, who was eager to please Yue Yang. He was also the light temple master of the central shrine, Xianxia. Baron Xianxia, is this your friend? I was wondering who was so arrogant as to pick a fight in front of me, Lei Meng. So it's your man. General Lei Meng was very displeased when he saw Xianxia coming in majestically. Although the mine was divided into 3 parts, for the past 10 years, Prince Renaud's men had been in charge of it. Previously, when Xianxia had sent someone to warn him that the owner of the Star Diamond Castle had returned and wanted to hand it over, General Lei Meng was very angry. You've already eaten the fat in your stomach. Can you spit it out? Now that he saw Xianxia coming, General Lei Meng suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. He understood now. It was this Xianxia who wanted to pick a fight. Then he would take over the mine. This sword ornament mercenary, as well as that group of hot-blooded mercenaries, were all just Xianghua's pawns. If it weren't for Xianghua's support, how could a poor mercenary have a treasure like the giant ape battle puppet? It was really too ridiculous. General Lei Meng, I've always respected you, but there's something I, Zhang Hua, have to say. First, there are some people that even you can't touch, such as this little brother in front of you. Seeing that Lei Meng said that Yue Yang was his friend, Zhang Hua was happy to misunderstand. Anyway, what he wanted to do was to firmly tie this descendant of the Eastern Immortal Tribe to his war chariot. As for whether he would offend General Lei Meng or Prince Renaud, who was behind General Lei Meng, there was no need to think about it, not to mention that Prince Renaud would not easily become enemies with Silver Maple City. Even if he did, the struggle for supremacy in the Human Valley was nothing. Compared to the Heaven Realm and the Central Shrine, the Human Valley was not even worth a fart. Besides, with the Eastern Immortal Tribe, he was not afraid of Ji Wei and the Temple Supreme, so why should he be afraid of General Lei Meng and Prince Renaud? Being a general in the Human Valley made him so arrogant. Did he really think that the descendants of the Eastern Immortal Tribe were easy to bully? Zhang Hua was 100% sure that without him, General Lei Meng would also lose. But if he took the initiative and took the blame, he would give the other a good impression of loyalty. For this, Zhang Hua wished that General Lei Meng could immediately attack Yue Yang, so that he would have an excuse to show off his skills. Come on, if you dare to attack, I will dare to stop you. What bullshit alliance, it's used for betrayal. The world was big, and nothing could compare to the investment in the descendants of the Eastern Immortal Tribe. What if I want to? General Lei Meng was completely enraged. If you want to swallow the mine, just say it. Why are you still acting tough? Dare, try me, Zhang Hua sneered. If you dare to attack, then don't blame me for stepping on your corpse. In order to inherit the throne of the Central Shrine, even Ji Wei would topple over, let alone a small general like you. I usually give you some face when I speak, but that's because I'm humble and I don't show it. You idiot, do you really think you're a big shot? Let's fight. If this show doesn't have an intense and physical fight, it's impossible to watch. Yue Yang suggested, as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Chapter 1069. Not only had Zhang Hua come, but he was also riding on one of the 3 battle avatars of Silver Maple City, the Sword Dancer. Although General Lei Meng was furious, he was, after all, a man of character. He knew when to yield and when to stand tall. If he was not as strong as his opponent, he would accept it even if he knew he could not. In any case, Zhang Hua was supported by the City Lord of Silver Maple City. In other words, even if Zhang Hua took over the mine, he would not be able to run away. General Lei Meng waved his hand and dismissed his guards, not giving Zhang Hua an excuse to lose his temper. This battle was not worth it for a few slaves and a dozen mercenaries. Baron Zhang Hua, I will report this matter to Prince Renaud personally when I return. Although General Lei Meng admitted defeat, he indicated that the matter was not over yet. Welcome, Zhang Hua is waiting for you at any time. If Lei Meng did not make a move, Zhang Hua did not want to take the initiative to fight. After all, he had just entered Human Valley and had yet to gain a firm foothold. He had yet to display his great abilities, so it was better not to provoke Prince Renaud for the time being. If Zhang Hua had lived in Human Valley for a few years and already possessed a certain level of strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Lei Meng in order to curry favor with Yue Yang. The problem was that he had only been here for a little more than 3 months, and had just become a baron in the life assessment ceremony. He had nothing except the support of the City Lord of Silver Maple City, who was a loyal ally of Prince Renaud. In other words, Lei Meng was not stupid enough to turn against him. It was not appropriate for Zhang Hua to make a move, because, although the people in the Human Valley could be unreasonable, at least they had to maintain their appearances. I'm very sorry about the mine, but I will do my best. Leave it to me. Zhang Hua was talking about his failure to help Yue Yang, the owner of the Star Diamond Castle, reclaim the mine. In the ears of others, they thought he was apologizing for the hostility Yue Yang had received in the mine. It doesn't matter, I can do some things myself. After all, it is my responsibility, but it may take some time. Yue Yang smiled. No matter what, I will stand by your side. Zhang Hua expressed that he would protect Yue Yang, his little brother. If he knew that the super-powerful demon dragon wanted to take Yue Yang as his little brother, he would have been embarrassed. Perhaps Zhang Hua would have died of dehydration from sweating. However, the current him was trying his best to rope in Yue Yang, the descendant of the Eastern Immortal Tribe. What was the point of shamelessly calling himself a big brother? Besides, how many people in Heavenly Realm were qualified to be the big brother of a descendant of the Eastern Immortal Tribe? Lei Meng would be, Ji would to say that, would be the Hua, would be the descendant of the clans the descendant. Hua, who had Meng. Heaven, in, who, had. General Lei Meng looked at him coldly. He said, this matter is not over. Then, he prepared to lead his team back to the mine. Unexpectedly, Yue Yang nodded and replied, that's what I wanted to say. General Lei Meng was furious. It was fine if Zhang Hua bullied him, but you, a mercenary who had just arrived and reincarnated as a pauper, dared to speak so arrogantly. If it weren't for Zhang Hua, and he was worried that this was a pawn to lure him into action, General Lei Meng really wanted to kill Yue Yang, who had a very arrogant attitude. The three of you, follow me. Yue Yang looked at the couple who were hugging their daughter and kissing each other, and then glanced at the mercenaries behind them. If you want, you can follow me. Even the slaves in the mine, if you have the courage, follow me. I can help you get rid of your slave status and let you officially become a free citizen. The first sentence was nothing. After General Lei Meng and Zhang Hua came, if they didn't fight, the couple and the little slave girl would definitely be lost. The dozen mercenaries were Zhang Hua's pawns, and it was estimated that they wouldn't be able to keep them. Besides, it was useless to keep them, and it would be used against them. However, he never thought that Yue Yang would say the last words. Especially the last sentence about freeing the slaves and granting them the status of commoners, these words were even more shocking to him. FCK, who do you think you are? Even a baron like Zhang Hua doesn't have the right to say such a thing, let alone a small ornamental sword mercenary like you. Unless it was a lord with real power and independent management of the territory, who could give the slaves the status of a commoner while freeing them, and at the same time announce that he accepted them as citizens, only such a powerful figure was qualified to say this. As the 10th son of the Lord of Silver Maple City, Zhang Hua was the runner-up selected in the last life assessment ceremony. The fiefdom that he could obtain. It was just a small village, with a radius of less than 5 miles and a population of less than 30 people. In the face of thousands of slaves, they were powerless. How could a mere mercenary with a sword dare to open his mouth and talk about freeing people from slavery? Did he really think that the rules of Human Valley were child's play? This was a serious rule that had been established since ancient times. It was protected by the will of the gods and the power of the law. Those who were not qualified to make promises would not only become the laughingstock of Human Valley, but were also very likely to be severely punished by the law, especially the promise of thousands of people. The impact was even greater, and the possibility of triggering the law was almost 100%. Did I hear it wrong? Haha, I can't wait to witness this miracle. General Lei Meng was stunned at first, and then he laughed wildly. Ahahaha, a group of personal guards also convulsed with laughter, tears splashing everywhere. Idiot, Zhang Hua snorted coldly, only he knew that Yue Yang had the qualifications to do so. This was because Yue Yang, who had changed his name to Titan, in Human Valley, was not only the original owner of the mines and the slaves in the mines, he was also the heir of the Star Diamond Castle, the rightful lord and baron. To other people, it was extremely difficult to exempt thousands of slaves and grant them the status of commoners. However, to the original owner of the Star Diamond Castle, it was just a matter of a word. If Yue Yang was in a good mood, he could exempt them from their slave status and grant them freedom and identity, turning them into commoners. He was the owner, he could do whatever he wanted, and no one else could interfere. Zhang Hua would not reveal the truth, and only looked at General Lei Meng and his many lackeys with an idiotic gaze. He did not even need to think with his brain. Would an ordinary person dare to say such a thing? If he dared to say it, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Young master, oh no, old master, can you really exempt us from our slave status and grant us the status of commoners? Those slave miners did not really care about life and death, because living was worse than death for them. However, they did not want to die, and they could not die, because as the main labor force of the family, they had to live painfully to support the whole family. For the sake of more family members, they had to live on. They themselves were pitiful slaves, but they hoped that one day, their descendants would not be slaves, but would become free commoners, and become mercenaries who would fight for their own lives. However, as the descendants of slaves, they could only be slaves from birth, and it was incomparably hopeless. Slaves were their masters' cows and horses that could speak. They were the private property that enjoyed the power of life and death. If a slave wanted to escape from this hopeless fate, there was only one way, and that was to break away from slavery and obtain the status of commoners. Then, under the acceptance of a certain lord, they would become his subjects. Although this wasn't true freedom, no one would have the power to decide life and death. They would no longer be able to stand on their own 2 feet, and their children would no longer be the lowliest of slaves. Commoners enjoyed a limited amount of power. If they had money, they could go into business, become mercenaries, join the army, and earn merits. They could become truly free people. They could break away from slavery and become commoners. This was the dream of every slave, not only for themselves, but also for their families and descendants, in order to get rid of the pain of thousands of generations, in order to obtain the status of commoners, in order to breathe freedom. Slaves would not hesitate to die. I don't want to repeat myself. If you are willing to come with me, you will know immediately. If you want to bring your families, then wait here for me for 3 months. No one believed Yue Yang's words except for Zhang Hua, because it was too shocking. Even the husband and wife, who had been saved by him in a daze, could not believe their own ears. However, when Yue Yang made a move, no one doubted him anymore. He walked up to the mercenary leader, who had lost 90% of his body and his pupils dilated. He stretched out his hand and dripped a drop of spirit liquid from the mercenary leader's mouth. In an instant, the mercenary leader's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye in the young mercenary's arms. He stood up inexplicably and looked at his own hands in disbelief. I'm alive. Impossible. I'm already dead. How could this be possible? My injuries, how could they be healed? God's due. You actually gave God's due to a mercenary. Zhang Hua almost died of cold sweat when he saw this. Although he knew that Yue Yang was a descendant of the Eastern Immortal tribe and had countless treasures, he did not think that he would give such a treasure like God's due to a mercenary, right? Mercenaries were basically ants. What was he trying to do with such a waste? Ah, it's okay, I have a few big bottles of this thing. Yue Yang said modestly that he often drank this kind of thing as a cold drink. Zhang Hua was completely speechless after hearing this. FCKU. General Lei Meng was so jealous that he almost bled from his 7 orifices. A few drops of God's dew could make the leaders of the human valley fight fiercely. What did a few bottles of God's dew mean? Did you think that things like God's dew and God's blood were just a drizzle from the sky? Thinking about how the little slave girl and the couple instantly recovered and came back to life, he finally understood the reason. It turned out that this brat had dripped God's dew into their mouths. Plop. The young mercenary knelt down. This was a salute. This was a gesture of fear. Plop. The leader of the mercenaries also knelt down. He was also scared, but he was even more shocked and touched. If he could, he wanted to dig out God dew from his mouth and save it so that he could exchange it for a large amount of heaven crystals so that everyone could live a good life, but he could do nothing about the fact that God dew had long since become the energy for his body to recover. When he knelt down, the leader of the mercenaries, who was as strong as steel, noticed that at some point in time, there were 2 streams of tears on his face. Plop plop plop. The couple who were holding their daughter, the mercenaries who were covered in blood from the battle, and the slaves who had been watching suddenly realized that a miracle had happened. Except for Zhang Hua, General Lei Meng, and a few of their personal guards. The rest all knelt down in fear. General Lei Meng secretly cursed. He did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse to offend this eccentric young man who had countless drops of God's dew. No wonder Zhang Hua was so protective of him. It turned out that this young man was not an ordinary person. He had only disguised himself as a mercenary with ornamental swords and came to watch the show. No wonder he was so calm even when surrounded by countless strong enemies. It turned out that he was a big shot who had seen the world and no one could afford to offend him. I have something to do and will come back in 3 months. Yue Yang ignored the gazes of others and only nodded to Zhang Hua, which made Zhang Hua feel proud. After saying this, a huge and mysterious ancient rune circle appeared under Yue Yang's feet. As soon as this rune circle flashed, the whole ground began to tremble. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a huge earth puppet, hundreds of meters tall, drilled out of the ground in a shocking manner. The ancient rune circle shone brilliantly like a sword. It was so sharp that it was hard for people to look at it directly. Only Zhang Hua could see it clearly. Even General Lei Meng could barely see its shape. It was impossible for others to open their eyes under that light. Unknowingly, the ancient rune circle had split into countless rune circles, layer upon layer, and the mysterious ancient rune circle on the earth puppet's face did not change. Only certain areas had become the earth puppet's 5 sense organs and 7 orifices. The 300-meter-tall earth puppet gradually shrunk and turned into a 200-meter-tall rock puppet amidst the light. Under Zhang Hua's amazement and Lei Meng's fearful gaze, it had turned into a 100-meter-tall obsidian giant war puppet. Its grade had also changed from the original bronze-ranked earth puppet and silver-ranked rock puppet to the current terrifying gold-ranked. Even though they were both gold tier, Zhang Hua's 15-meter-tall sword dancer, one of the 3 silver maple war dolls, could only be compared to the 100-meter-tall obsidian giant war puppet made from obsidian itself. As for the various puppets on General Lei Meng's side, they were all blown up into pieces. Making war puppets. General Lei Meng had seen it many times. However, Yue Yang had casually drawn a runic circle on the ground and created a puppet out of thin air. Then, he injected some mysterious energy into it, causing it to be born as if it was alive, and even able to continuously increase its level. Not only had Lei Meng never seen such a thing, he had never even dreamed of such a thing. Damn that Zhang Hua, he's got a big thigh, but he's pretending to be a bad guy. General Lei Meng had never hated a person so much in his life. What he hated was not Yue Yang, who had brought him fear, but Zhang Hua, who had not reported what had happened and instead added insult to injury. Now, he didn't know who Yue Yang was, but he knew that this young man couldn't be provoked. If he did, he would bring about the extermination of his family. But he didn't completely reject today's meeting, because if he handled this matter well, maybe Prince Renaud would praise him and reward him. However, Zhang Hua, who was an ally on the surface, had used the excuse that he was a villain to deliberately curry favor with the other party. General Lei Meng would never forgive such vile behavior in his life. Betrayal. This was a blatant betrayal of a brother, an ally, and a basic code of conduct. Betrayal my ass, Zhang Hua sneered. This world needed a contrast. Who asked you to jump out and be someone else's background? If I didn't betray you and step on your back to rise to power, would I have introduced Titan to you as a descendant of the Eastern Immortal tribe? What an idiot. The obsidian giant war puppet stood up. But Yue Yang was long gone. When the obsidian giant slowly walked in a direction, the couple holding their daughters, the mercenaries, and the cheering slave miners followed it excitedly. In their eyes, in their hearts, this obsidian giant was undoubtedly him, the light that he had left for everyone, even if it meant death. They had to follow him to the end. Besides, who else in the world would be so kind as to give them God due, freedom, hope, and a future besides him? After a long time, a guard asked weakly, "The slaves are all gone. What happened to the mine? Let's go. This matter must be reported to the prince." General Lei Meng glared at Zhang Hua and quickly led his team away. Now that nothing else mattered, the best course of action was to report the news to his superiors as soon as possible. With the obsidian giant around, it was impossible to chase back the slaves. The obsidian giant could crush all the puppet beasts and the war puppets with one finger. Besides, he could have as many slaves as he wanted. Why would he chase them back? It was a waste of rice. Wonderful. He is indeed a descendant of the Eastern Immortal tribe. With the appearance of the obsidian giant, Zhang Hua's suspicion of Yue Yang was completely eliminated. Now, he would fight anyone who dared to doubt Yue Yang. Young master's puppetry skills are really amazing. Du Li, who had been hiding in the dark, could not help but marvel at the walking obsidian giant. If it had been carefully crafted, it would have been amazing, but it would not have mattered. But a casual creation could have such terrifying power. This was simply a miracle created by the hands of the legendary god who could create life. Chapter 1070. After Yue Yang returned to the Star Diamond Castle, he did not wait for Du Li and directly entered the grimoire world. He believed that Du Li and Su Shan would make good arrangements for how to deal with the obsidian giant and the group of people following it. With such outstanding abilities, what else did Yue Yang have to worry about, since they were able to maintain the normal operation of the Star Diamond Castle despite the covetous eyes of the enemies and the constant internal and external troubles for the past 10 years? If there was anything, he could just let them do it. Listening to Yue Yang talk about the mining area, the kind-hearted Yu sympathized with the couple and the little slave girl. Sha Yi, who had seen a similar situation in the Thunder Fortress, also nodded in agreement with Yue Yang's act of taking slaves. She knew that there was nothing worse than the life of a slave in the world, and nothing more desperate than the life of a slave. Not to mention anything else, Yue Yang's act of helping the slaves was definitely a plus in Sha Yi's heart. Although she was stubborn and often quarreled with him. However, Since Yue Yang had done such a thing, she couldn't help but feel proud of him in her heart. If Zhonghua didn't go, then you'd better do something. Fallen Beauty had always been worried about Yue Yang's safety because force could not be used in the human valley. I won't be beaten up, but pretending to be a noble to save people is unlikely. Princess Sissy was also in a rare good mood and joked with Yue Yang. She also praised Yue Yang's actions today. Even if you don't want to expose the secret power of the humanoid divine weapon, it's best to let Dao Tai and the Star Scorpio follow them. It's a waste of time for them to do nothing all day. And that lazy little guy, if you don't order him around, he'll forget what kind of existence he is. Inan was a good-tempered little girl, but for the sake of Yue Yang's safety, she couldn't help but act coquettishly. She raised her little fist and pretended to be angry, looking very cute. Human Valley could not use force. The will of the gods and the power of the laws could only allow people to use more tools to maintain the social order of ordinary people, not allowing any power outside of the restrictions to destroy the existence of Human Valley. Yue Yang had already tested it long ago. If he wanted to use force, he would have to surpass the ancient laws. Otherwise, it was impossible. Even if he wanted to use puppet beasts or battle dolls, he would need the permission of the god of war statue's remnant consciousness. At the same time, the owner of the battle avatar could not casually attack others. The power of the battle avatar could only be used when the other party was harming the existence of Human Valley or stealing their benefits. The war avatars of Human Valley were definitely not created to plunder wealth. On the contrary, the original purpose of their creation was to protect lives and personal property, and to maintain the normal operation of Human Valley. But even the strictest will laws would have loopholes. However, were they discovered and used by others? In Human Valley, grimoires could not be summoned, guardian warbeasts could not be summoned, and even contracted battle dolls could not be used. On the surface, everyone could only live the ordinary life of ordinary people. However, after testing, Yue Yang and Princess Sissy found that there were still loopholes in Human Valley that could be exploited. For example, it was said that human divine weapons, earth divine weapons, and heaven divine weapons were extremely rare in the heavenly realm. Heaven, earth, and human divine weapons. No matter what kind of life they were, in Human Valley, they were all classified as weapons or tools. Unlike battle dolls and puppet beasts, human divine weapons, earth divine weapons, and heaven divine weapons had their own independent consciousness and free will. They were intelligent weapons, tools with personality, and not puppets that could be controlled by people. In other words, Dao Tai, Star Scorpion, and Golden Beast in Yue Yang's hands could all move freely. However, Ika, who was one with Yue Yang's life, could not be summoned at will like them. What surprised Yue Yang and Princess Sissy the most was that the Dragon Lady sisters, Yao and Yu, whether they were in human form or inhuman form, could also move freely in Human Valley, and their combat power was not reduced at all. Yue Yang did not bring them along because he did not want to attract attention, so he kept them in the grimoire world to learn and cultivate with everyone. If they don't bring it, it's fine to bring, Ling Ling. Fallen Beauty felt that it was not good for Yue Yang to have no one to take care of him. The Ling Ling she was talking about was naturally the ancient guide elf who was good friends with Duo Duo, the wonderful metal life form that flew out of the ancient golden coffin. She was hiding behind Duo Duo and eavesdropping. When she heard Fallen Beauty mention her, she immediately ran away timidly, as if Yue Yang was a big tiger that would eat her at any time. Forget it, if he were to count on her, he might as well count on Optimus Prime and Megatron, those coolie puppets. In the end, they could also help with mining and filling the soil. No need. Today, I accidentally discovered a secret in the mining area. Yue Yang had a flash of inspiration and projected the ancient rune circle into the earth. Combining it with a very small amount of chaos energy, he directly created a quasi-living body, the Obsidian Giant. But it was certain that the same move could not be achieved in the heaven realm. Even if the Obsidian Giant could be created, it would not have a quasi-living body, and it would not have the kind of awakening that was close to human consciousness. Whether it was the heaven realm or Tong Tian Tower, puppet war dolls, unless they were at least Saint Tier, could not have consciousness. In the Human Valley, Yue Yang had long discovered a strange thing. That was, the mercenaries, soldiers, and even ordinary people could actually control war dolls and puppet beasts. War dolls and puppet beasts without consciousness would not listen to their master's orders, especially when it came to such a complicated command as control. Although they had no consciousness, They must have a trace of consciousness to make the puppet beasts and war dolls listen to their orders. With this suspicion, after observing the battle between the guards and mercenaries in the mining area, Yue Yang tried it himself, and succeeded in creating an unprecedented quasi-living body, the obsidian giant, with a half-awakened consciousness. This obsidian giant had no consciousness, and its mind was a mess. But it could faithfully carry out any order issued by Yue Yang, no matter how complicated it was, without question and in an orderly manner. A gold-ranked obsidian giant can have consciousness. Even if it's not a consciousness of its own, it's still a good discovery. Princess Sissy was immediately interested when she heard the news. It should be known that among the various abilities that Yue Yang was good at, runes were his specialty, and it was difficult for others to reach. If something like projecting the ancient rune circle onto the earth to directly create an obsidian giant, then Yue Yang would be able to create an endless army of puppets in the human valley, and each puppet would not be inferior to the first obsidian giant he created. Projecting it onto the earth to become an obsidian giant, what would it become if it was projected somewhere else? Why did the power of the ancient runes not weaken in the human valley, but faintly increase instead? Sickly Beauty, who rarely spoke, raised this question. Creating puppets may be one of the secrets of life that needs to be understood in the human valley. Princess Sissy's little face was filled with wisdom. Almost all the puppets outside are of the metal element. If the earth can create an obsidian giant that is related to the earth element, then it is possible to successfully create other elements, such as water, wind, fire, and so on. Impatience felt that if Yue Yang could successfully create puppets based on other elements, then it would be a real success. Inan suddenly came to a realization: if we use water, wind, and fire to create giants, then wouldn't it be invincible in the world? Sister Sky Law could condense Sky Law thunder, and if we create a Sky Law giant on that basis, who in the human valley could match it? You're really daring. Yue Yang was overjoyed. In fact, he had already guessed that the control of the laws in the human valley was mainly about balance. The obsidian giant could be created. But this thing was equivalent to exploiting loopholes in the laws, similar to some cheats in games. If it was used without limit, sooner or later people would find out, and eventually all of them would be banned. If it was used in a small area, it would not affect the balance of the human valley, and it would not destroy the existence of the human valley, so it should not matter. Within the laws, it did not matter if a small loophole was exploited. Unrestrained overdraft, that was definitely not possible. Listening to Yue Yang's explanation, everyone felt that it made sense. Although Yue Yang's guess might not be completely correct, no one wanted to take the risk of being restricted by the laws. It's definitely not possible to create too many and affect the balance of the human valley, but a few should be fine. Yu estimated that creating 3 or 4 should not be a big problem. Only 3 or 4 is too little. It's best to create one of each element. If it doesn't work, let's not use it in the human valley, and use it outside the heaven realm. There are no restrictions in the human valley. The puppets created can only be used in the human valley, and cannot be used outside the heaven realm. Fallen Beauty felt that if Yue Yang had the time, it would be best to create more than 100. In the future, when he brought them outside, it would be a powerful puppet army. It's not necessary to create most of them and pile them in the warehouse. Instead of that, it's better to understand the real mystery of why the puppets in the human valley awaken their consciousness. Easily. Princess Sissy disagreed with that kind of action. Once it's done, there might even be a law reward. Inan was excited when she heard that. Hooray! Yu Bing seemed to have already seen her brother's success. Why don't we dig all the soil in the human valley back to Tong Tian Tower, and make a puppet like the obsidian giant for each of us in the future? Bao was even more whimsical. All of you go back to sleep. The impatience brought out the aura of the Sky Law Empress. All the little brats who delayed the Empress's ascension would be spanked if they did not leave. This was the adults' time, kids had no place. The Empress was majestic. Bao and the rest were so scared that they stuck out their tongues and made faces to show that they were afraid. They then retreated back to their beds and continued to fight with their pillows. It would probably take at least half an hour before they could fall asleep. We can't help, let's go back to rest too. Southern Demon King quietly nudged Fallen Beauty. Not only the two of them, but also Drunken Cat, Yi and the rest. They also understood that Yue Yang had to conquer Princess Sissy, the tigress. Seeing that Yu and Sickly Beauty had left, Princess Sissy clenched her fists. She was annoyed that everyone had no sense of brotherhood and left her alone to fight against Yue Yang, the big pervert. Without saying a word, she threw a punch at him. Why are you smiling like you're asking for a beating? Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You can't afford to hurt a girl with the 6 records inherent skill. Yue Yang was in tears. Fortunately, the arrogant tigress was only fierce towards Yue Yang in front of others. Now that everyone had left and he was the only one left, she was not fierce at all. Sometimes, she would even be a little gentle. Idiot, why didn't you dodge? Forget it, I didn't use any strength just now, don't pretend to be dead, okay? You don't know how much you deserved a beating when you smiled just now. Forget about me, even that Shui Niu who loves you a lot would probably give you a punch. Let me say this first, I didn't ask for your help because I couldn't fuse with the prison emperor divine sword. I only gave you a chance because Sister Yu was begging me and I had to control the time. Yue Yang didn't say a word, he only held Tigress's hand lightly. Now was not the time to talk. Didn't you hear that silence is better than words in the middle of the night? Princess Sissy saw this bad guy coming closer, his lips slowly pressing down, as if he was going to kiss her at any time. Flustered, she blocked him with her small hands. Everyone is still awake, what are you doing? Do you think I'll let you kiss me if you don't say anything and pretend to be obedient? Yue Yang still didn't say a word, but his hands had already hugged her shoulders lightly. His breath blew on her face, making her feel slightly warm. Her stiff body gradually softened. Her beautiful tiger eyes that were originally glaring at him also slowly closed, her eyes hazy. Her small hands were still pushing him away, but in her heart, she wanted him to get closer. The bad guy who was always angry suddenly forgave him. No matter how hateful he was before, now that he was gentle, she couldn't be angry at him at all. Maybe he was her nemesis in life. Anyway, it wasn't the first time he took advantage of her. Princess Sissy tried hard to find an excuse for herself. Before he kissed her, she had to find a reasonable excuse. Anyway, she would never admit that she actually longed for his kiss. Anyway, the person who made her life so troublesome was this hateful idiot in front of her. She opened her small white teeth and wanted to bite Yue Yang's lips to punish him. She didn't expect that Yue Yang would make the first move. It hurts. Princess Sissy was stunned. Why did he bite her? Looking at Yue Yang's fleeing figure, she immediately understood that he was purposely teasing her. She immediately became angry. Bastard, it's fine if you kiss me, but you dare to bite me. It's a misunderstanding, I don't want to bite you. Yue Yang explained as he ran. It's just that a certain Tsunere princess is really too lovable, I can't help but bite her cute little mouth, it's completely instinctive. Why did you pull out your sword? She's going to die, save me. A certain Tsunere princess who was chasing after him angrily shouted. It's also instinctive for me to kill you, don't run if you have the guts. Communication is a good start. Fallen Beauty and Southern Demon King who were watching from afar looked at each other and smiled. Biting is considered communication. Little Inan didn't understand. That's right, sometimes, biting is the best way to communicate. Luo Hua Beauty explained seriously. I'm tired, everyone should rest early too. Hearing that this topic was not suitable for children, Yu quickly ran back to her room. Chapter 1071 The problem of helping Princess Sissy completely fuse with the prison emperor divine sword was not solved in the end. Tigress's anger was not a small matter. Yue Yang had no choice but to retreat and temporarily stop his plan. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't help but bite Hu Niu in the heat of passion, the situation would probably be better. Of course, this kind of momentary impulse also had its benefits. Unknowingly, it had changed the originally tense atmosphere between the two of them. After Princess Xianxia, who had chased after Yue Yang with her sword, had vented her anger, the awkwardness in her heart had suddenly disappeared. She had also dispelled her initial arrogance and rejection towards Yue Yang's help, although after the incident, she had repeatedly expressed to everyone that she would not easily forgive him. Everyone could see that this tigress was no longer angry. Tigress's temper was like a summer storm. It came quickly, but it left quickly. According to Xiaonu's gossip, Princess Sissy, who chased after Yue Yang with her sword last night, actually cooked an exquisite breakfast for Yue Yang this morning. Everyone secretly laughed when they heard this. Actually, everyone knew that Princess Sissy cared a lot about her image in Yue Yang's heart. Otherwise, she would not have taken the initiative to cook breakfast to redeem her tiger-like violent image from last night. Thinking back, in order to learn culinary skills, Princess Sissy, who was not good at needlework, had suffered a lot. Fortunately, she had fourth mother and the other elders to guide her carefully. Otherwise, her image would have been easily fixed at the level of Rouge Tigress, this arrogant princess. I think it will be done soon. Yu was most willing to see this kind of improvement. Her small face was full of joy. That idiot, wouldn't it be better to just forcefully push him down? Sometimes you don't have to be so gentle. Impatience spread her hands, expressing that it was a waste of time to not be able to settle such a simple matter. Everyone didn't agree with Her Majesty's opinion. It might work for others to forcefully push it, but Princess Sissy probably wouldn't be able to do it. Moreover, it would easily cause psychological trauma to Tigress. It was better to go with the flow. Hee. The Southern Demon King laughed without saying a word. Actually, it's not that bad. Fallen Beauty felt that Yue Yang still had many strengths. When the big bad guy took down Traceless first, he was very efficient. No one expected that, right? Think about it, Traceless is usually quiet and passive. If she isn't the first one to be pushed down, who knows how long we'll have to wait. Don't let Sister Wuan hear you. Inan made a cute shushing gesture. Speaking of which, our little Inan is still the bravest. Fallen Beauty couldn't help but joke about Inan's engagement with Yue Yang. I already said I won't mention it. Inan shyly covered her red face. Although she was the youngest, she was indeed the bravest when it came to love. Many people felt that they couldn't compare to her. What are you talking about? Princess Sissy came. Her six senses were sharp and she had a premonition that everyone was talking about her. She felt a little embarrassed, but she quickly got rid of it. Since she was his official fiancée, she had to get past this hurdle. Before Yu tried to smooth things over, Princess Xianxia suddenly handed over a few blueprints to everyone. Yesterday, I thought for a long time and finally came up with a good idea. You guys can help me look at it. Impatience took a look and exclaimed, wonderful. The Prison Emperor Excalibur contains the energy left behind by the Prison Emperor. If we completely erase it, it would be disrespectful to our ancestors. If we don't erase it, we won't be able to truly fuse with the Prison Emperor Excalibur. Changing it into a Prison Emperor Excalibur is really killing two birds with one stone. Regarding Princess Sissy's idea of combining the Prison Emperor Excalibur's remaining energy in the Prison Emperor Excalibur and Yue Yang's chaotic energy to make a Prison Emperor Excalibur. Everyone cheered and agreed with her idea. Fallen Beauty looked at the few Excalibur that Princess Sissy had designed and suddenly had an idea. If chaotic energy can be created without limit, why don't we remodel the moon battle armor and make it more suitable for ourselves? For example, those who are not battle type like Xiao Nu and Bao can be changed into ordinary clothes instead of battle armors. Inan clapped her hands in agreement. Good. But I want both styles. Why don't we each make a set of battle armor and a set of ordinary clothes? Southern Demon King suggested. Why don't we call the set of clothes we usually use Star Diamond Heavenly Robe? Didn't Mother build a Star Diamond castle outside the Human Valley? Let's use that name to commemorate it. It just so happens that it matches the moon battle armor. Impatience took out the grand idea of being the Sky Law Empress. That's not enough. I think that this Star Diamond Heavenly Robe should be made into a set of undergarments that are especially sexy. If we wear it, that little rascal's eyes would be glued to it and his wolfish nature would be aroused. Come, let's design it together. Let's see what kind of undergarments would be more captivating and attractive. You mean that rascal? He would definitely like it. Look at the clothes that he designed for Sha Yi and Xiao Nu. When they wear it, their eyeballs would pop out. Actually, that moon battle armor can also be made sexier. Anyway, you guys rarely go out to battle and don't usually have the chance to wear it. Wearing it is just for him to look at. Xiao Nu was overjoyed. I'll take out a pen. Everyone, let's design it together. Hey, you guys are going off topic. Princess Sissy was speechless. She was here to ask everyone to help her look at the sheath. How did it end up on her clothes? Princess Sissy used Yue Yang's unique words to criticize them. However, Fallen Beauty and the others were all excited about designing the new clothes. No one was willing to help the princess look at the picture of the sheath. Without a choice, Princess Sissy could only pull Yu, her soft-hearted sister. Yu initially thought that it would be fine if she just gave some suggestions. She never thought that Princess Sissy would pull her along to participate in the whole process. She immediately cried out, me? No way. Of course, she knew that when Yue Yang and Princess Sissy were creating the Prison Emperor Divine Sheath, they would definitely need to have lovers' pair cultivation. During the process of lovers' pair cultivation, the young couple would be lovey-dovey and passionate, hugging each other intimately. They would also do things that were not suitable for children. How could she stand at the side and watch? Sister Yue, I'm afraid that I won't be able to control myself if you're not here. Princess Sissy's face showed a rare shyness. With you at the side, you can watch over him. He will definitely be obedient and not take advantage of you. Sigh, this definitely won't do. Yue understood what Princess Sissy meant. However, how could she face her brother like this? When the sheath is completed, you can leave first. Princess Sissy found an excuse for Yue. No way. Yue shook her head with all her might. Yue, who was forcefully pulled to the laboratory by Princess Sissy, had no choice but to make another request. How about I stand at the door and enter if there's a need? Don't worry, I will always be at the door. I definitely won't leave. Where's Xiao-san? Princess Sissy opened the door a little. Yue Yang was sitting quietly inside, as if he was thinking hard about a difficult problem. Yue saw it. She was instantly touched. This silly brother, he was usually cheeky and didn't look serious on the surface, like a big kid who needed to be taken care of everywhere. In fact, the most difficult and tiring things in life, he always quietly left it to himself to solve. He was far more gentle than people imagined and knew how to care for others. What's wrong? Yue forgot her thoughts of watching at the door just now. She even forgot that Princess Sissy was watching by her side. She quietly walked in and sat in front of him. She used her soft little hand to hold his big hand gently. The soul silk ribbon was silently linked together, reaching straight to the bottom of their hearts. Her eyes stared into his eyes, and asked with concern, "Are you going to be stuck in a dead end again? Don't you still have us?" Princess Sissy sighed. Only this sister Yue could comfort him like this. Even if it was her and Shui Wuxia, they wouldn't be able to do this. When she also sat down and connected with the soul silk ribbon, only then did she realize that the world in Yue Yang's mind was actually filled with sword aura. That was a world of swords. Millions of different swords danced in the world of swords. And in the center of the world, Yue Yang's mind was painstakingly comprehending the way of swords. When Princess Sissy caught up with Yue and extended the soul silk ribbon together to touch Yue Yang's mind, her body immediately trembled. An unimaginable supreme way of swords shook her whole soul. She didn't know how long she stayed in the world of swords. Princess Sissy, in the process of Yue Yang's comprehension, seemed to have suddenly understood the boundless supreme way of swords. There was a kind of energy fluctuation in her body that she wouldn't be happy if she didn't spit it out. 6 records inherent skill in holy energy domain naturally appeared. The prison emperor divine sword rose from her shoulder and emitted 1,000 rays of light. Every ray of light emitted automatically formed a sword in the world of swords. Not a single one was the same. Yu's mind hadn't escaped from the world of swords yet. Her mind was born and her body moved as she pleased. She stretched out her palm and gently pressed it on Yue Yang's back, injecting him with the most gentle water energy. She wasn't like Princess Sissy, who belonged to the combat system. Her main weapon wasn't the sword, so the influence of the way of the sword on her wasn't as great as Princess Sissy's. However, in her heart, she naturally cooperated with Yue Yang, just like how she had done countless times in various experiments before and was already used to cooperating naturally. He Gui Zhang, Bai Shuanghua, Kai Shaolian, and Cheng Hongguang all shot out from Yue Yang's body. They pointed to the north, south, east, and west. And in the center, a sword was faintly forming. Its color was like flowing gold, brilliant like the sun rising and all living things being reborn. It was also like a heavenly dragon descending from the 9 heavens, filled with auspicious aura. This sword was the 5th sword that Yue Yang had been cultivating for a long time but had been unable to comprehend, Wang Lung Yuan. Ha! Princess Sissy stretched out her hand and held onto the prison emperor divine sword. She waved it like a shadow and pointed it at the center of the 4 swords, which seemed to have yet to be born, the Wang Lung Yuan sword. This sword was aimed straight at Yue Yang's heart. Yue Yang, who was painstakingly comprehending the way of the sword in the world of swords, felt that in front of him, Princess Sissy was flying over with a sword in her hand and crashing into his chest. Behind him, Yue had turned into water, wanting to merge with him. In that kind of mysterious telepathy, Yue Yang seemed to be enlightened. Countless energy seemed to instantly surpass his original will and spread out infinitely. After reaching its limit in an instant, it condensed again at an indescribable speed, transforming into a yellow dragon that spiraled down from the top of his head without any obstruction. It then came out from his back, passed through Yu Yu's body, circled around her body, wrapped around Yue Yang's legs, went straight into his dantian, and then flew out from his chest. As soon as the yellow dragon pierced through Yue Yang's chest, it swallowed the Prison Emperor Divine Sword in Princess Sissy's hand, and then, with lightning speed, it pierced through her delicate body. It returned to the top of Yue Yang's head and entered his body. Fusing with him, there was no more sound. It was as if the yellow dragon had never appeared. In the world of souls, Yue Yang and the two girls were both shocked and astonished. The three of them had never thought that it would turn out like this. Of course, Yue Yang himself couldn't understand it at all, because this yellow dragon, this Wang Lung Yuan sword, had already surpassed his original realm, and wasn't something he could control. Yue Yang guessed that it might be because of the heavenly sword goddess's guidance at a crucial moment, but he wasn't too sure. He couldn't tell Princess Sissy and Yu Yu about this. Since it's like this, then let's finish it in one go. Yue Yang didn't have time to think too much. While the feeling in his heart was still there, he took out the creation god pearl and released the overflowing chaotic energy, wrapping it around the Prison Emperor Divine Sword that the yellow dragon had swallowed before. Chapter 1072 The Prison Emperor's remaining consciousness in the Prison Emperor Divine Sword had already dissipated when they were in the Prison Emperor Divine Palace. But his will and energy were always there. It was also because of this that the Prison Emperor Divine Sword recognized Yue Yang as its master, and the right to use it belonged to the Prison Emperor's descendant, Princess Sissy. Different from Yue Yang, who had completely merged with the Prison Emperor Divine Seal, Princess Sissy had always respected Prison Emperor, her ancestor. No matter what she did on the surface, she couldn't really make the decision to erase her ancestor's energy. In addition, there was another difficulty in merging with the Divine Sword. Once the Prison Emperor's remaining energy in the sword was completely erased, the Divine Sword would completely belong to Yue Yang. Princess Sissy might not be able to use it anymore. Be careful. Princess Sissy saw that the Prison Emperor Divine Sword that had been swallowed by the yellow dragon seemed to have a new look. The Prison Emperor's remaining energy was only a ball that could dissipate at any time. She hurriedly reminded Yue Yang to preserve this ancestor's energy. White, Xianxia sword. Yue Yang's hand moved casually. The white Xianxia sword instantly appeared and lightly slashed through the chaotic energy. The creation god pearl shone brightly. Combining with Heaven Eye's divine vision, creation domain and chaotic divine power, he poured the chaotic energy that contained the Prison Emperor's remaining energy into the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. The surface of the Prison Emperor Divine Sword started to disintegrate. Under Yue Yang's supreme will and the brilliance of the creation god pearl, it gradually condensed into a ball of life-like existence. Yue Yang took the opportunity to drip a drop of God's blood on the Prison Emperor Divine Sword. Then, with the God's blood as the core, the Prison Emperor Divine Sword's surface and chaotic energy formed a dragon swallowing that looked like Dao Tai. From a certain angle, it looked more like Princess Sissy's water-repellent golden eyes beast. This form was completely new. Nameless. If one had to describe it, it would be a transcendent saint-ranked divine weapon. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword that was peeling off let out a joyful buzzing sound that lasted for a long time. It turned into a seven-colored stream of light and flew around Yue Yang and Princess Sissy spiritually. Seeing this, Yue Yang hurriedly used the power of the extreme law that he could comprehend to control it, and then held it together with Princess Sissy's little hand in his hand. The dual cultivation of lovers began. In the spiritual world, Yue Yang and Princess Sissy were hugging each other tightly and kissing each other. In reality, it was the same for the both of them. Both of them held the Prison Emperor Divine Sword that was glowing with seven-colored light at the same time. All the obstacles in their bodies disappeared and they hugged each other without any gap. Both of their senses merged into one. Energy flowed from his mouth to her cherry lips, and from her fragrant tongue back to his mouth. The soul imprint of Wang Qing and Yue Yang merged into one, forming a unique imprint that only lovers who loved each other deeply would have. At this moment, Princess Sissy forgot that she was Tigress who liked to glare at him with her tiger-like eyes. Yue Yang also forgot that he was a bad guy from another world who especially liked to make her angry. In their hearts, there was only each other left. He hugged her tightly, she hugged him back. They used the touch of their bodies to strengthen the connection between their souls, and used their tongues to strengthen the sweet communication between lovers. The endless happiness made the pair of lovers intoxicated. No matter how long they kissed, no matter how long they had each other, they would never get tired of it. If it was possible, This pair of happy lovers would be willing to kiss each other passionately for the rest of their lives. Unknowingly, under Yue Yang's Jizun's will, the prison emperor divine sword had successfully contracted with Princess Sissy. This wasn't abandoning Yue Yang, it was accepting a new master. In the current prison emperor divine sword's mind, it had recognized Yue Yang and Princess Sissy as one existence. There was no distinction between them. Furthermore, the current prison emperor divine sword couldn't be called the prison emperor divine sword anymore. It had become a divine sword that had been swallowed by the yellow dragon to produce an unknown effect. After that, it had been cleansed by Yue Yang's chaotic energy and Jizun's Jizun. Combined with Princess Sissy's 6 records inherent skill, holy energy and guardian beasts, a new divine sword was born, Prison Tiger Divine Sword. The Prison Tiger Divine Sword that was glowing with 7-colored light let out a deafening cry. It was like a dragon's roar, like a tiger's roar. It was soundless, but it violently shook Yue Yang and Princess Sissy's entire spiritual world. The newly born divine weapon in the form of a dragon-swallowing beast also changed mysteriously, forming an indescribably beautiful scabbard that wrapped the Prison Tiger Divine Sword perfectly. The degree of compatibility was exactly the same. The divine sword that had been unable to successfully fuse with the Prison Tiger Divine Sword had finally been completed. It had officially become the newly born Prison Tiger Divine Sword in Princess Sissy's hands. Furthermore, she had even obtained a new divine weapon in the form of a heaven-swallowing beast that was not part of her original plan. Perhaps it was because she was excited after fusing with the divine sword, or maybe it was because of the kisses during their dual cultivation. Princess Sissy couldn't control herself. She couldn't stop responding to Yue Yang's kisses. Their lips and tongues were entangled, and she responded to his greedy demands with extreme gentleness. Unbeknownst to her, his naughty claws had already climbed up her prideful jade peaks. Unlike her usual self, she only gently twisted her body as if she was uncomfortable, but she didn't reject him harshly like she usually did. The insatiable Yue Yang wouldn't be satisfied with just occupying a high ground. Soon, the other high ground was also declared lost. When he lowered his head and tasted the sweet fruits of victory, Princess Sissy, who was burning with passion, couldn't help but press his head deep into her chest. She wanted to let him taste the sweetest fruits of victory, let him know how good she was, and let him never leave her for the rest of his life. His naughty hands wandered everywhere, sliding down the full moon's fragrant buttocks. They approached the stream. They were like curious tourists who wanted to go for a stroll at the peach blossom spring and enjoy the beautiful scenery. Cough cough. 2 awkward coughs woke the pair of young lovers from their intoxication. Yue Yang and Princess Sissy only now remembered that there was Yu beside them. Although she had no intention of watching, she, who was connected by the spiritual silk ribbon, felt what the two had just done. Originally, Yu didn't want to disturb Yue Yang and Princess Sissy's intimate actions, but she couldn't pull herself away from Yue Yang's spiritual world. This was because she was deeply afraid that if she forced herself to leave, it would cause great damage to her brother and Princess Sissy's hearts. Especially when the lovers were unreservedly immersed in their dual cultivation, it was easier for their hearts to be impacted and cause irreparable damage. Yu, who couldn't leave, could only endure her embarrassment, suppress her awkwardness, and resist the torment of her senses. She quietly waited for Yue Yang and Princess Sissy to finish their dual cultivation. If it wasn't for Yue Yang's intention to explore the peach blossom spring and his shameful actions that Yu couldn't bear to watch, then, she wouldn't disturb the two. She would only continue to wait for it to end. Sister Yue Yang was extremely embarrassed. His wolf claws had actually been discovered by her. For a moment, he really didn't know what to do. Quickly let us retreat to the spiritual world. Princess Sissy was also so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Cough. Okay. Yue Yang did not have the time to check if he had truly comprehended the 5th sword, the Wang Lung Yuan sword. He quickly eliminated the sword principle world in his mind, allowing Princess Sissy and Yu to safely return to their real bodies. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that Princess Xianxia, who was in his embrace, had long been stripped of all her clothes. Her body was as delicate as jade, and her body was soft. Behind him was Sister Yue, who was so embarrassed that she was lightly punching him with her little fists. Without looking, Yue Yang knew what kind of awkward situation she was in. Yue Yang couldn't be bothered with Princess Sissy. He first conjured a snow-white blanket and wrapped it around Sister Rain. Princess Sissy, on the other hand, quickly reached out her hand in understanding. Cover his eyes. Even if this was just an act of burying one's head in the sand, it would make everyone less awkward. The two women hurriedly put on their clothes. Different from Princess Sissy, who was still covering Yue Yang's eyes with one hand, Yu, after changing into her underwear, immediately summoned the super-evolved Angel's Blade, the Angel of Dawn. The beautiful semi-god battle armor instantly covered her body, eliminating some of the awkwardness. Princess Sissy, in a moment of panic, almost forgot how to put on her clothes. She was in a fluster. Yu hurriedly went forward to help. When Princess Sissy turned around, she naturally wrapped the blanket around Yue Yang. After countless experiments in the past, she was already used to taking care of him like this. If he hadn't been so naughty and just hugged and kissed, Yu would have also pretended not to see it. After all, he and Xianxia were lovers and would be husband and wife in the future. It was normal for them to be intimate. The reason why she had to stop him was because his actions would make her feel the same way. Congratulations, you have finally fused with the godly sword. Now, the Hell Tiger godly sword is truly born. As if nothing had happened, Yu smiled and congratulated the blushing Princess Sissy, as if nothing had happened. Sister Yu, thank you. Princess Sissy was both shy and happy. She couldn't help but hug Yu and give her a kiss. He is actually still a big kid. In the future, I will hand him over to you to take care of. Yu gently stroked Princess Sissy's soft hair and secretly rejoiced. After today's couple cultivation, it seemed that Princess Sissy, the Rouge Tigress, would no longer fight with her brother. Even if she still fought on the surface, when the two of them were together, she would probably become a gentle little tiger. I don't care about him. When Princess Sissy thought of the embarrassing scene just now, she couldn't help but grab Yue Yang's arm and bite it. Who asked you to touch me from top to bottom? Who asked you to be so savage in front of Sister Yu? Ah, I am guilty. I am willing to accept the people's judgment. Yue Yang's attitude towards admitting his mistake was very proper. Sister Yu, let's not care about him. Let him stay here and reflect on himself. Princess Sissy felt that if this brat continued to coax her, her heart might soften. She hurriedly pulled Yu and left. If her heart really softened and she was captured by him again in front of Sister Yu, then she would really lose face. Princess Sissy resisted the urge to kiss Yue Yang's lips. Instead, she flew up and kicked Yue Yang's calf. Her kick was so strong that it couldn't even kill a mosquito. Pulling Yu with her small hands, she opened the door and ran out. Before she could go far, she left behind a string of bell-like laughter. It had been a long time since she, the Rouge Tigress, had been so happy. All the way until dinner. Princess Xianxia was still in a good mood as she held her small bowl. Even though she purposely kept a straight face at Yue Yang, the faintly discernible smile on her lips could not be concealed no matter what. Xiaonu took advantage of the fact that the princess was in a good mood and obediently handed over a design drawing. There were 6 styles of clothing drawn on it, including 2 types of sexy lingerie. Mistress Xianxia, take a look and see which style you like. Xiaonu will try to make a sample first. Xiaonu said. Princess Sissy, who put down her bowl, sweated profusely. It's fine if the undergarments are like that, but why did you guys design the battle armor to be so excessive? Do you really have to show your cleavage to increase your battle power? This is not a battle armor at all. This is a seductive outfit that is used to make perverts bleed to death. Even your thighs are exposed, what kind of defense can it have? It's not like it's meant for battle. As long as some wolf likes to look at it, it's fine. Fallen Beauty expressed that this was for household use. The battle armor outside would not be designed like this. Actually, it can also be used for battle. Don't you think it would increase the interest? Alright, the TNFA Empress strength was not something an ordinary person could compare to. What good stuff. Yue Yang came over, as if he had discovered a new continent. It's none of your business. Princess Sissy sent him flying with a punch. She really couldn't imagine what would happen if she stood in front of him wearing such a seductive battle armor. He would probably pounce on her and touch her all over with his wolfish claws. Just as she was about to tear the design, she changed her mind. If he wore it at home and didn't come out of the grimoire world, he would only be a man, so it didn't seem too serious. Princess Sissy put down the design, letting the TNFA Empress and Fallen Beauty's painstaking efforts escape. She suppressed her imagination of wearing the seductive battle armor and said, I don't want this kind of boring thing. If you guys want to wear it, just wear it, but don't lead the children astray, especially Bing-er, Bao-er and the others. You must not let them know. Chapter 1073 Helping Princess Xianxia to evolve the Prison Emperor Divine Sword into the Tiger Prison Divine Sword was not only the most important goal he wanted to achieve in the near future, but he also obtained the heaven-swallowing beast scabbard that could evolve into an earth divine weapon. Adding flowers to brocade made Yue Yang's mood extremely good. He did not return to the Star Diamond Castle. With butler Du Li, chef Su Shan and the others around, Yue Yang believed that even if he did not return, they would still be able to settle everything down properly. Tian Zhao Yuzi's school did not seem to have received any news about Yue Yang's shocking performance in the mining area. It was the same as before. This could be because General Lei Meng and Prince Reynolds behind him, as well as Zhang Hua and the Silver Maple City Lord behind him, did not want to spread Yue Yang's matter too early to avoid attracting more people's attention. Especially when Yue Yang used the mysterious rune power at the end to create the obsidian giant out of thin air, which made all the puppets bow down to him. This made this matter even more confidential. Student Titan, how was your rest? The principal not only regarded Yue Yang, this monstrous student, as his proudest student in his life, but he also treated him as his family. When the 3-day holiday ended, Yue Yang returned to school. The principal had already prepared the 100-flower sweet dew pies made by Granny Doro for him. Thank you for your concern, principal. I had a good rest. Yue Yang naturally pretended to be an obedient child. Is there any problem in the Star Diamond Castle? The principal had been supervising the teacher's research for the past few days, so he did not know what happened in the mining area. There's no problem. I even took the time to walk around the territory. Yue Yang said honestly, although he did not say everything. Is that so? Did you get anything good? The principal smiled. He thought that Yue Yang was in a good mood because he was in the territory and was welcomed by the people. Seeing the smile on Titan's face, he also felt gratified. I can't say that I gained anything. I just got to know some people and gained some knowledge. Yue Yang changed the topic and said with a smile, during these few days of vacation, I thought about it in silence and came up with some new ideas. If we can really implement them, they may be very helpful to the research. For example, regarding the flying war puppet, if we use the power of runes instead of choosing the materials, we don't need to worry about the weight of the flying war puppet. Then, we can improve the shape, weight, structure, size and so on of the flying war puppet. Another example is this runic circle. If we can successfully add it to the runic circle, then it will be able to assist the flying battle puppet in all kinds of ascending maneuvers, including gliding, flying, flipping, circling, standing upside down, climbing, and so on. Furthermore, I am thinking of a question. Can we transform the flying battle puppet? If it can fly as a flying battle puppet and land on the ground, it can transform into a fighter puppet. In that case, it will have a higher significance in various tactical arrangements and strategic dispatches. Oh, I didn't expect that the flying battle puppet could be designed like this. The principal looked at the blueprint and was shocked. He was immediately engrossed in it. I plan to design the flying battle puppet into 3 types of battle puppets. The first type is the scouting battle puppet with the fastest speed. It would rather give up most of its combat power, but its speed and agility must be increased to the highest level. As the scouting battle puppet before the battle, it will be the eyes on the battlefield and also the sharp weapon to know itself and the enemy. The second type is the combat battle puppet that combines speed and combat power. It will be the main combat power and the sword of victory. Moreover, its mission includes attacking the enemy's air forces. Even if the enemy doesn't have them now, they will definitely have them in the future. Therefore, our combat-type flying battle puppet must be at the forefront of all the research results. The third type is the flying battle puppet. I hope that it can be an assault type that can transport and destroy the enemy. Yue Yang introduced the flying battle puppet without stopping. Assault type, the principal understood the first 2 types, but he still didn't understand the last one completely. It's like this. I hope that the third type of assault battle puppet doesn't necessarily have the ability to transform, nor does it necessarily have the ability to fight in the air. However, it must be a giant flying battle puppet that has outstanding transportation and navigation abilities. It must have the largest body and the thickest armor. It can transport many flying battle puppets or ground battle puppets to its destination in one go. This way, we can carry out a decapitation operation on an important target. In terms of battle tactics and strategy, the assault-type flying battle puppet will be the main force on the battlefield. As long as they are dispatched, the enemy's targets on the ground will be attacked and become our designated targets to destroy. In terms of attacking the enemy, this is the biggest trump card. Yue Yang explained in detail. Heavens, if this can really be achieved, the enemy's cities will tremble in front of our flying battle puppet. The entire human valley will turn a new page in history because of the appearance of these flying battle puppets, showing a new chapter. The principal felt that if this could really be achieved, it would be hard for him not to leave his name in history. I already have the blueprints, I just need to make the prototype and test it on the battlefield. Yue Yang threw another bomb. In fact, he only had this idea. The ones who were really responsible for helping him perfect these things were the girls in the grimoire world. For example, Sickly Beauty, Fallen Flowers and Inan were mainly responsible for perfecting the runes. Impatience and the Southern Demon King were responsible for designing the blueprints. Sha Yi and Xiaonu were their assistants. Yu, Princess Sissy and the Drunken Cat were responsible for the materials and the final customization of the model. In short, with them around, Yue Yang only needed to propose ideas, and they would quickly turn this idea into reality. There was strength in numbers. This was inevitable. What's more, Sickly Beauty and Yu were not only talented girls who were in charge of their own tasks, they were also used to cooperating with Yue Yang. They had a tacit understanding of each other. The principal was so excited that his beard was trembling. He immediately pulled Yue Yang into the laboratory, and the participating teachers all digested Yue Yang's brand new crazy idea together. Now that he had a research direction and a blueprint, he was able to successfully deduce the simulation process of the originally confusing flying battle puppet. The originally clumsy flying battle dolls had not been truly manufactured yet. Now, Yue Yang had thrown out 3 different ideas to create the direction of the flying battle dolls, which really made the principal and the others cry out, unable to take it. The surprise was really too big. There was no other way. They couldn't help but be excited, they couldn't help but go crazy. The idea proposed by Yue Yang was equivalent to the idea of making front-loaded guns and nano-sized bullets in the era of cold weapons, instantly making the battle enter the era of gunpowder. This was not enough. The evolution of the 3 types of flying battle dolls was equivalent to the idea of making rear-loaded guns and copper-shelled bullets on the basis of front-loaded guns and nano-sized bullets. He also designed the development direction of pistols, rifles and machine guns. This kind of abnormal research and crazy idea, in the era of cold weapons, how could it not be a miracle that transcended the era? Everyone hugged and cried for the success of the simulation, cheering in unison. The principal suddenly discovered a problem. He pulled Yue Yang to the side and looked at his face for a long time. Suddenly, he couldn't suppress his emotions and shouted, "Student Titan, I want to criticize you." Yue Yang was stunned. Everyone was also stunned. What's going on? It's fine if he didn't praise him, but why did he criticize Student Titan? The principal's big hands that were pressing down on Yue Yang's shoulders were trembling. You child, how can you be like this? How can you be like this? I gave you a holiday so that you could have a good rest, you didn't rest at all. These past few days, you were always researching, you didn't even go out to patrol the territory, right? You didn't have a good rest at all, you were always researching. When he said this, everyone immediately agreed. Student Titan definitely didn't rest. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the time to design so many flying battle puppets. Even if it was a design blueprint, from the beginning to the end, it would take at least a few days, or even longer. Not to mention that there were so many design blueprints and research ideas, everyone's eyes were red, they all looked at Yue Yang with eyes brimming with tears. The principal was even more afraid that Yue Yang would collapse at any time because he didn't get a good rest. Just like an old hen protecting her chick, he stretched out his hands to protect him. Yue Yang wanted to open his mouth to explain. The principal waved his big hands. You don't have to say anything, there is no room for discussion. Rest, you must rest. Otherwise, us old fellows would rather not see a flying battle puppet for our entire lives than to see you collapse from exhaustion. Child, my child, do you know how important you are? You are a treasure bestowed by the heavens to the earth. Your thoughts are the spark of inspiration that blossoms in the world. It is impossible to measure your value. Compared to those walking corpses, you are the one who truly has the qualifications to enjoy everything on earth. However, you don't care about your own body at all. Time and time again, you overdraft. Child, do you know how worried I am? Do you know how much Granny Doro's heart aches when she talks about you? Do you know how much self-reproach we, as role models, feel? All right, I won't say any more. You should rest immediately. This is my order as a teacher and as an elder. It is also my request as a witness and participant of history. What could Yue Yang say? Could he say that these things were just a concept that he had proposed, and that he didn't need to do anything? He could go and take a bath with the little beauty on his own, or hug the little beauty and whisper sweet nothings to her. Every day, he would wake up naturally. Right now, he was feeling refreshed and full of energy. Those blueprints and whatnot were all made with the help of those beauties at home. Could Yue Yang say that? No, even if he told the principal, they wouldn't believe him. Therefore, Yue Yang could only lower his head like a criminal pleading guilty. Yes, I was wrong. I will rest immediately. I will leave perfecting the blueprints and modeling to everyone. What blueprints are you still thinking about? The only thing you need to do now is to find the most comfortable pillow and have a good sleep. The principal was angry. Yes. I will rest immediately. I won't think about anything. Yue Yang was so scared that he hurriedly left. This child is good at everything, but he won't listen to me. The principal's voice choked as he spoke. He turned around and didn't want anyone to see his teary eyes. Not only him, all the teachers present were like this. Because they were excited and moved. The principal and the teachers were crazy. They researched and developed day and night, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. With the principal and the teacher's crazy research and Yue Yang's guidance after he came back from his rest. 5 days later, the first flying puppet was finally assembled successfully. Although this was only an untested prototype, it was the first generation of flying battle dolls. It couldn't transform, it didn't have high speed and flexibility, and it didn't have any combat power. It couldn't transport or carry anything other than its size, and it couldn't really fly into the sky. It still stayed on the ground of the underground laboratory. In short, it was the first generation of flying battle dolls. However, it was an epic-making existence for the Silver Maple City's prodigy Wanderer School. For the principal and the teachers who worked day and night to research and develop it, it was also an epic-making existence. Now, no one doubted that it couldn't fly into the sky. The only problem was how high and how far it could fly. The flying battle doll had been successfully developed. Even if it hadn't really flown into the sky, entered the battlefield, and obtained the recognition of the law of war, it could silently announce to the world that the era of flying battle dolls had arrived. The one who created all this was Yue Yang, who was forced by the principal to rest for 3 more days. We have created a miracle. Teacher O Meng's face was glowing. When he got married that year, he was far from being as excited as he was today. No, this is just the beginning. The era of miracles is about to arrive. Teacher O Pu kept writing in his diary. This was his habit. When he was excited, he couldn't speak. He had to use a pen to vent the torrential emotions in his heart. All of this was created by our hands. We are creating a new era. Honor is coming to us in large strides. And all of this was created by Student Titan. Student Titan, as your teacher, I am proud to have a student like you. The principal was like a proud rooster, standing under the flying battle doll with his head held high. He pressed his hand on Yue Yang's shoulder, his eyes tightly closed. His voice was choked with emotion, but the corners of his mouth were smiling. I am very happy to be born in this era with you. I am very satisfied to have a young man like you as my disciple. Child, you must spread your wings and fly, bringing our dreams with you. Please spread your wings and fly, bringing our dreams with you. The people who were involved in the research and development, whether it was the teachers or O Meng's brothers, were all looking at Yue Yang with excitement. This voice burst out from the bottom of their hearts. Please spread your wings and fly, bringing our dreams with you. Please spread your wings, bringing our dreams with you. Chapter 1074. 1 month later. Other than the school's teachers, O Meng's brothers, and a limited number of participants, no one outside of the school knew about the successful development of the flying war doll. In order to keep it a secret, the principal personally bought the materials. Moreover, all the required items were purchased in several remote areas far away from Silver Maple City and brought back to Heaven's Proud Wanderer School in pieces. Although Zhang Hua and Silver Maple City's master had been secretly paying attention to Yue Yang's studies, the news they heard was that Yue Yang had used the artifact spirit to create the Saint Tier Goose Feather Pen and the Special Rune Circle, these 2 specialties. They didn't know that the best concealed flying war doll had already been created. Otherwise, they would definitely go crazy, due to the severe lack of time, materials, and manpower, the scouting and combat-type flying war dolls were still on the blueprints. On the other hand, the assault-type flying war dolls had already been created with a scale of 1:1. They had already taken a big step towards the actual prototype. Now, what Omeng and Wu Pu needed to break through was how to improve the foundation of the first-generation flying war dolls to the assault-type flying war dolls. Step by step, with the assault type, as long as the enemy didn't have any flying war dolls to defend against it, it would be a moving fortress. Wherever it went, it would be invincible. There's no rush at all. As long as we have the first-generation flying war dolls, we'll be invincible. The principal didn't wish to expose Yue Yang's monstrous talent too early. If that happened, it might bring about a disaster. If a genius didn't have enough strength, it would be very easy for him to be hated by others and die prematurely. This kind of thing, no matter if it was outside the heaven realm or in the human valley, was common. If it wasn't for Yue Yang's recent development of a self-exploding puppet that could be stored in the stomach of the assault-type flying war dolls and released at any time to become a powerful weapon to attack the enemy's target, the principal wouldn't have agreed to the development of the assault-type flying war dolls now. This was because he was worried that the owner of the Star Diamond Castle, Yue Yang, would be robbed by the big forces. No matter what, during student Tai Tan's life assessment ceremony, we must make a prototype of the assault model he developed and let him take back the highest honor of being the champion. Teacher Omeng and his brothers were now full of energy. Principal, you and student Tai Tan have been invited to Golden Leaf City to participate in the Prodigy of Heaven's exchange. Teacher Wu Pu came in from outside and brought back a message. This is recommended by the City Lord of Silver Maple. The principal took the invitation card and saw that Yue Yang had the opportunity to attend. He was specially recommended by Silver Maple City Master and Zhang Hua. He thought for a while and handed the invitation to Yue Yang, wanting to ask for Yue Yang's opinion. Yue Yang was originally disdainful of these social gatherings. However, when he heard that the thousand-year great sage was in Golden Leaf City and was likely to attend the exchange, he immediately changed his mind and decided to go with the headmaster. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so there was no harm in attending the exchange. It would be best if he could obtain more knowledge from the thousand-year great sage. Other than that, Golden Leaf City had a special product. Leaf Cloud Gold. This kind of special and rare mineral was an important material for making flying puppets, especially the battle-type flying puppets. Yue Yang decided to buy a lot of Yue Cloud Gold before the flying puppets appeared in the market and before people knew the true value of the Yue Cloud Gold. After the principal arranged the affairs, he brought his favorite student, Yue Yang, and boarded the medium-sized luxurious airship dispatched by the City Lord of Silver Maple City to Golden Leaf City. Although Golden Leaf City and Silver Maple City were only two cities, they were actually the capital cities of the two major powers. The distance between them was 2,000 miles. Even though it was a luxurious airship, it took them 6 hours to reach their destination. Only then did they reach their destination. Accompanying them was the black-bearded old man who sat on the first seat on the right of the City Lord of Silver Maple City. In addition, there was also the Red Counselor Fan Shenzheng, who was originally plotting against Yue Yang to seize the territory under the Star Diamond Castle. The 10th son of Yue Yang, Zhang Hua, who was wholeheartedly trying to get on his good side, did not appear. Of course, this did not mean anything. It was very likely that he felt that traveling with them was too out of place and would arouse suspicion, so he pretended it was a chance encounter at a banquet. Both of you, please take a seat. The black-bearded old man was very respectful towards the principal. He was also secretly paying attention to the student, Yue Yang, whom Zhang Hua was trying to get on his good side. Unlike the black-bearded old man, Fan Shenzheng was still a little against Yue Yang. He always wanted to find some small thorns. According to what the City Lord of Silver Maple City mentioned at the banquet, the owner of the Star Diamond Castle, Baron Titan, is currently researching a kind of unfathomable rune circle. I wonder how his progress is. I do not wish to doubt whether the young Baron has the wealth of knowledge to support his research. Instead, I sincerely hope that the owner of the Star Diamond Castle, Baron Zhang Hua, will be like the pride of Silver Maple City, the 10th son of the City Lord. He will be able to achieve outstanding results in the assessment ceremony, so that we, who are from the same hometown, can also be proud. Fan Shenzheng, you will not be disappointed. The principal was like a kind old man to Yue Yang, and he could not wait to treat his favorite student, Yue Yang, as his precious baby. However, he was extremely strict towards outsiders. Even though the other party was a red counselor, the principal's words were still extremely impolite. If it was not for the fact that he had to maintain the virtuous demeanor of a scholar, he might have grabbed Fan Shenzheng's collar and directly thrown this fellow who dared to provoke Yue Yang off the luxurious airship. Fan Shenzheng could not help but feel a little guilty in the face of the principal's sharp, eagle-like gaze. In the human valley, if one offended a king, as long as one left the king's sphere of influence, then one would most likely be fine. After all, the human valley was not a place where one could casually use violence. However, if one offended a scholar, then it would be more tragic. Who knew how many friends this scholar had, how many disciples he had, and how much knowledge he had? In the human valley, knowledge was power, knowledge was wealth, and knowledge was practically everything. No one was willing to easily offend a scholar who possessed knowledge. Even if it was a noble, even if it was a sage, they would still pay extra attention to him. Haha, since that is the case, then I will definitely be there to watch the assessment ceremony and await the Baron's glorious feat. Fan Shenzheng laughed and said some polite words. He would not be stupid enough to fire at the principal. He was only targeting Yue Yang, the lucky fellow who had picked up the Star Diamond Castle. HMPH. The principal was so arrogant that he did not give the other party any face at all. He brought Yue Yang away from his seat and returned to his resting room. He did not even deign to sit together with the other party. As a red consul, Fan Shenzheng's EQ was quite high. Even when faced with such an awkward situation, he still maintained a smile on his face. Towards such a politician, Yue Yang could not be bothered to speak. Whether it was the human valley or the Chinese society before he transmigrated, there would always be such people. According to the thousand-year great sage, it was precisely because there were evil and kind, foolish and wise, cunning and pure, fake and real, and so on, that the many lives in the world formed a splendid civilization. The more complicated the social relationships, the greater the struggle, and the more opportunities for training. For example, in those relatively simple primitive societies, as long as they had their stomachs full, everyone would happily dance around. How could there be any training for the mind? It was precisely because of the complexity of the human heart that human society was so different from the animal world. It was the same. Humans had the best opportunities to train and grow. When Yue Yang and the principal stepped out of the Golden Leaf City's airship parking area, the first news they received was actually about the heaven-splitting demon lord. What made Yue Yang extremely surprised was that this guy did not reincarnate into any noble class, but reincarnated into the brother of the leader of the biggest rebel army in the human valley, against the heaven. Who was against the heaven? How did he know the heaven-splitting demon lord? What was the relationship between the two of them? Why did the heaven-splitting demon lord reincarnate into the rebel army? Yue Yang did not even have time to think before he was shocked by the news in front of him. The heaven-splitting demon lord had created an invisible specter war puppet and challenged the lord of the Thousand Beast City, Kai Hu, to a one-on-one battle with the lord of the Thousand Beast City, who had always proclaimed himself to be an enemy of the rebel army. And with the war god statue's divine sense as a witness, he defeated the lord of the Thousand Beast City, Zan Hu, and seized the Thousand Beast City. The most shocking thing about this news was, the lord of Kai Hu, who had been fighting against the rebel army for more than 600 years, was subdued by the heaven-splitting demon lord who drove the spectral war puppet. Not only did he offer up the Thousand Beast City according to the bet, he was also willing to kneel and worship the heaven-splitting demon lord, acknowledging him as his master and becoming an obedient servant. A spectral war puppet that can become invisible. Yue Yang felt that this matter was not simple. It was already exaggerated enough to challenge the gambling city one-on-one, and he even knelt down to acknowledge him as his master. Unacceptable. The principal also felt that it was unbelievable. One should know that the lord of the Thousand Beast City, Kai Hu, was definitely the person who hated the rebel army the most. How could he kneel down to acknowledge Kai Tian, the brother of the rebel army's leader, against the heaven? What happened in between? Although it was not clear, Yue Yang felt that there must be something fishy going on. Otherwise, even if the gods descended, they would not be able to make a hated city lord kneel down and acknowledge him as his master. The heaven-splitting demon lord was very powerful, but he couldn't use his own strength in the human valley, and he didn't have the halo of a retard. How could he make someone kneel down and call him boss with just a shake of his body? This news had not been digested yet. Yue Yang and the principal had just let the receptionist lead them into the VIP lounge and sat down for tea. Before they could say a few polite words, another explosive news came out. Ah, This was not about kneeling down and calling him boss. But it was even more exaggerated. Even more shocking. As the imperial capitals, prince of the Tiandu, Yue pitied the suffering of the people in the human valley. He felt that the people worked hard for a living and were under too much pressure, so they lacked interest in normal life such as having children. Therefore, Prince Yue, who was as benevolent as a god, used the spring water of the spring of life in a special medicine that was said to be called longevity is like gold, to develop a secret recipe of the joyful unification powder, which inspired tens of thousands of people. Joyful union powder. Yue Yang was now a little suspicious that the chicken Yue was also a man from another world. Ridiculous. The principal was very angry when he heard this. He felt that all the good ideas were used in crooked ways. This made Yue Yang, who was preparing to develop an I love luge, or lewd smile. Half-step deranged, to steal money, quickly give up on the idea. Although inventing this kind of thing would definitely make money, it would have too big of an impact and would easily attract hatred. He, who wanted to keep a low profile in the beginning, should not do this. Yue invented this to attract money. It was definitely a good plan. Moreover, this guy was ruthless enough. In order to achieve his goal, he would do anything. He would rather destroy his own reputation. From this, it could be seen that he was a ruthless person. Since Kai Tian Demon Venerable and Yue had made their moves, what about the Sky Region Emperor, Captain Cook? What about the Light Hall Master Zhang Hua, the Dark Hall Master Wan Mo, and the Fire Hall Master Burning Wind, who were the 10th son of the Silver Maple City Master? How would they deal with it? It seemed that the fight in the Human Valley had just begun. It was still warming up. It had not officially started yet. Alright, I'll watch the show first. When everyone is done, I'll reward them one by one. You guys continue to fight, you must fight to the death. That couldn't be better. Yue Yang was in a good mood. His biggest advantage was that no one knew of his arrival. He could hide and develop in the dark at the beginning. Of course, things like how Zhang Hua misunderstood that the Eastern Immortal Tribe was helping to cover it up could also be considered as the icing on the cake. Chapter 1075. The exchange meeting in Golden Leaf City was not like a salon or a banquet. It was more like a product exhibition. Within the Human Valley, the invited celebrities and students would bring their local specialties or masterpieces to the exchange meeting to display. This kind of exchange meeting was also a good opportunity to exchange knowledge and find partners to cooperate with. Silver Maple City also had its own special products, and the most famous one was a kind of silver maple leaf that could be used as a catalyst for medicine. The original, Silver Maple City, was also named after this kind of silver maple leaf. Other than that, there were several other kinds. This included the purple crystal, produced by the mine in the territory of Yue Yang, the owner of the Star Diamond Castle. It was also a special mineral that could not be found elsewhere. If one could show off at the exchange meeting, it would be the best test for one's life assessment and future development. Many students liked to show off at the exchange meeting. It was also a way to accumulate strength for one's own improvement. Your Excellency Baron Titan, aren't you going to display your masterpieces with runes? Fan Zongzong put on a fake smile and looked for Yue Yang. Your Excellency Baron has just entered the academy, so you definitely haven't perfected it yet. The black-bearded old man tried to smooth things over for him. Is that so? Then you don't have any masterpieces. Fan Zongzong purposely raised his voice. He wished that everyone in the exchange meeting could hear his words and make the owner of the Star Diamond Castle, Yue Yang, embarrassed. Do I have to show my masterpieces to come here? Yue Yang smiled. Why do I feel that I would be more popular if I were a generous buyer of students? HMPH. Fan Zongzong's expression immediately changed. He was a smart person. How could he not understand? Yue Yang was clearly trying to bully people with money. He was extremely unhappy when he heard this, but there was nothing he could do. No matter what, he couldn't stop the other party from spending money to buy things from the exchange meeting, right? In Human Valley, if one had money and status, who could stop them? If Yue Yang was just a normal mercenary, or an upstart merchant, Fan Zisheng could still use his authority to suppress Yue Yang and chase him out of the exchange gathering. However, Yue Yang was a baron with status and position. He had a Star Diamond Castle and 4 territories under his control. Fan Zisheng was just a little more experienced, but his status and position was still much lower than Yue Yang's. As it turned out, the Silver Maple City Lord wanted to seize the benefits of the Star Diamond Castle, and he, Fan Chengzong, had followed behind to wave the flag and shout battle cries, so that he could reap some benefits. Now, the city master of Silver Maple City and his 10th son, Xianxia, had inexplicably given up on the benefits of seizing the Star Diamond Castle. They even seemed to be secretly taking care of it. As a mere official, other than venting his frustrations, he really didn't dare to make any small moves in private. "Little Titan, here's 1,000 sky crystals. Buy whatever you want, don't be stingy." The principal was preparing to go out and meet up with a few old friends. Before he left, he handed a card to Yue Yang, allowing this student of his to shop as much as he wanted at the exchange gathering. The principal was worried that this student of his was too well behaved and was reluctant to spend money, so he specially reminded him. "Thank you, principal. If Yue Yang's well-behaved behavior was in kindergarten, he would definitely get a little red flower." Damn it, Fan Chengzong saw this from the side. He was so jealous that he almost banged his head against the wall. He had never seen a principal like this before. No matter how much he loved his student, he couldn't possibly give 1,000 sky crystals to his student to squander, right? What did 1,000 sky crystals mean? He was a red counselor, and was one of the few big shots in Silver Maple City Lord. However, his annual income, including his normal salary and all sorts of gray income, did not exceed this amount. Now, a dignified red counselor's annual income could not even reach this amount, was given to this kid to spend like pocket money. This was too unfair. Fan Chengzong felt that if he was the heavens that carried out the law of punishment, he would strike this kid to death with lightning. So much money, what should I buy? Sometimes, having too much money is also a problem. Yue Yang purposely waved the card in front of Fan Chengzong. Fan Chengzong was so angry that he almost bled from his 7 orifices. Damn it, don't you know when to stop? Do you want to anger others to death to be happy? If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't use force in Human Valley, Fan Chengzong would have snatched it by force. The principal is really generous. The black-bearded old man was also extremely envious. Furthermore, he now understood why the city master of Silver Maple City and his 10th son, Xianxia, who was in the limelight the most, would change their attitude and support Baron Titan instead of secretly scheming to seize the Star Diamond Castle like before. It turned out that the original owner of the Star Diamond Castle had not only left behind a castle, he had also left behind an incomparably large network of connections for his son. There were people taking care of him everywhere, including the most upright and strictest principal in the school. It would be strange if the Silver Maple City Lord would become enemies with such a person. The black-bearded old man thought it through. He couldn't help but secretly have a thought. Since this Titan Baron, who had inherited the Star Diamond Castle, had so many people taking care of him, why not add flowers to the brocade? Being on good terms with a leader with real power, status and a bright future was far better than being on good terms with a colleague of the same level, almost. Instantly, the black-bearded old man drew a clear line between himself and Fan Chengzong. Red Consul, this wasn't a lifelong job, it was just an official that was elected once every 5 years. How could it be compared to a leader who had a territory and power for life? For a person like the Star Diamond Castle's owner, his future was limitless. Forget about being a city lord, he might even become a king in the future. Right now, investing in him at the very beginning was undoubtedly more effective than investing in him hundreds or thousands of times in the future. Titan Baron, if you are not familiar with the exchange conference, I have a servant beside me who is quite quick-witted. Why don't you let her accompany you for a walk? The black-bearded old man decided to use a honey trap. Gifting a beautiful female servant was one of the most commonly used methods of forming alliances among nobles. Thank you for your kind intentions. Maybe next time. Right now, I still need to focus on my studies. Yue Yang declined tactfully. Yes, when Baron Titan's evaluation ceremony is over, I will immediately congratulate Lord Baron. At that time, Lord Baron might have already been promoted to Viscount, or even an even higher Earl. The black-bearded old man laughed heartily, not minding the fact that he was rejected by Yue Yang in the slightest. He could also see that a young leader with a bright future like Baron Titan would definitely be the school's goal of nurturing him with all its might. If not, the principal would not be so extravagant as to give this young leader 1,000 sky crystals to buy as much as he wanted. Thank you for your kind intentions once again. I have something to do and will be heading out for a while. Let's talk again later. Yue Yang smiled as he bid farewell. What do you mean? Fan Chengzong felt more uncomfortable than a person who had been constipated for 10 days. He could not hold it in any longer and asked the black-bearded old man, "He is just a brat who is still wet behind the ears. Do you really need to suck up to him like this? Although we belong to different factions, we have always been on good terms. You did not lend me a helping hand today, but instead hit me when I was down and changed your direction to support that brat." Fan Chengzong, there are actually many choices as a person. There is no need to stubbornly stick to one path. The black-bearded old man was also a political expert. Even after being scolded, his smile did not change. "Fine, then we'll see." Fan Chengzong was furious. "Traitor, you still have reason. I won't be seeing you out." The black-bearded old man chuckled on the surface, but in his heart, he seriously despised Fan Chengzong's actions. "You're not an idiot, are you? Why do you have to risk your life and become enemies with a leader like Baron Titan for the sake of a bit of face?" Even a blind person could see that this young man's future had already been paved 10 years ago. Even people like Silver Maple City's master and Zhonghua fawned over him. What does a mere red counselor count for? If you were born an idiot and couldn't see the big picture, then so be it. But you are a smart person, yet you let your jealousy blind your eyes. Even though you know you are in the wrong, you would rather die than turn back. It really makes people speechless. You are trying to throw an egg against a rock, seeking your own death is your own business. But you can't drag your ally down with you, right? I am only your political ally, not your biological father. Even if I were, it would be natural for your biological father to turn to someone else in this situation. The black-bearded old man shook his head and directly blacklisted Fan Chengzong. It was better to cut ties with this kind of political ally as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would ruin big things in the future. Yue Yang walked out of the Silver Maple exhibition hall alone. There was a wide plaza inside. There were various exhibition halls built in a ring around it. There were dozens of them. There were large and small halls. The one in Silver Maple City belonged to the large category. Inside, there were stacks of specialties and puppets being assembled. There were close to 100 of them. Other than the outer hall, the inner hall also had resting rooms and guest rooms, providing all kinds of conveniences. The small halls were usually only a third of the size of the large halls. The smallest was only a fifth. These were all joint exhibition areas provided for the use of large merchant associations or large mercenary guilds. The contents of their exhibitions were also slightly different from those of the upper class. Other than that, there was also a main hall in the central plaza. It was just that the exchange conference had not been opened yet. The various things inside were still being prepared, and the doors had not been opened yet. Yue Yang walked around the exhibition halls in a few cities. He found that most of the specialties were still on display, and the puppets were still being assembled urgently. None of them were completely prepared to open their doors to welcome the guests. Seeing that the large cities were busy, Yue Yang paid more attention to the specialties and did not make a move to buy them. The price would definitely not be cheap if he hurriedly made a move before the curtain was even opened and the others were not prepared. Moreover, this was the case. It was also easy to expose his true needs. Hence, even if he saw a very good special product, Yue Yang would only smile and pass it by. He didn't ask about the price, and didn't even inquire about their attributes. Of course, with his heaven-eyes divine vision, Yue Yang didn't need to waste his time. The large exhibition halls were busy. On the other hand, there were a few small exhibition halls where a few merchant associations had entered in advance. They were more well prepared. This was also related to the fact that they, as merchants, placed great importance on the exchange conference. "How much is the Warbeast egg?" Yue Yang turned to a small exhibition hall that was jointly rented by a few mercenary groups. He discovered that the things inside had already been prepared and were just waiting for the guests to come. However, their exhibition hall was completely deserted. There was not a single person who showed any interest in it. When Yue Yang went in to take a look, he realized that the things inside were too abnormal. In the human valley, things like puppets and puppet beasts that could be converted into combat power were the most popular. Treasures like the Spring of Life and the 100 Flowers wine that could directly improve one's state were also very popular. However, things like weapons that could not be used, war beasts, and items that could not be converted into the human valley were very cheap. The human valley, or rather, the humans, was just that practical. If a warbeast that could reach the 5th level of heaven stage was placed anywhere, not to mention Tong Tian Tower, even in any region of the heaven realm, it would be a rare warbeast that was highly sought after by everyone. But in the human valley, they were not even comparable to some edible carnivorous Earth stage beasts. Because war beasts could not be used in the human valley, no matter how powerful a war beast was, it was only useless and a waste of painstaking nurturing. Of course, it could not compare to those Earth stage beasts that could be converted into meat or sold for a large number of offspring. It could be said with certainty that in Human Valley, the price of a Heaven Stage Level 5 black dragon was far lower than that of an Earth Stage Level 3 oily skin demon pig. It was even lower than that of an Earth Stage Level 1 long-haired snow rabbit and flowerback guinea pig. Flowerback guinea pigs could reproduce in large numbers. Other than providing a large amount of meat, they could also be used to eat beans. There was a type of bean in the Human Valley called the red gold bean. It was extremely hard. Only a few kinds of picas could be half-digested. If this kind of half-digested red gold bean was used to make wine, it would be perfect. In the Human Valley, who knew how many mercenaries and civilians relied on flowerback guinea pigs to eat beans and then sold red gold wine to merchants to make a living? Could a Heaven Stage Level 5 black dragon do this? The black dragon was just a glutton. Another example was the long-haired snow rabbit. This kind of rabbit could grow its hair crazily and could be cut and sold all year round. Its quality was naturally not as good as the best white snow wool, but it reproduced quickly, had a high survival rate, and was easy to rear in captivity. It was much easier to rear than the golden-horned white sheep that had to be served well. How could a Heaven Stage Level 5 black dragon compare to this? Even if it was an oil-skinned demon pig, it could still be killed and sold for meat. Therefore, in the special environment of the Human Valley, war beasts, especially battle-type war beasts, were a tragedy. The warbeast eggs that Yue Yang asked about were a pile of battle-type warbeast eggs that were piled up in the corner. It was unknown how long it had been since anyone had asked about them. Among them, the quality of these warbeast eggs were mostly above gold rank, and almost all of them were Heaven Stage war beasts. Raising a black dragon of Heaven Stage Level 5, he could sell some dragon blood for money, but before he could sell the dragon blood, the black dragon would probably go broke. Moreover, hatching a black dragon from an egg to an adult dragon, it was impossible for 1,000 or a few hundred years. Therefore, if there was anything more tragic than a Heaven Stage warbeast, it would be a Heaven Stage warbeast egg. These were existences that no one would care about, unless there was a noble who wanted to eat a Heaven Stage warbeast egg drop soup. These are not carnivorous or support-type warbeast eggs, they are all battle-type warbeast eggs. The mercenary receptionist who heard the noise had a bitter expression on his face. Even if Yue Yang wanted to buy them, he wouldn't dare to sell them. He was afraid that Yue Yang would turn around and find trouble with him once he left. For a noble like Yue Yang, even if he was 100 times more courageous, he wouldn't dare to lie to him. Aren't war beasts divided into elemental type, strengthening type, warbeast type and special type? Yue Yang laughed. Yes, it is indeed divided like that. But in private, we usually ignore elemental type and strengthening type war beasts. There is no market for those war beasts. War beasts are divided into carnivorous and non-carnivorous war beasts. Generally speaking, special type war beasts are more popular, especially for rankers with grimoires. The mercenary receptionist hurriedly explained and introduced to Yue Yang, if esteemed guest likes, you can go over there to take a look. That is our main selling area, maybe there will be something you are interested in. Although I don't really lack warbeast eggs, I really can't bear to see such a waste of natural resources. Yue Yang felt that if he brought this pile of Heaven Stage warbeast eggs back to Tong Tian Tower, the kings of various races would probably go crazy with joy. You really want to buy? The mercenary receptionist's eyes were even bigger than a cow's, and his mouth could fit a thunder toad. Name a price. If it's suitable, I'll buy them all. Yue Yang felt that if it was possible, it would be best to fill up all his storage rings. Ah, then, you are serious. You really want to buy them? How about this, please give me a total of 5 heaven crystals. Ah, no, 3 heaven crystals, you can take all of them, what do you think? The mercenary receptionist was afraid that Yue Yang would turn around and leave, so he took the initiative to lower the price. He anxiously waited for Yue Yang's reply, deeply afraid that Yue Yang, who looked like a young master of a noble family, would slap him in the face. I'll place an order of 50 heaven crystals. I hope that at this time tomorrow, I can see more battle-type Heaven Stage warbeast eggs piled up in front of me. Yue Yang patted the mercenary receptionist's shoulder, causing him to feel extremely flattered. Listen, if you can do this well, I'll give you an additional reward of 5 heaven crystals. Ah, the mercenary receptionist was completely dumbfounded. He didn't even know when Yue Yang left. In his mind, Yue Yang's words kept repeating endlessly. Listen, I'll give you an additional reward of 5 heaven crystals. 5 heaven crystals, alright. Last year, I worked hard for an entire year, and my income was not even half of 5 heaven crystals. But today, a noble young master casually mentioned it, and it became a tip that I might be able to get. My God, is this true? Chapter 1076. Once the mercenary receptionist reacted to the situation, he immediately reported it to his superiors in ecstasy. Forget about the fact that the trade of 50 heaven crystals had already reached half of the maximum amount of money that the mercenary groups worked together to participate in the trade meet. The fact that they could successfully sell the combat-type heaven stage war beast egg that no one had been interested in and turn it into income was already great news. However, the mercenary group leaders were dubious about this good news that fell from the sky. Impossible. Why would someone buy a combat-type heaven stage war beast egg at a high price? And they used heaven crystals, not shattered crystals. The difference between heaven crystals and shattered crystals was that the upper class in Human Valley only acknowledged heaven crystals, and the laws also only acknowledged heaven crystals as official currency. They ignored the existence of shattered crystals, which was a substitute currency used by the people. Since heaven crystals were rare, not everyone had the right to possess them. Many of the commoners and mercenaries began to use a type of transparent crystal to replace heaven crystals tens of thousands of years ago for the sake of making their lives more convenient. Even though the upper echelons of society did not approve of it, the appearance of this temporary currency known as shattered crystal did indeed make the lives of the commoners more convenient. It was impossible for the commoners to use the expensive and rare heaven crystals to buy eggs or vegetables as the mainstream currency in their daily lives. Hence, they used shattered crystals as their substitute currency. They did not need to barter with other items that were strenuous and troublesome. In Human Valley, even though the officials did not acknowledge the exchange rate between shattered crystals and heaven crystals, it was still rather stable when it came to the commoners' daily expenses, and there were very few large fluctuations. Usually, one heaven crystal could be exchanged for more than 1,000 to 1,200 shattered crystals. In some regions, one could even exchange for 1,500 shattered crystals. Of course, this was an irreversible one-way exchange. This meant that if there were people in the upper class who needed it, they could use heaven crystals to exchange for shattered crystals from the commoners, but it was impossible for the mercenary groups among the commoners to use shattered crystals to exchange for heaven crystals from the nobles. The exchange between heaven crystals and shattered crystals usually existed among the commoners, and the main exchange point was at the reputable merchant guilds. I think this is very suspicious. One of the mercenary group leaders frowned. That's right, another person said. Think about it calmly. This might be a scam. How could a noble young master who was so generous with his money not have servants by his side? If a noble young master needs a heaven-ranked beast egg for something, even if these things are useful, why would he need to come here personally? With a noble young master's arrogance and status, he probably wouldn't even glance at a battle-type heaven-ranked beast egg. Even if he really wanted it, he could just send a servant here to buy it in bulk. Why would he lower his status and come to our small exhibition hall? That makes sense. If a noble young master wants it, even if he doesn't spend money, there will be countless people fighting to please him. The third mercenary leader nodded in agreement. An order of 50 heaven crystals to purchase a heaven stage warbeast egg. This is too much. If this is a scam, we must not fall for it. Otherwise, we will lose everything. Could it be that our competitors are playing tricks? They used this evil plan to trick us into buying a large number of worthless battle-type heaven-ranked beast eggs. They made us waste a year's worth of savings and bankrupt us. However, if this is really the order that noble young master wants, and we did not accept it because of our suspicions, when he comes again tomorrow, he will definitely be angry because of our impoliteness and suspicion. At that time, I'm afraid we will miss this once-in-a-lifetime trade opportunity. The mercenary receptionist felt that Yue Yang did not seem like a scammer. After all, that superior bearing was not something that a scammer could imitate. Although he could not see what kind of status that noble badge represented, it was definitely not a fake badge. That young master was definitely a noble. The only thing that the mercenary receptionist could not be sure of was whether that noble young master with an extraordinary temperament really wanted a heaven-ranked beast egg, or if he was making a bet with his companions to tease them, these little mercenaries. If it was the latter, then he would cause a few mercenary groups to go bankrupt. Thinking about it, that noble young master seemed to be too easygoing. He did not have a domineering arrogance, and the tip of 5 heaven crystals was too high. Could it really be a joke to make fun of him? Could it be that because of a moment of greed, he was going to cause everyone to go bankrupt? The mercenary receptionist's thoughts flashed like lightning. After thinking for a while, he felt cold sweat all over his body. The opportunity was right in front of him. Was it a real opportunity or a terrifying trap? This was unlikely to be a real order, because there were too many suspicious points. However, if this order was real, everyone was reluctant to part with such a heavy order of 50 heaven crystals to buy a worthless heaven-ranked beast egg. If they really completed this transaction, they believed that everyone would wake up laughing in their sleep. However, there were too many suspicious points, and the impossible cruel reality forced everyone to not accept the order. Boss Tai, what do you think? Everyone looked at the silent curly-bearded man sitting in the middle. The curly-bearded man stroked his beard and thought for a long time. Finally, he made a decision. He stood up abruptly. His broad shoulders were like city walls, and his tall and sturdy body was like a mountain. He first looked around at the people around him, and his tiger eyes shone with a terrifying light. Before I called everyone here to discuss, I have asked Wen Xin carefully and understood all the details. At the same time, I also believe in Wen Xin. As the most eloquent and knowledgeable person among us, he has always been everyone's most loyal friend and brother. The order must have a certain degree of authenticity, that's why Wen Xin would report it to his superiors. Believe me, he will not betray his heart because of temptation, and he will not harm everyone because of temptation. Although today's order seems so unbelievable, everyone knows that this is Human Valley, and even the most unbelievable things can happen. Here, I will not force all of you to accept the order, because your concerns are right, but as an old mercenary who has been waiting for a chance, I, Iron Lion, will definitely not miss any chance. Even if this is a trap, I will still give it a try. I will accept the big order of 50 heaven crystals. Hearing the curly-bearded man's words, a few mercenary leaders quickly stood up. They all spoke up. We don't mean that. We also want to accept the order, but it's too bizarre, so we have our concerns. That's right, we swore a long time ago that we will share blessings and difficulties together. This time, no matter what, we will not let Boss Iron take the order alone. I'll just say one thing. We acknowledge you, Boss Iron. Even if we know that this is a huge trap, since you want to jump into it, we have nothing else to say. We will jump with you. Even though we aren't rich and live a tight life every day, it won't be a problem for us to gather a few heaven crystals. If we really lose everything, we will at most endure for another year and a half. It's not like we haven't endured it before, and we will definitely not let you fall alone. There's no need to say anything else. Boss Iron, you are the boss, and we are indebted to you for taking care of us. Since you have decided to accept the order today, then we will accept it. I will take out 10 heaven crystals and gamble with you. 10 heaven crystals? I don't have that many. Let's just gather 5 heaven crystals. I will also gamble with all my capital. 8 heaven crystals. I hope this is real. God bless us, this must be real, or else, our days will be hard. The mercenary receptionist, Shi Wenxin, secretly wiped the corners of his eyes. He hoped from the bottom of his heart that the order was real and that he did not scam everyone, or else, how could he live with his conscience? All of you, take back the heaven crystals. I have been a mercenary for hundreds of years, and I do have some savings. I will take out these 50 heaven crystals first. If the order doesn't go through, you don't have to suffer a great loss. If it goes through, we will split it according to the shares we put together. When the curly-bearded man said this, everyone objected. No one was willing to do so, but the curly-bearded man waved his hand in a heroic manner. Stop arguing. While your groups are pretty good, you started late, and you can't compare to my Iron Lion squad. Besides, since you acknowledge me as your big brother today, I will have to act like a big brother. I will pay for the 50 heaven crystals, and we will do it this way. No one is allowed to have any objections. How can we do this? We absolutely can't. We must gather enough heaven crystals, or else, even if the order really goes through, we will not split it. After arguing for a while, they finally came to an agreement. A few mercenary group leaders gathered 30 heaven crystals for the curly-bearded man, Iron Lion. The remaining 20 heaven crystals would be taken by Iron Lion alone. If the order really went through, they would split it according to the same ratio. After deciding to accept the order, all the members of the mercenary groups moved out and madly bought the heaven-ranked warbeast eggs that no one had been interested in. Not only in the exhibition halls of the exchange meet, but also in the business district of Golden Leaf City, the members of the mercenary groups even traveled thousands of miles to the nearby big cities to buy a large number of heaven-ranked warbeast eggs. For a moment, the merchants were amazed, and thought that these poor mercenaries had gone crazy. When the last group of mercenaries rushed back from thousands of miles away, carrying heavy bags on their backs, the mercenaries heaved a sigh of relief, but at the same time, they felt like they had nowhere to go. The order of 50 heaven crystals was finally completed. But, was this real? If the order was just a joke made by the noble young master, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Right now, no one could guarantee anything. Other than waiting in agony, there was no other way to make everyone relax. Looking at the rising sun, no one spoke. They only sat quietly in the exhibition hall, waiting for the arrival of the noble young master who had placed the order but did not pay the deposit. The heaven-ranked warbeast eggs in the exhibition hall were piled up like a mountain. In order to complete this order, the 6 mercenary groups had used all their manpower and resources. There was no room for failure, otherwise, it would definitely be a fatal blow. In the wait that felt like a year, the morning gradually passed. The noble young master did not appear. Everyone tried their best to comfort themselves that the noble young master would not wake up so early, and would come at noon. However, noon had passed, and he still did not appear. Looking at the sun gradually setting, everyone was anxious, but no one dared to admit that this was a trap, a scam that would make everyone go bankrupt. The mercenary reception Wen was restless, as if he was being bitten by ants. The more time passed, the more pain he felt in his heart. Although no one blamed him for being so easily deceived, his heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. If it was not for the curly-bearded big boss Iron Lion who was still supporting him calmly, Shin would have raised his knife and killed himself. He sat on the steps at the entrance, looking into the distance with his lifeless eyes. In his heart, he hoped that the noble young master that he had been looking forward to countless times would appear in front of him. If he really appeared, Shin did not mind kneeling in front of him and kowtowing to him 100 times. Otherwise, he would not be able to express the gratitude in his heart. However, would that noble young master really come back? When the sun was about to set, dusk arrived. Shin was completely in despair. At this moment, he no longer had the strength to support his body. It was as if his spine had been pulled out by someone. He laid on the ground like a pile of mud, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. It was him who had harmed all his brothers. It was him who was greedy for the 5 heaven crystals, and in the end, he was fooled by someone who could see that it was impossible. What should we do? Seeing the sun setting, the mercenary group leaders could no longer sit still. They all stood at the entrance. Until the last moment, they still hoped for a miracle, even if they knew that the noble young master who had casually teased Shin would not come. Wait, the curly-bearded big boss squeezed out a word from between his teeth. On the surface, he was still calm, but the curly-bearded big boss Iron Lion, in order to sit still, he secretly broke one of his pinky fingers, and used the pain to barely endure it. He knew that he absolutely could not panic, and definitely could not fall, or else, the 6 mercenary groups would collapse in an instant. Even if he was already in despair, before he thought of a way to deal with the aftermath, he felt that he had to hold on. No matter what, he could not fall. The sun completely set. The despairing Shin let out a heart-wrenching howl. He knelt at the bottom of the stairs and knelt before his brothers in the exhibition hall. He knelt before the 6 mercenary group leaders and the curly-bearded big boss, Iron Lion. He kowtowed so hard that his forehead bled. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, he took out a dagger. It's all my fault. I deserve to die. For the sake of the tip of 5 heaven crystals, I caused everyone to die. Shin is too ashamed to face my brothers, so I'll take my leave first. The curly-bearded big boss, Iron Lion, let out a sky-shaking roar. Like an enraged lion, he pounced on Shin and grabbed the sharp little puppet dagger with one hand. Fresh blood dripped onto the ground and onto Shin's trembling body. The curly-bearded big boss was like a mad lion as he roared at Shin with a thunderous roar. You bastard! Even if someone wants to die, it won't be you, you brat. Without my approval, you don't have the right to commit suicide. From the day your parents entrusted you to me, your life has been in my hands. If we suffer a loss, then we suffer a loss. We accept our fate. Wen Xin, we decided to take the job together. It has nothing to do with you. 50 heaven crystals is nothing. We can earn it back. Wen Xin, listen to Boss Iron. Don't give him any more trouble. Everyone, think about how we should deal with the aftermath. You're crying and screaming that you want to die, and you're making me feel a little stifled. Isn't it just 50 heaven crystals? If you can't think it through, you can earn it back in the future. If you feel guilty, you can work harder in the future and make a few real deals to earn back our money. While it was noisy, a voice that was as clear as a spring and incredibly pleasant to the ears suddenly rose clearly in the midst of all the noise. So noisy. Are you guys going to close down and stop doing business? The moment this voice came out, everyone was like a thunderclap. All of them were completely stunned, and no one could open their mouths to answer. Everyone's gazes were gathered on the same spot. After confirming it repeatedly, they realized that the person who spoke was a young man dressed in luxurious clothes and had an extraordinary presence. The mercenaries had seen many young masters of nobility, but they had never seen one as noble and elegant as this young man in front of them. They had seen the young city master of Golden Leaf City, who had the most noble presence and was said to be the most handsome man in the 10 cities, but compared to this young man in front of them, he did not even have the right to carry his shoes. When the mercenaries saw this young noble master, they could not help but feel ashamed of their inferiority. It was as if this young master had descended from the heavens to stand here, and this was the greatest honor in everyone's life. You're all crying here. Are you suspecting that my order is a scam? When this young noble said this, everyone lowered their heads in shame. That was indeed what they thought in their hearts, and they had even cursed it countless times. All right, because of my negligence yesterday, I forgot to give you a deposit when I placed the order. I've caused you to suffer, and I apologize to you here. Actually, you should have reminded me earlier, because I have never personally bought anything before. I didn't know that I needed to pay a deposit when I placed the order. Everyone was shocked when they heard the young nobleman's words. This young master was actually a lord with real power and territory. This was too unbelievable. The last sentence made everyone sweat profusely and feel ashamed. He was a suzerain who had never bought anything before. How did he know that he needed to pay a deposit when he placed the order? Usually, the suzerain would just order whatever he wanted, and would not care about something as small as 50 heaven crystals. Who would have thought that it would cause a group of mercenaries to almost commit suicide together? When they thought of this, everyone felt even more ashamed. They wished that the ground would immediately crack open and they could crawl into it. When he said that he had never personally bought anything and forgot to pay a deposit when he placed the order, of course, it was Yue Yang who was putting on an act. It was not easy to play the role of a superior suzerain. Furthermore, Yue Yang couldn't say that he wanted to use them to do things. Placing the order was just a test. His goal was to test their hearts. Now that the test was over, they could work for him with peace of mind. In order to make the mercenaries work for him properly, it was necessary to put on an act. Yue Yang casually handed a small card to the shivering mercenary receptionist, Shi Wenxin. On it was a special card with 100 heaven crystals. The 50 heaven crystals are your payment. You can withdraw it directly from this card. Any merchant association can cash it in if you mention the name of my Star Diamond Castle's master, the Titan Suzerain. That's right, the 5 heaven crystals that I promised you yesterday, you can withdraw it directly from this card. Young mercenary, please don't cry over 5 heaven crystals. Your tears will cause me, a kind-hearted suzerain, to feel incredibly troubled. I don't want to bear the infamy of deceiving a mere mercenary. Plop. The mercenary receptionist, Shi Wenxin, immediately knelt down. He couldn't say a single word. His lips were trembling, but his tears rolled down like a waterfall. Plop plop. Behind him, the mercenaries all knelt down one after another. Including the 6 great mercenary commanders, they were so moved that their bodies were trembling. The curly-bearded man was the only mercenary who didn't cry. He had broken another finger bone and resisted the urge to cry with great pain. He also knelt down on one knee and took the lead to pay his most sincere and respectful respects to Yue Yang. He raised his hands high above his head and forcefully suppressed his sobs. Kind and great Lord, please allow us to follow you. Lord, we don't have great power, but we have the most fearless courage and unchanging loyalty. If you are willing to accept us, we are willing to give up everything for you, including our lives. Yue Yang was overjoyed. He originally thought that it would take a few more days before he could subdue these guys. He didn't expect that he would be able to subdue them so quickly. Of course, he couldn't agree too quickly. Brave and loyal mercenaries, can you tell me the reason why you took the initiative to follow me? The curly-bearded man raised his head and looked at Yue Yang. His face was extremely serious as he replied word by word, because you are a good person. A good lord like you is as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It's worth us mercenaries to protect you with our lives. Damn, he had been given a good person card. Luckily this guy wasn't a girl, otherwise Yue Yang would be depressed. Thinking about it, although he had received a good person card, for no reason, it wasn't bad to have a large group of mercenaries following him. Especially when this group of mercenaries had some ability to do things. Yue Yang pretended to be deep in thought. Under the expectant gazes of the mercenaries behind the curly-bearded man, he revealed a smile that was brighter than the sun. Alright, I suddenly feel that it's not bad to have someone beside me to help me do things. Wah! This time, it was as if a bomb of joy had exploded in the crowd. The mercenaries' hearts were so excited that they exploded. A smile flashed across Yue Yang's eyes. Jiweri, Kaitian Demon Venerable, I have already started to move. Although I won't do it openly, I will definitely not be slower than you guys. Next, it's a matter of who can be a step faster and snatch the lead. In the Human Valley, the more sensational the competition was, the better it was. Sometimes, some small roads in the countryside that no one had ever walked on might be easier to get to the final goal than the so-called sunny road. Moreover, 10,000 years ago, Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li had already tried a similar method and succeeded. There was also Sister Si Niang from 10 years ago. She had also achieved a height that was difficult for the later generations to reach. With their precious experience and the help of the girls behind them, he would definitely be able to win in this human valley where he could taste all the flavors of life. Jiweri, Kaitian Demon Venerable, not only would he win this battle, he would also surpass you guys. This, Human Valley, would be the starting point to surpass you guys. Chapter 1077. What was the most important resource in the world? Different people in different regions would have different answers to this question, but in Human Valley, everyone would answer with certainty, God's Stone. God's Stone was a product of Human Valley. Whether it was Tong Tian Tower or Heaven Realm, there was no such thing. Even if there was, it was a rare item brought back by challengers who entered the trial grounds. God's Stone and Heaven Crystal had similarities and differences. The similarity was that they were both crystals that stored a huge amount of energy. Once it was activated and used, it would have unparalleled power. The difference between a God's Stone and a Heaven Crystal was that a Heaven Crystal could only be used on living beings. Its best target was a human, followed by beasts with flesh, blood, and souls. A Heaven Crystal was completely useless against a puppet that had no life, flesh, or body. But God's Stone was the opposite. It could only be used on lifeless, fleshless puppet war dolls. In Human Valley, God's Stone had another name, endless energy. As long as there was light, God's Stone could absorb light energy and recover the energy lost inside its crystal. Its recovery speed was also relatively fast. If it was a fist-sized God's Stone used as the core driving energy of a puppet beast, after it was exhausted, it would only take 1 day to completely recover during the day when there was sufficient light energy. Because of this, God's Stone had the beautiful name of endless energy. God's Stone, in a special place like Human Valley, was the most popular. Its price, during the war, could even surpass Heaven Crystal of the same quality. Everyone wanted to have a large amount of God's Stone, except for Yue Yang. What do you think is the most important resource in the world? Yue Yang, who had returned to the grimoire world, asked Princess Sissy and Yu with a smile. Heaven Crystal. Princess Sissy snorted lightly. Other than Human Valley, God's Stone is useless. How can it be compared to Heaven Crystal? It's not Heaven Crystal, it should be runes. As long as you can master the power of runes, then you can truly master endless energy. Why is our Star Diamond Castle's Baron Titan not interested in the God's Stone that everyone covets? Wasn't it all because he had grasped the power of runes and could use the creation god Pearl and the creation domain to continuously create endless puppets of war from nothing? If he hadn't inherited Mother's knowledge and grasped the ancient runes, limitless power, would our young Master Titan be as carefree as he is now? Drunken Cat giggled as she replied. Wrong. Yue Yang indicated that he wasn't asking for this answer. If it's not a Heaven Crystal or a rune, then what is it? Inan was curious. It's a human. You didn't hear wrongly, it's people. Yue Yang's answer stunned the drunken cat, Big Sis and the others, but they immediately reacted and agreed. That's a little shameless. Humans aren't resources. However, if you insist on saying that they are resources, then humans are a kind of limitless resource that can be continuously regenerated and used endlessly. A single person's strength is very weak, but once the number of people increases, then the power that people, a resource, can display can increase by millions of times, creating many inconceivable miracles. Princess Xianxia agreed with Yue Yang's answer. No wonder you've been trying to collect human resources ever since you entered Human Valley, Xiao-san. Yu smiled. No matter what, she would always support him with unlimited tolerance. When this younger brother of hers created miracles and achieved glory, she felt proud of him from the bottom of her heart. Human, this kind of resource, not only can it be regenerated, it's also inexhaustible, and it won't expire. Most importantly, the more people there are, the more power they can unleash. Of course, this is under the situation where the command is appropriate and everyone works together. If there is internal disunity and everyone has ulterior motives, then a resource like human will turn against its owner and become the world's greatest disaster. Yue Yang flicked the crescent blade in his hand lightly and laughed. Human, this kind of resource, is a double-edged sword. If you don't use it well, you might hurt yourself. But if you use it well, it will become the world's most powerful resource, and also the world's sharpest sword. Did you comprehend all this in the Kendo world? Princess Sissy remembered Yue Yang's comprehension in the Kendo world that day. Good comprehension, there's nothing I can do about it. The expression on Yue Yang's face right now was as if he was asking for a beating since he was so smart. This made Princess Xian so angry that she wanted to bite his nose off with a single bite. Human sword, the sword of humanity. Back then, when the gods created the humanoid divine weapon, was it to give us a hint? Yi Nan suddenly asked. Yue Yang was dumbfounded when he heard that. If that's really the case, then the Human Valley is really like that, because the Yao Yu sisters are not restricted by the ancient code. I seem to have a feeling, it's weird, but I can't tell what's going on. Princess Sissy, who had the 6 records inherent skill, also seemed to have caught some inspiration, but for a moment, she couldn't express it clearly. The Human Valley is not restricted by the human divine weapon. Before the royal cat Sis could finish, Yue Yang shouted, giving everyone a fright. I understand the secret of the life in the Human Valley. At least I understand one thing. Yue Yang was so excited that he jumped 3 feet. He hugged the little girl Inan, who inadvertently revealed the secret, and gave her a heavy kiss. He then hugged the drunken cat and kissed her passionately. Even the slightly resistant Princess Sissy couldn't resist his excitement and kissed her successfully. Little San, calm down. Yu was really afraid that Yue Yang would also kiss her forcefully. She knew that it was because he was too happy, but she couldn't, it was too embarrassing. I'm very calm, Sister Yu, come with me. Yue Yang originally wanted to hug Sister Yu and kiss her, but when he heard that, he quickly controlled his impulse and grabbed her hand instead, pulling her directly to the laboratory. He was a little impatient. He wanted to prove that the secret of the Human Valley that he had just comprehended was real. He couldn't wait for a moment. He didn't even have time to explain it to Princess Sissy and the others. Don't pull me, little San, quickly let go. Yu couldn't do anything. She couldn't resist Yue Yang's strength and excitement. She was both angry and amused as she let him pull her away. This kind of excited reaction, it wasn't the first time she had encountered such an impatient little brother. What could she do? Although this kid is a big pervert, his comprehension is really not bad. Drunken cat looked at Yue Yang and Yu leaving, and praised him with a smile. This time I have to thank Inan, it was you who enlightened him. Otherwise, that guy might have stayed in the Human Valley for a year and still might not be able to understand the real secret of the Human Valley. Princess Sissy reached out and gently pinched Inan's soft little face. As long as I don't ruin his plans. Inan stuck out her little pink tongue in a good mood, and mischievously made a face at Princess Sissy. To be able to help him, even if it was unintentional, it was definitely the pride of her heart. She wasn't like Princess Sissy or Shui Wuxia, who could help him in all aspects, nor was she like Sky La, Fallen Flowers, Sister Wuan and Sister Yu, who each had their own skills that no one could replace. Although Inan had always used the energy of the dual cultivation to assist Yue Yang, raising and purifying Yu Bing's energy, but this was done in the secret dual cultivation, and couldn't be openly explained. Moreover, Inan also hoped that she could help him even more, and not just be his spirit mirror beauty, not just be his obedient little wife. In the human valley, naturally no one knew that Yue Yang in the laboratory had comprehended a certain secret with Yu Yu's help. It was still operating as usual. Everyone lived according to the rules, playing their own roles. The nobles were still arrogant and aloof, and the commoners were still working hard for their meals. Yue Yang, who came out of the grimoire world, accepted the curly-bearded Iron Lion, Wen Xin and the other mercenaries as his subordinates. On the morning of the second day, Yue Yang came in the morning light. The radiance of the sun shone down on his back, making this young lord of the Star Diamond Castle look like a god. The mercenaries who came out to welcome him were all stunned. "Young Master Titan, we are preparing to set out to purchase more Heaven Stage Warbeast eggs." The curly-bearded Iron Lion felt that Yue Yang must have a new mission this time. "No hurry." Yue Yang waved his hand. "When everyone is preparing to do something, they don't have to do it immediately. Purchasing Warbeast eggs, with yesterday's incident, if we do it again today, it will definitely attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. At that time, not to mention the high price, there will probably be people who think that it is a rare commodity and deliberately lower the price. Our target of purchasing will not change, but we need to be flexible and use some tricks." Yue Yang passed a piece of paper to the curly-bearded Iron Lion. On it, there were close to 100 items that needed to be purchased. "Do you want all of these things? Some of them are not worth much at all." The curly-bearded Iron Lion looked at it and was extremely astonished. "We can't just list out the things we need. Some of them are needed, some of them are necessary, and some of them are unnecessary. But if we put them all together, it will be more confusing, making it impossible for people to guess our real goal." Yue Yang gave the mercenaries a reassuring pill and smiled. "Buy as many items as you want on the list, the more the better. Keep buying, don't stop no matter what, understood?" The curly-bearded Iron Lion had already straightened out his identity. As a subordinate, he naturally didn't need to question the Lord's words. "In order to buy more things as soon as possible, I will give you another 300 heaven crystals." Yue Yang handed over another crystal card. When Iron Lion took it, the number on it was even hotter than fire. Iron Lion almost lost his grip and dropped it. Actually, the heaven-ranked beast egg that cost 50 heaven crystals yesterday wasn't worth that much. Furthermore, we mainly used that order to convert the shattered crystals into heaven crystals of real value. We shamelessly accepted the reward. The remaining 45 heaven crystals is already enough to buy a large amount of items. Those worthless items, if piled up, would probably be higher than a mountain. Now that you are giving us another 300 heaven crystals, we are extremely ashamed. We have just returned to the Star Diamond Castle and haven't done anything loyal. We don't dare to accept such a large amount of heaven crystals." The curly-bearded Iron Lion bowed and apologized to Yue Yang with a slightly ashamed expression. He expressed that he and his companions had slightly deceived him yesterday and asked for the Lord's forgiveness. At the same time, he felt that he hadn't truly proven his loyalty, so he didn't dare to accept such a large amount of heaven crystals, even if it was needed for a mission. 300 heaven crystals is really too much. "Young Master Titan, please take it back. We will buy a portion of it first. It won't be too late to report to you if we don't have enough." The mercenary receptionist, Wen Xin, who was in a complete mess yesterday, also hurried forward to pay his respects to Yue Yang and suggested, "Listen, what I lack the least is heaven crystals." Yue Yang said something that made all the nobles in the entire human valley lose their luster. This sentence completely stunned the mercenaries. Lack the least is heaven crystals. If the mercenaries' feelings were to be described by the idiotic youths of the Chinese Empire, it would be, "What the FCK, this is awesome." The curly-bearded Iron Lion suddenly felt like crying. He had actually followed such an awesome lord. Could it be that his ancestors' graves were emitting smoke? At the same time, the Lord took out a huge sum of 300 heaven crystals for him. This kind of trust made him feel touched, as if he couldn't repay it even if he sacrificed his life for it. What was the most touching thing in the world? It wasn't providing charcoal in a snowy day, it wasn't adding flowers to a brocade, it wasn't meeting an old friend in a foreign land, it wasn't even the wedding night, it was the time to pass the exam. To an adult, to a man who desired to stand out, to obtain the recognition and trust of the superior. This was the most important thing. Appreciation and trust were grace that a subordinate could not repay even if he worked hard for his entire life. Other than loyalty, nothing else could compare to it. "I believe in you." Do your job well. Yue Yang patted the curly-bearded Iron Lion's shoulder lightly. Although these two pats of encouragement were light, Iron Lion felt that his entire soul was trembling. Understood. Iron Lion used all the strength he had in his life to squeeze out a trembling reply from his almost clogged throat. Other than the things on the list, if you discover anything else, you can also order a precious plant called the Earth Core Fire Lotus. If you discover one that is more than 1,000 years old, report it to me immediately. In addition, you have a huge sum of money on you, so you may have merchants who want to sell you parangans. Remember, you don't want a single parangan, especially not parangans that come into contact with special plants like the geocentric fire lotus. If it's possible, I would rather you buy a large number of slaves. Yue Yang gave this order to the curly-bearded Iron Lion, Wen Xin and a few other mercenary group leaders. Yes, although Iron Lion and the others didn't understand, they didn't need to understand. The Lord had given them an order, so they just had to follow it. That's right, before I say anything, you better pretend that you don't know me in front of others. Send the goods directly to the Star Diamond Castle. Butler Du Li will arrange everything for you. Don't let others easily notice that I am the owner of the Star Diamond Castle. My identity is only that of a student in a school of a heaven's chosen wanderer, Yue Yang warned softly. Then, he rode the morning light and returned to Silver Maple City's exhibition hall, once again becoming his obedient student. No one knew that in just 2 days' time, a huge whirlpool that was about to stir up the entire Human Valley's business circle had already formed. Through Yi Nan's unintentional enlightenment, Yue Yang, who had comprehended the Human Valley's secret, and started to use the People's Sword, was facing the rising sun in the east, revealing a smile that was brighter than the sun. Chapter 1078. The trade fair in Golden Leaf City was officially opened. Even though it was a trade fair for prodigies and wanderers in name, it was actually a chance for the major forces to compete in secret or trade with each other. Quite a number of temporary greenhouses were set up in the outer area. These were the exhibition spots for commoners, mercenaries, and small merchants. They did not have the right to enter the venue, much less the center hall of the trade fair, which only nobles could enter. The upper class turned a blind eye to the various items sold by the commoners in the greenhouses outside the venue. However, it was undeniable that these commoners would bring more vitality, income, and choices to the trade fair. A successful trade fair in any place would increase the prosperity of business. No one would complain about having too much income from business and taxes. Little Titan, how are your gains over the past 2 days? The headmaster brought Yue Yang to the central hall to attend the unveiling ceremony. Halfway through, he remembered something and casually asked, "Ah, not bad, I've already spent 400 heaven crystals." When Yue Yang answered, Counselor Fan, who was about to mock him, almost fell to the ground. What kind of spending speed is this? Even spending money like it's dirt isn't as exaggerated as you, alright. In less than 2 days, you've already spent 400 heaven crystals. You're not spending money, you're throwing money into the ocean. Fortunately, the heaven crystals Yue Yang spent were not money that Counselor Fan had a share in. Otherwise, as the Red Archon, Counselor Fan would definitely die from anger. Quote. The black-bearded old man also sucked in a sharp breath. Just what kind of treasure did he buy with 400 heaven crystals? Very good. Heaven crystals are meant to be spent, not spent. The principal nodded. He was afraid that his favorite student would be reluctant to spend money. In his heart, Yue Yang was the best student and the most filial child in the world. He was most at ease when it came to spending money. In other words, he was afraid that this child would be reluctant to spend money. The principal did not ask Yue Yang about his shopping expenses. He felt that it must be something useful. It was a necessity for his studies or research, not some boring luxury item, which was why this child would order it. Counselor Fan was so jealous of the principal's favor that his eyes were about to bleed. Why didn't the principal value him so much when he was in school? How infuriating. The Central Guild Hall looked a bit like a football field, except that it was much larger. Below it was an incomparably spacious and luxurious hall. The roof couldn't be opened, and it was decorated with half of the castle-shaped building and a few pillar-shaped towers. Only the nobles with the most distinguished status were qualified to go up to the upper castles to gather. An administrator like Fan Zongjung could be considered a character, but he didn't have the qualifications to enter the gathering of the upper nobles. Out of all the officials and celebrities that had personally come to Silver Maple City, only a celebrity, like the principal had the right to enter. Why don't you take a stroll down there first? I'll talk to a few old friends first. If it's possible, I'll introduce a few to you. The principal naturally wanted to bring Yue Yang to the upper level of the central hall, but Yue Yang was still unwilling to reveal his identity as the owner of the Star Diamond Castle, so he refused. The headmaster thought that he wanted to keep a low profile and study the flying puppet, but he was afraid that others would rob him of his favorite student if they found out about it. Hence, he didn't insist. As for Yue Yang's wish to listen to the thousand-year great sage's lecture, the headmaster would naturally try his best to fulfill it. If it was possible, he would also like to invite the thousand-year great sage to give Yue Yang a private lesson. The master of Golden Leaf City was accompanied by dozens of influential people. He presided over the opening ceremony of the exchange conference. A routine opening speech, a passionate encouragement, and a speech that reminisced about the past and looked forward to the future made Yue Yang feel sleepy. This kind of speech was definitely performed every day in the official meetings of the Celestial Empire. It had already become the official cliché. Yue Yang sometimes rejoiced that he was just an otaku before he transmigrated, and not someone who worked in the official circles. Otherwise, he would have to speak or listen to those empty clichés every day. It would be the biggest torture in his life. After transmigrating, no matter if it was Zheng Wuyu, the steady and practical Da Xia Emperor, or the Tian Luo Emperor, who hid in the mirage every day and was too lazy to attend court, none of them were seniors or superiors who spoke nonsense. When the speech was over, warm applause sounded like a tide. Following that, it was the speech of a few leaders. The people below seemed to be listening with great interest, but they were all daydreaming. In fact, they were almost the same as Yue Yang, who was so bored that he kept yawning. After that, it was the speech of some representatives. For example, the elite student representative of the Heaven's Chosen Wanderer, the fourth son of the master of Golden Leaf City, Kinch. He was the reincarnator who was said to have invented the strong magnetic war doll. Yue Yang started to feel that this jinkala was not bad. To be able to invent the strong magnetic war doll, its power on the battlefield would not be inferior to the invisible war doll, developed by the Kai Tian Demon Lord. On the way, Yue Yang even inquired about the strong magnetic war doll. Unexpectedly, the principal looked down on him. He did not say it clearly, but hinted that the real creator of the strong magnetic war doll was someone else, and not the fourth son of the master of Golden Leaf City, Kinch. Hearing this insider information, Yue Yang immediately felt that he did not need to spend too much time on this jinkala. It was no wonder that the principal would look down on such a person who deceives the world to gain fame. However, thinking about it, it made sense. Someone like the Kai Tian Demon Lord, who had accumulated tens of thousands of years of knowledge, could barely develop an invisible war doll. How could this almost unknown jinkala develop a strong magnetic war doll? How could a mere jinkala be compared to the Kai Tian Demon Lord and Jiweri? Even Palace Master Zhang Hua and Sky Region Emperor Captain Cook did not dare to say that they could casually develop a new and unprecedented war doll in the human valley. There was only one genius in the world who had reached the realm of evildoer, and that was Yue Yang, who had obtained the inheritance of knowledge, the ancient rune imprint, the 12 zodiac temples, the resonance of the world tree's heaven stairway, the enlightenment of the ancient core of the giant sky formation, and countless other fortuitous encounters. If it was another person, they would not be able to create a batch of flying war dolls as they pleased. Moreover, Yue Yang had the double experience of how Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li and Sister Si Niang succeeded in the human valley. How can you be so rude? It is already unforgivable for you to be disrespectful in front of the nobles. You don't even abide by the basic order and deliberately do all kinds of frivolous actions. Your despicable behavior makes people look at you. I really don't know how you got your noble title. Perhaps, you are one of those rumored low-level liars who specialize in impersonating nobles. Standing with Yue Yang was an elite student representing Yanyang City. This young man was probably a good friend of Golden Leaf City's Kinch. Seeing Yue Yang yawning non-stop, he was extremely annoyed. If not for his noble status, he would have thrown Yue Yang outside. Repeaters. Yue Yang glanced at this guy with 1/8 of his eyes. The repeaters that Yue Yang mentioned were those who could not enter the top 10 in the newcomer's life assessment ceremony. They would not be able to be outstanding, and would not be able to officially obtain the recognition of the elite life assessment. If this standard was used on mercenaries, they wouldn't care. It was fine as long as they could graduate early, the earlier the better. Top 10, outstanding, all these were nothing compared to the pressure of life. Nobles, especially nobles with status and position, would not be satisfied if they could not get outstanding after entering the life assessment ceremony. They would only be able to get a pass. Since there was no pressure to survive, he might as well stay in school and be like those students in Yue Yang's class. He would repeat the exams over and over again, persevering over and over again until he became one of the top 10 students with outstanding grades. If they were reincarnators, the pressure would be even greater. But if they were descendants of reincarnators born in the human valley, they would never think of leaving. They had all the time in the world and were not in a hurry. They only cared about the glory in front of them and their future status in society. Yue Yang looked down on the other party as a repeater. This was undoubtedly rubbing salt on the wound of the arrogant nobles. This was a mental blow that made one's heart ache. What kind of noble are you? Who are you pretending to be arrogant for? If you can't even get into the top 10, what's the difference between you and a commoner? Very good, so you're a new student. Let me see what a bean sprout freshman like you is capable of. Unless you can become the champion in the freshman assessment ceremony, you have no right to mock a descendant of a noble family who strives for excellence in order to stay in school and has to endure the malicious mockery of a villain. Yanyang City's student representative sneered as he retorted, "No matter how beautiful your words are, you can't hide the fact that you can't graduate because you didn't get a place in the life assessment ceremony." Yue Yang's words made the other party choke. "Are you purposely looking for trouble?" Yanyang City's student representative was furious. "I just want to say, since you're a descendant of a noble family, don't act like a mad dog and randomly bite people." Yue Yang did not even glance at him. "It's not wise to provoke people you shouldn't provoke. I hope you know your place and don't become a laughing stock." I can't be bothered to argue with a liar like you." Yanyang City's student representative's companion secretly tugged at him, trying his best to hold back his anger. "Other than showing off your limitless intelligence, what else do you know?" Provoking Yue Yang, picking a fight with the guy from another world. That was simply courting death. The guy from another world had experienced many battles with venomous snakes and trolls on the internet in the Celestial Empire. This time, he wasn't even serious because the opponent was too weak. If he really fought, the guy in front of him would probably be lying on the ground bleeding from all 7 orifices. Nonsense. Yanyang City's student representative felt like vomiting blood. "Student, may I know where you're a new student from?" "I'm Kai Mu from Silvermoon City. Can we get to know each other?" From the crowd, a youth in embroidered clothes with an extraordinary bearing walked out. He confidently greeted Yue Yang and expressed goodwill, as if he was interested in Yue Yang and wanted to make friends. Cough. "Twilight Prince, please don't do things that will trouble us, okay?" Beside the student representative from Yanyang City, there was an average-sized but gloomy companion who strongly advised Kai Mu from Silvermoon City not to make friends with Yue Yang. Especially in a situation where Yue Yang had already fallen out with them and was speaking ill of them, it was even more important not to do such an action that was close to betraying a companion. "I, Kai Mu, am already an adult. I can make my own decisions when I do things. It seems like I don't need other people's guidance anymore." The youth in embroidered clothes shook his head with a smile, and then shrugged his shoulders. "You really don't care about your past relationship with Guangmeng's 4th young master." Yanyang City's student representative was so angry that his face was a little distorted. "Everyone has their own friends." The youth in embroidered clothes, Kai Mu, was still smiling. "That's good. I, Yang Ping, will cut off all ties with you. We'll all go our separate ways in the future." Yanyang City's student representative suppressed his anger and left with his companion. That gloomy companion turned back to look at Yue Yang, as if he wanted to remember Yue Yang, the main culprit, firmly. Facing his companion's anger, the youth in embroidered clothes, Kai Mu, was still full of smiles. Behind him, there was also a companion who was as delicate as a woman. She asked softly, "Xiao Mu, is it really okay to do this?" The youth in embroidered clothes shook his head. "Guangmeng's 4th young master is not him, Yang Ping. If his big brother, Prince Yang Quan, said so, then it's fine. He's just the second son of a concubine, he's nothing." Turning around, he greeted Yue Yang, and even introduced his companion to Yue Yang as if they were old acquaintances. "This is Mingzhu Prince from Gemstone Valley. Although he looks like a little girl, once he's on the battlefield, he's a madman that everyone is afraid of. He's the champion of the Heaven's Favored Child Newcomer Challenge, the overall champion of the Individual Kings competition, and the fastest knockdown record of 108 battle dolls in the Human Valley Assessment Ceremony. He's also the one who set and holds the record for the fastest knockdown of 108 battle dolls. Although I, the Twilight Prince, have a bit of fame in the Human Valley, I really can't compare to Mingzu Prince in a one-on-one battle. When Yue Yang heard this, he sized up the handsome man who was as delicate as a girl, and suddenly laughed. If you were to wear female clothes, I don't think anyone would be able to recognize you as a man. The handsome man's face turned red, as if a beautiful jade had been dyed red by rouge. He clenched his fists slightly, then loosened them again, and stared at Yue Yang with a pair of eyes that were even more beautiful than a girl's. Presumptuous, you're too rude. If not for the fact that you're a newbie, I would have challenged you to a duel. Yue Yang hurriedly raised his hand. All right, I apologize. When the handsome man called Mingzu heard this, he was still very angry. Your apology is not sincere at all. An insincere apology is still an apology. Yue Yang was using fallacious reasoning. The handsome man Mingzu was so angry that he couldn't speak. Interesting. It's fine if it's that idiot Yang Ping, but I've rarely seen anyone who dares to be rude to young Master Mingzu. I have to say, your guts are extraordinary. That's right, interesting newbie, what's your name? Where are you from? Who is your teacher? I really want to know, what kind of teacher is able to teach such a daring and interesting student? The embroidered-clothed man Kai Mu laughed non-stop. Let's keep it a secret for now. Yue Yang waved his hands and bid farewell to the two of them. In this world, there are some things that will not be fun if they are said out loud. Furthermore, even if you don't say it, when the time comes, you will still know. Hey, aren't you being too mysterious? You can't even say your name. The embroidered-clothed man Kai Mu was dumbfounded. He's not sincere at all. The handsome man Mingzu immediately sentenced Yue Yang to death. After Yue Yang left, the two looked at each other and shook their heads. The handsome man Mingzu frowned. If a normal man frowned like that, he would probably have an awkward expression on his face. However, this Mingzu prince did not do that. His frown was not ugly at all. It could even make people's hearts beat faster than the frown of many beauties. It was really strange. The embroidered-clothed man Kai Mu also frowned as he thought bitterly for a long time. Suddenly, he clapped his hands. I got it, this brat, we seem to have met somewhere before. The handsome man Mingzu immediately denied it. Impossible, we have never met him before. Kai Mu asked back, then why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Mingzu immediately laughed coldly. Familiarity? Are you sure? Are you sure that we are not the same kind of idiot? Chapter 1079. The exchange meeting officially began. The central hall, which was originally half covered by the exhibits, slowly opened up with the roar of the music, revealing a dazzling array of important exhibits. The central area trembled, and the metal floor cracked open. A booth slowly rose up, and on it stood a blood-red war puppet. It was 10 meters tall, humanoid, and its body was mainly blood-red with a small amount of dark black complementing it, making the entire war puppet look very visually impactful. The most impressive thing about this war puppet was that its left and right giant arms were completely asymmetrical. The left arm was in a clamped shape, and the right arm was handless. It felt like a mechanical arm was directly connected to a shield. Moreover, the shield was especially thick, making it look rather strange. On its chest, there was a large emblem. Yue Yang recognized that this was the unique golden leaf emblem of Golden Leaf City. The emblem invisibly indicated its origin and identity. At this moment, standing below the blood-red war puppet, it was a young man with a face full of smiles and eyes full of arrogance. It was the young master of Golden Leaf City, Kinch, who had just spoken. In this way, he silently announced that he was the designer and maker of the blood-red war puppet, enjoying the adoring and admiring gazes from everyone. Strong Magnetic War Avatar. Is this the Strong Magnetic War Avatar designed by young master Jin Qi? It really is outstanding. In my opinion, even the Jet Beast, designed by the 10th son of Silver Maple City's City Lord, Zhang Hua, and the Ocean Warrior, designed by Captain Cook cannot be mentioned in the same breath as this astonishing magnetic war doll. What a beautiful and bloodthirsty war puppet. Does it have a name? What? It is called King of Blood. As expected of a gold-level war puppet. Only gold-level war puppets are qualified to have the great name, King of Blood. A student couldn't help but exclaim when he saw it. It was nothing, but his exclamation was a little too loud, and people who heard it felt it was ear-piercing. The design of the magnetic war puppet simply shocked my soul. I can't help it, I can't help but fall for it the moment I see it. The second person let out a long sigh. If there was anyone familiar with him, they would definitely recognize him as the famous battle puppet master Bo Ta. As Grandmaster Bu Ta spoke, everyone started praising him. The flattery was like a tide. Everyone gave him a thumbs up. It was as if he would appear ignorant if he did not praise the strong magnetic war puppet. Bro, are you guys hired by young city Lord Kinch? Some people really couldn't stand it anymore. Flattery was fine, but it couldn't be so exaggerated. The strong magnetic war puppet is not bad, but it's not necessarily comparable to the jet beast and the ocean warrior. Someone put forward a different opinion on the spot. The strong magnetic war doll was good, but it had not been tested in actual combat. Captain Cook's ocean warrior was a special amphibious war doll. If it wasn't for the short time and imperfect research and development, plus the fact that the ocean warrior was defeated on the battlefield by the Revenge Prince, designed by Prince Tiandu Wuxia, another genius, the jet beast, designed by Zhang Hua, would not have been able to suppress the ocean warrior and become the runner-up. What heavenly king, what a joke. His Royal Highness the Prince of Tiandu only dared to call his platinum-level war doll, Prince. But this young city lord directly called him Heavenly King. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. An admirer of Ji was angry. This thing is only good for scaring people, but if it was brought to the battlefield, it would probably be blown up by the jet beast and the ocean warrior. This was a supporter of Zhang Hua. It can't be that exaggerated. After all, the strong magnetic war doll is still a gold-level war doll. Some students were cautious. That's right, although that guy's flattery is disgusting, this strong magnetic war doll is indeed an excellent war doll. Someone shook his head and objected. If you have the guts, compete with the platinum-level Prince of Vengeance, Ji. Don't, please don't. Our prince will be degraded if you compare him. What he said just now was very clever. He only mentioned the jet beast and the ocean warrior. He never mentioned the Prince of Vengeance. It seems like he doesn't know that the Prince of Tiandu, Ji, was the champion of the last assessment. He didn't pick a fight, so why are you competing? Everyone, flattery is also a skill. Do you think it's that easy? Ha ha ha, you don't say. As everyone knows, the last assessment ceremony was the most popular in the past 10 years. The three geniuses, Ji, Zhang Hua, and Captain Cook, returned one after another. Each of them designed a war doll with different styles, characteristics, and directions, which gave us a lot of inspiration and research ideas. Yet, these three geniuses competed together and fought against each other. The battle on the battlefield was really wonderful. The excitement was really indescribable. Those who didn't watch the battle would never be able to imagine the excitement. It was also the most regrettable opportunity of their lives. Speaking of which, this strong magnetic war doll is indeed outstanding. If we compare it to the last assessment, although it inevitably pales in comparison, it will definitely be in the top 5 designs. Kinch has put in a lot of effort. Last time, when he saw Ji and the others, he didn't participate in the assessment and avoided the spotlight. Now, without the suppression of Ji and the other two, this strong magnetic war doll will definitely get a good ranking in this assessment. It's not impossible for it to even be the champion. A good-looking aristocrat calmly made a judgment. I'm not happy. How can a guy like Kinch be the champion? If I had known this would happen a year ago, I wouldn't have just gotten the 5th place and graduated. I would have stayed until now to compete with Kinch for the championship. Even until now, that bladed war doll of yours is no match for the strong magnetic war doll. Its strong magnetic ability alone is enough to defeat that clumsy war doll of yours that carries a broadsword and slashes people. Without any ranking, Kinch is already so arrogant. If he wins the championship, won't he look down on us? Hurry up and find a hidden master to trample on Kinch. How can there be so many geniuses? Do you think that every returning wanderer is a genius? Really, geniuses are geniuses because they are rare and precious. For example, the battle between Ji, Zhang Hua, and Captain Cook is enough to be included in the top 10 newcomer classics of the millennium. Just like Ji and the others, it's not impossible for them to get into the top 10 classic battles of the millennium in time. Instead of watching these villains being smug here, I might as well go back. I don't have to rely on sucking up to Kinch for a living. Okay, I think so too. It seems that we have something in common. Student, why don't we go for a drink together? Let's go, most of the students in the field left. Most of them recognized the excellence of the strong magnetic war puppet, but they could not accept Qinch's arrogant attitude. Apart from Ji, the prince of Tiandu, who had appeared out of nowhere, no one else could subdue their pride. Even Zhang Hua and Captain Cook, who were equally outstanding, could not do so. Only Ji, who was almost like a god, could truly make them submit to him. On the field, Qinch stood under the strong magnetic war puppet named King of Blood, and accepted the congratulations and praises of those who wanted to make friends with him with a smile on his face. In his heart, today's publicity was undoubtedly a success. Although there were still different voices, they were in the minority. Except for those proud and arrogant student representatives, most of the others were willing to come forward to congratulate him and get close to him. He never expected those proud student representatives to worship him like they worshipped Ji. He knew Ji. He was a genius who made people despair. He would never be able to catch up with him. But it did not matter. Ji's enemy would definitely not be him. That kind of person could not be kept in the human valley world. Ji would leave sooner or later, so Ji was not the biggest threat at all. Yue Yang stood in the crowd and listened quietly. He collected all kinds of information without batting an eyelid. He even went to the center of the exhibition stand to carefully observe the strong magnetic war puppet. No matter if it was Jinqi or the Golden Leaf City's officials, they were all very happy for Yue Yang, who did not leave and instead went up to observe the competition. If it wasn't for the fact that Jinqi was entangled by a group of female fans, Jinqi would have even lowered himself to shake hands with Yue Yang, giving this pitiful newcomer who was destined to lose the championship a little encouragement. Except for the friends and supporters, there were really not many student representatives who stayed behind to support Qinch's strong magnetic war puppet. When Yue Yang went on stage, Yang Ping, Qinch's friend from Yanyang City, saw him. But he did not stop him. He probably thought that Yue Yang was completely stunned by the strong magnetic war puppet. When Yue Yang went down the stage, he deliberately snorted coldly beside him. "How is it, country bumpkin, did you piss your pants in fear? This is a war puppet that you will never be able to complete in your lifetime, and it is also a gap that you will never be able to surpass in your lifetime. Can you please speak like a human?" Yue Yang smiled slightly. "Have you ever seen a person who was elegant and at ease when scolding someone?" That guy's lungs almost exploded from anger. "I don't want to talk to people with chrysanthemums on their faces. Goodbye." Yue Yang maintained his smile, but this smile and words were like a heavy punch, directly knocking the other party over. Yue Yang left the center of the exhibition stand and walked around the many display cabinets in the hall. He generously bought a lot of items. Most of them were minerals, herbs, specialties, and books, especially those ancient books that no one could understand. They were the first target that he bought at a high price. On the contrary, people were most interested in the puppet beasts, war puppets, and various war puppet weapons, armor, and special support items, but they were disdainful. After one round, Yue Yang gained a lot, but there was not much left of the 1000 Heaven Crystals card that the headmaster had given him. There were only a few dozen left. When Yue Yang was about to step out of the door, there were two people waiting at the door. It was Yanyang City's representative, Yang Ping, who was so angry that he almost vomited blood just now, and his gloomy companion. Yang Ping did not give Yue Yang a chance to refuse. He directly threw a scroll at him. "Coward, if you are still a man, choose me as your opponent during the life assessment ceremony. I will let an arrogant newbie like you, who only has a venomous tongue and nothing else, know what strength is, what face slapping is, and what knowing one's place is." This scroll was crimson in color, and there was a golden emblem in the middle. Under the emblem, there was a symbol of a sword and a shield. Yue Yang recognized what this was. This was the war scroll that the nobles used to issue a challenge to the other party. This kind of war scroll could only be used after one or both parties applied to the war god's consciousness under the war god's statue and obtained approval. The scroll in Yue Yang's hands required at least 50 heaven crystals to apply for it. Moreover, if Yue Yang did not want to accept the challenge and kept it, it would not be able to be used. If Yue Yang was willing to accept Yang Ping's challenge and open the scroll at any time, then 3 days after opening it, both parties would be sent to a fixed battlefield to fight. Yang Ping lost to Yue Yang in an argument and was furious. He wanted to embarrass Yue Yang at the most important moment during Yue Yang's life assessment ceremony. His sinister intentions could be seen from this. When the time comes, add all your companions. A challenge that has no difficulty at all, it's really boring. Yue Yang couldn't help but yawn. His attitude was like a lazy tiger that was suddenly challenged by a small ant. Alright, as you wish. Yanyang City's Yang Ping felt that his intestines were in knots. He did not know how much endurance it took for him to forcefully endure it. Yue Yang left. When he returned to Silver Maple City's exhibition hall, he found two people waiting at the entrance. It was the youth in embroidered clothes who called himself Kai Mu and the handsome man called Mingzu Prince. Chapter 1080. Yue Yang smiled. Seeing his sneaky smile, Kai Mu didn't think much of it, but that Mingzu Prince glared at him fiercely, as if he was very angry. Seeing that the other person was angrier, Yue Yang's mood became better. At this moment, not only did he not restrain himself, he laughed even more happily. Mingzu Prince, don't tell me you want to treat me to a meal here. I'm not a casual person. Normal people wouldn't be able to treat me even if they wanted to. But seeing that you're about to cry, I'll be merciful and give you a chance to treat me. According to what you're saying, I should be grateful to you. Mingzu Prince suddenly had the urge to hit someone. If you're so touched that you can't calm down without doing something, then introduce your sister to me. Yue Yang's face showed that he had reluctantly accepted it. The embroidered clothed youth looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. I realized that even if all the shamelessness in this world was added up, it still wouldn't be able to compare to a single finger of yours. Mingzu Prince sighed, finally convinced. This is one of my strong points. Yue Yang nodded his head in acknowledgement. At the same time, he expressed that he had too many strong points, and that he needed to spend more time with him to slowly discover them. I really don't understand, how could a scoundrel like you develop a holy ranked goose feather pen, and how could you gain the undisguised love of your teacher? Sometimes, I feel that even a pig would be more promising than you. At least a pig wouldn't climb to the central exhibition stand to be ridiculed by others. Mingzu Prince seemed to have already known that Yue Yang was a new student at Silver Maple City's Heavens Chosen Wanzi School. He even knew that Yue Yang was developing a holy ranked goose feather pen. Ah, student Tai Tan, can you tell us how you came up with the idea of upgrading a goose feather pen to the Saint grade? The youth in embroidered clothes was past his prime, so he was also curious. What's wrong with that? Yue Yang asked without any hesitation. What a magical holy quill pen. It's a good work, but it's a pity that it's worthless. It could even be said that it's a piece of work that looks like gold and jade on the outside, but it's rotten on the inside. Mingzu Prince spared no effort in attacking Yue Yang. Respecting teachers is the basic standard for every good student. Yue Yang expressed that he was a good student. Student Tai Tan, if you're a good student, then I'm the best student in the world. When the embroidered clothed youth, Kai Mu, heard this, he couldn't help but ridicule. Whether I'm a good student or not depends on the teacher, okay. Forget about the reward of 1,000 heaven crystals, there wasn't even a word of praise. Please don't pretend to be a good student, okay. Yue Yang looked down on him seriously. Students like the embroidered clothed youth, Kai Mu, who were arrogant, a little rebellious, and had a very awkward personality, were definitely the kind of students that the teacher hated the most. Obedient students like Mingzu Prince were the ones that the teacher doted on the most. Hey, I've also been praised by the teacher before. Kai Mu argued with all his might. Although he didn't care about good students, he definitely couldn't let the other party look down on him. Really, Yue Yang didn't deny it directly, but the expression on his face was the kind of doubt that said, how could a student like you get praised by the teacher? Seeing this, Kai Mu almost wanted to kill himself by banging his head on the wall. It did happen once. Even Mingzu Prince couldn't help but defend Kai Mu. Could it be that there's something wrong with your memory? Yue Yang asked with a little suspicion. I'm quite confident in my memory, Mingzu Prince said. Alright, Yue Yang showed that he believed him. Kai Mu fell head first onto the ground. If there was a crack on the ground, he would immediately crawl into it and hide there for 100 years without coming out. It was too much of a blow to him. The worst thing was that Mingzu had unintentionally cooperated with the other party to step on him. He was so sad that he wanted to cry, but no tears came out. As they spoke, a few old men walked over from afar. They were the principal and his friends. Among them was an old man with snow-white hair and beard. He looked otherworldly, as if he was going to fly away with the wind at any moment. His appearance was somewhat similar to the 1,000-year great sage, especially his sage aura that was as wise as the ocean due to his grasp of knowledge. The old men treated him as their leader, and even the principal did the same. A semicircle surrounded the old man with the snow-white beard. They chatted and laughed as they walked over. That old man with the snow-white beard, upon seeing Yue Yang, Kai Mu and Mingzhu Prince standing at the entrance of the Silver Maple Exhibition Hall, he immediately revealed a smile. Just nice, I wanted to have a chat with you guys, it's great that you guys are here. Kai Mu and Mingzhu Prince immediately bowed and greeted him as president. Needless to say, Yue Yang knew that this old man with the snow-white beard was the leader of all the Heaven's Chosen schools in this generation, and the president of the Heaven's Chosen Wandering Child Society. What was the old man's original name? Because it was too long ago, after 20,000 years, other than his friends and relatives of the same age, no one else knew. However, one thing was for sure. Ever since the human valley of the trial grounds was created by the ancient gods, the Heaven's Chosen Wandering Child School had existed. The first president who created the Heaven's Chosen Wandering Child School was called the Heaven's Chosen Old Man. After that, every president would inherit this name and be called the Heaven's Chosen President, to show that they did not forget the ancestors' unparalleled glory and the original intention of creating the Heaven's Chosen Wandering Child School. You must be that interesting student Titan. I've heard of you. Although you're young, the way you do things is quite interesting. The Heaven's Chosen President with the snow-white beard patted Yue Yang's shoulder and laughed. All this while, I thought that there would never be a wanderer who could surpass your mother. I didn't expect that she had a son who was just as outstanding as her. Compared to my mother, I'm still lacking a lot. Yue Yang's current performance was really like a good student. Other than being refined and courteous, he was also very modest. Keep pretending. Mingzhu Prince couldn't help but roll his eyes, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. There's a bit of a gap, but your mother's ambition isn't here. She has a higher goal. Maybe, she came here to guide you, her precious son, on the right path. Maybe, she just wanted to come here to verify her understanding. Who knows? No matter what, since you're here, you must work hard. It's best if you surpass your mother and obtain all the achievements. The Heaven's Chosen President paused for a while, then laughed. The holy ranked goose feather pen that you developed and created is very creative. If it can be used on puppets and battle dolls, it would be even more perfect. I will work hard. Yue Yang was secretly happy. This time, he had obtained a lot of information about his mother. Haha, I'm looking forward to your performance in the life assessment ceremony. Kai Mu and Mingzhu, you guys also have to work hard. Although you're not newbies, successfully graduating is just the beginning. I have high hopes for you guys, so you guys can't relax. The Heaven's Chosen President also encouraged Kai Mu and Mingzhu Prince a little. Mingzhu Prince was still alright. Although he was moved, he didn't lose his composure. However, Kai Mu's eyes reddened. He was so moved that he almost cried on the spot. Yes, Kai Mu bowed deeply. When he straightened his back, the Heaven's Chosen President had already entered the Silver Maple Exhibition Hall with a few elders to discuss. Yue Yang was still alright just now. He acted respectfully in front of the teachers, acting like he was the most obedient child. However, after the Heaven's Chosen President and the principal left, he returned to normal. Mingzhu Prince shook his head helplessly. This fellow was too cunning. He cheated people to death without paying with his life. Thinking back, the Heaven's Chosen President seemed to value this swindler the most. He felt a little gloomy and couldn't help but say, Student Titan, have you ever thought of changing that holy ranked goose feather pen that you're still researching into a battle doll? It's impossible for it to go to the battlefield, but it might be a good idea to change it into a scribe in the library. What do you think? Yue Yang shook his head and waved his hands. I won't do that kind of senseless action. The holy ranked goose feather pen is obviously in the hands of a beauty. A cold battle doll that can't be seen or eaten, what's the use of it? Think about it, a naked beauty with only a holy ranked goose feather pen would sit in front of you and concentrate on copying. Facing your constant harassment, she wouldn't be able to resist. Because if she couldn't complete her task, wouldn't you have a reason to spank her little butt? That's why I say, this kind of life is a truly happy life. Battle dolls and whatnot are just fleeting clouds. Get lost. When this pervert theory came out, Kai Mu agreed with it 100%. However, he was intimidated by Mingzhu Prince's attitude, so he could only pretend to be mute. The expression on Mingzhu Prince's face was one of, I knew you would answer like this disdainfully. The saints have said, appetite and lust are part of human nature. Mingzhu Prince, do you dare to say that your heart wouldn't palpitate when you see a beauty's panties? Yue Yang moved closer to Mingzhu Prince and expressed his fear openly, as if Mingzhu Prince would be a sinner who would be hated by the gods if he didn't admit it. Move your head. No matter how good Mingzhu Prince's manners were, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. You're amazing. This was the first time Kai Mu saw someone who dared to talk to Mingzhu Prince like this. He really admired him from the bottom of his heart. Shut up. Mingzhu Prince was very angry. I'm mute. Kai Mu was so scared that he quickly covered his mouth. Ah, I understand now. Yue Yang slapped his thigh, pointed at Mingzhu Prince and laughed. I completely understand now. You are a virgin and have never tasted the taste of a woman. You don't understand the beauty of a woman's gentleness. That's why you only fantasize about it in the depth of your heart. You're curious, but you're too embarrassed to say it. That must be the case. Actually, Mingzhu Prince, you don't have to be embarrassed. I was like that in the past too. However, after I got rid of the pitiful title of a virgin, I immediately became a great husband. How about this? I'll suffer a little. I'll invite you to have a threesome with two beauties. We'll work together to destroy your virginity. This brat dared to talk to Mingzhu Prince like this. Oh my god. Kai Mu's hand was so shocked that he didn't know when it had slipped down. His overly shocked mouth opened so wide that a toad could easily be stuffed inside. Mingzhu Prince's originally gentle face had turned black. He had never been so angry in his life. Especially when Yue Yang's rude words of, "Destroy your virginity," resounded in his mind. His last bit of rationality was instantly destroyed. Do you have anything else to say? Mingzhu Prince decided to give this brat a chance to say his last words. Wait until you've tasted the taste of a woman and understand what it means to be a man. Then you'll be grateful to me. Yue Yang was very pleased with himself. He had an expression that said, "Don't be too touched," on his face. Anything else? Mingzhu Prince was now impressed with his own endurance. Although I don't make friends easily, but since you look pleasing to my eyes, I've decided to teach you a few moves. As a virgin, there are definitely many things that you don't know. I can tell you that if I don't teach you, you won't even be able to take off a beauty's underwear. Let me tell you, it's definitely a very profound knowledge. It's very practical. Only those who have a lot of skills, such as an unparalleled expert like me, won't fail. Yue Yang almost revealed his combat power in bed. Can you not talk about that damned underwear? Mingzhu Prince felt that this was the only thing this person could say in his last words. What's wrong with underwear? When it's needed, it can even save the world and protect the world's peace and justice. Yue Yang spread his hands. All right, student, you know too little. Really, how did underwear save the world? How did it protect the world's peace and justice? Kai Mu couldn't hold it in anymore. His curiosity exploded. It's a long story. There are at least 10 different historical legends from different eras that have recorded this legend before. Yue Yang said, pretending to be serious. Quick, tell me. Kai Mu completely ignored Mingzhu Prince's murderous gaze. I'm hungry. Yue Yang's stomach was rumbling. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go eat. Kai Mu couldn't wait to hear how underwear saved the world. I don't have money. Yue Yang rummaged through his pockets. He was really poor. He didn't even have a single crystal fragment, let alone a sky crystal. What's so difficult about that? It's my treat. In order to hear the story of underwear saving the world, Kai Mu decided to spend money to treat Yue Yang to the best dishes. Money wasn't a problem at all. As long as there was a story to listen to, it wouldn't be a problem to treat him to 10 meals. I'm not used to being treated to a meal, especially when the other party's attitude doesn't seem to be very sincere. Yue Yang coughed slightly. Please give me this chance. Kai Mu bowed deeply. His attitude was even better than when he bowed to the president of the genius sect. All right. Yue Yang felt that it wasn't easy for Kai Mu, so he reluctantly agreed. Don't treat me as if I don't exist. Before Mingzhu Prince could finish his sentence, a huge hammer appeared out of nowhere. He raised it up high and smashed Yue Yang onto the ground in anger. Kai Mu wanted to escape, but who would have thought that the huge hammer would sweep horizontally? Kai Mu was like a fly that had been slapped to death. He was directly smashed into the wall, turning into the character, Da, which was too horrible to look at. The earth-shattering tremor shook the entire Silver Maple exhibition hall for a while. The elders on the second floor all poked their heads out from the windows. They saw that Mingzhu Prince, who was carrying a huge hammer, was dragging Yue Yang, as if he was going to throw him away like trash. And when he fell from the wall, he was 90% dead, and his calf was cramping. Before he could even catch his breath, a cute cat-shaped puppet beast bit down on his pants and dragged him to chase after his master, young Master Mingzu, who was gradually getting further and further away. Sigh, it's good to be young. The president of the genius sect laughed and waved his hands. We don't care about the matters of the young. Let's continue drinking. I just happened to have a bottle of Qilan wine. Chapter 1081. In the small tavern, Yue Yang and Kai Mu were like criminals, sitting opposite Mingzu Prince. They couldn't resist even if they wanted to. As long as they saw the sledgehammer that could kill everything in an instant, no one could muster up any courage. What is that sledgehammer made of? Yue Yang secretly touched Kai Mu, who was pretending to be honest. According to the rules of the human valley, no one could use weapons, let alone violence. However, Yue Yang felt that this sledgehammer was personally controlled by Mingzu Prince. Although her power wasn't added, it was indeed controlled according to her will, and not the puppet beast's uncontrollable attacks. My mystic armor, Kai Mu quietly replied, using a telepathic message. What's a secret armor? Yue Yang asked. I don't know either. It was developed by Mingzu Prince alone. It is said that he used the ancient, magical liquid gold secret technique. When that secret armor was born, it automatically received the recognition of the human valley's rules. Of course, only the master can use it. Kai Mu expressed that this sledgehammer was awesome, it was a great killing weapon. Magical liquid gold secret technique. Yue Yang's heart moved. He had heard of this term before, but because of the limited conditions, Yue Yang had never come into contact with magical liquid gold. Magical liquid gold was similar to divine molten meteorite gold, but there were more differences. There were similarities between the two. It was because both of them had liquid metal in the beginning. The difference was that magical liquid gold could revert back to its original form after molding. In other words, it could revert from a finished product to a liquid state, but divine molten meteorite gold couldn't. The biggest difference between the two was that once divine molten meteorite gold was formed, it would be an existence of absolute high quality. If the created object didn't have consciousness, it was very likely that it would automatically develop consciousness. After all, divine molten meteorite gold was the world's most perfect energy metal, infinitely close to the quality of a divine equipment. Divine molten meteorite gold was actually a liquid formed from the fusion of divine equipment fragments or super strong treasures. It was 1 in a million. Compared to the highest quality divine molten meteorite gold, magical liquid gold was much inferior. It was divided into high and low quality. Low-grade magical energy liquid gold could only be used to create low-grade items, and could only be used as a repairing fluid for certain treasures. Even the highest grade magical energy liquid gold in the world was far from being comparable to divine molten meteorite gold. The difference between the two was like the difference between brass and gold. Of course, even if it was inferior to the divine molten meteorite gold, the magical energy liquid gold was still an extremely rare existence. Yue Yang had obtained the divine molten meteorite gold by chance, but he had lived in the Tong Tian Tower in the Heaven Realm for a long time, so he had never obtained this kind of magical liquid gold. He had only heard of its name before. Two grown men whispering in each other's ears, is there any meaning to it? Mingzu Prince ordered some food and wine for Yue Yang and Kai Mu, but he didn't order any wine. Instead, he ordered a glass of fruit juice and sipped it leisurely. At the same time, he warned Yue Yang and Kai Mu to speak louder and not to keep anything to themselves. We are praising Mingzu Prince's generosity. If you treat us to a foot massage after we are full, that would be the best. Yue Yang sighed in satisfaction. Do you think that's possible? Mingzu Prince stretched out his hand towards the big hammer. I suddenly realized that if we obediently go back and rest after we are full, that's not bad either. Sleeping early and waking up early is in line with the way of maintaining good health. Yue Yang was also sweating profusely. That's right, we need to maintain good health. Sleeping early and waking up early, Kai Mu was so scared that even his legs started to tremble. He had probably been hit by that big hammer many times on a daily basis, and it had already left a shadow in his heart. It couldn't be helped. The power that this big hammer displayed in the human valley was even more ferocious than a divine-ranked weapon, even though it was only a gold-ranked hammer. Why don't we exchange? After Mingzu Prince threatened Yue Yang, he suddenly made a suggestion. I will use the magic liquid gold secret technique to exchange with you for the holy ranked goose feather pen's creation technique. Alright, that would be the best. Everyone will be happy. Kai Mu used his hand to touch Yue Yang, hinting him to quickly reply. I'm sorry. Yue Yang rejected him flatly. You idiot! Kai Mu was stunned at first. His eyes widened as if he had seen a Martian appear on the streets of Earth. In the end, when he saw that Yue Yang didn't look like he was joking, he immediately deflated like a balloon and sighed regretfully. From Kai Mu's point of view, Mingzhu Prince's magic liquid gold secret technique was a priceless treasure. Anyone who obtained it would have a gold-ranked secret armor puppet that could attack and defend at any time. Although this secret armor puppet wasn't as flashy as other gold-ranked battle puppets, its battle power was definitely not inferior to any of them. This included Zhang Hua's Jet Beast, Captain Cook's Ocean Warrior, and even Ji Weri's Prince of Vengeance. They might not be able to suppress this secret armor puppet. Can you tell me why? Mingzhu Prince wasn't surprised. He only wanted to know the reason why Yue Yang refused to exchange. It's very simple. I also know your magic liquid gold secret technique. It's just that I don't have enough materials. As for my holy ranked quill making technique, other than me, no one else can research and develop it. Even if I tell you, or reveal it to everyone in Human Valley, no one would be able to learn it. Yue Yang explained. You sure have enough confidence. Mingzhu Prince heard Yue Yang's arrogant words, but he wasn't angry. Can a small quill really reach holy ranked? Furthermore, is there a need to raise it to holy ranked? Whenever Kai Mu thought of this, his balls would hurt inexplicably. No matter how talented you are, you can't waste it like this, right? Even if you want to waste it, you can't waste it on this worthless quill. If this holy ranked quill making technique was used on war dolls or puppet beasts, that young city master Kinch who was smiling proudly like a chrysanthemum would have to kneel on the spot. Holy ranked, other than those freakishly powerful people in history, such as Conquest Queen Fei Wenli, or Prison Emperor Zan Feng, other than these powerful people, who else could create holy ranked war dolls? In this world, any kind of holy ranked could appear. Beasts, weapons, treasures, anything was possible. However, puppets of war, which had neither intelligence nor soul sense, were the most difficult for them to reach the sage level. Puppets of war couldn't be upgraded. They had to be gifted with soul sense as soon as they were manufactured. Otherwise, they would have reached the sage level. How difficult was that? The Revenge Prince, war dolls that the almost god-like Ji Weri had painstakingly created was only platinum ranked. Platinum ranked and holy ranked were like heaven and earth. The difficulty of upgrading from platinum rank to holy rank was probably 10,000 times harder than crossing the heavenly moat that could never be crossed. If President Tianzhao didn't personally say that Yue Yang had the ability to create a holy ranked quill, Kai Mu wouldn't have completely believed it. To bestow a quill that had no quality level with consciousness and raise it to holy ranked. Just thinking about it was enough to make one shudder in fear. This was a miracle that only a god could do. Other than this, there was no other explanation. It's very simple for me, but for you, you might not be able to find anything even if you study it for a lifetime. Yue Yang smiled. He really couldn't pass on this. Without the Heaven Eye's divine vision that could see through everything, without the creation domain, without the creation god pearl, without the overflowing chaotic energy, without the mastery of the minor rules, without the inheritance of knowledge, without the core energy inheritance of the ancient rune sky formation, without the foundation laid by the puppet grimoire left behind by Yu Gong, without the design of the war dolls recorded in the two ancient golden coffins, without the earth divine weapon Dao Tai and Star Scorpio that slowly improved their foundations, no matter how monstrous Yue Yang was, he wouldn't be able to pick up a quill and raise it to holy ranked. It could be said that Yue Yang's previous experience and personal talent determined everything he created. Not a single thing that he possessed could be missing. Another person, for example, Kai Mu or Mingzhu Prince couldn't copy Yue Yang. You don't need to care if I can master it or not, you just need to show me the manufacturing process in detail. Alright, let's work together. We can work together. You can use the secret method to create a holy ranked quill. I will provide the materials for the magical energy liquid gold and some necessary help. We can work together to create a holy ranked secret armor, how about it? Mingzhu Prince was actually very interested in creating a holy ranked war doll. Work together. If we want to create a holy ranked war doll, we might need a lot of magical energy liquid gold. Yue Yang felt that this cooperation would benefit both parties. For him who was anxious to obtain rare materials, it was like a timely spring rain. Don't worry about the magical energy liquid gold. It's hard to say if it can reach gold ranked, but you can get as many bronze ranked and silver ranked as you want. To be honest, low-grade magical energy liquid gold can be obtained through concocting. Young master, and one who is proficient in concocting it. Mingzu Prince took out a paper fan out of nowhere and opened it. Seeing Yue Yang's surprised gaze, Mingzu Prince felt that the anger and unhappiness in his heart was swept away. It was as if he had drunk a cool drink on a hot summer day. That's great. Yue Yang held Mingzu Prince's hand tightly and shook it with all his might. He was so excited that he forgot to let go. You think so too? Mingzu Prince looked at Kai Mu. I'm blind, I didn't see anything. Kai Mu cursed inwardly. Every time Mingzu Prince revealed this kind of smile, it was the beginning of a disaster. He hurriedly acted dumb. Unfortunately, it was too late. In the next second, Mingzu Prince, who had picked up the sledgehammer, smashed him and Yue Yang to the ground. Bastard, since we've decided to cooperate, it's fine if you don't drink together, but you actually used that sledgehammer. Yue Yang covered the big bump on his head and raged. Ah, I couldn't help it. Mingzu Prince apologized without thinking twice. I'll fight you to the death. Yue Yang jumped up and pounced towards Mingzu Prince like a tiger, using the legendary wave-grabbing dragon claw hand. Rumble rumble rumble, the golden sledgehammer once again smashed down with an unstoppable force. It directly smashed Yue Yang into the ground. Mingzu Prince sat there lazily, his sitting posture not moving at all. Only his left hand was casually spinning the golden sledgehammer that weighed an unknown amount. Kai Mu, who was hiding in the corner, was so scared that he was sweating profusely. He raised both of his hands, expressing his surrender, deeply afraid that Mingzu Prince would also smash his head with his sledgehammer. After deciding to cooperate, Mingzu Prince's attitude towards Yue Yang finally improved a little. If Yue Yang didn't use Lord Wei's legendary ultimate move, the golden sledgehammer in Mingzu Prince's hands wouldn't hit his head so easily. First, you have to become the champion of the newcomer evaluation ceremony. With a noble title and territory, we can only have the possibility of catching up to Jiweri. Mingzu Prince introduced to Yue Yang. Let's not talk about Jiweri for now, he's not someone you can deal with now. Let's first focus on the newcomer champion. On the surface, it doesn't seem too difficult, but if you think that Kinch's strong magnetic war puppet is the best war puppet, then you are gravely mistaken. Maybe you still don't know, but there are also reincarnators called Wan Mo and Burning Wind who entered at the same time as Jiweri. They are both temple masters of the central shrine, and they are loyal allies of Jiweri. In order to avoid a conflict with Jiweri's quota and increase their competitiveness, they have prepared the Flesh War Puppet and Inferno War Puppet to stay in the life evaluation ceremony and fight for the second championship. Flesh War Puppet and Inferno War Puppet. Yue Yang frowned slightly when he heard this. Inferno War Puppet is actually a ball of fire, but I don't understand how it was determined to be a puppet war puppet. Kai Mu indicated that he had seen the finished Inferno War Puppet. It should be an elemental war puppet, but they probably added some controllable puppet skeletons. Our intelligence is not good enough. However, we have intelligence on the Flesh War Puppet made by Wan Mo. It's a kind of puppet embedded in a body of flesh and blood. Although it can't borrow the power of a human body, with the control of a human body, the combat power of the Flesh War Puppet is probably more than 10 times that of a person of the same level. In terms of control and combat power, the Flesh War Puppet is probably not weaker than my secret armor, and the Flesh War Puppet can be mass-produced. When Mingzu Prince mentioned the Flesh War Puppet, he couldn't help but show a look of disgust on his handsome face, as if he was disgusted by this bloody and cruel human puppet embedding technique. Apart from the Flesh War Puppet and Inferno War Puppet, are there any other war puppets worth paying attention to? Yue Yang pondered for a while and suddenly asked. There are several kinds of war puppets, and they all have their own characteristics. The information is still being collected. I'll give you a copy later. Kai Mu told Yue Yang that in fact, after Jiweri won the last tournament overwhelmingly, there were many people who wanted to be the champion. The descendants of several hidden clans were interested in participating in the competition. There's too little time left for me, Yue Yang sighed softly. Fortunately, he didn't reveal his trump card, and he had the help of Zhang Hua, Kai Mu, and Mingzu Prince. He even had the support of Ren Tianj, the great sage silver pupil, and other allies in the same batch. He should be able to make a name for himself in this battle. It was just that the time was a little short, because once he made a name for himself, his enemies would pay 100 times more attention to him. By then, he would be able to do research quietly like he was doing now. He was afraid that it was not possible, especially someone like Jiweri who had a strong sense of danger. Once he discovered the rise of Yue Yang, it was inevitable that he would attack him. Old age and young master Ming Zhu didn't know that Yue Yang was really researching and developing the epic-making flying puppet and transforming puppet, these super abnormal peak-level projects, so they were a little worried for him. If the time of their cooperation was pushed back to when Yue Yang had just entered the human valley, then with the success of developing the Saint-tier magical liquid gold secret armor, it would be natural for him to win the life assessment ceremony. But now, almost 2 months had passed, and there was only 1 month left. How could he make it in time? Kai Mu scratched his ears and cheeks for a long time, but in the end, he still could not think of a good solution. Mingzhu Prince frowned slightly, and suddenly smiled. I've got an idea, although I don't know if it will work, it's definitely worth a try. Chapter 1082. No one knew what Yue Yang, Mingzhu Prince and the light bulb Kai Mu were discussing in the tavern. No one realized that the future of Human Valley would change because of this. Mingzhu Prince and Kai Mu left on the same day. Yue Yang stayed for 3 days and bought a lot of local products before returning to Silver Maple City's Heaven's Chosen Wandering School with the principal. Before leaving, Yang Ping and his companions from Yanyang City came to look for Yue Yang and taunted Yue Yang. They wanted to provoke Yue Yang into challenging him in the assessment ceremony in a month's time. Alright, as you wish. Yue Yang was like a big sleepy tiger seeing 2 little mice clamoring for a duel. Can't they stop fighting? Back in Silver Maple City, Yue Yang had a rare 2 days of rest. Teacher O Meng and Teacher Wu Pu were progressing smoothly. The principal felt that it was fine now, but time would be tight in the future. He couldn't let Yue Yang, his favorite student, be tired no matter what. Hence, he gave him 3 days off to relieve the fatigue from the long journey. The principal was most afraid that Yue Yang would not have enough rest and would not be able to face the newcomer life assessment ceremony in his best condition. Champion. This was the honor that the principal longed for the most. Even though he had seen Kinch's magnetic war doll at the Golden Leaf City Exchange, the principal was still very confident in his own flying war doll. The magnetic war doll was just a war doll, but the flying war doll was a completely new way of fighting and development. There was no need to compare the two to know which was the way to success. Moreover, how could the Silver Maple's Heaven's Chosen Wandering School be as simple as an ordinary flying war doll? Scouting type, combat type and assault type, any one of them would make the current ruler of Human Valley tremble. Another 2 days passed. Outside of Silver Maple City, the good and obedient student Yue Yang had specially applied for a leave of absence today to welcome Mingzhu Prince and Twilight Prince, who had come for a learning exchange. If it wasn't for Yue Yang's explanation, the principal would have suspected that the 2 young masters were here to steal the flying puppet technology. But after Yue Yang's explanation, the headmaster immediately became happy. With the support of Gemstone Valley's Mingzhu Prince and Silvermoon City's Twilight Prince, his most prized pupil, Little Titan, would definitely become the newcomer champion. It must be known that not only were these 2 young masters outstanding, but the forces behind them were also incomparably strong. They were the overlords of the Human Valley, and neither of them was inferior to the city master of Silver Maple City. In fact, they might even surpass him. Most importantly, Yue Yang made it clear. Mingzhu Prince and Twilight Prince didn't come for the flying puppet, but for another type of puppet that he was working with. Magical liquid gold, upper, middle and lower quality. I've already prepared all 3. It's all up to you now. Mingzhu Prince didn't come with a big fanfare, but secretly went to Silver Maple City. Kai Mu, who had arrived earlier, had already bought a small garden on the outskirts of Silver Maple City with a large sum of money as a secret research base for the 3 of them. Dozens of fully loaded trucks disguised as a merchant group followed young Master Mingzhu. They were filled with all kinds of planned resources. Of course, rare items like the magical liquid gold were still carried by Mingzhu Prince in his storage ring. Mingzhu Prince had spent a lot of time to convince the elders in his family. After all, it was impossible for the elders to not ask about the large amount of magical liquid gold that had been transferred from the valley. This was also the reason why Mingzhu Prince was 2 days late. I've completed the blueprints, and I've exceeded them. The original plan was to have 3 types, but I've completed 5 now. There are no problems with the runes either. It's completely feasible after testing. Yue Yang looked at Mingzhu Prince, his eyes filled with confidence. He smiled. Now, there's only one last step left, and that is to create the finished product. As he spoke, he passed the blueprints to Mingzhu Prince and Kai Mu for them to see. Mingzhu Prince was fine. He was already mentally prepared. Kai Mu, on the other hand, was shocked beyond words. He snatched the blueprints and looked at them for a long time, his eyes wide like a bull's. Impossible. It's clearly something that can't be realized. How can it be designed? Oh my god, what's your brain made of? Can you open it and let me take a look? From the looks of it, it really seems possible. I'm not dreaming, am I? Alright, I admit that I was skeptical before and didn't think much of it. How would I know that you have such a monstrous brain? Wait a minute, what does this mean? How is the work I'm in charge of physical labor? Are you looking down on my intelligence? Let me tell you, there's nothing wrong with my intelligence. If you don't give me some mental work, I'll get angry with you. At the end, Kai Mu realized that his job was actually to move the materials according to Yue Yang's instructions. He immediately became anxious. He knew that he couldn't be of much help, but he was definitely not satisfied with moving things. If all of the things designed on these blueprints were to be realized, it would definitely be a major event that would shake the entire human valley and leave its name in the annals of history. After all, they couldn't record it down in the history books. In a certain year, the Twilight Prince did his best to move the materials, and with his selfless dedication, Baron Titan finally completed an unprecedented feat. No matter what, this servant's work couldn't be recorded in the annals of history. His identity had to be one of the three giants of research and development, and not a pitiful bento boy passing by. Kai Mu almost shouted, "If you don't let me help, I'll cause trouble." In the end, Yue Yang was left with no choice. He could only assign a part of his work to Kai Mu, the highly intelligent Twilight Prince. He agreed to Kai Mu's request to join the three research giants. Mingzu Prince didn't object, but he curled his lips in disdain. "Xiao Mu, you have to do what you can. If you don't listen, fine. If you can't complete your task and affect the whole plan, you'll be a sinner for all eternity. If I can't complete it, I can commit suicide." In order to prove that his intelligence was not a problem, Kai Mu made a military pledge. "That's not necessary, we understand." Yue Yang expressed his understanding. He almost comforted Kai Mu by saying, "It's not your fault that your intelligence is not high enough." Kai Mu was depressed. Speaking of intelligence, if he didn't meet the two abnormal people, Yue Yang and Mingzu Prince, if he met another abnormal person, such as the fourth son of Golden Leaf City, Kinch, or Yanyang City's Yangping, or even Yangping's brother, Prince Yangquan, Kai Mu would have a sense of superiority in terms of intelligence. However, when he met Yue Yang and Mingzu Prince, whose intelligence was more abnormal than the other, he had no choice but to lower his head. But this didn't mean that he was not intelligent enough. He was obviously very intelligent, so how could he be reduced to a pitiful retard? Kai Mu swore in his heart. No matter what, he had to fight for himself and prove his intelligence. He really wasn't a person with low intelligence. Next, using the magical liquid gold and starting the production was definitely a nightmare that Kai Mu wouldn't be able to get rid of for the rest of his life. This was because Mingzu Prince had completed the task in the stipulated time and had the spare energy to supervise his progress. As for Yue Yang, the lazy bum, well, he had never done any work before. He only spent a few minutes to finish the task that Kai Mu couldn't finish in a few days. Moreover, he did it perfectly. It was so perfect that he wanted to smash his head against the wall and never live again. Impossible, this isn't scientific. Kai Mu had never seen such an abnormal person in his life. He was obviously a lazy bum, so how could he finish the difficult and unbelievable task in an instant? One must know that Yue Yang was in charge of the most difficult part of the whole plan. However, not only did he finish it easily, he even finished the outer part that Kai Mu couldn't finish after delaying for a few days. In the end, he even apologized and said that he had finished it by accident. Damn it, what kind of accident was this? How could there be so many accidents in this world? This was basically a slap to the face. You still dare to say that if you didn't insist on snatching the work, we could have finished it a day ago. It's all because of you, you idiot, that we wasted a whole day. Mingzu Prince picked up the golden hammer angrily. We must be united. Unity is strength. We must love each other. Yue Yang hurriedly grabbed Mingzu Prince's hand. Love each other. Kai Mu felt that these words sounded a little awkward. Bastard, dig the pits immediately. How long are you going to stay here in a daze? Mingzu Prince shook off Yue Yang's hand, but he unconsciously used Yue Yang's unique words. Upon hearing that they were digging pits, Kai Mu hurriedly rolled up his sleeves, expressing that he was an expert at digging pits, so please leave the work to him. Right now, Kai Mu had already given up on proving his intelligence in front of Mingzu Prince and Yue Yang, these two abnormal people. Alright, he shouldn't do this kind of strenuous, unrewarding, and soul-crushing stupid thing too much. Very quickly, Kai Mu dug 10 pits in the courtyard of the small manor. This was not burying people. It was not planting trees on Arbor Day either. This was planting puppet war dolls. Mingzu Prince immediately took action, placing sufficient energy crystals and supplementary materials in every pit. The last step was left to Yue Yang to complete. He dripped magical energy liquid gold of varying quality into every pit, and also drew incomparably complicated rune patterns of various sizes in every pit. Just like the sun rising from the ground, in every pit, there was a small sun that appeared, emitting a soft light. At first, it was not dazzling. But very quickly, the light became more and more dazzling, and in the end, it was so intense that one could not look at it directly. Kai Mu could only use his hand to block the golden light in front of his eyes. He really wanted to watch the whole process, but unfortunately, his eyes could not bear the light, and could only regretfully wait for the light to fade. When the light faded slightly, he noticed that Mingzu Prince and Yue Yang were both wearing a pair of black crystal sunglasses on the bridge of their noses. In the strong light, they calmly watched the whole process, and instantly became furious. This is too much, you guys still talk about the big three, why don't I have this thing? Yue Yang laughed. Didn't I ask you just now, but you refused. I thought you had the ability to look at strong light directly. Kai Mu almost slapped himself in the face. Just now, Yue Yang did ask for help, but at that time, he was eager to prove his ability, so he said no and directly refused his kindness. God knew that it was a special kind of sunglasses, and he thought that Yue Yang was deliberately making fun of him. What a waste of a treasure. He hurriedly snatched the sunglasses from Yue Yang's face and put them on his nose, feeling much better. At this moment, the light had almost disappeared. Only vague golden light was left in the pits. The ground was shaking violently, as if something was about to break out of every pit. A puppet arm dug out of the soil, and then another puppet arm dug out of the pit. The soil cracked and collapsed, and an enormous gold-level puppet of war shook its body and forced its way out of the soil. Not only this pit, but the same thing was happening in the other 9 pits. 10 puppets of different shapes, sizes, levels, and combat abilities dug out of the pits one after another. When the last puppet of war also dug out of the ground, all the puppets moved together. They stepped forward, like a group of knights pledging their loyalty to the king. They knelt down on one knee. They knelt down neatly in front of Yue Yang, Mingzu Prince, and the dumbfounded Kai Mu. Ah, this is not scientific. Late Twilight couldn't help but complain again. He had seen inconceivable things before, but he had never seen such an inconceivable thing. Other people had to work so hard to create war dolls, sweat and tears, but this student Tai Tan was different. He was directly planted in a pit. If this went on, would those puppet masters in the human valley still have a way out? Would those arrogant young masters on the battlefield still have their lives? This thing was not a carrot, how could it be planted in a pit? If it was impossible, it was created by him, one of the 3 giants. When did he have such great ability? Sure enough, he was a genius. Kai Mu couldn't find the answer no matter how he thought about it. He had no choice but to believe that he was an invisible genius that even he didn't realize. Chapter 1083. 10 puppet dolls knelt on one knee in front of him. Among them, 3 of them were gold-ranked. Their battle prowess was not inferior to the gold-ranked puppet setting sun that Kai Mu had now. However, he knew that his setting sun was a golden battle puppet that Silvermoon City had poured in all its resources and gathered all the master puppeteers to work together. It had taken them a whole year to complete. As for the 3 golden battle puppets in front of him, it had not been more than 10 days since they were conceived and designed. Most importantly, these 3 golden battle puppets were planted on the ground, and there was not the slightest bit of mechanical manufacturing at all. The time spent was only on the design and preparation of the materials. With this manufacturing speed and with sufficient materials, it would take less than half a day to create tens to hundreds of gold-ranked puppet dolls and hundreds to thousands of silver-ranked puppet dolls. The 10 puppet dolls kneeling in front of their master were all bronze-ranked puppet dolls. Even the lowest level was a silver-ranked puppet dolls. This was like a god creating something, not a human. It's a pity that there are no platinum-ranked ones. Yue Yang sighed slightly, as if he was dissatisfied with the result in front of him. When Kai Mu heard this, he almost wanted to strangle this greedy fellow to death. 3 gold-ranked puppet dolls were born from the ground with just a simple planting. What else do you want? Platinum-ranked, Yue, a person who was considered to be the closest to God, used 3 months to create a vengeful prince with the full support of His Majesty the Emperor. Did you really think that platinum-ranked puppet dolls were cabbages? That you could plant as many as you wanted? Forget about platinum-ranked. Now that there are gold-ranked puppet dolls, it's already a huge success. Kai Mu felt proud. He was one of the 3 great leaders who participated in creating such a miracle. His name was destined to go down in history. He just didn't know how the history books would praise him. Not bad, I want the one in the middle. Mingzhu Prince also felt that creating 3 gold-ranked puppet dolls at once had already exceeded his expectations. The original plan was to create only 1 gold-ranked puppet. Now, there were 3 of them. Of course, it was a surprise that exceeded his expectations. As his first success, Mingzhu Prince decided to get a golden battle puppet as a souvenir. Moreover, this golden battle puppet was the one that required the most materials, and it was also the one that took the most effort. Now that he got it, it could be considered as a reward for his efforts. Kai Mu panicked and quickly said, "Then I want the left one." "No, I still want the right one." "Wait, you said you want that. Isn't the one on the right better?" "I think it looks better than the one on the left." "Is the one on the left better?" "Hey, don't lie to me. I trust people very easily. Tell me the truth." "All right, I want the golden battle puppet on the left. The more I look at it, the more I find it pleasing to the eye. The more I look at it, the more beautiful it becomes. No wonder it was chosen by my sharp eagle eyes. It's too powerful." Yue Yang handed him a golden battle avatar bracelet and finally stopped Kai Mu's chattering mouth. Normally, Kai Mu wouldn't act like this. Today, he saw a miracle happen. It was inevitable that he would be excited. "Oh my god, it can even transform. Lion, the golden battle puppet I challenged can transform into a lion, the king of all beasts. Roar, it's too powerful. Ah, I'm the Lion King, I'm the king of all beasts." Kai Mu pressed the gem button on the bracelet and found that the golden battle puppet that belonged to him began to transform rapidly and magically in an incredible shape. Within a few seconds, it changed from a humanoid battle puppet to a golden lion. This made him very happy. Thinking back to the time when his elders took over, Sunset, he couldn't remember how many promises and guarantees had been made. It was not easy for him to get the golden battle puppet, Sunset. But now, with just a sentence, he got a golden battle puppet that was no weaker than Sunset. Moreover, this golden battle puppet could transform. The war avatars of the human valley used to have shape-shifting war avatars, but in the past 10,000 years, because of the loss of ancient war avatar technology, there was no war avatar that could transform between human and beast forms. At least, there was no war avatar that could freely transform in its twilight years. Even if there was, it only existed in the legends. Right now, he already had a transformation battle puppet that only existed in the legends. How could he not jump for joy? Kai Mu somersaulted on the back of the golden lion and roared, as if he was the king that conquered lions. "It's too noisy, Xiao Mu, can you go to the side and experiment?" Mingzhu Prince was very helpless. He thought that this guy must have lost his mind because he was too happy. If he had known earlier, it would have been better not to let him participate in the experiment. At least he could have some peace of mind. Yes, Kai Mu was very happy and did not care about anything else. He quickly agreed and rode the golden lion outside to experiment so that he would not disturb the two. Before he left the courtyard, he used the bracelet to control the golden lion to run back. Pointing at the 7 silver-ranked battle dolls that had already transformed into silver-ranked wolves, he bowed towards Yue Yang and begged with a smile, "I know that you are not interested in silver-ranked battle dolls. Why don't you give them all to me? You and Mingzhu can take your time to study, I will not disturb you. I only want these 7 silver wolves. Think about it, I have a lion and 7 wolves behind me. How majestic would that be?" Yue Yang was speechless. This guy was really greedy. But it was good to send this third wheel away. Thus, Yue Yang transferred the ownership and control of the silver wolves to Kai Mu's golden bracelet. This was to prevent this guy from drooling and refusing to leave. Kai Mu was happy like a child and laughed loudly. "Battle Beast Army, let's go." The prideful Twilight rode on the back of the golden lion battle avatar and led the 7 silver wolves out of the manor. No one knew where they were headed to. With the golden lion and silver wolves, Kai Mu had completely thrown all his research to the back of his mind. Alright, those were all done by those evildoers with higher intellect. He only cared about receiving the results. Anyway, no matter what, he was one of the 3 great leaders that would go down in history. Rushing out of the manor, Kai Mu started to think about what eye-catching names he should give to the Golden Lion and the others. As for what would happen to Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince inside, it was not his concern at all. Sigh, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let him come. Mingzhu Prince smiled at Yue Yang apologetically. It's alright, Yue Yang was very magnanimous. Should I continue to create, or should I do as you said and raise the rank of the golden battle puppets? Mingzhu Prince realized that he liked to research with this brat. Other than his evildoer ideas and miraculous creation abilities, he felt that his condition had improved unbelievably when he was researching with this brat. It was as if his inspiration would gush out like a spring just by staying by his side. Don't you want to see what your battle puppet looks like after it transforms? Yue Yang grabbed Mingzhu Prince's hand and gently put on a small and exquisite bracelet on his fair and jade-like wrist. Quasi-holy battle puppet bracelet. Just as Mingzhu Prince was about to struggle free, his eyes suddenly widened as he looked at the bracelet on his wrist in astonishment. It's a pity that I can't create a holy ranked one in such a short time. But don't worry, I will raise your bracelet to holy ranked sooner or later. Give me some time, I will create more and more miracles in this human valley, as long as you are willing to witness it with me. Yue Yang held onto Mingzhu Prince's hand without letting go and sighed. It's so beautiful, it's quite beautiful. I have never seen such an exquisite bracelet before. Mingzhu Prince also nodded his head. I'm talking about your hand. Yue Yang sweated profusely. You bastard, you dare to be rude to me. I'll just dig a hole and bury you. Mingzhu Prince turned hostile faster than flipping a page. With a flip of his hand, the golden hammer instantly appeared in his hand. Before Yue Yang could escape, he had already been smashed into the ground by Mingzhu Prince's hammer. After killing Yue Yang, Mingzhu Prince wasn't angry at all. Instead, he controlled the bracelet in his hand to transform the golden battle puppet that Yue Yang had spent so much effort to create. Seeing his golden battle puppet quickly transform into a slender and perfect snow leopard, Mingzhu Prince couldn't help but be overjoyed. He was very satisfied with the work that he and Yue Yang had created together. Without waiting for Yue Yang to come out from the ground, Mingzhu Prince grabbed his hand and helped him press the gemstone button. Seeing Yue Yang's golden battle puppet transform into a fierce and domineering tiger, standing side by side with the snow leopard, one big and one small, his mood became much better. He reached out his hand to pull Yue Yang up from the ground, but he didn't let him off. As a noble, you should know basic etiquette. You must respect your friends, don't insult them with words. I'm your friend, that's why I'm letting you off this time. If it was someone else, they would have already fought with you. Yue Yang pretended to be an obedient child and nodded his head. Yes, I'll definitely be obedient in the future. However, if it was someone else, I wouldn't be able to praise them. I'm speaking the truth when I say that your hands are beautiful. I never say lies. Mingzhu Prince was furious. You still dare to say that a man's hands can be described as beautiful? Yue Yang hurriedly admitted his mistake and apologized. I was wrong. I was a little absent-minded just now and forgot that you are a man. I won't do it again. HMPH. Mingzhu Prince used a sweet nasal voice to end this matter. In the next few hours, Yue Yang was very obedient. He and Mingzhu Prince concentrated on their research. First, they continued to work together and created another 2 batches of battle puppets using the method of farming. With the previous successful experience and the control of the materials, they created more gold battle puppets. However, the quality was actually not as good as the first batch. It wasn't that they couldn't, it was that they didn't need to. Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince both thought that the gold battle puppets or silver battle puppets that they created now were only used to arm their subordinates. They didn't need to stay at the gold battle puppet level for too long. After all, platinum ranked or even holy ranked was their ultimate goal. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After 2 rounds of farming, they finally obtained 8 gold battle puppets and 12 silver battle puppets. Different from the first transformation battle puppet that Yue Yang created these 2 times, the battle puppets that he created weren't tigers, leopards, lions or wolves. There was only one type of battle puppet, and that was the giant ape. The gold-ranked giant ape battle puppet was 10 meters tall, which was slightly bigger than the 8-meter silver giant ape. Its battle power was also 2 times higher. Mingzhu Prince was in a good mood at this moment and couldn't help but laugh. His voice was as melodious as a bell, causing Yue Yang to fall into a trance again. Luckily, Mingzhu Prince's control was very good. He quickly regained his composure and nodded towards Yue Yang. The secret skill has been created successfully. There are no more obstacles. Next, we should proceed to the second step, which is to upgrade the battle puppet with the secret skill. Oh right, how did you think of using the farming method to obtain the recognition of the human valley's law and to absorb the earth's energy to create battle puppets? With regards to this curiosity, Yue Yang naturally didn't hold back. He first put his hands behind his back and walked forward. When Mingzhu Prince took out his gold great hammer, Yue Yang hurriedly signaled him not to use violence. He coughed twice like an old man and said, "Actually, this idea came from the hardworking farmers. Isn't there a saying that goes, in spring, farmers plant peanuts, and in autumn, farmers harvest a lot of peanuts? I thought, if that's the case, I'll plant a little beauty in spring, and in autumn, I should be able to harvest a lot of beauties." Mingzhu Prince looked at Yue Yang as if he had seen a ghost and asked with a trembling voice, You really did that?" Yue Yang shook his head. "I only wanted to do it, but it's a pity that I didn't have the chance to plant it. However, before me, I heard that there was a man who did that. He planted his girlfriend in spring, and in autumn, he harvested a peanut." "What? Impossible." Mingzhu Prince definitely didn't believe it. Planting a girlfriend in spring and only harvesting a skeleton in autumn, how could it be a peanut? I also felt that harvesting a peanut was too pitiful, that's why I didn't plant it. Yue Yang said suspiciously. It must be that he planted it in the wrong way, or he didn't weed, fertilize or catch insects after planting it. I heard that flowers need to be sung in order for the flowers to bloom beautifully. Maybe that guy didn't sing after planting his girlfriend, so he only harvested a peanut. There's no use in singing, idiot. Mingzhu Prince couldn't help but smack this brat's head. What kind of person was this? He didn't even have a bit of common sense, and he still wanted to learn how to plant crops. No wonder he thought of using farming methods to plant puppets. He was really an idiotic genius. However, why would he harvest a peanut after planting his girlfriend? This was the only thing that Mingzhu Prince couldn't understand. Yue Yang hurriedly waved his hands. "Stop, you're the one who wanted me to say it. If I say it now, you won't be happy. I won't share my secret with you anymore." When Mingzhu Prince heard that the situation wasn't good, he hurriedly stopped. He helped Yue Yang adjust his collar, patted the dust off his body and removed the grass in his hair. He tried to hold back his laughter as he consoled him. "All right, it's my fault this time. I apologize to you. What other secrets do you have? Let me hear them all." Yue Yang rubbed his chin and thought for a while. "Do you want to hear the secret of how my little wife saved the world?" Mingzhu Prince's expression was slightly awkward. He didn't want to talk too much about his little wife. Seeing that this brat was quite serious and didn't seem like he was going to spout vulgar words, he decided to give him a chance. This seemed a little unbelievable. How could my little wife save the world? Impossible. He would listen to what he had to say. If he couldn't do it, he would decide whether to use a hammer to punish him. With this thought, Mingzhu Prince nodded his head and agreed. He let Yue Yang start. "This story is long. If I were to tell it all, it would take me 3 days and 3 nights. No, I need to drink some water first. You should sit down and eat something. Why are you sitting so far away? Don't worry, I'm not interested in men. I only like beautiful women. What about you?" Aha, I accidentally strayed from the topic. Where was I just now? Speaking of which, a long time ago, there was a terrifying Frankenstein. He controlled a powerful army and was prepared to conquer the world. The only thing in the world that could stop him was the dragon god. Dragon god, yes, it's the legendary divine dragon. It's the divine dragon that can fulfill any wish. That's great. This is the real dragon god. Oh yes, did the dragon god appear? Did it stop that Frankenstein and his army? No, the dragon god was summoned by Frankenstein. You heard it right. Because no one could stop that terrifying Frankenstein and his army, the sleeping dragon god was summoned by Frankenstein. That's not the most important thing. The most terrifying thing was that Frankenstein was prepared to make a wish to the dragon god to become the king of the world and rule the world. Frankenstein succeeded. No, what happened? At the critical moment, a lecherous pig head appeared. When Frankenstein shouted, "I want," before he could shout the words, "become the king of the world," the pig shouted too. The dragon god, "I want a beautiful woman's little panties." In the end, The dragon god fulfilled the pig's wish and gave it a moist and fragrant little panties that had just been worn by a beautiful woman. Just like that, because of the appearance of the little panties, everyone in the world was saved. This is the story of the little panties saving the world. Aya, don't hit me. Chapter 1084. One day later. When Kai Mu, who rode on the golden lion and the 7 silver wolf battle puppets, returned to the manor, he realized that Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince were researching a new type of puppet beast. It was not the battle puppets that they had planned. This new type of puppet beast was also gold-ranked. And there was more than one. 2 brightly colored giant golden spider puppets, which were similar in shape but different in appearance, were continuously moving on the ground. According to Yue Yang's instructions, they continuously made all kinds of movements, such as crawling, stopping, hiding, jumping, accelerating, attacking, dodging and so on. The agility of the golden spider puppets made Kai Mu drool. How was this a puppet beast? It was much more agile than a real spider beast. Furthermore, it was a puppet beast that would never betray its master. The only thing that Kai Mu could not understand was why the stomach of this gold-ranked spider puppet was so big. Compared to a real spider, the stomach of this type of spider puppet was 10 times bigger. If it was not for the huge stomach, the speed and attack power of this spider puppet would be doubled. In short, the seemingly useless huge stomach would affect its battle power. Although Kai Mu had the hidden characteristics of a silly young man, he was after all one of the 4 princes of Guangmeng. His intelligence was there for all to see. Even if he could not be compared to Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince, he could still defeat elites like Yongping and Qinch. If he could see that there was a problem with the huge stomach of the spider, how could Mingzhu Prince not see it? There must be a reason why the monstrous titan purposely made it like that. Kai Mu held back his curiosity and did not say anything. He did not even greet Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince, afraid that it would affect the test. He waited quietly and patiently until Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince had finished their test. Only then did he walk forward with a big smile. Before I tell you a shocking news, can you tell me how you developed these spider puppets that were not part of the plan? No matter what, I am still one of the 3 giants. You guys secretly researched without me, isn't that too much? Of course, as long as you give me one, I will be magnanimous and forgive you. He felt that he urgently needed another gold-tier puppet beast. For someone like him who was one of the big 3, if he didn't have a gold-tier puppet beast following him, he would be embarrassed to go out and greet people in the future. Are you sure you want to know how it was developed? Young Master Mingzhu had a look of doubt in his eyes that said, even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to understand it with your stupid IQ. Mingzhu doesn't like spiders, this one is for you. Yue Yang was afraid that Kai Mu would feel so inferior that she would want to hang herself, so he hurriedly comforted her. He also transferred the ownership of the scarlet red spider puppet to Kai Mu. Wow, you're too kind, my good brother. Of course, Kai Mu knew that these 2 spiders were jointly developed by Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince. He had nothing to do with it, but now that he had returned, Titan had given one to him. This proved that the 2 of them had not forgotten about him. If there were any benefits, he would have a share. How could he not be touched? As one of the 3 giants, what news did you get out? Mingzhu Prince secretly mocked Kai Mu for carrying the name of a giant without doing any work. Aha! Kai Mu blushed when he heard that. He laughed and said, there's really a shocking piece of news. Prince Jiwari of Tiandu, the guy who was said to be the closest to God, had led his Prince of Vengeance and his puppet army to destroy the Crow bandits in the Noisy Valley 2 days ago. He was ready to lead the army to conquer the sinful city behind the Noisy Valley. He has already sent out a holy war call to all the younger generation in Human Valley. It is said that many families and forces have responded, including Golden Leaf City's Qinch and Flaming Sun City's Yongping, conquer the Sin City. What a joke! Mingzhu Prince was obviously not optimistic about this kind of action. Is it the Sin City that even the leader of the rebel army, against the heavens, can't conquer? Yue Yang frowned slightly. Although he had not been in Human Valley for long, he had heard of the big name of the Sin City. The original name of the Sin City was Whitewater City. It was said to be a town of singing and dancing. It was famous for producing excellent songs and dancing and beautiful women. The previous generations of Whitewater City lords had always governed the city with benevolence and had won the hearts of the people. It was the city with the highest level of support among all the cities. 10,000 years ago, it had always been a blessed land. There were as many geniuses and wise people as the stars in the sky. However, Later on, an especially inconceivable thing happened. The previous city lord actually went crazy. He killed his beloved wife, killed his own son, and slaughtered all his loyal and capable subordinates. Finally, under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people, he burned himself to death on the roof of the castle, burning himself alive in front of everyone's eyes. This was not the most important thing. The most terrifying thing was that his wife, son, and capable subordinates were all resurrected. During the day, the city lord's wife and son, as well as many of his loyal subordinates, were all in human form. On the surface, they looked no different from ordinary people. But at night, these people who were resurrected would turn into terrifying skeleton puppets. After the city lord's wife and young city lord took over Whitewater City, they deceived the people of Whitewater City for a long period of time. Anyone who discovered the secret of turning into skeleton puppets was persecuted. In the end, when the secret could no longer be concealed, the city lord's wife and young city lord announced that Whitewater City would become independent and leave the human valley. The army that would turn into skeleton puppets at night also began to attack the people of Whitewater City. Except for a small number of people who escaped, more than 100,000 people died in a bloody massacre. The strangest thing was that the people who were killed were all assimilated. During the day, they were humans, and at night, they turned into skeleton puppets. Each of them resurrected in the form of skeletons and joined the evil camp that left the human valley. The major forces of the human valley tried many times to conquer the city of Sin City. However, because of the weather and geography, or other reasons, although there were some results, they did not manage to destroy the city of Sin. Because they were attacked many times, the losses were not small. The city of Sin also changed its strategy. From the original, all humans are enemies, it changed to selective cooperation. They gave shelter to the rebels, thieves, and criminals of the human valley. They openly welcomed the evil fanatics to live in the city of Sin. Even some mercenaries with bad reputations were not rejected. Slowly, the city of Sin became stronger and became an evil force that the major forces of the human valley could not look down on. The leader of the rebel army, against the heavens, had wanted to take over this territory many times. However, he found that it was impossible for him to do so, so he could only choose to cooperate. Against the heavens, who had been the leader of the rebel army for thousands of years and had a strong foundation, could not even think of taking over the city of Sin. How could he take down Yue, who had just entered the human valley for less than half a year? Mingzhu Prince scoffed at this result. Don't treat people like fools. Yue did that just to earn a good reputation and rope in a group of hot-headed youths to be his future subordinates. I can't say for sure whether Yue can take down the city of Sin. But I can be sure that if he does that, countless righteous people will be willing to work for him. If nothing unexpected happens, this year's warrior's order will be taken by Yue. Kai Mu laughed. This is indeed a good move. Yue Yang admitted that Yue was not as simple as a chicken. His quasi-god rank was not just for bragging. Even a lazy person like me is a little tempted. I want to go and take a look. Kai Mu paused and smiled. I think it won't be long before Prince Yongchong and Prince Chaohui will join us. They might even send us letters to persuade us to join. I definitely won't do those senseless things. Young Master Mingzhu was furious, resolutely refusing. Although we have different ideas, in the eyes of outsiders, we are the four princes of Guangmeng after all. If we reject them too directly, we might be criticized as cowards. It will not look good for the elders either. If you ask me, we can agree to it vaguely. But we can express our dissatisfaction with Ji Wumu's leadership. We can sow dissension among them. Anyway, there are too many people who want to be the leader. It would be embarrassing if we don't let them be our shield. Finally, even the youth army who will participate in the expedition can't take action immediately. It's not a bad idea to go and watch the fun. If Kai Mu was serious, he would be qualified to be the Twilight Prince. He was not the kind of arrogant and conceited person who would not allow others to win. Anyway, I can't be bothered with them. You settle it. Mingzhu Prince felt that what he needed to do now was to help Yue Yang win the first place in the newcomer assessment. Alright, you guys take your time. I'm leaving. Kai Mu knew that this was Mingzhu Prince's decision. He only came back to inform him. He rode on the golden lion and was ready to leave. He turned around and returned. Pointing at the spider puppet with a huge belly, he asked Yue Yang, I forgot to ask. Is there any special use for this spider's belly? Storing venom, is it used for eruption or something else? He felt that designing such a big belly was not a failure. There must be some special use. Yue Yang did not answer. He just threw a round iron ball to him. Once the round iron ball was in his hand, it immediately grew 8 legs. Like a spider hunting its prey, it grabbed Kai Mu's wrist and opened its mouth. 2 sharp poisonous fangs viciously bit down on Kai Mu's arm. Kai Mu was terrified. He hurriedly threw this scary monster away. The spider-like iron ball smashed heavily on the ground. The compound eyes on it flickered a few times. Suddenly, it produced an earth-shattering explosion. Kai Mu, who could not react in time and was still within the explosion range, was blasted into tatters. His face was charred black and his hair was smoking. Fortunately, he was fast enough to throw the spider-shaped iron ball away. Otherwise, he would be in an even worse state. This thing can explode. Kai Mu was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Especially when he thought about what happened just now. If he did not react fast enough, his body would have turned into a hornet's nest. Spider bomb puppet. Yue Yang smiled and explained, your female spider's belly is filled with these little spiders. Oh my god. Kai Mu sucked in a breath of cold air. Releasing a belly full of little spiders and turning them into spider bomb puppets, if they surrounded the enemy, there was no need to think about it to know how miserable the enemy would be. This spider bomb puppet that Tai Tan developed was too vicious, wasn't it? He was trying to kill people. The most terrifying thing was that this spider bomb was obviously targeted at puppet beasts. After all, Warrior's reaction speed was too fast. It would be difficult for the spider bomb to hit the target unless the target was unprepared. However, puppet beasts were different. Puppet beasts did not have brains. They did not know how to dodge or retreat. They were also not that agile. Once they met with this spider bomb, they would probably be blown up for nothing. From the looks of it, the puppet beasts in the human valley would most likely be destroyed by Tai Tan, the king of destruction. Kai Mu sweated profusely as he thought about it. He only felt a chill down his spine. It was as if there were thousands of earthworms crawling on his body. However, Mingzhu Prince was not satisfied with the result of this explosion. He said, the spider's 8 limbs are still too weak. It needs to be corrected. Otherwise, the enemy would be easily shaken off. The time of the bite's fixation is also a bit slower. There is no way to synchronize it. Otherwise, Xiaomu would not be able to break free. Lastly, the explosion's power is still not enough. If it is strengthened by 10 times, it might still be useful. I was almost blown to death by you guys. Are you still not satisfied? Do you really want to blow me to death to be considered a success? Kai Mu could not help but ridicule. Don't worry, I won't blow you to death. Even if you are an idiot and can't react in time, I can still control the spider bomb in time to stop it from exploding. Mingzhu Prince looked down on Kai Mu, this experimental subject. Do you know that you are not qualified to be an experimental subject? Kai Mu immediately burst into tears. You are just a little smarter. Do you have to bully me like this? No matter what, I am one of the 3 great leaders. Do you have to use the spider bomb to blow me up without even greeting me? Wait, that's not right. As one of the 3 great leaders, if I did not participate in the research, it would be unreasonable. Now that I have participated in the experiment, even if it is the last experiment, I have contributed. This spider bomb would be able to leave its name in the annals of history. On a certain day, Twilight Gongzi sacrificed himself for the greater good, sacrificing himself for the sake of Titan and Prince Pearl's dangerous experiment. Because of Twilight Gongzi's great sacrifice, the spider bomb puppet was able to come into being. As he thought about it this way, his mood, which was past his prime, immediately improved. He quickly put on a smiling face for Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince. This spider bomb puppet is definitely a brand new puppet. We've created another unprecedented puppet, and we've made history. Haha, we, the 3 magnates, are indeed omnipotent. No, I have to personally go to Silver Maple City to verify it. I have to verify it at the statue of the God of War. Don't worry, leave everything outside to me. I won't let anything affect your research. You guys can slowly work here. I won't disturb the 2 of you anymore. When he thought of the beautiful receptionists at the Puppet Guild in Silver Maple City, seeing this unprecedented puppet monster appear, showing their fanatical admiration and letting out orgasmic screams, he couldn't help but feel elated. Great, it was indeed the right choice to let Tai Tan and young Master Ming Zhu team up. You guys can slowly research here. I'll go and let the girls scream. Beauties in Silver Maple City, please don't worship me too much. Why do I have this kind of cousin? Mingzhu Prince covered his face and sighed. He felt that it was too embarrassing to have this kind of relative. No, I think it's not bad to have this kind of cousin. Of course, this is only if he has a beautiful cousin. Yue Yang accidentally spoke his mind. What if he doesn't? Mingzhu Prince glared angrily. If he really doesn't, you can change into female clothes. I can still casually accept it. Before Yue Yang could finish his sentence, he was sent flying by the angry golden hammer. Mingzhu Prince was seething with anger. Changing into female clothes was one thing, but he could still casually accept it. I'll just casually take your head. Chapter 1085. Haug had been very unhappy recently. His identity as a commoner had caused this former leader of the Devil Valley to suffer everywhere. Whether it was looking for a job or studying, he was always looked down upon. Sometimes, he really wanted to yell at those guys who were blind and looked down on him, "I'm a level 5 supreme martial artist. If we weren't in the human valley, you wouldn't even be qualified to lick my feet." However, this was the human valley, a place where no force could be used at all. If Haug had been good at puppet war dolls, he would have been able to make a name for himself even if he was a commoner. However, he had despised those slow and unintelligent puppet war dolls since he was a child. He felt that these things that couldn't be upgraded had no future, and it was better to cultivate a battle beast with high potential. Therefore, as a cultivation maniac, he never wanted to waste time on puppet war dolls. It was too late to regret now. If it weren't for Ren Tianj, the great sage silver pupil, and a few other companions who took care of him from time to time, perhaps Haug would have become a beggar. Even with his temper, there was no way he could honestly work for some lowly and snobbish businessmen. What's more, those jobs were extremely exploitative. He wasn't a slave who was destined to be exploited since birth and had long resigned himself to his fate. He was a reincarnated person who possessed the strength of a 5th-level supreme martial artist. No matter how great the pressure of life was right now, he couldn't put himself in the shoes of a commoner who was constantly bullied and humiliated. "Get out, you can't even do a small job well, and you dare to offend your superiors and criticize my arrangements. Lowly commoner, get out of here right now and never let me see you again." In a shop, the manager's spittle flew everywhere, spraying the angry Haug with vicious words, telling him to get out of here immediately. "You damn maggot." Haug was so angry that his face was about to change shape. It was obviously this bullshit manager who didn't explain clearly and made a mess of the work arrangements, which led to the accident. If it weren't for Haug's outstanding ability, the mistake would have been even bigger. It could be said that Haug single-handedly saved the entire project and minimized the damage to the store. Logically speaking, he should be rewarded, but the store manager actually put the blame on Haug in order to shirk responsibility. If Haug could use force now, he would tear this guy apart alive in his rage, and then put him together in 30 different positions as a corpse. Unfortunately, this was the human valley. Haug, who had the power to look down on all the warriors in Nut City, could only be a worker who had been kicked out of the house. Originally, Haug had wanted to endure it and save some money to buy the lowest level puppet beast, then go out and take some mercenary jobs to gradually turn his poor life around. With his strength as a 5th-level supreme martial artist, even though he couldn't fight directly, he believed that he could successfully complete many difficult mercenary missions by manipulating the puppet beasts, even if they were of the lowest level. The problem was that the current him really couldn't stand it any longer. Ever since he entered the valley until now, he hadn't had a single day of comfort. Every day, he was either scolded or dismissed, and even chased away like a beggar. "I'll buy a puppet of war right now and come back to tear down your stupid shop." Haug was driven out and roared angrily. Because of his low status and bad temper, he often quarreled with his employers. Haug was considered a celebrity in Nut City. Many people who ridiculed him even gave Haug a nickname. They called him Mountain Cannon. Some busybodies even secretly calculated for Haug to see how many employers would fire this commoner who had just returned from a study trip. It was also because of Haug's reputation that many villains also held the mentality of teasing him. They deliberately hired Haug and then made things difficult for him, forcing Haug to make a fool of himself in order to increase the number of jokes. As the saying goes, poverty stunts ambition. Sometimes, Haug knew that others had bad intentions, but in order to save money, he had to bite the bullet and accept it. For example, today's store manager was one of them. He had no real intention of hiring Haug. He was only thinking of ways to mess with him, and in the end, he almost destroyed the shop he was in charge of. Under so many malicious insults, it was hard for Haug not to suffer a tragedy. After Haug went out, a worker in the store, Gan Lin, caught up with him and secretly gave him a small bag of broken crystals. This is the savings of you and your sister for more than 10 years. Why, Haug had never felt so heavy in his life. It was so heavy that even his heart could not bear it. Sister said that you're not an ordinary wanderer. You're a good man with dreams and pursuits, you're different from us. I'll be a commoner for the rest of my life. I'm of low birth and have no special skills. I reckon that I won't be able to achieve anything great in this lifetime. Sister and I have discussed this. I'll give you these broken crystals to buy a puppet beast. With it, you might be able to walk out of Nut City in the future and achieve your goals and dreams. Haug, I'm a lowly commoner who doesn't even have dreams. I hope that these can help you achieve your dreams. And, I can only do this little bit. Gan Lin, who was thin and timid, was the only one who would talk to Haug. However, Haug had never thought that this timid youth would actually take out all of his family's savings to help him. Gan Lin, these are all of your savings. If you give them to me, what will happen to you and sister? Haug had seen Gan Lin's sister before. Due to her congenital deficiency, she was bedridden all year round and was so weak that a gust of wind could blow her away. She was blind. Other than trying to weave red ropes and some small handicrafts to help supplement the family's financial situation, she could not do anything else. Even going out for a walk had become a luxury. Holding the money pouch in his hand, he felt the light yet heavy crystal fragments. Just how many ropes did the blind sister weave, how much paper did she cut, and how many small handicrafts did she have to do to save up this sum of crystal fragments? In this Gan Lin had always been bullied and humiliated. Not only did she have to do the heaviest and most tiring work, but the shop owner also deducted her wages and even beat and scolded her every 2 to 3 days, looking at the scars on her thin shoulders caused by carrying heavy goods for a long time, looking at the swollen face after being beaten, and the sincere gaze that was still willing to help others fulfill their dreams despite the despair of life, looking at the starving girl in front of him who was always in a weak state and holding the bag of crystal fragments that had been accumulated for a long time. Haug had an urge to burst into tears. He hated himself for not being able to let this pair of siblings live a good life. Instead, they had to use their lifetime savings to help him. We're used to it, it's okay, we still have food, and it's almost time to get our wages. You don't have to worry about us. Gan Lin looked back at the shop timidly. After making sure that the shop owner would not take out a broom and beat them up, she whispered, "Of course, we also hope that you succeed. If you succeed, you might become a mercenary group leader in the future. When that time comes, let me follow you. I'll definitely work hard for you and won't hold you back." Sister said that you'll definitely succeed because you're a person who has the courage to pursue. Yes, Haug's voice was a little shaky. I'll definitely succeed. I have to go back to work, or else the shop owner will beat me up again. Gan Lin heard the curses coming from the shop and hurriedly said goodbye to Haug. Gan Lin, Haug could not help but shout. What? The timid and thin boy turned around in surprise. Wait for me, I'll definitely come back. Haug held the bag of crystal fragments tightly. He really wanted to make 100 promises to the boy, but he was afraid that he would not be able to fulfill them and let the boy down. But Haug was absolutely sure that no matter what, whether he succeeded or not, he would definitely come back and change the lives and destinies of this boy and his sister. Come on, you'll definitely succeed. Afraid that the shop owner would hear her, Gan Lin tried to keep her voice as low as possible. At the same time, she waved her hand as a way of cheering Haug on. His back was seen disappearing from the shop. Haug felt that his eyes were a little hot. He had never thought that he would have such a day where he would be reduced to the point where he needed help from a pair of siblings who did not even have the strength of an earth rank. Moreover, that sister was a blind disabled person who was bedridden all year round. But it was even more impossible for him not to accept their good intentions. If he wasted their good intentions, then his predicament would last even longer and his chances of success would be even further away. His return to change the lives of this pair of siblings would also have to be delayed. Weighing the pros and cons, Haug, a super expert with the strength of a level 5 supreme martial artist, lowered his head and accepted the intentions of this pair of siblings. He needed this sum of money. He needed the pitifully small amount of crystal fragments to change this damned destiny. The Puppet Guild. Haug had used up all his savings and even pawned everything that could be used as collateral. It was not easy for him to purchase an iron-clawed wolf that was not even a bronze rank. This kind of weak little puppet beast outside the human valley would be shattered into pieces by a single sneeze from him. He had used up the last piece of crystal fragments he had on him. From now on, he would have nowhere to stay and no food to eat. The only thing that made Haug feel fortunate was that he finally had a puppet beast. With a puppet beast, he could fight and accept mercenary missions to earn money. In other words, he had already taken a small step on the road to success. Not bad, Shan Pao actually has a puppet beast. Oh my, is today the day of a salted fish's life-changing? A sharp and unkind voice rang out behind Haug. Then, a young man with sharp lips, slender eyes, and a flat nose walked over, escorted by 3 burly men. He clicked his tongue and mocked Haug, his voice vicious and provocative. HMPH. If they were not in the human valley, Haug could kill this guy with one finger, but he really could not do anything to him now. This guy, who looked like a bastard, was a relative of the mayor of Nut City. He was the son of the mayor's cousin. His name was Mo Ba, and he was the son of a small noble in Nut City who liked to bully the weak. Usually, he liked to bully commoners like Haug who were unwilling to accept their current situation, and he took pleasure in trampling on other people's dignity. Lowly commoner, you should be an obedient lowly commoner, sell your strength for us nobles for a lifetime, and be our loyal dog slave. Lowly commoners like you who don't know their place are the most annoying. Well, don't you want to make a comeback? This young master will give you a chance. The small noble Mo Ba took out a challenge scroll and pretended to be cool and unfolded it. A strange light flashed. It was connected to Haug and him. This was a challenge scroll for both parties to agree to a duel. It was a scroll for a small-scale duel that would not harm the other party's life. Haug's expression changed drastically. He wanted to immediately run out of the puppet guild, but it was too late. The puppet beasts behind Mo Ba and his 3 followers had already surrounded the iron-clawed wolf that Haug had just bought. There was no chance of resistance. 1 silver-ranked hound puppet beast and 3 bronze-ranked wild boar puppet beasts had instantly killed Haug's iron-clawed wolf. Not to mention a 4-on-1 group fight, even if it was a 1-on-1 duel, any one of the opponent's puppet beasts would be able to defeat the iron-clawed wolf. Impossible, this is impossible. I have never agreed to your challenge. Haug's heart was in complete despair. He almost went crazy. The Gan Lin siblings, savings of more than 10 years, as well as the crystals that he had accumulated in silence, and the investment of his entire fortune, to buy the iron-clawed wolf that carried all of his and Gan Lin's hopes, had turned into a pile of scrap metal in less than a minute. The contract that you signed when you were working had your signature on it. Ha ha ha, aren't I very smart? Even the laws are at my disposal. A lowly commoner like you, what hope do you have? You are destined to be a slave for the rest of your life. This is the fate of lowly commoners like you. Any resistance or struggle is just a huge joke. Mo Ba laughed maniacally. He loved to destroy other people's dreams. The more pain they felt, the more their dignity was damaged, and the more their dreams were destroyed, the happier he was, and the more he felt a sense of accomplishment. Haug's eyes were about to split open. He had never hated a person so much in his life. What's the use of being angry at you? Can you bite me? If you have the ability, then step on me. If that's the case, I will definitely bark like a dog and make you happy. Unfortunately, you are the one being stepped on by me like a dog. As pitiful as a dog. Do you want this young master to pity you? Kneel down and bark. If you make this young master happy, I might even reward you with a bone. Mo Ba laughed at the crazy Haug without restraint. The more his opponent was in pain, the more pleased he was. Young master, what should we do with Gan Lin and the blind girl? A follower asked in a fawning manner. Throw the man into the black prison and charge him with theft. Make him stay in the black prison for the rest of his life, never to see the light of day until he turns into a skeleton. The blind girl is too skinny, a bag of bones. There's no point in playing with her. Charge her with defective goods and throw her into a rat hole to mine. What did you say? She's blind and can't mine. Ha ha ha, I want her to be unable to mine and stay in there to feed the rats for the rest of her life. I want her hands and feet to be eaten by the rats. Dreams, what a joke. Is dreams something that you lowly commoners can have? Mo Ba arrogantly shouted at Haug. In front of him, Haug was so angry that he punched his chest and broke one of his ribs. You dare? Haug was so angry that his body was about to explode. Blood flowed from his eyes. You still have the heart to resist. Ha ha, fun. Mo Ba stretched out a leg and took off his shoes and socks, revealing his dirty and smelly toes. He sneered, kneel down immediately and lick my toes. Otherwise, I'll use my puppet beast to rape that blind girl 100 times and play with her until her entire body explodes. Lick, lick, lick. You must lick the gaps between her toes clean. The 3 followers shouted in unison. If you don't lick, that blind girl will soon be plagued to death by me. Mo Ba's slender eyes were like the fangs of a poisonous snake, flashing with a sinister light. I'm going to kill you. Haug was so angry that he lost his rationality. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill this slut in front of him. No matter what method he used, he had to kill this guy who wasn't even fit to be called a human. That's just your daydreaming. It's nice to dream, but wake up, reality is very cruel. Ha ha ha, in reality, not only can you not harm a single hair on my head, you're also destined to be trampled on by me for the rest of your life. Your friends and family will all become the mud under my feet, trampled on and toyed with in any way. As a lowly commoner with no one to rely on, this is your fate. Mo Ba sneered again and again, not afraid in the slightest. He can't kill you, but what about me? At this moment, a voice as clear as a spring rang out from the entrance of the puppet guild. Following that, a noble lord wearing an exquisite silver mask walked in, accompanied by a dozen guards. He strode in. He ignored the shocked Mo Ba, as well as everyone else in the surroundings. He walked directly in front of Haug, who was in despair, and revealed a smile that was brighter than the sun. You must be my great Titan family's long-lost cousin, Haug. A wanderer who has suffered a lot outside. Now that the bitterness is over, I've finally found you. Tai Shi, bring Master Haug's noble badge, clothes, and exclusive gold-ranked beast. Although we've been separated for many years and have just been reunited, he's still a member of my honorable Titan family. No matter what, we can't let the Titan family's reputation be tarnished. Haug's eyes widened. At first, he couldn't believe it, but he quickly recovered. First, he grinned, as if he wanted to laugh, but 2 streams of hot tears flowed down. He couldn't hold them back no matter how hard he tried. The noble lord wearing the exquisite silver mask was smiling. That smile was brighter than the sun, as if it could shine into people's hearts. Haug grabbed the silver mask lord's collar and roared, what if someone maliciously tarnishes the Titan family's unparalleled honor? The silver mask lord replied calmly, as if he was ordering his servants to kill a fly. Whoever dares to do that, we'll just kill him. The Titan family will not tolerate provocation. All right, this bastard belongs to me. I'll fight whoever dares to snatch him from me. After the Iron Lion had equipped a gold tier bracelet on his wrist, Haug could not wait to summon a gold tier lion puppet beast. Together, they pounced towards Mo Ba, whose face had turned ashen when he realized that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. You bastard, didn't you want to fight me one-on-one? All right, I'll fulfill your wish. Chapter 1086 Red Sand City. Ren Tianjin, the great sage silver pupil, who had just finished a mercenary mission, walked out of the mercenary guild. Although the completion rate of the mission was perfect, and the herbs Ren Tianjin and the others were responsible for gathering were 2 grades higher than the original target, the stingy merchant did not give them extra rewards. He only said, all rewards will be paid according to the contract, and sent Ren Tianjin away. This mission took 8 days, but I only got 3 heaven crystals. Ren Tianjin felt that his labor was too cheap. It was not easy to be a mercenary. If you knew that the herbs that exceeded the target grade were worth at least 500 heaven crystals, you would be even more depressed. The great sage silver pupil smiled slightly. He did not pay attention to Ren Tianjin, who had stopped, and walked forward with ease. Why? Ren Tianjin caught up and shouted, if you knew that it was worth so much, why didn't you tell me? It's worth 500 heaven crystals. We might as well go back on our word. Even if we fail the mission, we will only have to compensate the other party with 1 heaven crystal for the delay. We can totally afford it. My god, that's 500 heaven crystals. Why did you give it to that stingy fatty for nothing? Because I'm abiding by the rules of Human Valley. The great sage silver pupil looked indifferent. I understand what you mean. If it was an employer who abides by the rules and knows how to repay his kindness, of course we can do this, but that stingy fatty did not abide by the rules first. There is a rule that if the mission is completed high, the employer will give us a reasonable bonus. That fatty did not do this at all. He hired us 3 times, but every time, he only forced us to pay according to the unfair conditions of the contract. You know, as small mercenaries cannot bargain with them in order to make a living. So, they don't abide by the rules at all. and even made unreasonable exploitation contracts to bully us and exploit the fruits of our labor, do we still need to talk about trust with people like them? No, those profiteers are not worthy of us doing this, and even if we do this, they will not be grateful at all. They do not know what gratitude is. Ren Tianj shouted in exasperation. You're right, yes, they don't follow the rules, but are we going to be like them? Great Sage Silver Pupil shook his head. We are reincarnators. We came here to train, not to earn money. The amount of money is not important. What we want is to assimilate into the human valley and pass the test. Hey, I didn't say that you're wrong. Ren Tianj had never doubted the Great Sage Silver Pupil, but the reality was troubling him. After walking for a while, Ren Tianj sighed softly. If we have 500 heaven crystals, we can buy a lot of things. We can even set up a battle puppet research center for you and create our own battle puppets. Also, Haug isn't having a good time. I'm worried that he won't be able to endure it. If we have 500 heaven crystals, I believe that Haug won't have to swallow his anger and work for others to earn money. It's really hard for someone with a fiery temper like him to do hard labor. Great Sage Silver Pupil nodded slightly and said, yes, making Haug do hard labor is indeed a form of torture. But this is the original purpose of the human valley. Coming here, no matter who you are, you have to suffer and have a taste of the human world. Only then will you understand the hardships of being human and cherish everything you have in the future. It is easy for a strong person to obtain money and status, but if you don't know how to cherish and understand the value of material things, then no matter how much you gain, you won't be happy. Whether a person is happy or not depends entirely on his understanding of values, not on how much material things he has. We came here to come down from the position of a super strong person and personally go to the lowest level to experience deeply and integrate these things into our own values and thinking. This way, even if we leave the human valley in the future, we will know how to cherish, understand humbleness, and be grateful for life, instead of being a lonely king who looks down on all living beings and has everything but is not happy. Ren Tianj was stunned. He never thought that the human valley was established for such a purpose. No wonder Yue Yang, who obviously had the best conditions, did not exchange and only inherited the territory left by his mother. It turned out that smart people like him and Great Sage Silver Pupil came to the human valley to experience life, not purely to earn money to pass the human valley. Silver-eyed Great Sage's footsteps gradually slowed down. In the eyes of ordinary people, gods may be high above, shining with boundless radiance. Once they appear, they are incomparably glorious and sacred. In the hearts of super experts, gods are not only unbelievably powerful, but also lonely. Because they imagine that gods must have abandoned everything in the world to ascend to the divine realm. Both of these viewpoints are biased. In fact, I guess that God is probably a super powerful being who understands humans the most. No matter how bitter, how difficult, how unfortunate, and how sorrowful humans are, they understand all of it. Why do the gods not help the suffering people? Because they hope that people can stand up in the midst of suffering, overcome the suffering, overcome themselves, surpass themselves, and advance to the divine realm that is free from suffering, instead of enjoying and sinking in the human world. No matter how happy the enjoyment in the human world is, in the end, one cannot escape birth, old age, sickness, and death, and cannot escape the tragic ending. How can one get rid of the misfortune of people? That is to advance to the divine realm, to the realm of gods. Why did they establish this human valley? After my observation, experience, and thinking these days, I feel that this is a test. Not only the human valley, but the entire trial ground is a test like this. The ancient giant gods created the trial ground not to make people stronger, but to help people get rid of misfortune and ascend to godhood. Of course, as long as one keeps approaching the divine realm, they will naturally become stronger. Unfortunately, in the eyes of many people, this is what they see, and they misunderstand. Great Sage Silver Pupil's explanation made Ren Tianj sweat profusely. Since you understand this, why don't you do it yourself? Why do you have to tell me? Ren Tianj did not feel that he had the comprehension and ability to ascend to godhood. Actually, I'm the same as you. Great Sage Silver Pupil laughed. I understood it too late, and even if I understood it, I wouldn't be able to do it. I must be someone with greater comprehension and stronger ability to fully meet the expectations of the ancient giant gods. I'm relieved to hear that. I think I'd better be an ordinary person. I can't bear the heavy responsibility of becoming a god. Ren Tianj wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He was really afraid that Great Sage Silver Pupil would say that he was that kind of person, and that he would have to follow that high standard. Ascending to the divine realm could be said to be Ren Tianj's lifelong dream. However, Ren Tianj's dream was just a dream. He could not bear to immediately live according to the standards of becoming a god. Without such a high level of comprehension and a strong will, he felt that he could not do it. If he forced himself to do it, he might go crazy. Things like dreams did not have to be realized. Slowly approaching it was already the greatest motivation and joy in life. He was really not mentally prepared to achieve it all at once. Great Sage Silver Pupil laughed when he heard this. Haha, do you think I don't understand you? In fact, I said that just now because I'm afraid that you will be jealous when you see others advancing in the future. The divine realm is not something that ordinary people can pursue, even if they understand the reason. I can't do it, and you can't do it either. If you really want to do it, you have to comprehend more than me, comprehend it earlier, and be it knowledge, wisdom, comprehension, willpower, ability, and so on. You have to be a peerless genius, and you have to be above all others. Only then can you do it. This kind of person, whether it was his own suffering or the suffering of others, whether it was his own life or the life of others, whether it was his own battle or the battle of others, whether it was his own battle or the battle of others, he could comprehend the Tao and transform those things into his own ideas and beliefs. From there, he could condense his own immutable divine thoughts and confirm his unique godhood. This could not be replaced by any force, nor could it be transformed by any external force. It had to be his own achievement in order to be everlasting. Why were people so weak? It is possible for them to advance to the divine realm. The reason is that they can use their great wisdom to walk out of the most bitter and difficult realm and reach the divine realm. And this is something that other powerful races can only dream of. In order to advance to the divine realm, regardless of war beasts or other races, they have to walk this path in the end. They have to come to this human valley, experience life, understand what it is to be a human, and why to be a human. Only then can they truly advance to the divine realm. Ren Tianj closed his eyes tightly. He was too touched. The reason was the truth. At this moment, he was deeply proud of the human race and deeply moved that he was a human. Humans are the weakest, but all life must be like humans. They have to walk out of their weakest, most bitter and most difficult state in order to advance to a higher divine realm. Otherwise, no matter how powerful they were, they would only be pitiful beings in the lower realm. They had no fate with eternity, immortality, and eternity. Let's go find Haug and Qing Mo. Since we have already understood the true meaning of the human valley, we should also inform them so that they don't take unnecessary detours. Since we are here to experience life, then it doesn't matter if it's suffering or happiness. Ren Tianj laughed out loud. He now felt that the depression of coming to the human valley had all been swept away. It was as if the atrium in his chest had expanded a lot and could accommodate countless things. Do you think that Haug's comprehension will be the same as yours? The great sage Silver Pupil shook his head lightly. I think that he must have everything before he can be persuaded. Otherwise, he will suppress his resentment in his heart and won't listen to any reason at all. If Haug is rich now and has no more pursuits, he might reflect. But now that he is as poor as a church mouse, it is a little difficult to let him understand that suffering is actually a trial. Then let's go be a person who can understand reason. Find that brat. Ren Tianj couldn't wait to see Yue Yang's expression after listening to this great reason. No need. Do you think he will realize it later than me? That young man is an existence that we can't even look up to. Silver-eyed great sage suddenly let out a soft sigh. It's precisely because of his choice that I couldn't figure it out no matter how much I thought about it. Do you think his comprehension will be slower than mine? Maybe he understands all this before he even enters the valley. What? Ren Tianj was sweating profusely. That brat Titan couldn't be so abnormal, could he? It's good to find him. At least, Haug needs his help. Let's wait for Haug to settle down, then we'll see what we can do to help in Human Valley. Silver-eyed great sage's eyes regained the light of wisdom, and the corners of his lips also regained the calm and confident smile that seemed to have a card up his sleeve. Just as Ren Tianj agreed and was about to turn to Nut City. Suddenly, he saw someone waiting in front of him. It was a handsome young man dressed in the clothes of an ordinary mercenary. Without waiting for Ren Tianj and the others to speak, he hurriedly stepped forward and greeted, "Are you Lord Ren Tianj and Sage Silver Pupil? I am Wen Xin of the Iron Lion Guards under the Star Diamond Castle." The Lord ordered Wen Xin to wait here for you too. Ren Tianj was stunned. The Lord of the Star Diamond Castle knew him. He immediately reacted. It must be that brat Titan. Before he could ask what was going on, Wen Xin had already taken out 2 golden armbands from his arms and presented them. These are the golden armbands that the Lord gave to you too. There are already 2 gold-level war dolls sealed inside. Lord Ren Tianj's is the Golden Lion King and the Golden Horned Python used for water combat. Sage Silver Pupil, yours is the Golden Mammoth and the Golden Tiger Shark used for water combat. Please accept them. That's right, his lordship has instructed Wen Xin to deliver this letter to Silver-Eyed Sage. After saying that, the young mercenary tore open his clothes again, took out a letter from the compartment, and respectfully presented it to the great Sage Silver Pupil. I've worked my ass off for almost 3 months, and I've only managed to save enough money to get a white-level battle puppet. It's not even a bronze-level battle puppet, and now he's giving me 2 gold-level battle puppets. Does that brat Titan want me to hang myself in shame? As soon as Ren Tianj put on the golden armbands, he immediately discovered the special function of his war doll. The huge surprise overwhelmed him. If he did not have to save face in front of a guard like Wen Xin, Ren Tianj would have taken off his clothes and run to vent the excitement in his heart. Ren Tianj felt that if he saved money to buy a gold war doll, it would probably take him 100 years to get one. I have received the letter. Please go back and tell your lord that we will be there on time. The great Sage Silver Pupil quickly read the letter and nodded in reply. Yes. The little mercenary Wen Xin summoned a silver-level war wolf and was about to ride it away. Wait a minute, Ren. Tianj stopped him. I want to know if your lord has sent anyone to Nut City. We still have a friend there. You mean Lord Haug? Wen Xin bowed respectfully and said, because he heard about Lord Haug, his lordship attached great importance to it and has personally gone there. Now, it is estimated that Lord Haug has already met up with his lordship. Please do not worry. In addition, we also have a few brothers who have been sent to Green Bamboo City, Yang City, Blood Rock City, Black Fog City, and other places to welcome Qingmo, Phantom, Sanguinar, and the other lords. Oh, is this the difference between a man and a god? Ren Tianj shook his head, feeling a little dizzy. We were still thinking about how to save money to get a bronze war doll. This brat, on the other hand, sent us 2 gold war dolls. Does he think these things are cabbages that can be grown directly in the ground? Now I'm a little worried for Jiwari, ha ha ha. The great Sage Silver Pupil was happy and could not stop laughing. Chapter 1087 Nut City. After getting rid of Mo Ba and his lackeys, Haug rushed back to the shop to look for Gan Lin without waiting for a second. However, Gan Lin was no longer there, and there was a pool of wet blood at the entrance of the shop. It was obvious that it had been spilled not long ago. Haug didn't command the Golden Lion Beast to destroy this deeply shameful shop, nor did he kill the disgusting shop manager who made people want to vomit at first glance. He only wanted to know where Gan Lin was now. He just left. It was young Master Mo Ba's men who took him away. It has nothing to do with me. The shop owner, whose face was covered in blood, was trembling. What do you mean it has nothing to do with you? Haug, the blood on the ground was from him. Mo Ba's lackeys took Gan Lin away. He chased after them and hit Gan Lin's head with the puppet staff that he used to beat us. One of the shop assistants, who had worked in the same small business as Haug, saw that Haug had made a comeback and owned a gold-level lion puppet beast that only a Castellan had the right to own. He immediately stood up and pointed out the shop owner's brutality. If anything happens to Gan Lin, you will die a horrible death. Like an enraged lion, Haug glared at the shopkeeper, who was so scared that he wet his pants. He really wanted to crush the rotten man in his hand to the ground and crush him like a flea. However, after killing Mo Ba, he calmed down from his anger. It was easy to kill him. However, the real torture was to let him live and slowly settle old scores. He believed that when the time came, not only him, but many people would also cry tears of blood. The most important thing was that Haug wanted to find Gan Lin as soon as possible and not torture trash like the shop owner, who did not deserve a second glance. Haug casually tossed the manager aside and decided to leave this kind of trash to the Iron Lion mercenaries. He leapt onto the Golden Lion King's back and rushed out as fast as he could, hoping to save Gan Lin before Mo Ba's lackeys killed her. The slum area on the outskirts of Nut City was a shack area. It was dirty, messy, littered with trash, and dirty water. In fact, this was also the place where Nut City stored their garbage. Only a place like this, where even dogs were unwilling to stay, could become the dwelling place of the poor. Only then would the nobles not send people to expel them. It was also in this small place that almost half of the people of Nut City lived. It was also these poor people who used their hands, blood, and sweat to support many profiteers, evil gentry, and corrupt officials who sucked their blood. Most of the poor people, even if they looked at the city walls of Nut City every day, might not have the chance to enter the city even once a year. There were even some poor people who had never entered the city since they were born until they died. Gan Lin's elder sister, Licorice. That was the kind of person he was. If nothing unexpected happened, this blind girl would spend the rest of her life in bed. The furthest she would go out of the house would be the stinky ditch a few meters away from the wooden door. The most comfortable chair she would sit on would be the rough stone stool that Haug had brought back with brute force. Now, the unexpected had happened, but it was not a good thing for Licorice. She, who was originally ill and extremely weak, was violently pulled out of her shabby but warm bed by her hair and thrown heavily on the dirty ground. The wooden door in her house, which had been repaired by Haug, had long been broken into powder, and wood shavings flew for a long time. Her younger brother, Gan Lin, was bleeding from his head. He struggled hard to crawl towards his sister, but there was a foot on his back that was as heavy as a mountain. Gan Lin's hands dug hard into the soil, desperately trying to break free from the heavy weight on his back, but it was all in vain. His hands were already bleeding, and his blood soaked the dirty muddy water. Sister, sister, let go of her, let go of her. Gan Lin struggled weakly, but he was so weak that he was not even worth mentioning in the face of brute force. What did we do wrong? Licorice quickly calmed down. Although she could not see, she was prepared to use the laws to protect herself. This was the only thing she could do. Before the enemy sealed her mouth, she had to do her best to protect herself, if there was still a possibility of that. We did not break any rules, we have always been law-abiding. Look, how nice you make it sound. The burly man who had pulled her out of the bed mocked her mercilessly. Even an ant will struggle before it dies. His companion replied in disdain. Why don't we listen to what she has to say? Someone else suggested. Although we are commoners, we are also the people of God. We have not committed any crimes, you cannot attack us like this. God's will is mercy. God will not harm us, you cannot go against God's will. Licorice could not see how powerful the enemy in front of her was, so she tried to use the power of the laws to protect herself. So smart, of course we will not go against God's will. However, you are not the target of God's protection, you are the target of God's punishment. We are just punishing you on behalf of God. You have not committed any crimes. Ahahaha, what a joke. Don't you know that all the poor people living here in the garbage dump are sinners? Alright, let's not talk about that. You say you have not committed any crimes. Your younger brother stole something valuable that you could never repay with your entire life. You are his older sister, guilty of instigating and concealing the stolen goods. Now that we have caught you red-handed, you still want to deny it. The burly man who was stepping on her thin back laughed maniacally, pleased with himself. I did not steal anything, I did not. Gan Lin struggled with all her might, screaming non-stop to defend herself. The evidence is clear, how can you, a pair of thief siblings, deny it? The person behind him stomped down heavily, and Gan Lin spat out blood in pain, unable to speak again. Licorice now understood that the other party was forcing her to commit a crime. Even if she and her younger brother had 1,000 mouths, they would not be able to defend themselves. The other party was deliberately trying to kill them. We have found the valuable gold necklace, someone in the room shouted. There are also pearl earrings and jade bracelets, all found in this rundown house. Another person came out with an exquisite box wrapped in tattered clothes. What a pair of thief siblings, to actually steal such valuable items. Looks like if we don't put these rampant thieves to death, we won't be able to keep the peace of Nut City in check. The burly man stepped on Licorice slightly. Even though he did not use much strength, for the thin and weak Licorice, it was almost a disaster. Her fragile spine creaked and almost broke. Confess immediately. How did you steal? When did you have the intention, and when did you do it? Someone kicked Gan Lin's face with the tip of his foot, ordering him to confess in front of everyone. The surrounding poor people all understood what was going on. It must have been Gan Lin and her younger brother. They must have offended the rich and powerful, which led to this disaster. As for stealing the gold necklace, no one would believe that it was true, because everyone knew that even if Ganlin was given the courage of a water jar, he would not dare to steal anything, let alone have the chance to steal such valuable items like pearl earrings and jade bracelets. Ganlin was just a laborer. Perhaps he had never seen a gold necklace up close in his life, so how would he have the chance to steal? This was clearly the rich and powerful using this as a pretext to harm Ganlin and his younger brother. Everyone understood, but what was the use of understanding? As poor people, they did not even have the right to speak. If anyone dared to stand up and defend themselves, they would only have one more accomplice of the thief. No, I won't confess, I didn't steal. You're the ones who wrongly accused me. I will never confess, I didn't steal. Ganlin would rather die than confess. He also knew that once he confessed, he and his sister would definitely die. How stubborn. It's fine if you don't confess, I have plenty of ways to make you confess. The burly man was not surprised. After all, he had done this kind of thing too many times, so he was not surprised at all. It would have been strange if Ganlin had confessed right away. It was fine if he did not confess. After some physical pain and a false promise that he would not be executed, the other party's willpower would immediately collapse and he would confess. Then, with a little bait, everything that had happened today would be a perfect, ironclad case without any loopholes. We've confessed, but before we confess, I don't understand. Why? Licorice suddenly screamed. We've never offended anyone. Why? Why? It's very simple. Young Master Moba wants the stubborn Haug to live like a dog in Nut City, kneeling at young Master Moba's feet all day, and you guys are so reckless as to support him. Let him turn over a new leaf. This is a capital offense. The burly man bent down and whispered in Licorice's ear. His arrogant voice was as natural as a slave owner deciding to execute a few slaves he disliked. Sister, Ganlin immediately cried when he heard his sister was willing to confess. I didn't steal, I can't confess. I know you didn't steal, I know, you're a good child. Licorice suddenly smiled. Her small face that was stained with dirt and sand looked especially sad and beautiful. Her blind eyes seemed to be able to shine. Brother, we have no hope. We'll die whether we confess or not, but it doesn't matter. Haug, he will definitely succeed. He will succeed. He is a person with dreams. No matter how difficult the environment is, it will only hold him back for a while. He will definitely succeed in the future. We will never be able to fulfill our dreams. He will help us fulfill them. Brother, sister asked you to do this. Do you regret it? Sister, I'll listen to you. I won't regret it. Ganlin was trampled hard by the people behind him, causing him to howl in pain, but he shouted with all his might, I won't regret it. Originally, I hoped that he would bring you along after he succeeds, then you wouldn't have to starve anymore, but unfortunately, you don't have this fortune. Licorice also cried like rain. Are these your last words? The burly man looked at the tearful siblings. His heart was as hard as stone and he was not moved at all. Haug will definitely come back. He will definitely avenge us. One day, someone will judge you. You have gone against the will of God. You have destroyed the order set by God. You vermin, one day, you will be punished by God. Licorice used all the strength in her life, screaming, even if we die, don't think of making us bow our heads. We are not in the wrong. Even if you kill us, we are not in the wrong. This is really enlightening. Do any of you think so too? The burly man looked around at the poor people around him, eerily. The poor people hurriedly retreated in fear. A commotion broke out. It was obvious that in the face of power and barbarism, no one could stop them. The poor people only dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak. One by one, they lowered their heads. They did not dare to make eye contact with these powerful people, lest they suffer together with them. The burly man was very satisfied to see this kind of expression of the poor people. He slowly summoned a bronze puppet beast, muttering to himself, unfortunately, it is too thin, playing with a skeleton, not fun, otherwise I can keep it to play with for a few days. Forget it, I might as well just directly go back and report. Second brother, are you interested in that kid's ass, or I will let you have some fun, maybe it is even more fun than those catamites in young Moba's house. When Ganlin heard this, he was about to bite his tongue to commit suicide. At some point, Licorice also felt a sharp stone from the ground, used the last of her strength, and smashed it towards her forehead. Play. What the FCK, play. A violent roar came between heaven and earth, like thunder exploding. the entire shacks in the slums trembled, the sound waves more terrible than a passing hurricane. A gold-level lion puppet beast leapt a super long distance of hundreds of meters. The shadow that covered the sky, under the burly man's fearful gaze. It suddenly descended. The giant claw, with just a slap, the burly man and the bronze puppet beast under his feet were like flies, flattened to the ground. The man on the lion's back directly rolled down, smashing into the ground with a loud bang, completely ignoring the dirty sand and smelly water on the ground. He just desperately reached out. The moment when Licorice used the sharp stone to hit his forehead, he firmly grabbed that thin and weak hand, and his other hand immediately grabbed the sharp stone stained with a trace of blood. The sharp stone stained with blood was crushed into powder by the angry hand, and the man standing like a tiger, let out a thunderous roar towards the sky. Bastard, how dare you exploit the loopholes of the law to harm civilians? Today, if God does not punish you, then I will represent God to punish you. All of you go to hell, you bastards who are worse than trash. Is it Haug? Someone immediately recognized the man who came down from the lion's back as Haug. How did he come back? Why does he have a golden puppet beast? The burly man's companions were scared out of their wits. Drag them all down. I want to feed my lion king with their meat. Under Haug's order, a few mercenaries riding silver wolves flew over from afar and easily captured the burly man's companions. They dragged them outside the shack to be dealt with. Haug personally helped Gan Lin up. He hugged the young man who was bleeding and crying. Brother, don't be afraid. Follow me in the future. If I, Haug, have a mouthful of food, you will have a mouthful of food. You have no brother, so I'm your brother. In the future, no one can bully you. I promise that as long as I, Haug, still have a breath, no one can bully you, and something like today will never happen again. Gan Lin's entire body was trembling. When he heard Haug's excited words, his lips trembled violently and he could not say a word. He just let out a whimper and burst into tears. After Gan Lin was slightly comforted, Haug walked in front of Licorice, who was still lying on the ground and could not get up no matter what. Facing this blind girl, he slowly knelt down and 2 streams of hot tears rolled down silently. He stretched out his big hand as if he was holding a porcelain doll, afraid that the other party would shatter if he used any strength. The red-haired Haug had never been so gentle in his life. He gently helped the blind Licorice sit up. Compared to her brother, Licorice was much better at controlling her emotions. Although tears gushed out of her eyes, she still tried her best to squeeze out a smile. You're back. I knew that you would definitely come back, but I never thought that you would come back so quickly. I can't see with my eyes, but my heart can. I know that you defeated the bad guys. Haug, a person like you will definitely succeed. I knew that you would succeed. This is not my success because of my hard work, but it doesn't matter. You just need to know that I've succeeded. I have a powerful friend. He is as outstanding as a god. When I was at my most desperate, he found me and gave me hope. Haug used his big hand to awkwardly wipe away the blind girl's tears. He then took out a handful of heaven crystals from his storage ring and stuffed them into Licorice's thin and small hand so that she could feel the heaven crystals in her hand. These are heaven crystals. I have money now. Licorice, you and Gan Lin will follow me from now on. In the future, we won't have to starve anymore. How is it? Are you happy? I have money now. These are the estimated earnings from my friend's work. I've decided that I can't just accept his gifts without doing anything. I'll work for him. I'm now the chief executive of Star Diamond Castle. I'm in charge of all the mercenaries. I have hundreds and thousands of people under me. In the future, there will be more. I have money to support you and Gan Lin. Licorice, are you willing to leave with me? In the past, I didn't have a good character. In my mind, women were just playthings that I could vent my desires on. Then, I met you. You are kind. You made me understand what is the most important thing in life and what is the most precious thing in life. Without you by my side, I might still be a bad person who does evil and brings disaster to others. So, Licorice, can you stay by my side and let me be the Haug I am today? Your eyes can't see, so I'll be your eyes. My heart can't see the future clearly, so use your heart to help me see the future clearly, okay? You are the most important woman I've met so far. Licorice, come with me and give me a definite answer. Let me take care of you for the rest of your life, okay? Haug knelt on the ground. His strong body was like a small hill. He stood in front of the blind girl who was as weak as a grass and waited for her answer quietly. Big sister. Gan Lin was incredibly touched. She could not help but shout loudly to remind her big sister. Don't say anything. Licorice waved her hand and stopped Gan Lin. She seemed to be thinking. Her face alternated between smiling and crying, thinking and shaking her head gently. It was as if she had encountered the most difficult problem in life. Promise me, Licorice, I'm sincere. Haug lowered his head for the first time. But I'm blind, and I can die of illness at any time. Licorice's face was filled with struggle and hesitation. I said it just now. I'll be your eyes. And Licorice, I won't let you die. Before I die, I won't let you die. Haug hurriedly expressed his feelings and made a promise. Can I touch your face first? Licorice suddenly reached out her hand, wanting to touch Haug's face. Licorice, I'm not the kind of person you think I am. I look a little, if you don't mind my looks. This time, it was Haug's turn to be a little hesitant, because he knew what his looks were like. Not to mention Yue Yang, who was so handsome that all the girls on the street had to wear a mask when they went out. Even an ordinary person couldn't compare to him. Haug looked even uglier than many demons. If he were to be judged based on his looks, he would definitely get a negative score. Actually, I've touched it long ago, when you were asleep. Licorice suddenly smiled. When you and Gan Lin slept on the cold ground, your snores were as loud as thunder. When I couldn't sleep, I would think, what kind of wanderer would give up the good environment outside and come back to Human Valley to be a commoner? He was obviously a proud and arrogant person, but he could live in our shack, wear the most shabby clothes, eat the worst food, and even save a mouthful for us while he starved himself. What kind of power could support such a man to live such a hard life? Later, I thought, it's dreams. You came back to Human Valley to realize your dreams. So, from that day onwards, I decided that no matter what, I would help you achieve your dreams. Unfortunately, I'm just a weak medicine pot, and I'm blind. I can't see anything. Haug, what I can do for you is only that small bag of crystal fragments. I can't help you anymore. What you need is not me, but a woman who can truly help you. I only need you. There are millions of women in the world, but the one who is truly suitable for me, who can help me, is only you. Haug panicked and quickly pulled her hand to his face. If you don't mind my ugly face and won't be scared by it, then can you promise me? I can cure your illness, and I will also beg others to cure your eyes. I will let you see how wonderful this colorful world is. You don't have to beg others. A young man wearing an exquisite silver mask walked out from the crowd and said with a smile, you can beg me. Really? Haug was wild with joy when he heard this. You flattered me by saying that I'm as excellent as a god. Of course, I have to show some skills that are close to that of a god. Otherwise, how can I be worthy of your flattery? Lady Licorice, the only person you can help and change his fate is Haug alone. And with Haug's ability, the people he can help are a group of mercenaries now. In the future, there will definitely be more people. In other words, your decision is very important. If you agree, then Haug will work for me with peace of mind. Don't you want him to achieve his dreams? The young man wearing the silver mask asked with a smile. My lord, are you the person who can help him achieve his dreams? Hearing this, Licorice's face lit up with joy. Haug said that I'm as excellent as a god and can give hope to others. Haha, although these words are a little flattering, but since he said so, then I will do something practical. Lady Licorice, let me put it this way. Not only can I change Haug's fate, give him hope, and realize his dreams, I can also change your fate, give you hope. And realize your dreams, I can even change the fate of many people, give them hope, and realize their dreams. However, there is one thing that I need the help of a lot of people. Haug, you, your younger brother Gan Lin, and many more people. Everyone should join me and use your strength to achieve success faster and better, if you are willing to see the birth of a brand new order, where there will no longer be exploitation and persecution, where there will no longer be poor people like you who are struggling in pain and wanderers like Haug and the others who are in despair, then follow me. I will give you a brand new order. Those fellows who go against the laws of the gods and try their best to exploit loopholes, I guarantee that they will suffer the wrath of the heavens. The young man's words shocked everyone present. My lord, Licorice prostrated on the ground excitedly. Haug's success is my greatest wish in this life. If it can be realized under my lord's leadership, Licorice is willing to work for you together with Haug, even if Licorice is just an insignificant blind girl. Good, then the first order I will give you is to bestow a marriage between you and Haug. After saying this, the young man turned around and walked away confidently. My lord, can you tell me your name? Gan Lin had never worshipped someone so much in his life. In his eyes, this young man wearing a silver mask was the incarnation of God. Listen, my lord's name is noble, and you must be respectful. You can't call him that randomly. But because you are a newcomer, I can tell you. Our lord is the great master of the Star Diamond Castle, and is known as the Baron Titan. The curly-bearded man, Tai Shi, was now one of Yue Yang's guard captains. He was proud and respectful, and would definitely not allow anyone to be disrespectful to Yue Yang. As for Gan Lin, he did not answer loudly in front of everyone. Instead, he grabbed Gan Lin and whispered the answer in his ear. Yes, yes. Gan Lin looked at Yue Yang's back as he left with the wind, and a beautiful feeling of hope arose in his heart. Would he still have to worry about starving if he followed such a master? No, he must follow behind him and change the human valley. He must let more people be like him. Chapter 1088 Tianping Mountain, Ancient Pavilion. This was the center of the human valley where generations of wanderers and elites came to participate in the assessment ceremony. Tianping Mountain, which was tens of thousands of meters high, had a flat and wide main peak, and its top was dozens of square kilometers. Compared to an ordinary city, it was even bigger. If it had to be built that way, then the entire top of Tianping Mountain could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. Looking from afar, the main peak of Tianping Mountain looked like a huge funnel inserted into the ground. The top of the main peak was extremely flat, and there were hundreds of flowers and green radishes everywhere. It did not look like a cold world high up in the sky, but as beautiful as a spring garden. Other than the main peak of Tianping Mountain, there were actually 4 other peaks. Each was different. The east peak was less than 1/10 the size of the main peak, but it was lush and lush. There were many trees, and there were spirit beasts and life. The west peak was like a desert. The temperature was dry and hot, and there were often strange tornadoes that swept up sandstorms. However, once it went beyond the west peak, it would instantly disappear without a trace. The south peak was like a lake with abundant water, and there were fish and prawns everywhere, so people would not be startled by it. The north peak had several snow-capped peaks, and the wind howled furiously. If the main peak of Tianping Mountain was the place where wanderers and elites gathered and participated in the assessment, then the other 4 peaks were the battlefields. Once inside, anyone could fight it out according to the rules. With that, they could show off their power and win the championship. Tianping Mountain, Ancient Pavilion. This was known as the place closest to the will of the gods in the human valley, and it was also a sacred place respected by all. No matter how arrogant a person was, when they came here, they had to restrain themselves and show their best results to compete for honor. Even people like Ji Wei were no exception. No one could go against the power of the rules set by the ancient gods. This was the only place where the results were assessed. They had to be recognized. Only then could they stand out in the human valley. Usually, there were far less than hundreds of thousands of people living on the ancient pavilion of Tianping Mountain. Even if this place could accommodate more residents, other than the seniors of the Wandering Child Guild and some sage VIPs who were invited to participate in the assessment, no one else dared to come to this sacred place. Of course, every time the assessment ceremony was held, there would be 3 girls in white who would float to the top of Tianping Mountain. No one knew from which era they had existed. With the strength of a divine emissary, even the most senior Heaven's chosen president and the 1,000-year-old great sage didn't know about their past. They only knew one thing, and that was that since the beginning of the human valley's history, these 3 white-clothed girls had already appeared in the human valley. Sometimes, they would appear at the entrance of the human valley and talk to some wanderers that they were interested in. They would also arrive punctually at the assessment ceremony that was held once every 3 months. However, most of the time, they wouldn't speak and would only quietly watch from afar. Sometimes, they would leave halfway. Unless it was an extremely rare wanderer or an elite character, these 3 divine envoys would only talk to them, inquire about them, or make an assessment. In the human valley, even figures like the president of the prodigy sect and the 1,000-year great sage regarded the 3 of them as the messengers of the gods in the human valley. They are the eyes of God. It represented the gods observing everything in the human valley. Student Titan, this is the ancient pavilion of Tianping Mountain. The building complex directly opposite us is the Heaven's Chosen Academy. The giant statue erected in front of the gate is the founder of the Heaven's Chosen Academy, the Heaven's Chosen Old Man. We can't enter for the time being, because there are still 3 days until the assessment ceremony. We will first stay at the student residence, for a few days. The Heaven's Chosen Wandering Academy will provide us with free food, accommodation, and security, so we don't have to worry about the secret of our participation in the assessment being leaked. If you want to stroll around, then try not to go too far. Places like the White Jade Book City and the Black Jade Collection Library should be of interest to you. However, remember one thing: do not ever accept other people's challenge. Once a person accepted a challenge, they would be teleported to one of the 4 peaks to fight it out. Some scoundrels would stay in school for a few more days and become old and mischievous students. They would often challenge others for the sake of glory. There are also some people who are jealous of the virtuous and will secretly play tricks, intending to harm the outstanding students. We have to pay attention to these. The principal personally led Yue Yang's group to the ancient pavilion of Tian Ping Mountain. In order to let his beloved disciple know the situation as soon as possible, the principal talked non-stop about the situation here to Yue Yang. Yes, I understand. Yue Yang naturally pretended to be a well-behaved student. Actually, I'm not worried about your results. Because, if there are no accidents, you will definitely be the champion of this assessment. The principal lowered his voice and warned Yue Yang in detail. However, treasuring a jade ring is a crime. I don't want you to be schemed against by those with ulterior motives before the assessment results are out. If they prematurely divulge the secret of the flying doll, it will affect your assessment results and your personal safety. Principal, I will definitely not clash with others. Please be at ease. Yue Yang was never a person who was afraid of trouble. If it wasn't for the fact that he still hoped to make use of Xianxia for a few more days, he would have already acted wantonly like Jiwari and Kai Tian Demon Elder, trying to win people's hearts faster. The palace master of the central shrine, Xianxia, was now the 10th son of the city master of Silver Maple City. Although he wasn't a match for Jiwari, but he could still cause some trouble. At least, Xianghua's actions could divert Jiwari's attention, allowing Yue Yang to better hide in the shadows. While they were talking, the teleportation circle behind them suddenly flashed. Coincidentally, another group of people was teleported out from the teleportation circle. Yue Yang recognized the leader. It was Jinkala, the young master of Golden Leaf City, Kinch, who had held the exchange meeting to show off his skills. The current Jinqi, in addition to his identity as the young Castellan, also had the identity of an elite student who was determined to win the championship. With the strong magnetic war avatar, he was full of confidence and felt that he would definitely be able to shine in this assessment ceremony and win the championship with unparalleled honor. Originally, Golden Leaf City was ready to fight for the championship in the previous assessment. But the aggressive Jiwari was really awesome. Except for Xianxia and Captain Cook, no one dared to compete with him. Having avoided Jiwari's Prince of Vengeance, Xianghua's Jet Beast, and Captain Cook's Ocean Warrior, Kinch had no reason not to believe that he would not succeed in winning the championship. Kinch felt that even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance of failure, there was no such thing. Except for Jiwari's Prince of Vengeance, he, who had the magnetic doll, even felt that Xianghua's Jet Beast and Captain Cook's Ocean Warrior were not as powerful as his King of Blood. Looking around and seeing that no one could compete with him, Kinch naturally felt that the championship was already in the bag and he was safe. Get out of the way. Don't you guys have any self-awareness as the supporting cast? A friend next to Kinch saw the principal and Yue Yang in front of him and immediately waved his hand arrogantly, signaling for Yue Yang to make way. Student Kinch, you seem very confident. Mr. Omeng saw this and could not help but sneer. We should respect our teachers, even if they are not our teachers, even if they are a group of teachers who have worked hard to train their students but have never had a student win the championship in the past 10 years. Remember, we are nobles. Nobility, elegance, and compassion are synonymous with us. Kinch's clever words caused the group of people to burst into laughter. Ah, is that so? Principal Jin Zhang and Mr. Jin Guang, do you think so too? The principal was also secretly angry. No matter what, he was a genius principal of a city. How could he be slapped in the face by a deceitful junior? Ha ha ha, the young master is right to say that we should respect our teachers. It's just that his words are a little too youthful. Young people are always full of vigor. Everything they do and say is so straightforward. Here, I apologize to you on behalf of the young master. I hope that you can be magnanimous and forgive a child. The principal of the Golden Bell was obviously covering up for his student and was apologizing hypocritically. In fact, everyone could tell that he was taunting the other party to show off in front of everyone. After a pause, Perhaps he felt that this was not enough, so he added, coming to the ancient pavilion to participate in the assessment is the will of God. Naturally, we have to do our best, just like how you are prepared to take out a Saint-Tier goose feather pen to participate in the assessment. We don't have genius students like you, so we can only think of ways to make war dolls. After 10 years of hard research, we finally succeeded in making a magnetic war doll. It's reasonable for little Kinch to be a little happy, just like how you are ecstatic to find a genius student who developed a Saint-Tier goose feather pen. Congratulations to all of you. The Creativity Award for this year's competition will definitely go to you. A Saint-Tier goose feather pen is really amazing. Mr. Jin Guang followed up with a sarcastic remark. It seems that I have to take a good look at the assessment. Kinch looked at Yue Yang with a face full of contempt, full of provocation. Ahahahaha. The people on Kinch's side burst into unbridled laughter, getting carried away. The principal and Mr. Omeng were burning with anger. Their faces were livid. As principals and teachers, they naturally knew about the little tricks of Golden Leaf City. Kinch clearly did not develop the ability of the magnetic war doll. It was just a false reputation that was forcefully pressed on his head. It's fine if you guys secretly covered it up, but how dare you use such a fake thing to attack the real genius invention? Suppressing the real outstanding students. Seeing the group of people from Golden Leaf City leave arrogantly, the principal suppressed his anger and reached out to pat Yue Yang's shoulder. Little Titan, don't be affected by these trash opponents. Be yourself. It won't be long before you realize that you're standing at the top, and these clowns aren't even ants under your feet. These people are not worth getting angry at. Our opponents are not them. Our opponents are time. As long as we win time, no one in Human Valley will be able to stop you from spreading your wings and soaring, Mr. Omeng clenched his fist tightly and made up his mind. In this assessment, not only did he have to win the championship, he had to win beautifully. Even if he had to expose a little more of his strength, it was still worth it. I definitely can't let these wriggling worms spray poison on Student Titan's body. Student Titan is far more noble than the battle puppet master's father. A person like him definitely can't be offended by such a despicable person. No, this is simply an unforgivable blasphemy. Chapter 1089. Zhang Hua, who had rushed over to set up the arrangements, had just received the news and rushed out with the black-bearded old man and a few other nobles of Silver Maple City to welcome him. He had seen this scene from afar. He had wanted to make a move and take down the arrogant Kinch. But on second thought, it would be better for Student Titan to take revenge on this kind of shameless person. Hence, he let him go for now. He was afraid that Yue Yang, the Eastern Hidden Clan disciple, would be angered by this, so he immediately comforted him. Kinch is just a clown. Don't let him be complacent for a few days. We will only know who the champion will be during the competition. Brother Titan, if you can slightly transfer the creativity of the holy ranked goose feather pen to the battle dolls or puppet beasts, Kinch wouldn't even be fit to carry your shoes. Who does he think he is? Zhang Hua definitely had the right to look down on Kinch. Furthermore, he didn't think that the holy ranked goose feather pen was a weak research project. That was a holy ranked treasure. Who had the ability to directly create a holy ranked treasure with consciousness? Moreover, it was on a goose feather pen. Did he really think it was that simple? If he thought deeper, as the owner of the Star Diamond Castle, Student Titan could develop a holy ranked goose feather pen now. Then, would he be able to develop a holy ranked battle dolls in the future? Who would dare to say that he couldn't? He, who could turn a goose feather pen into a holy ranked treasure, was someone that people like Kinch could laugh at. Perhaps even that arrogant Ji Wei would be secretly shocked if he heard about this. It's alright, I've seen too many of these kinds of people. Yue Yang waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. Revenge must be taken, face slapped, but there was no need to say it publicly. He could just do it directly in the future. If Brother Titan needs me, I, Zhang Hua, am willing to do my best to help Brother Titan develop battle dolls. Zhang Hua spared no effort to rope in Yue Yang, the descendant of the Celestial Clan. Thank you in advance. I will definitely give everyone a pleasant surprise when I start researching battle puppets. Yue Yang's calm expression and answer made Zhang Hua ecstatic. Sure enough, as a descendant of the Eastern Immortal Tribe, how could he only develop a holy quill? He just hadn't started using his full strength yet. Don't think that he's easy to bully. Although the evaluation had not arrived yet, Zhang Hua could foresee that Kinch would definitely suffer a tragedy. Moreover, they would definitely lose miserably in this evaluation. In order to please Yue Yang, Zhang Hua told him that Wan Mo and Burning Wind had postponed their participation in this year's competition. The principal was slightly startled when he heard this. He immediately thanked Zhang Hua sincerely, feeling that this was really timely information. Yue Yang also expressed his gratitude. Actually, he had already obtained 10 times more detailed information from Mingzhu Prince. Moreover, he would not be grateful to a person like Zhang Hua. On the surface, there was no lack of courtesy. Yue Yang used the excuse that he needed to think of a countermeasure to get rid of Zhang Hua's entanglement with great difficulty. With regards to Wan Mo and Burning Wind, the principal and teacher O Meng felt a little pressured. After all, they were extremely powerful wanderers on the same level as Ji Wei, Zhang Hua and the others. They definitely could not be underestimated. They secretly rejoiced that student Tai Tan had not only developed the first generation of flying dolls, but also the third generation of flying dolls. Moreover, the biggest advantage was that with the hard work of all the teachers in the school, they had already completed the first assault-type flying dolls. With it, no matter how strong Wan Mo and Burning Wind's war dolls were, they could still establish an invincible position. Moreover, Wan Mo and Burning Wind's sneak attack was not without its benefits. At least it could sweep away many obstacles for student Tai Tan to win the championship. For example, if Kinch, who claimed to have developed the assault-type magnetic war dolls, encountered Wan Mo and Burning Wind's flesh war dolls and inferno war dolls. Who knew what expression he would have when he encountered Wan Mo and Burning Wind's flesh war dolls and inferno war dolls? Not long after entering the student residence, Mingzhu Prince also came to meet up. As for Kai Mu, Mingzhu Prince said that he was lustful and forgot his friends. He was still surrounded by many beauties and could not find the time to escape. It was estimated that he would have to wait at least 3 days for the official evaluation. Only then would he be able to rush over. Yue Yang did not care whether Kai Mu came or not. As long as Mingzhu Prince came, it would be fine. It would be best if Kai Mu did not come. Of course, he could not say this in front of Mingzhu Prince. Otherwise, he would be corrected by the golden sledgehammer. Yue Yang pretended to be a good student and brought Mingzhu Prince to see the principal. He expressed that he wanted to go to the White Jade Book City with Mingzhu Prince and ask for a short leave. The principal naturally agreed. Moreover, with Mingzhu Prince accompanying him, he seemed to be especially at ease. After asking Mingzhu Prince a few questions about his old friends in the Gem Valley, the principal even smiled and handed Yue Yang a crystal card. There were 200 heaven crystals on the card. He said that it was for Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince to eat and shop together as pocket money. Principal, you are really the best principal. Mingzhu Prince snatched the crystal card from Yue Yang's hand, expressing that he would personally be in charge of the finances. You are too stingy. You can't bear to buy things, and you are not good at managing money. You only earn money but you don't spend it. You are still asking for more. Yue Yang did not agree. Idiot, who is as extravagant as you, spending 1,000 heaven crystals in a day? Mingzhu Prince was determined not to give it to him. I am buying materials. Yue Yang naturally had his reasons. Now is not the time to buy materials, so, I will manage the money. Mingzhu Prince's insistence even received the support of the principal. He smiled and persuaded Yue Yang. Little Titan, it is a good thing to have someone managing the money. Just let Mingzhu Prince manage the money for you. When you grow to my age, you will understand that having someone by your side to take care of everything is actually the greatest happiness in life. I don't understand. Yue Yang was good at pretending to be confused, looking like a fool. Ha, silly boy, go. Don't be reluctant to spend money. If you see something you want to buy or eat, just use it, as long as you are happy. Go. Young people can't always stay at home doing research. Other than having your own career, you also need to have a life. Even though the assessment is approaching, it is still necessary to strike a balance between work and rest. It is still necessary to relax. Go, go. It was as if the principal saw his children and grandchildren fooling around on his knees. He was no longer strict, and the gloominess from being provoked was swept away. As he watched Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince bicker, his gaze was filled with love. When they walked out of the student residence, Mingzhu Prince happily pulled Yue Yang to walk around. There were dozens of buildings at the top of Tianping Mountain. Compared to a normal city, the functions were much more complete. It was just that there were too few people maintaining the ancient buildings. When they walked on the empty streets, they could not see a single person even after a long time had passed. But Mingzhu Prince did not mind at all. He pulled Yue Yang to visit the ancient buildings and ancient sculptures that were rarely visited by people. As for the few taverns and luxurious clubs that had become slightly more lively because of the wanderer's assessment, they were not too interested. In fact, they were not too interested. After playing for a long time, it was only when the sky gradually darkened that they returned. Along the way, he was still quarreling with Yue Yang, as if they were natural enemies. However, there was a smile on his face, which was really strange. "I'm hungry, let's find a place to eat." Yue Yang rubbed his stomach, indicating that he could not wait to return to the student residence to eat. Furthermore, it was so late, the student residence would definitely not leave any food for him. "You only know how to eat." Mingzhu Prince gave him a supercilious look. If it was someone else who rolled their eyes, it would definitely be very unsightly. However, Mingzhu Prince was different. That pair of bright eyes that gathered the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, when he made that kind of action, not only did he not look unsightly, he actually looked extremely alluring. Yue Yang could not help but be stunned when he saw it, and his footsteps also stopped. "You're in a daze again. Let's go, you silly goose." Mingzhu Prince seemed to be very angry towards Yue Yang's reaction, but also seemed to be very happy. It was very contradictory. "If you call me silly goose again, I'll cut off all ties with you." Yue Yang was very angry. "If you don't want to call me that, then don't call me that. Who cares? Let's go in and eat. Other than knowing how to eat, what else do you know?" Mingzhu Prince pulled Yue Yang, and entered a relatively clean tavern. Just by looking at the name, one could tell that it was the Heaven's Pride Tavern. The tavern here was actually not opened by merchants, but by the members of the Heaven's Pride Wanderer Association. It was also not like normal taverns that provided all kinds of services. Here, there was only one thing provided, and that was food. If customers wanted alcohol, they had to be adults to be eligible to buy it. Those who were below 18 years of age were not sold. For example, the young-looking Yue Yang asked the waiter for his age. "What kind of look is that? Mingzhu looks even younger than me, why didn't you ask?" Yue Yang protested seriously, to the extent that it was like the Chinese Empire protesting against being bullied by foreigners. "I already drank here last time." Mingzhu Prince was very happy to see Yue Yang's defeated look. "Isn't it good to look young?" Yue Yang was very depressed. Being young, from a certain point of view, is a sign of immaturity. Naturally, it's not 100% good thing. Mingzhu Prince gave him a small blow. "It's still better than being old and ugly." "Oh right, I forgot to ask, how old are you this year?" Yue Yang suddenly became interested in Mingzhu Prince's age. He thought that he would get an answer when he asked this question, but who knew that Mingzhu Prince spread his hands, indicating that it was a secret. "Anyway, I'm older than you." Under the pressure, Mingzhu Prince gave an extremely vague answer. "Don't tell me that you want me to call you big brother with your small physique and appearance. I'm definitely older than you, so you have to call me big brother." Yue Yang was determined not to comply. "How can you be so sure that you're older than me?" Mingzhu Prince didn't know where this brat got his confidence from. "Why don't we compare who's older when we go to pee later?" "I'm definitely older than you," Yue Yang said firmly. Young Master Mingzhu was dumbfounded for 3 seconds. It took him a lot of effort to react, but when he saw Yue Yang's "I'm bigger than you" expression, he immediately became angry. He turned hostile on the spot and almost took out his golden hammer. Fortunately, Yue Yang grabbed his hands tightly, preventing the destructive strike from happening. Mingzhu Prince's eyes were burning with anger. He stared at Yue Yang's eyes and scolded in a low voice, "Who wants to compete with you? If you talk nonsense again, I'll really be angry." "No, you have to apologize and say that you won't make me angry anymore. Hurry up, I understand you. You feel a little inferior because you're too small, there, but it's okay. What's my relationship with you? We're close brothers. When I'm free, I'll teach you a few techniques. This way, your battle power will increase by a lot." Yue Yang put his big hands on Mingzhu Prince's shoulders, showing a sincere attitude of, "I'm your big brother, I'll protect you." "Thanks, keep your perverted techniques for yourself." Mingzhu Prince really wanted to pour a glass of wine into this brat's nose. "You're really an idiot. Who am I to you? We're brothers, why would I keep my techniques for myself? I'll definitely pass them on to you." Yue Yang patted Mingzhu Prince's shoulders and laughed mysteriously. "Based on your reaction, I think you're not considered small." You're just a virgin, you haven't experienced that kind of thing, so you don't know what it's like to be a woman. This means that after you've experienced that kind of feeling, you'll fall in love with that kind of feeling. Furthermore, you won't feel inferior anymore. Maybe you're not small at all. Next time I'll bathe with you, I'll show you. I'll also show you mine, and we can compare. Yue Yang expressed that he was extremely concerned about Mingzhu Prince's physical and mental health, and was willing to learn from each other. Aren't you hungry? Don't talk while eating, don't talk while sleeping. Mingzhu Prince was almost angered to death by this brat. I'm just helping you out of goodwill. Yue Yang felt wronged, as if his goodwill had been struck by lightning. I know, you're so long-winded. Mingzhu Prince took a deep breath and exhaled. With great difficulty, he managed to suppress his anger, not wanting to linger on this topic for too long. Outside the bar, there was a 3-meter-tall giant man with red hair. He brought along a girl with bandages around her eyes and a boy who was looking around nervously, afraid that someone would criticize him. In front of him, there were 2 people walking towards him. Although they were dressed in ordinary clothes and only had mercenary badges on them, they had an extraordinary bearing. One was like a king of the world, and the other was like a great sage with wisdom as deep as the sea. On another street, there was a man dressed in black sitting under a pine tree. He was masked, tall and skinny. His gaze was as sharp as daggers. Surrounded by a large group of students, young City Master Kinch, who was the most popular candidate for the championship this year, was like a dead man in the eyes of this masked man, or a piece of pork on the chopping board. Chapter 1090. Returning to the student residence, Mingzhu Prince suddenly asked Yue Yang if he was tired, as if he was still in high spirits. Unfortunately, Yue Yang just yawned. He indicated that unless he was accompanied by a beauty, he wouldn't go anywhere else. Mingzhu Prince was very angry. He walked back to the student residence angrily. He didn't even bid farewell to Yue Yang and went straight back to his room to rest, even slamming the door shut. The principal looked on with a smile. When Yue Yang was about to close the door, he asked with concern, "What happened? Did you quarrel?" As a man, you should be more open-minded and give in to Mingzhu Prince more. Yes, Yue Yang would definitely act like an obedient student in front of the principal. Mingzhu Prince's temper is like an old friend of mine. He comes quickly and leaves even faster. He'll be fine. Tomorrow, don't worry. The principal comforted Yue Yang with kind words. Really, Yue Yang's ability to act dumb was definitely at the grandmaster level. Kids can't stay in the laboratory every day to study cold machines. Tomorrow, you guys can go out and play again. The principal felt that his proud disciple was good in all aspects. His brain was as smart as a devil, and his creativity was unparalleled. Furthermore, no matter if it was his personality or his appearance, the more one looked at him, the more they liked him. He was simply a perfect person. It was just that he was a little muddle-headed towards some things. It might be because he lacked knowledge in certain aspects, or it might be because he was too focused on studying and didn't think much about other things in life. What a silly boy. The principal waited for Yue Yang to say goodbye and returned to his room to rest. He sighed slightly. However, a smile immediately appeared on his face. It was as if something funny had touched his heart, causing even a serious person like him to be unable to endure it. The next day, it was just like what the principal said. Mingzhu Prince wasn't angry anymore. He came over early in the morning and knocked on Yue Yang's door, pulling Yue Yang, who had not woken up in time, out of his bed. Accompany me to go shopping. Mingzhu Prince directly announced today's mission. Boring. Yue Yang really wanted to lie down and sleep for a while, but when he saw the golden hammer in Mingzhu Prince's hands, he finally couldn't help but raise his hands in surrender. He expressed that he would definitely not disappoint the party and the motherland's trust. He would definitely carry out the mission of accompanying Mingzhu Prince to go shopping. If there were difficulties, he would face them. If there were no difficulties, he would create difficulties for himself. That's more like it. Mingzhu Prince was very happy. He almost took out some candies to reward Yue Yang. Yue Yang and young Master Mingzhu ate breakfast in the students' dormitory. After bidding farewell to the teachers who were looking at him with smiles on their faces. Before the sun rose from the east, he had already stepped out of the student residence, welcoming the morning glow. It was unknown whether it was fate or coincidence, but Yue Yang and young Master Mingzhu actually met the 3 white-clothed girls who were respectfully addressed as God's envoys on the Lin Meng Trail not far from the entrance of the student residence. The 3 white-clothed girls looked very similar, as if they were twins, but they were also completely the same. They all had a detailed smile on their faces. Whenever they saw them, they would always maintain an elegant demeanor, and would never lose their composure. The white-clothed girl standing on the right had a small round face. She looked cute and innocent. When Yue Yang first entered the human valley, he almost couldn't help but stretch out his wolf claws to pinch her face. Fortunately, he didn't take any liberties at that time. Otherwise, Yue Yang definitely wouldn't be able to stand so calmly on this ancient pavilion of Tianping Mountain. The crime of taking liberties with the god's messenger was probably a light punishment even if he was imprisoned for 1,000 or a few hundred years. Among the three white-clothed girls, the one in the middle was the most gentle, and her appearance was also more delicate. The scent of books was the strongest. She looked like a female sage. In her hands, she held a silver grimoire that wasn't a summoning grimoire. It was specially responsible for recording the wanderers who entered the valley. The white-clothed girl on the furthest left was the tallest. Other than being noble and elegant, her small face also had a hint of heroic spirit. Yue Yang remembered that when he first entered the valley, she was the one who gave him the noble badge. Mingzhu greets the three gods' messengers. Mingzhu Prince hurriedly greeted them, and secretly tugged on Yue Yang's sleeves, hinting him not to be too rude. "Good morning, the two of you don't have to be so polite." The white-clothed girl in the middle returned the greeting. Her voice was as melodious as the sounds of nature. "Star Diamond Castle's owner, Baron Titan, we meet again." The round-faced girl seemed to have the deepest impression of Yue Yang. When she returned the greeting, she specially pointed out the name and noble title that Yue Yang used. When she said that, Mingzhu Prince had a feeling that this round-faced god's messenger seemed to know everything about Yue Yang like the back of her hand. Furthermore, her big bright eyes revealed a kind of curiosity that she didn't have when she looked at other people. "Is there something you need from me?" Yue Yang believed in the saying, "One doesn't visit a temple without a cause." "Don't be so rude to the god's messengers." Mingzhu Prince hurriedly nudged Yue Yang with his elbow, hinting him not to speak so directly. "It sounded very rude." "It's fine." The white-clothed girl in the middle who was holding a silver grimoire was obviously the leader of the three girls. She waved her hand lightly. Her fingers were like jade, and her movements were as elegant as the spring breeze. After she finished speaking, she nodded slightly and said with certainty, "We have indeed come here to entrust the two of you with something. Please instruct us, God's messenger." Mingzhu Prince was overjoyed. These three white-clothed girls were God's messengers. This was something that everyone knew. However, even the Heaven's Pride Guild Master or the 1,000-year Great Sage, who were experienced seniors, rarely had the chance to talk to them. If a student in the valley was lucky enough to receive their words, his status would immediately increase by 100 times. Even if the three white-clothed girls looked him in the eye, it would be a great honor. They were the eyes of the gods in the world. Their actions represented the will of the gods. In other words, their appreciation was equivalent to the gods' appreciation. How could people not be excited? The three white-clothed girls rarely appeared in the world. Even when they came to the evaluation ceremony, they would only watch from afar without saying a word. It was really too difficult to obtain their attention. Gaining attention was an opportunity that every wanderer or elite would yearn for. Now, the three gods' messenger actually entrusted him with something. How could Mingzhu Prince not be wild with joy? "We have something that we lost at the bottom of the Eastern Summit. We would like to ask you to retrieve it for us. If you can complete it before the evaluation ceremony, then we will give you a big reward. If you can't complete it after 10 days or half a month, then we can only give up looking for it." The tallest white-clothed girl with a heroic look on her face did not stand on ceremony. She directly asked Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince for a mission that looked easy. "May I know what you are looking for?" Mingzhu Prince suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked. "It is an ancient artifact." The round-faced white-clothed girl's big bright eyes looked at Yue Yang's face. She suddenly smiled and shook her head. "We also don't know the shape of the ancient artifact. We only know that it is at the bottom of the sea. You can choose for yourselves. Search for it at the bottom of the sea. Maybe it's a stone, maybe it's a seaweed, maybe it's something else. Whatever you think is suitable, bring it back for us. It's fine even if it's wrong." Yue Yang resisted the urge to pinch the round-faced girl's cheeks. "If it's wrong, then the mission will fail." The round-faced girl waved her hands. "You have to think carefully, don't rush to complete the mission. What's the use of the ancient artifact?" Yue Yang hoped to obtain more information. "You can't tell me the shape, but you can at least tell me its use, right?" If you don't say anything, how are you going to find it? There is more than one ancient artifact. The white-clothed girl in the middle who was holding the silver grimoire gave a hint. Hint number 2, they are the key to opening some kind of ancient switch when they are all gathered. Hint number 3, the ancient artifact has a mysterious power. It might be able to guide you in a certain direction. However, we don't know how strong or weak this mysterious power is, but it definitely exists. Baron Titan and Mingzhu Prince, that's all we have. We hope that it will be of help to you in your search, and we wish you success. If we complete the mission in one day, will we double the reward? Yue Yang never minded rewards. The more the merrier. If it's really like that, then we need your help again. The round-faced girl seemed to believe that Yue Yang could really complete the mission in advance. Let's talk about it after we complete it. The tallest white-clothed girl on the furthest left was more pragmatic. She took out a small purplish-blue scroll. She passed it to Yue Yang. Yue Yang still didn't know what it was. Mingzhu Prince hurriedly thanked her and received it. Other than the Sky Plateau's main peak's ancient pavilion, the other 4 peaks could only be entered by the challenge rules. Normally, no one could enter as they wished. If one wanted to enter the eastern peak to search for items, one must be approved by the challenge rules. This purplish-blue scroll was different from the Scarlet War scroll of the challenge rules, but it was believed that it was necessary to complete the mission. The 3 white-clothed girls left after entrusting the mission to Yue Yang. Yue Yang couldn't understand anything no matter how he looked at it. He hurriedly opened the purplish-blue scroll and unfolded it. Purple and blue light shot out from the scroll. In an instant, it enveloped the 2 of them. Mingzhu Prince was both angry and anxious. He grumbled, "You idiot, why are you in such a hurry?" Yue Yang sweated. "How would I know it would be like this? I still need to study it properly in the future." Before he could finish his sentence, the 2 of them had already teleported into the eastern peak. The eastern peak was hilly, the forest was lush and green. Countless unknown little beasts were frightened by the sudden arrival of the 2 of them. They scattered in all directions and flew into the green bushes. Maybe it was because they hadn't seen people for a long time, they were stunned for a while before curiously peeking at Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince. In front of them was a field of green, and their noses were filled with fragrance. Although the eastern peak was located 10,000 meters above the ground, for some reason, it was like a garden on the ground. Hundreds of flowers bloomed and butterflies danced. It was completely different from the other 4 peaks. Even compared to the Sky Plateau's main peak's ancient pavilion, it was more wild and green. This place was closer to the forest. There was no trace of humans at all. If it was the southern peak where there was a lake to search for ancient relics, it would still be acceptable. However, in the eastern peak, other than a small stream, there was not even a drop of water, so where did the sea come from? Seeing the contrast in front of them, Mingzhu Prince and Yue Yang looked at each other. It seems, this seemingly simple mission was really difficult. At least, before they found the sea, there was no need to think about ancient relics. Chapter 1091, Someone was here. Mingzhu Prince furrowed his brows and looked suspicious. You mean, someone else received the same mission? Yue Yang's heart skipped a beat. Since he and Mingzhu could receive the mission, someone else must have received it as well. This kind of mission should be a competitive type. It had existed since ancient times. It was a challenge that all outstanding wanderers had the right to attempt. It was similar to the beast training in the Beast Valley, and not the 3 girls in white who were looking for something. I sensed some information left behind on the ground after a strong willpower search. This person's willpower was very strong, close to that of a god. It should be Ji Wei. Mingzhu Prince nodded and gave Yue Yang a definite answer. Ji Wei was here. Yue Yang only realized now that his senses were not as strong as Mingzhu Prince's. If he completely unleashed his hidden strength, unreservedly unleashed the power of Heaven Eye's divine vision, and combined his supreme will with the power of the minor code to search the entire eastern summit, Yue Yang reckoned that he would not be any worse than Mingzhu. He might even be better than her. However, Yue Yang was really not as good as Mingzhu in his usual state. Mingzhu Prince's senses were usually above Yue Yang's. Other than Princess Sissy, who had the 6 records inherent skill, no one else could compare to him. Sensing the information that Ji Wei had been here, Mingzhu Prince's expression became slightly nervous. He prepared himself as if he was facing a formidable enemy, as if Ji Wei would jump out and attack them at any time. Yue Yang, on the other hand, was calm. If Ji Wei was still here, it would be too late to leave. They could only fight face to face. Moreover, This was the Human Valley's Tian Ping Peak's ancient pavilion. No matter how powerful Ji was, he would not be able to use it. If it was just a battle between battle dolls, Yue Yang could pat his chest and say, "Come on, who's afraid of who?" The most important point was, Yue Yang believed that no matter how slow his senses were, Ji wouldn't be able to get so close to him without him noticing. Ji used his psyche power to search for traces of energy left behind the East Peak, but it was too faint. Yue Yang usually did not pay attention to it, so he could not sense it. However, if Ji was lurking somewhere and waiting, Yue Yang's sense of danger on the battlefield was no less than Princess Sissy's 6 records talent, and he would immediately sense it. Therefore, Ji was definitely not at the East Peak now. Since he was not here, what did Yue Yang have to fear? Other than Ji telekinesis, there's also the telekinesis of an unfamiliar powerhouse. Mingzu Prince was a little uncertain. Who else could be as powerful as Ji? I know who it is. Yue Yang didn't even need to think to know who it was. Kai Tian Demon Venerable. If it wasn't for the grimoire, divine sense, and guardian beast that were still sealed in the demonic palace in the Demon Valley, Kai Tian Demon Venerable would definitely be much stronger than Ji, the lord of the temple who was said to be the closest to the god realm. When Kai Tian Demon Venerable was rampaging in the heaven realm, Ji was not even born yet. Of course, Kai Tian Demon Venerable was only half out of the seal now, and his strength was greatly reduced. He couldn't even take down Yue Yang, so he was naturally inferior to Ji at his peak. Just the fact that he could escape from the ancient seal alone showed how powerful Kai Tian Demon Venerable was. Compared to the heaven-opening Demon Elder, the super experts who were also sealed, whether it was the Demon Dragon who had a bounty of 300 billion in the heaven realm, the peerless Emperor Wu Shuang, or the Conquest Queen Fei Wenli, none of them could do this alone. Although everyone's seal was different, Queen Vivian Li's and Mo Long's seals were more despairing. However, Emperor Wu Shuang and Kai Tian Demon Venerable's seals weren't too far off. Among the 4 super experts, only Kai Tian Demon Venerable managed to escape alone, and he was extremely courageous. He would rather give up his divine sense and grimoire in order to obtain freedom. Just this point alone proved how powerful the heaven-splitting Demon Venerable was. He could fight to a draw with Yue Yang in the Demon Valley without his grimoire, divine sense, and guardian beast. If it was someone else, including Ji, they would definitely not be able to do it. If he didn't have the help of his grimoire, divine sense, and guardian beast, Ji would definitely be killed on the spot if he really dared to fight with Yue Yang. If he lost, he wouldn't even be able to wear his pants. Kai Tian Demon Venerable was only unable to win against fate, not the current Yue Yang, or Ji who temporarily suppressed him. After hearing Yue Yang's words, Mingzu Prince nodded his head lightly. He seemed to have heard about the story of Kai Tian Demon Venerable before, so he had a rough idea of it. Although Kai Tian Demon Venerable had lost a lot of his strength and had become a toothless tiger, he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. He valued Yue Yang very much. Mingzu Prince agreed very much in his heart. If both Ji and Kai Tian Demon Venerable have been here, then we don't have to search anymore. Yue Yang didn't think that they could find any ancient relics by following behind these 2 fellows. If Ji and Kai Tian Demon Venerable couldn't find it, then he and Mingzu didn't need to waste their energy. They definitely wouldn't be able to find it. If they had already found it, would they still need to waste their time here? But Mingzu Prince felt that it was a pity to leave just like that. Let me think about it. Yue Yang carefully recalled the words of the 3 ladies in white. If they had already found it, they definitely wouldn't ask him to continue searching. They definitely couldn't find it. On the other hand, if the East Peak really had it, there was no reason why Ji and Kai Tian Demon Venerable couldn't find it. Have you thought of it? Could the sea that they were talking about be the sea of trees? This is a huge forest, you can call it a sea of trees. Mingzu Prince analyzed. No, Yue Yang shook his head. It definitely couldn't be that simple. If it was really that simple, would Ji and Kai Tian Demon Venerable return empty-handed? Yue Yang seriously racked his brain, thinking hard for a while. His mind was immersed in it, trying to find an answer. After thinking for an hour, nothing. Mingzu Prince quickly comforted him. Don't worry, we will definitely find the ancient relics. We still have time, we don't need to be anxious. Furthermore, this is the East Peak where no one goes. Unless someone challenges and chooses the East Peak as the battlefield, no one will come here to disturb us. Think about it slowly, there's no need to be anxious, I will help too. Let's work hard together. Even if someone comes here to duel, the teleportation gate will flash first. We will have enough time to hide and no one will disturb our treasure hunt. Yue Yang didn't care about comforting him. He accepted Mingzhu Prince's kind intentions. It wasn't easy to get this Mingzhu Prince, who would fly into a rage and smash people with his golden hammer, to comfort someone. Just as he was about to speak, an idea flashed in his mind. Yue Yang grabbed Mingzhu Prince's shoulder tightly and shouted, "What did you say?" "You said teleportation gate just now." Mingzhu Prince was shocked by Yue Yang's action. "I said that if someone comes, the teleportation gate will also have a sign and flash. Yes, that's it." Yue Yang hugged Mingzhu Prince excitedly. He hugged him tightly and wouldn't let go no matter what. Mingzhu Prince almost fainted. What's going on? What does this have to do with the teleportation gate? Even if it does, you can't hug him so tightly and not let go. Yue Yang not only hugged him, he also patted Mingzhu Prince's back and laughed loudly. When Mingzhu Prince was about to use his golden hammer to help him clear his head, he suddenly let go and ran towards the teleportation gate. When Mingzhu Prince reached the teleportation gate, Yue Yang had already taken out a piece of God stone from the base of the teleportation gate. "Are you trying to say that this is an ancient artifact?" Mingzhu Prince seemed to understand. God stone. This kind of endless energy must have existed since the formation of the human valley. It might even be created by the ancient deities. At the very least, it must have been placed in this teleportation gate by the ancient deities to become an energy stone to assist in teleportation. How can it not be an ancient artifact? Yue Yang argued, but there are many God stones in the human valley. This is not the only one. Not to mention the Eastern Summit, there are also God stones in the Southern Summit, Western Summit and Northern Summit. Mingzhu Prince still couldn't understand. Collect them all. Yue Yang specially kept this piece of God stone into an empty storage ring. "Don't pull me." Mingzhu Prince's hand was pulled by Yue Yang. He seemed to be very uncomfortable to be dragged by Yue Yang. However, after struggling a few times, he still couldn't break free from Yue Yang's big hand. He could only roll his eyes helplessly and let him be dragged as he quickened his pace to catch up. What Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince didn't know was that 10 minutes after the two of them left, Palace Master Zhang Hua, who was the 10th son of the city master of Silver Maple City in the Human Valley, as well as Ren Tianj, the great sage Silver Pupil, the Spirit King's Shadow, the Skinner King Sanguinar, the Skeleton King Golden Remains and other super strong rankers, were also teleported to the Eastern Summit. Obviously, they had also received a commission to search for the ancient artifact. While they were vigilant of their opponents and entered the forest to search, a few more students came, including Haug, Qing Mo, and a few elite students of the Human Valley, such as young City Master Kinch, who claimed to have created the strong magnetic war avatar. After Haug came in, he laughed loudly. "How shameless. The three oracles entrusted my brother to search for the ancient artifact, and you guys actually followed us. How shameless." The elite student of Yanyang City, Yang Ping, changed his expression. He snorted heavily but didn't refute. Instead, the arrogant Kinch sneered and said sarcastically, "Lowly people, why can a few shabby mercenaries like you take over, but us elite nobles can't? We took the initiative to accept the mission, and the three oracles agreed, didn't they? It proves that we, the nobles, are more capable and can complete such a heavy task. With us here, you trash mercenaries can go back. You can never find the ancient artifact, never." The masked Qing Mo seemed to have sensed something. He really turned around and left without staying for a second. "Hey, only you are qualified to accept the mission. Isn't it too wasteful to leave like this?" Haug sweated, but he was used to Qing Mo's character. Since Yue Yang wasn't here, he would listen to Qing Mo. Listening to a smart person was definitely the right thing to do. "Useless mercenaries." Kinch spat on the ground. "They must be afraid that we will attack together." Yang Ping analyzed. Yes, we can attack here at the East Peak." Kinch's face was full of regret. Why didn't he use the war avatar to kill the two poor mercenaries? At this time, Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince were already at the North Peak. In 10 minutes, the two had already walked from the East Peak, to the South Peak, to the West Peak, to the North Peak. In order to collect the God Stone in these 4 places, Yue Yang paid the challenge honor of losing 3 times in a row. This was because without the scroll, he had to issue a challenge every time he entered a region. He had to arrange a battle with his opponent in a certain region before he could enter. The reputation of a loser who had lost 3 times in a row naturally couldn't be carried by young Master Mingzhu. Yue Yang displayed the great revolutionary style of a real man, advancing bravely without fear of sacrifice and overcoming all difficulties. He automatically took on the challenge of losing 3 times in a row. When Mingzhu Prince comforted him, Yue Yang generously expressed that it was nothing. What did beggar Su do in the past? Die for a girl, die for a girl, go to the capital to take the imperial examination, and enter the capital without knowing how to write his name. What fearless courage did he have? What lofty ambitions did he have? There was also a great man of a generation who once wrote, "If you haven't succeeded in picking up a girl, you still need to work hard," this kind of revolutionary saying. When Yue Yang was still studying, he had stuck this saying on his bed as his motto. He had always encouraged himself to unwaveringly follow the revolutionary ideals and route of his predecessors to advance forward. After hearing Yue Yang's twisted words, Mingzhu Prince was so angry that his face turned red. Picking up the golden hammer, he almost broke Yue Yang's limbs like beggar Su. Fortunately, Yue Yang shouted, "Don't force me to practice the sleeping Arhat fist, or else I will meet you in my dreams every night." Mingzhu Prince was so scared that his hands trembled. He only stopped when the hammer fell to the ground. The laughter ended. After the 4 pieces of God's stone gathered together, Yue Yang didn't rush to bring them back to the 3 girls in white. Instead, he used the runes carved on the God's stone to draw a huge runic circle, linking the 4 pieces together perfectly. 4 rays of energy flowed out from the God's stone and gathered at the center of the runic circle. They intertwined to form a light pillar and shot up to the sky. Yue Yang rushed towards the pillar of light. Seeing that Yue Yang did not bring him along, Mingzhu Gongzi became anxious. She hurriedly rushed forward and held Yue Yang's hand tightly. "Don't think of leaving me alone." The light pillar instantly teleported the 2 of them away. When the 2 of them regained their senses, they realized that the 2 of them were already on a small island surrounded by a vast ocean. Chapter 1092. It seemed like the East Summit was just a hidden hint. The real target was the God's Stone at the East Summit's teleportation gate. The real place to obtain the ancient artifact was this unknown ocean. Mingzhu Prince cheered, stepping on the soft silvery sand beneath his feet, listening to the waves beating against the shore, then raising his head to look at the clear blue sky. Young Master Mingzhu's state of mind expanded infinitely, a sense of success overflowing. He felt that he had to shout loudly, otherwise he would not be able to suppress the happiness in his heart. Although he hadn't found the ancient artifact, he was already here. Was there a need to be lost and worried? Most importantly, he had succeeded this time. He had not only found the right way to find the ancient artifact, he had also secretly defeated rankers like Ji Weri and Kai Tian Demon Deity. They couldn't find the ancient artifact. He and Yue Yang were able to find it even if they worked together. What did this mean? If he and Yue Yang worked together, they would be much stronger than them. Because of his excitement, Mingzhu Prince couldn't help but give Yue Yang a big hug. Only after the hug did he realize that he had lost his composure. He hurriedly pushed Yue Yang away and coughed. "The treasure hunt has only just begun, we can't be too happy yet." "Alright, under Mingzhu Prince's correct guidance, I, as a laborer, will stick to the revolutionary path for 100 years. Yue Yang expressed his determination. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Young Master Mingzhu seemed to be angry and snorted. However, he didn't use his golden hammer. This meant that he was in a good mood and didn't want to argue with Yue Yang, who was spouting nonsense. Just as Yue Yang was about to take off his clothes and dive into the ocean to search for the ancient artifact, suddenly, a strange giant wave rose from the ocean. It formed a wave that was in the shape of a city wall. After reaching tens of meters, countless waterfalls flowed down from the top, leaving behind a strange mass of water. Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince were dumbfounded. When the seawater splashed, the strange water balls kept changing, and in the end, they turned into tidal giants with the upper body of humans and the lower body of waves. What was strange was that these tide giants, which had gathered into shape and dispersed into water, were all war puppets. Each of them was 100 meters tall. It slowly drifted to the shore from the sea and approached the small island where Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince were staying. Compared to the tidal puppet war dolls, the small island seemed a little small. Yue Yang and young Master Mingzhu held each other's hands at the same time and retreated with large strides towards the center of the small island. Although they were unable to escape the attack range of the tidal puppet war dolls, they subconsciously felt that it would be safer to do so. Mingzhu Prince counted carefully, and found that there were more than 100 title puppets. They were so huge that they could surround the entire island. It didn't matter which direction they retreated. It was impossible for them to break free from the siege of these title puppet dolls. What should we do? Mingzu Prince was a little flustered. If there was only one title puppet war dolls, they could just use the golden puppet war dolls to fight it. However, there were more than 100 of them here. How could they fight? Furthermore, these title puppet war dolls wouldn't die at all. Even if they were scattered, they could reform in the seawater. These ancient title puppet war dolls were created by an unknown person, and they were basically one with the sea. As long as the sea didn't dry up, they wouldn't die. Not to mention using the title puppet war dolls, even if Yue Yang and Mingzu Prince were to attack them personally, they wouldn't be able to completely destroy them. Wait, there must be a way. It's impossible that there isn't a way to break them. Give me a few seconds, let me think about it. Yue Yang comforted him. You asked them if they would give you time. Think about it. Mingzu Prince gulped nervously. A few of the title puppet war dolls that were closest to Yue Yang on the shore had already started waving their fists and attacking. Some of them spat out a waterfall towards Yue Yang and Mingzu Prince, some of them unleashed an icy rain, some of them directly waved their giant white fists made of sea salt, smashing them down with an unstoppable force. No matter what kind of attack it was, it wouldn't feel good to be hit by it. Furthermore, one thing was certain. If they were hit by a single title puppet war dolls, then Yue Yang and Mingzu Prince would immediately fall into a passive position. This would allow more title puppet war dolls to succeed in attacking them from all sides. At that time, the endless attacks would definitely form an unbreakable predicament. Among the many attributes, what is the one that can restrain water? Yue Yang pulled Mingzu Prince along as he retreated, dodging the first few attacks. However, he could only dodge for a moment. He couldn't dodge the continuous attacks from the title puppet war dolls. While they were dodging the attacks, Yue Yang suddenly asked this question. Mingzu Prince was stunned when he heard it. He immediately shouted, "Idiot, of course it's fire. It's fire. Fire and water restrain each other. Fire and water restrain each other." That's right. However, Yue Yang's face turned bitter when he heard it. Then how much fire do we need to restrain 100 title puppet war dolls? A volcano should be about the same. Mingzu Prince couldn't do anything about it. In the ocean, the title puppet war dolls were an invincible existence. Even if a normal puppet could spit fire, what use would it have? The title puppet war dolls were made entirely of water. Not to mention the fact that they couldn't all be incinerated into steam. Even if they could instantly replenish themselves in the ocean. As long as the rules left behind by the ancient times didn't change, it was impossible to destroy them. Then what should we do? If we can't use fire, why don't we try using wind to blow them all into the sky? In a moment of desperation, Mingzu Prince really couldn't think of any other way. And then, Yue Yang temporarily didn't want to think about how the 100-meter-tall title puppet war dolls could be blown into the sky by wind. Then you dive into the ocean and fish up the ancient artifact. This was Mingzu Prince's plan. What if the title puppet war dolls fall back into the ocean? Yue Yang asked again. Don't you know how to escape? Mingzu Prince felt that this person was an idiot. In the ocean, can I outrun the title puppet war dolls? This was the first time in Yue Yang's life that he doubted his own abilities. Mingzu Prince didn't say anything. He probably also felt that this was an impossible task. If he dived into the ocean to fish up the ancient artifact, he might not be able to find the ancient artifact. Instead, he might be drowned by the title puppet war dolls and become a snack for the fishes and prawns. Alright, I can only try it as a last resort now. As Yue Yang retreated, he used his feet to create a sand pit. His hands quickly cooperated as he placed a sufficient amount of magic crystal materials into the sand pit. He also placed a god stone fragment into every sand pit. When he came back, he drew an extremely complicated runic circle. All of this was done while he was escaping with Mingzu Prince. At every moment, there were more than 20 title puppet war dolls attacking them. No matter which side of the island they escaped to, they were unable to escape from their encirclement. The island was really too small. Its length and width were not even 100 meters, and its highest point was not even 30 meters. The title puppet war dolls attacking Yue Yang and Mingzu Prince were like a group of adults bullying two pitiful little ants. Although this kind of attack couldn't hurt Yue Yang and Mingzu Prince, it was still quite depressing to be attacked without being able to retaliate. Furthermore, they were completely drenched from head to toe. Rumble. Following the completion of Yue Yang's runic circle, a new puppet was planted, in the sand. However, it wasn't like the first completed obsidian puppet. Instead, it was a completely new type of sand puppet. One after another, the sand puppets drilled out of the ground. According to Yue Yang's will, they directly punched the title puppet war dolls. The sand puppets with a looser body were obviously not a match for the title puppet war dolls. Even if they were to be completed in the fastest speed, they still wouldn't be able to compare to the title puppet war dolls that were meticulously created by an ancient ranker. These two types of puppets weren't on the same level at all. The title puppet war dolls were at least platinum ranked. As for the sand puppets, because they were mass-produced in a hurry, they were all silver ranked. There was even a gold ranked in between them. From this, one could see the difference between the two. Very quickly, the sand puppets were destroyed, scattered and drowned by the title puppet war dolls. Countless grains of sand continuously fell from the bodies of the sand puppets. Under the opponent's powerful attacks, the sand puppets couldn't even withstand a single blow. Even if Yue Yang had created a large number of them, the attacks of the title puppet war dolls were like tigers that had entered a flock of sheep. The attacks of the title puppet war dolls were like tigers that had entered a flock of sheep. Wherever they swung their fists, nothing was left unscathed. However, just like the title puppet war dolls, the sand puppets also had the ability to condense and regenerate. The only difference was that one was made of seawater, while the other was made of sand. After the sand puppets were scattered, they fell on the beach of the small island. After a while, they stood up shakily. Many of them were destroyed once again before they could completely condense. However, no matter how they attacked the title puppet war dolls, they were unable to destroy these seemingly weak sand puppets. The sand puppets were like cockroaches that wouldn't die. After being knocked down once, they could stand up again. No matter how many times they were knocked down, they wouldn't be affected in the slightest. If the title puppet war dolls had intelligence, they would definitely ignore these puppets that weren't a threat to them. It was a pity that the title puppet war dolls were only platinum ranked and not saint ranked. Without any intelligence, they only knew how to attack the nearest target. They would always surround the group of sand puppets in front of them and attack them continuously. They didn't seem to care if their attacks were effective or not. As for Mingzhu Prince and Yue Yang, who were hiding in the middle of the small island, they were completely ignored. Among the title puppet war dolls, these two humans weren't their first target. Instead, it was the group of sand puppets in front of them. What made Mingzhu Prince even more surprised was that these title puppet war dolls, who were made of seawater, would inevitably be contaminated with sand as they continuously attacked the sand puppets. From small to large, the sand accumulated more and more. Finally, a few of the title puppet war dolls' arms and bodies were filled with sand, becoming a combination of sand and seawater. After their bodies were filled with sand, it didn't affect any of their functions. These title puppet war dolls were still the same, but their movements had become much slower. It was as if they were drunk men dancing. More and more title puppets became like this. Their movements became slower and slower. At this moment, they were no longer a threat to Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince. Earth. Among the 5 elements, Earth can also counter water. Mingzhu Prince looked at Yue Yang in surprise. How did you think of this? I was born this smart, I can't help it. Yue Yang had never been humble. I can't take it anymore. Mingzhu Prince made a vomiting expression to express his disdain. Please don't worship me too much, I know that you worship me very much in your heart. It's just that your rebellious heart doesn't allow you to praise me. Yue Yang had a smug look on his face that said, I understand you. I've never seen such a person in my life. Mingzhu Prince was about to go crazy. That's right, I can guarantee that you've never seen such a handsome fellow like me in your life. It's normal for you to be jealous of me. Before Yue Yang could finish speaking, the golden hammer had already been raised. Yue Yang hurriedly ran away. This golden hammer was definitely more powerful than 100 title puppets added together. He couldn't afford to offend it. When Yue Yang sneakily jumped into the sea from a gap in the battlefield, the golden hammer in Mingzhu Prince's hand had already disappeared. Instead, his face was replaced with a faintly worried expression. Laughing and fooling around were two different things. When it came to serious matters, Mingzhu Prince would definitely support Yue Yang 100%. Now that he saw him diving into the sea to search for the ancient artifact, it would be a lie if Mingzhu Prince said that he wasn't worried. In fact, he was already very worried before this. Perhaps it was because of this that Yue Yang purposely teased him to divert Mingzhu Prince's attention, making Mingzhu Prince angry and reduce his worries. 10 minutes passed, 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed, even after half a day had passed, Yue Yang still hadn't surfaced. Mingzhu Prince was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He had wanted to follow Yue Yang's trail into the sea many times. However, he bit his lower lip lightly, using the pain to regain his calmness, and rationally gave up. Waiting for him was the best way. If he followed him down, there was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to find him. Even if he found him, he might become a burden to him. The most unwise thing was that if he went down into the sea, he wouldn't be able to see him when he came back, and would instead be even more worried. A day passed, until midnight, when the sky was filled with stars. Only then did Yue Yang let out a "walla" sound. He came out of the sea. When Mingzhu Prince saw him, he was overjoyed. He rushed forward recklessly on the beach where the tidal puppets and the sand puppets were still fighting. Before Yue Yang could react, he pushed him down onto the beach, and hugged this hateful man who had been worried about him for a day and a night, who had wanted to beat him up the moment he saw him, but who knew that he would forget everything when he finally came back. "Are you crying?" A certain person who came back from the sea wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. "Idiot, the sand got into my eyes." A certain person who had waited for a day and a night and worried for a day and a night refused to admit it. "If the sand really got into your eyes, then let me blow it for you." Blow your head. Chapter 1093. He returned to Tianping Mountain, the ancient pavilion. Yue Yang, who had completed the ancient artifact search quest, did not excitedly pull Mingzhu Prince to hand in the quest. Instead, he returned to the student residence as if nothing had happened, as if he had never heard of the ancient artifact search. Mingzhu Prince did not expect Yue Yang to have such an attitude. He could not help but sweat profusely in his heart. He felt that no one in the world was greedier than this brat. "Have a good rest. When you wake up, you will realize that tomorrow will be better." Yue Yang whistled and returned to his room. "Looks like the two of you had a good time." The principal appeared out of nowhere. "No, I even had a big fight with him just now." Mingzhu Prince hurriedly denied when he heard this. "Ha ha ha, quarreling is life. Otherwise, it would be too boring." The principal laughed happily. In the end, he muttered to himself and disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Mingzhu Prince had no words to refute. Looking at Yue Yang's tightly shut door, he stomped his feet in annoyance, turned around and left. After young master Mingzhu left, Yue Yang's room's door was quietly opened a crack. The guy from another world sneakily looked inside, and after finding out that it was safe, he immediately tiptoed out. He carefully closed the door and sneakily went downstairs again. His movements were like a little thief who was trying to steal a chicken. Taking advantage that no one noticed, Yue Yang left the student residence and sneaked into the darkness. When he came out again, he had already changed into a set of black clothes for night travel. Masked. If one did not observe carefully, they might even mistake him for Cheng Mo, who was also dressed as a black masked assassin. Yue Yang, who was dressed in such a strange outfit, quickly moved forward in the darkness. With a few jumps, he had already arrived at the core area of the ancient pavilion, the Heaven's Pride Academy. The Heaven's Pride Academy was the place responsible for the assessment of the students. It was not far from the student residence, but before the assessment, students were generally forbidden to enter to prevent all kinds of cheating. Of course, there were also some students who did not participate in the assessment, or students who volunteered to serve the assessment of Heaven's Pride Academy. They would also temporarily stay in the academy, assisting the teachers in the academy, providing various testing environments and living facilities for the assessment. In the middle of the night, what did Yue Yang want to do by coming to Heaven's Pride Academy? No one knew. After entering the Heaven's Pride Academy, in less than half an hour, Yue Yang quietly slipped out again. Returning to the student residence, Zhang Zan closed the door and continued to huff, as if he had never left. Furthermore, on the second day, Yue Yang was eating breakfast in the students' canteen as if nothing had happened. When others were discussing about a suspicious person entered the Heaven's Pride Academy last night, there was not a single trace of panic on his face. "Tell me, was it you last night?" Mingzhu Prince quietly asked Yue Yang. "I slept until dawn." Yue Yang lied with his eyes wide open, speaking confidently as if it was a matter of course. "How could you be so obedient?" Mingzhu Prince seriously suspected that if there was someone in the world who dared to barge into the Heaven's Pride Academy at night, then there was a 99% chance that it was the owner of the Star Diamond Castle, Baron Titan. The reason why he was not 100% sure was because Mingzhu Prince felt that if it was really Yue Yang who barged into the Heaven's Pride Academy at night, no one would find out. It's impossible to sleep until dawn. I even got up in the middle of the night to take a bath. You don't know, last night, not only was the Heaven's Pride Academy robbed, in my dream, there was also a naked female thief who barged in. In a fit of anger, I took her down and interrogated her. I was sweating profusely, and in the end, I had no choice but to take a bath. Now that I think about it, that female thief's figure was really good. Yue Yang said as he sank into his beautiful memories, almost drooling from the corner of his mouth. Alright, pretend I didn't say anything. Mingzhu Prince suddenly felt that talking to this person was a kind of self-torture. It really made him speechless. If it wasn't me who barged into the Heaven's Pride Academy last night, then could it be you? Yue Yang suddenly asked. Hey, I'm not that bored, okay? Mingzhu Prince gave him a supercilious look. If it wasn't me and it wasn't you, then who could it be? Yue Yang asked as if he was a thief. It definitely wasn't me, but it could be you. You haven't completely eliminated the possibility of it being a crime. Mingzhu Prince temporarily believed Yue Yang for a second, but he still had the most basic suspicions. Who asked Yue Yang to look more and more like a thief who barged into the Heaven's Pride Academy at night? What did Heaven's Pride Academy lose? Yue Yang spread out his hands, indicating that he wouldn't barge into that kind of place where there were no beauties. I'm not sure, I heard that nothing was lost. Mingzhu Prince felt that this was more suspicious. Of course, it was also because of Yue Yang's perverted nature that Heaven's Pride Academy didn't have any beauties, and the people who lived there were mostly old men. It wasn't worth it to barge into it at night, which could be considered as an explanation. If there was even a single beautiful teacher in the Heaven's Pride Academy, then Yue Yang definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Mingzhu Prince would definitely think that he was the culprit of the night attack. It wasn't easy to fool him. Yue Yang was afraid that Mingzhu Prince would investigate further in this aspect, so he generously treated him to a meal, indicating that wherever Mingzhu Prince wanted to go to play, he would definitely accompany him to the end. Mingzhu Prince was happy in his heart. He was a little suspicious at first, but after thinking about it, it could also be that this brat had obtained an ancient artifact, and wanted to use fun and delicious things to bribe him, so that he wouldn't reveal his secret. Thus, he didn't have any more suspicions, and directly waved his hand and ordered, "Prisoner Titan, if you perform well today, then this judge will consider whether or not to sentence you lightly." Yue Yang pretended to bow respectfully. "Don't worry, eat and play as much as you want, I will definitely flatter you to your heart's content. If I don't slap your little butt till it swells, then I won't be able to show off my abilities." Mingzhu Prince was extremely annoyed. How could this person speak like that? But he couldn't scold him. Before he could even put on a stern face and scold him, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. It had to be said that this brat's tricks were quite amusing. Just as he was about to step forward, 3 white-clothed girls suddenly appeared in front of him. As if they were waiting. Yue Yang didn't seem to see them, and pulled Mingzhu Prince and turned to leave. Behind him, however, was a man carrying a strange sparkling statue. He rushed toward the 3 girls in white, pretending to be at ease as he waved his shoulder-length hair. Then, in what he thought was his most elegant manner, he courteously greeted them. "The 3 divine envoys entrusted me with this task. After a day of bitter searching, Jinqi finally unearthed this treasure from the depths of the Sea of Trees." At first, Kinch didn't dare to affirm, but he was afraid of losing the task entrusted by the oracles, so he didn't report the ancient artifact at the first instance, but returned to the student residence, and looked for all the teachers to appraise it together. After the teachers all agreed, Kinch then found out that this object was indeed the ancient artifact entrusted by the 3 oracles. Kinch is so lucky to be able to complete the task entrusted by the 3 oracles after countless heroes' efforts were in vain. The person who had rushed over to blow the trumpet was Jinqi. At this time, the young master of Golden Leaf City, with what he thought was his most elegant posture and most moving voice, vividly described how hard it was for him, how he racked his brains, and finally dug out this treasure in the heart of the forest in the eastern summit with great difficulty. It was as if he didn't tell the whole process of searching for the treasure, it would be a loss for everyone in the world. He even confirmed with a little bit of pride, saying that in the secret room of Heaven's Pride Academy, there was also an ancient artifact that was similar to this one. It's obvious that these 2 ancient relics are a pair. It was because of this important information that Kinch dared to report to the three oracles. The task entrusted by the oracles to find the object has been completed, and I will officially hand over the task, may the three oracles verify it. When Kinch said this, Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince looked at each other, and suddenly realized that the person who entered Heaven's Pride Academy last night was this guy. Congratulations to Kinch for completing the task entrusted to you. A few friends who were good friends with Kinch immediately followed up, and spared no effort in praising him. Only young Master Kinch can do it. If it was someone else, I'm afraid they wouldn't even have the qualifications to accept the task, let alone complete it. Someone deliberately glanced at Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince, full of provocation. Completing such a task will definitely make the three oracles happy, and there is hope for a big reward. A student hinted that it was time for the reward, and everyone's anticipation should not be too low. I don't dare, it is my duty to die for the oracles, how could I dare to claim credit? Young Master Kinch was even more noble than the officials of the Celestial Empire who served the people. Looks like the champion this time is unavoidable. In the crowd of onlookers, even those who were not Kinch's friends sighed. They felt that Kinch, who had completed the task entrusted by the three oracles, would definitely become the champion of this year's assessment. Not to mention that he had a gold-ranked strong magnetic war doll, there were not many decent opponents in this year's assessment. Ji Wei, Zhang Hua and Captain Cook, who were rarely seen in 1,000 years, had given their all last time. This year's assessment was only a group of mediocre people, how could they be compared to Kinch's strong magnetic war doll? Especially when Kinch had completed the ancient artifact search task that even Ji Wei and Zhang Hua could not complete. Now, even if they were jealous, it was useless. Who asked Kinch to be so lucky? The ancient artifact that even Ji Wei could not find, he actually guessed correctly. East Peak Wuhai, it was not that no one had thought of the Tree Sea, but really followed this to dig out the ancient artifact, no one really did that. Who knew that Kinch would randomly guess correctly? If this was not unstoppable luck, then what was it? Many students sighed. The reason why everyone was still here watching was that they wanted to see what kind of reward the three oracles would give to Kinch. He had completed the task entrusted to him by all the elites since ancient times, but no one could complete it. The reward would definitely not be small. It was just that they did not know what the reward would be. If it was an item above the sacred level, or a platinum-ranked war doll, then everyone would definitely regret it to the point of bleeding from the 7 orifices. It was obvious that the Tree Sea was so simple, why didn't they dig it out themselves? Letting Kinch, this kid, pick up such a bargain, it was really, God has no eyes. Although Kinch said it modestly, expressing that he did not dare to take credit, and even more did not dare to ask for a reward from the oracles for such a small matter. But the pride in his eyes was a blatant flaunting. See, I, Kinch, am the chosen one. Everyone come and envy me, come and hate me. Young Master Mingzhu used all his strength to suppress his laughter with great difficulty. He had to grab Yue Yang's arm with all his might in order to barely stand. Otherwise, he would laugh from the bottom of his heart until his body softened and he fell to the ground laughing. The low-key and guilty Yue Yang quickly left. If he stayed here, wouldn't he be afraid that others would take that thing back? It was not easy to get his hands on it. Whatever task it was, he had to make sure that it was safe first. However, Mingzhu Prince pulled him back and did not let him leave. This was because young Master Mingzhu insisted on staying behind to see what kind of grand prize the 3 god envoys would give Jin Qi in the end. Most importantly, young Master Mingzhu wanted to see Jin Qi's marvelous expression. Although it had not appeared yet, he reckoned that it would be even better than changing his face. Yue Yang sighed in his heart. It was not wrong to say that curiosity killed people. What was there to see? If he continued to look, he would also be trapped. They had already come knocking on his door. It was fine if he did not run away, but he actually stayed to watch others show. What kind of mentality was this? Student, don't be too curious. Chapter 1094. The 3 white-clothed female envoys didn't say a word. Furthermore, the round-faced female envoys looked towards Yue Yang with her big bright eyes, easily finding Yue Yang who was hiding in the crowd. This glance made Yue Yang, who was just passing by, feel dizzy. Although these 3 looked like delicate white-clothed girls on the surface, they were still the gods' envoys. As expected, they weren't that easy to fool. However, the ancient artifact that was already in his pocket was equivalent to food in his stomach. How could he take it out so easily? He continued to act dumb. Anyway, they wouldn't search him personally. The guy from another world calmly looked up at the sky with the legendary 45-degree angle of view. He was just short of holding up a sign that said, "I didn't find any ancient artifact at the bottom of the sea." Kinch's friends waited for a long time, but there was no movement, so they quickly added fuel to the fire. Maybe the god's envoys wanted to reward him in private and keep a low profile. But as nobles, what they fought for was glory. They wanted to reward him in public. They wanted to be envied by everyone. They wanted the jealousy and hatred in people's hearts. How could they not be high profile? They had to win this mission in front of so many students. Yue, Zhang Hua, Captain Cook, and even countless elite students and peerless geniuses couldn't complete this mission. If Kinch were to win it today, his reputation would definitely soar. He might even surpass Yue, who was said to be the closest to God. Congratulations, young Master Kinch, congratulations, young Master Kinch. We are really impatient now. Haha, we can't wait to know what kind of reward the three gods' envoys will give you. What will it be? Holy weapon, platinum battle puppet. Kinch's friends were already fantasizing impatiently. It's just a small mission. I was lucky to complete it. How could I dare to ask for a reward? Although Kinch's words were humble, his face was filled with pride of being the first person in history. At this time, not only were they Kinch's friends, they were also jealous and hateful students. They all wanted to know what the reward for completing the mission was. On Kinch's side, he desperately wanted a higher reward. It would be best if it was a Saint-tier battle avatar, but if it was 100 or so platinum-tier battle avatars, he would barely accept it. The students, who were filled with jealousy and hatred, secretly cursed. Firstly, they cursed that the reward would be extremely small. It would be best if it was just a word of praise. Although they knew that it was impossible, they still hoped that Kinch would not receive such a heavy reward. Now, only the strong magnetic war puppet had been mentioned so much. If he received a holy artifact or a platinum war puppet, who knew how much he would boast about it? The second was to curse Kinch, the fellow who had stepped on dog shit, to die an early death. It would be best if he was overjoyed and died of madness in front of everyone. Or, when he went back to celebrate, he would get drunk and step on the wrong stairs, fall down, and die with his mouth full of mud. In short, both sides were cursing each other incessantly. Kinch, who was stuck in the middle, suppressed his joy and tried his best to look humble. However, the pride in his eyes that said, "I really don't want to be rewarded, but if you really want to reward me heavily, I can't do anything about it," could not be concealed. In addition to these two parties, there were also third-party neutral onlookers like Mingzhu Prince. They were onlookers for no other reason. They were purely here to watch the show. They wanted to see how interesting Kinch's expression would be and how the incident would end. Of course, there were very few people like Mingzhu Prince who knew the truth but refused to say it and just watched Kinch make a fool of himself. Even Zhang Hua, who was secretly observing from afar, was not one of them. On the other hand, the great sage Silver Pupil, who appeared on the other side with Ren Tianj, Haug, and the others, had a meaningful smile on his lips, as if he had guessed some of the truth. Also, Qing Mo, who was hiding in the darkness, also looked at Yue Yang, who was watching the show and eating a chicken leg in the crowd, and then disappeared. How would things develop after this? The slightly black-bellied Mingzhu Prince guessed maliciously. Needless to say, Kinch definitely did not complete the mission entrusted to him. Unless Titan was willing to take out the ancient artifact, no one would be able to complete the mission that no one had been able to since ancient times. Who would have thought that the real ancient artifact would require gathering the infinite energy stones of the 4 teleportation portals together to teleport to a new space, and then, under the protection of 100 tidal giant puppets, to enter the bottom of the sea and search for the ancient artifact? Even if there was someone with the same goal as Titan, who had collected and moved the teleportation stone to the central island guarded by the tidal giants, it would still be impossible to obtain the ancient artifact. This was because, other than Titan, who could grow puppets at any time and place, no one would be able to break through the protection of the tidal puppets. No one would be able to easily enter the bottom of the sea and search for the ancient artifact wantonly. Actually, Mingzhu Prince, who liked to watch other people's tragedies, was right. Other than Yue Yang, who had the Heaven Eyes divine vision, since ancient times, there was really no one else who would suspect that the god stone used for teleportation was an innate condition to obtain the ancient artifact. This was an inconceivable suspicion that none of the elite students, including Yue, had ever had. Since ancient times, Many people believed that there was something wrong with the mission entrusted to them. However, no one could find the real goal. There were so many suspicious clues that even the smartest person would get lost in it. To truly solve the mystery, one must have a pair of eyes like Yue Yang's to see through the truth. One must also have the knowledge inheritance in the ancient rune purification and other conditions that complemented each other. Not a single one could be missing. An ordinary student would never be able to fulfill these conditions. It was just like how an ordinary person who had never come into contact with puppets would never be able to create a divine weapon. More and more students came to watch after hearing the news. In the end, they surrounded him so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through. The three girls in white looked at each other and finally opened their mouths. Kinch and the others were ecstatic. Suppressing their excited and rapid heartbeats, they pricked up their ears, wanting to hear every single word of the god's messenger's praise. At this historical moment, even if they missed a single word, it would be a lifelong regret. Regarding the mission of searching for the ancient artifact, we originally did not want too many people to participate. After all, this is a difficult mission that not everyone can complete. If we let everyone participate, it might greatly affect everyone's lives and studies. Thus, as sisters have always been looking for students who would not easily affect their studies and lives, to entrust the mission of searching for the ancient artifact. The most gentle and elegant girl in the middle caressed the silver grimoire with her fingers as she explained why this was not a mission that ordinary people could accept. Yes, the three gods' messengers are right. Rather than letting those people waste their time, it would be better to act according to the criteria and succeed in one fell swoop. When Kinch heard that the ancient artifact had to be an elite, he was even more pleased. Many students were furious. Regarding the matter of the three gods' messengers only looking for elite students to complete the mission, it was not that they could not understand. Who asked them to not be outstanding enough? It was normal that they did not look for them to complete the mission. But why were you, Kinch, being so arrogant here? I heard that your strong magnetic war doll was made by someone else. It was just that you stole the name of that master maker. Do you really think that you are a master maker just by hanging an outstanding shell that deceives the world? Do you really think that you are an elite student? We did not expose you because we are not that bored and too lazy to report you. But do you really think that you are so arrogant just because you are an important person? If the three gods' messengers were not in front of them, and Kinch had already found the ancient artifact and was about to complete the mission, everyone would have drowned him with their saliva. If Ji Wei, Zhang Hua, and the others said that he was an elite, it would be fine. How many times have you, Kinch, participated in the evaluation? When have you ever been outstanding? If you did not have the strong magnetic war doll in your hands, you would just be a piece of trash. It would even be a waste of materials to be recycled. How dare you pretend to be a fatty here? Almost all the students glared at Kinch. This was no longer a matter of jealousy over the ancient artifact mission. It was not a big problem if Kinch wanted to be an elite student. But if he wanted to treat everyone as fools, no one would be able to stand it. Regarding the ancient artifact search mission, we sisters would like to apologize to all the students here. The white-clothed girl in the middle holding the silver grimoire and the two white-clothed girls on her left and right bowed slightly. The surrounding students were extremely touched and hurriedly returned the greeting, saying that they did not dare to do so. The trace of dissatisfaction that was hidden in the depths of their hearts instantly disappeared. The ancient artifact mission was not something that ordinary students could accept. This was nothing. After all, there were only a few elites. Kinch, this lucky bastard, had blocked the three gods' messengers and forcefully requested for the mission. It was not even a sincere request from the three gods' messengers. The process of completing the ancient artifact mission is extremely dangerous. One's mental ability is indispensable. The white-clothed girl with the tallest stature nodded solemnly. This is also the reason why no one has been able to successfully complete it since ancient times. In order to ensure safety, we try our best to find students who are able to protect themselves. This means that it is not because we have a clear hierarchy of students, but purely for the sake of safety. All the students' starting point is actually the same. However, because of their different abilities and growth directions, the choices we make are also different. So it's like this. The students suddenly understood. But why did Golden Leaf City's young master, Kinch, complete it so easily? There was no danger to his life at all. Mingzu Prince smiled like a flower. Yue Yang suddenly felt that this outwardly obedient Mingzu was actually very bad at heart. The students immediately reacted and looked at the three gods' messengers with ecstasy. Could it be that there was still a change in the situation? What do you mean? Kinch flew into a rage. Are you guys suspecting me? I also don't think it's that simple. Who doesn't know how to dig out a stone in the forest? Yue Yang originally didn't want to speak, but Mingzhu Prince stepped on his foot forcefully, so he had no choice but to stand up and express his opinion. What a joke. Jealousy is a person's most fatal weakness. You guys are jealous of my success. The ancient artifact is in my hands. No matter how you guys try to deny it, it's useless. Kinch was strangely angry. Digging out the ancient artifact in the middle of the forest ocean wasn't difficult, but who asked you guys to think too complicatedly? You guys weren't willing to treat the simplest things as the truth. You guys had to rack your brains to think of a different path. Now that I have dug out the ancient artifact, you guys think it was easy. Can you guys be even more shameless? To be able to do something that had never been done before in history, it was a kind of pioneering work. It was a kind of record. It was a kind of success. It was also the greatest embodiment of his intelligence and ability. Kinch and his friends lifted up the glowing stone statue together. At this moment, Yang Ping, who was born in Yanyang City, and his gloomy companion stared at Yue Yang with all their might. Their fierce gazes were like knives, incomparably sharp knives. Fortunately, these were not real knives. Otherwise, both Yue Yang and Mingzhu Prince would have been dead even if they had 10 lives each. Yue Yang completely ignored those murderous gazes. While chewing on his drumstick, he shook his head. Whether it's a real ancient artifact or not, it's not up to you to decide. What he meant was that the three god envoys had to say it first. It's not up to you to decide. This sentence was an understatement. But it was a huge blow to the hearts of Kinch's people. Kinch and the others stared hatefully at Yue Yang with eyes that could spit fire. If the three god envoys confirmed that this ancient artifact was real, they would probably force Yue Yang to eat this strange stone statue raw. In the end, everyone looked at the three girls in white. Kinch's words did not count. Everyone else's words also did not count. Only they had the right to say it. Now, they were waiting for them to reveal the mystery. Was this strange stone statue an ancient artifact, or was it not? There is actually a reason why we gave 3 hints to every student who entered the treasure hunt. The round-faced girl in white that Yue Yang wanted to tease the most smiled. If everyone knows the 3 hints, you can reflect on it. The hints that we are talking about, firstly, are the ancient artifact, and not just one. Secondly, it is the key to opening the ancient artifact switch after gathering all of them. Thirdly, there is a mysterious power that can guide people in a certain direction. Before she finished, the surrounding students had already started cheering. Some of them even shouted at Kinch to vent their hatred. Idiot, there is not just one ancient artifact, not just one, not just one. As they shouted, they even formed a sound wave, which became louder and louder, pouncing towards Kinch and the others, as if they wanted to drown them. Kinch's face was like a pig's liver, but he still did not admit defeat. What do you know? Last night, I had already entered the Heaven's Pride Academy to take a look. There is also an ancient artifact inside. It is indeed not the only one, there is another one in the Heaven's Pride Academy. I am not wrong, you are the ones who are wrong. With his counterattack, everyone quietened down. Although Kinch violated the rules and entered the Heaven's Pride Academy to investigate, but according to what he said, there was not just one ancient artifact. This point was not wrong. In this ancient artifact, there is a mysterious power stored inside. As long as it is combined with the one in the Heaven's Pride Academy, I believe that it will be able to open the ancient artifact switch that the God Envoy mentioned, and show the correct direction. You idiots, what's the use of shouting? Do you think that by shouting, you can change the truth? Do you think that by shouting, you can change the fate of your low intelligence? A bunch of big-mouthed toads. Kinch laughed complacently. Since they had already fallen out, then he would not be polite anymore, and directly counterattacked. Ah! The students could not take it anymore, and could only look towards Mingzhu Prince for help. They did not recognize Yue Yang, who was beside Mingzhu Prince. But what kind of person was Mingzhu Prince? There was no one they did not know. Now, it seemed that only Mingzhu Prince could step on this cocky young Master Kinch. Facing the expectant gazes of the surrounding students, Mingzhu Prince raised his small face, and humphed at Yue Yang with a pleased look. Yue Yang hurriedly flattered him, and brought out a chair in front of everyone. Who do you think Mingzhu Prince is? He is like a savior, there is no need for you to do anything. For trash like Jinkala, I, a little follower who stands beside you and flatters you, can also beat him down with one hand. Please take a seat, just watch me take down Jinkala, I promise I will not waste your time. Mingzhu Prince was overjoyed. He wanted to hold back his laughter and pretend to be serious, but it was impossible. After rejecting the chicken drumstick that Yue Yang had already taken a few bites from, he sat down and crossed his legs. He casually waved his hand, and casually ordered, I'll give you a chance, perform well, if you don't perform well, don't come back. Kinch was so angry that his navel was crooked. It was a great humiliation. He had never been looked down upon like this in his life. Was there any justice in this world? Mingzhu Prince wanted to quarrel with himself. No matter what, Yue Yang was still a genius, but who the hell were you? A little follower, how dare you say such words? You are simply courting death. Stop, you said that this ancient artifact is fake, what proof do you have? Yang Ping was secretly happy now. This was the best time to trample this brat to death. I have no proof. Yue Yang spread out his hands. Just like whether you are your father's biological son, I also have no proof. Ha ha ha, everyone roared with laughter. Please do not casually insult other people's relatives, unless this is your so-called aristocratic etiquette. Yang Ping was so angry that his whole body was trembling, but he could not turn hostile and make a move, at least not before he trampled this brat in front of him. Yang Ping took a deep breath and sneered, you said that this ancient artifact is fake, on what basis? Have you seen the real one? I have never seen the real one. Yue Yang replied unhurriedly. Even if I have never seen how a pig dies, I have eaten pork before. Clap clap, a few students felt that this brat's counterattack was not bad, and started to clap to encourage Yue Yang. You have never seen the real ancient artifact, and you can't take out any real evidence, on what basis do you think it is fake? Yang Ping felt that he had already won. He looked at the students around him and shouted, don't deny it just because you want to deny it. The truth is the truth. You are unhappy that someone else completed the mission, and out of jealousy, you deliberately distorted the truth. Is this also the behavior of aristocrats? Unless you want to be like this rascal in front of me, deliberately confusing the truth. Do you think that you can deny the existence of the ancient artifact just like that? Do you think that you can obtain the approval of the god's envoy? Look, it is right in front of you. No matter how much you hate it, or how you deny it, it will not disappear. The god's envoy's approval of it will not change. This is the truth, the iron-like truth. What a wonderful speech, much more pleasant to listen to than a dog barking. Yue Yang clapped his hands and praised. However, I want to remind you that the iron-like truth can sometimes be a joke caused by greed and overconfidence. Nonsense. Kinch and Yang Ping shouted angrily in unison. If you think that what I said doesn't count, then you can ask Baron Zhonghua. As the runner-up in the previous tournament, you also acknowledge that he is a genius. No one should doubt his words. Yue Yang dragged Zhonghua, who was watching from afar, into the water. Hearing what he said, Zhonghua, who originally only wanted to watch the show, hurriedly came over to greet the three gods' envoys. He also greeted the many students, putting on the appearance of a refined and courteous gentleman. It doesn't matter who you find. The truth is the truth, there is no room for you to quibble. Kinch strongly suspected that Yue Yang said this on purpose, waiting for him to throw away the ancient artifact in his hands, and then take the opportunity to take advantage of it. It is indeed fake. When Zhonghua opened his mouth, the whole crowd was in an uproar. What? Although the students wanted to hear this answer, when they really heard it, they felt that it was inconceivable. The reason why I said that this ancient artifact is fake is because I have been tricked before. Zhonghua smiled bitterly. This thing was actually stolen from Heaven's Pride Academy by Jiwari and buried in the Sea of Trees. I have also dug it up to take a look. Actually, with regards to whether there is really an ancient artifact buried in the Sea of Trees, almost everyone has the same suspicion. It's not just me, even Jiwari has been tricked before. Anyway, it doesn't take much effort to dig up the center to take a look. Although it's a little stupid, I believe that after entering the Eastern Summit, there are not many people who didn't dig up the center to take a look. We have all been tricked before, it's just that we didn't stupidly take back the statue or the things that were buried as a prank. Why would Jiwari do this? Kinch screamed. Not only him, everyone who has been tricked before would probably do the same. When Zhonghua said this, everyone laughed knowingly. Impossible, you're lying. When Yang Ping saw Yue Yang smile, He felt that this smile was even more unbearable than if Yue Yang used a knife to cut his flesh. I can be a witness. Before you guys, I have also dug it up to take a look. Ren Tianj also walked over and smiled. I suspect that the ancient artifact is not in the eastern summit at all. There is no sea there at all. The Sea of Trees is not a sea, it's just a name. The real ancient artifact would not be buried in the center of the Sea of Trees. No matter which hint it is, it doesn't make sense. The god's messenger is definitely not wrong. You guys are just making wild guesses. The truth is not like that at all. Kinch roared in exasperation. He hugged the stone statue in his arms tightly, as if this strange statue would not become a fake as long as he didn't let go. We are not lying, the hint is correct. When the white-clothed girl with the silver grimoire said this, Kinch was immediately overjoyed, as if he had found a life-saving straw. However, she did not finish her sentence and continued, however, you cannot follow our instructions completely. We can only say a part of the code according to the rules. As for the rest, you must use your intelligence to think and search for it. He believed that many students understood this point. The East Peak was just the beginning. It wasn't everything, nor was it the only one. As mentioned earlier, it wasn't as simple as digging up something from the East Peak. It was extremely difficult, even life-threatening. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for no one to accomplish it since ancient times. Yue Yang clapped his hands and sang a modified nursery rhyme. Kinch's blood vessels almost burst when he heard this. He wanted to pretend to faint. However, he couldn't faint no matter how hard he tried. He was surprisingly awake. The people around Kinch also wished that they could immediately find a hole to hide in. On the other hand, the students were overjoyed. Those who had a good sense of music immediately learned it after listening to Yue Yang sing it once. They immediately clapped their hands and shouted. More and more students joined in. Even those who didn't have a good sense of music also shouted, "Fool," and "Fool," as if they were in a frenzy. Ming Zhu, how was my performance? At this time, Yue Yang turned his head to ask for a reward. His appearance was like a husband kneeling on a washboard asking his wife, "Wife, can I sleep on the bed tonight?" sincerely and fawningly. Nothing much. Ming Zhu Prince happily jumped up from his chair and hugged him. He then punched his back and scolded jokingly, "You're really wicked. Your smile is the result of my lifetime's hard work." Yue Yang performed an extremely elegant knight's salute. Just like a knight who was loyal to a princess.